She trusted him completely. He was her neighbor, her friend, the man she leaned on for years. But he wasn't who he said he was. His lies ran deeper than she ever imagined. What happens when the person you love most turns out to be the one who's been deceiving you all along? The Man Next Door is a Trasco, a web novel, billionaire-CEO romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The phone lit up on the nightstand. 2:07 a.m. Noelle grabbed it before the second vibration, thumb swiping the answer blind. A whisper. Small, scared. Noelle? She was already sitting up, feet finding the floor. Maisie, what's happening, sweetheart? My dad had another nightmare. The girl's voice broke on the last word, then steadied the way 7-year-olds steady themselves when they need to be brave. He won't wake up right. I tried shaking him. He's on the floor and his eyes are open, but he's not looking at me. The hallway, 2 doors down, barefoot. Maisie, listen. Noelle pulled her scrub jacket from the hook by the door, one hand working the lock. I'm coming right now. You don't have to be scared. You're being so brave calling me. I didn't want to call you. You worked late. I always want you to call me, even at 2 a.m., especially at 2 a.m. She stepped into the hall, cold limb under her soles. The building was quiet, that thick silence of sleep and old radiators ticking. Can you do something for me? What? Go to the kitchen, get the step stool. You know where the cocoa is? The cabinet above the toaster. That's right, get it down. By the time I'm there, we'll make hot cocoa. Your dad's going to be fine. He just needs a minute. Through the door, she could hear Maisie moving, the soft drag of the stool across the floor. Good. Routine. Normal. Something her hands knew while her heart waited. Noelle hung up and knocked twice, soft, the way they'd worked out years ago when Maisie first started having night terrors herself. A code. Friend, not danger. The door opened. Maisie stood in her dinosaur pajamas, dark eyes huge, dark hair tangled, cocoa mix clutched in both hands like a shield. He's in the kitchen. Noelle stepped in. The apartment smelled like her own. Same building, same floor plan, but lived in differently. Nate's books stacked on the side table, Maisie's drawings taped to the fridge, a hoodie draped over the back of the couch like he'd taken it off an hour ago and forgotten it. She found him on the kitchen floor. Nate was sitting against the lower cabinets, knees up, one arm limp across his thigh. His eyes were open. He was breathing, but he wasn't there yet. His face had that gray look of someone whose dream body was still catching up to his real one. Noelle? It came out rough, raw, like he'd been screaming in a room with no air. I'm here. She crouched in front of him, not touching yet, giving him the choice. Maisie called me. You're on the kitchen floor. It's 2:09 a.m. You had a nightmare, but you're awake now. His hand moved, found her wrist. Squeezed once, hard, like she was the only solid thing in a tilting world. Maisie, his voice cracked on the name. Making cocoa. I talked her through it. She's fine. You're both fine. He closed his eyes, let his head fall back against the cabinet. The muscles in his jaw worked, fighting something she couldn't see. I'm sorry. Stop. She shouldn't have to see this. She saw a grown-up have a bad night. That's not the same thing. Noelle stayed low, close enough that his knee brushed her arm. She handled it. She's proud of herself for handling it. Don't take that from her by being ashamed. A long breath. Then his hand moved from her wrist to her hand, fingers threading through hers. Calluses, scars, warm. Okay. Okay. She helped him up. He was solid, thick through the shoulders, but he let her take his weight for a second, steadying himself against the counter. Noelle turned to find Maisie standing in the doorway, cocoa mix still in her hands, watching. Come on. Noelle held out her free hand. Let's make that cocoa. Your dad's going to sit right here and watch us. The next 10 minutes were ordinary. Warm milk in a saucepan, cocoa whisked smooth, 2 mugs with cartoon cats on them. Maisie talked about a dream she'd had about flying squirrels. Noelle asked if they were friendly or dangerous. Friendly, but they kept stealing my homework. That's a problem. I told the teacher. She said it's not a good excuse. Nate watched them from the table, hands wrapped around a mug he hadn't drunk from yet. His color was coming back. He was quiet the way he always was after the nightmares, like part of him was still underwater, but he was swimming toward the surface. When Maisie finished her cocoa, Noelle walked her back to her room, tucked her in, left the hall light on. "Can you stay?" Maisie's voice was small again. "Until he's okay? I'll check on him, then I'll be right next door. I'm not going anywhere." Back in the kitchen, Nate had moved to the window. He was looking down at the street, shoulders tight, the mug finally lifted to his lips. "You don't have to stay," he said without turning. "I know." She leaned against the counter, arms crossed. "I'm going to." A long silence. Then he set the mug down and turned, and his face was open in a way he rarely let it be. Exhausted, grateful, something else she couldn't name. 6 years, he said. "You've been doing this for 6 years. Somebody has to make sure Maisie gets her flying squirrel stories heard. She talks about flying squirrels because of you. You told her about that nature show. So I'm the one she blames when her homework gets stolen." A ghost of a smile. Then it faded. He looked at her the way he sometimes did, like he was trying to memorize her. Like she was something he'd never expected to find and didn't know how to keep. "You're the best person I know," he said. I should tell you that more. You tell me all the time, in your way. I'm not good at the other ways." Noelle felt the air shift between them, that familiar electric hum she'd spent years learning not to name. She stepped toward him, not planning it, just moving. "Then say it like this," she said. "Thank you for coming. That's enough. Thank you for coming. See? Easy." He laughed. It was small and worn, but it was real. She let herself have it for a second, the warmth of hearing him laugh in the dark kitchen at 2:30 a.m., and then she pulled back. "Get some sleep. I'll check on Maisie in the morning before you leave for work." "I have her. You're off at 7. Then I'll see you both for Sunday dinner." She was at the door now. "Try to dream about something boring. Spreadsheets, traffic, that meeting you hate." "I'll do my best." She let herself out. The hall was cold. She was still barefoot, the soles of her feet numb, her scrub jacket thin over her tank top. But she felt warm. That was the thing about being needed. It filled you up. She was at her door, key in the lock, when something made her turn back to the window at the end of the hall. The street below was dark, empty. Chicago in the dead hours. But at the curb, idling under a dead streetlight, a black sedan sat with its engine running. She couldn't see the driver. The windows were tinted too dark, but she felt it, a weight of attention, like being watched from across a room. The car didn't move. No lights came on. No door opened. It just sat there. Noelle stood in the hallway, cold linoleum under her feet, and waited. 1 second. 5. 10. The car pulled away. Slow, deliberate. It turned at the corner and disappeared. Her heart was beating too fast. She told herself it was adrenaline from the call, from finding Nate on the floor, from that moment in the kitchen when the air between them had gone sharp and tender. She told herself it was nothing. She went inside and locked the door. But she didn't sleep. She sat on the edge of her bed, still in her jacket, watching the window until the sky went gray, and the ache in her chest was not exhaustion. It was the feeling of something coming. Chapter 2. The overnight shift at Lakeview Children's Hospital always started the same way. Fluorescent lights humming overhead, the soft beep of monitors, the smell of antiseptic and cafeteria coffee that never got strong enough. Noelle moved through it on autopilot, checking vitals, adjusting 4 lines, smoothing blankets over sleeping children who stirred and settled at the sound of her voice. She knew every room on the unit. Knew which kids needed the hall light left on, which ones wanted the door cracked exactly 3 inches, which parents were holding it together by a thread, and which ones had already snapped. By 3 a.m., the threadbare exhaustion had settled into her bones. She hadn't slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Nate on the kitchen floor, his eyes open and looking at nothing. She saw the black sedan idling under the dead streetlight. She saw the way his hand had gripped her wrist like she was the only thing keeping him from sinking. "You look like someone ran you over." Noelle looked up. Desha Naidu stood at the nurse's station with a chart in one hand and a cup of tea in the other, her eyes sharp behind frameless glasses. She was still in her street clothes, union meeting running late again. "Rough night," Noelle said. "Rough night or rough neighbor?" Noelle didn't answer. She pulled a chart from the rack and flipped it open, pretending to read. "That's a tell," Desha said, dropping into the chair beside her. "You're doing the thing where you disappear into paperwork so you don't have to talk about your feelings." "I'm reviewing labs." "You're reviewing labs upside down." Noelle looked down. The chart was, in fact, upside down. She closed it and set it on the counter. "Maisie called me at 2 a.m., she said quietly. "Nate had another nightmare. Bad one." Deja's expression softened. "The kind where he doesn't wake up right." "Yeah. Is he okay?" "I think so. He was conscious when I left. Still shaken, but conscious." Noelle paused. There was a car outside, black sedan, idling at the curb at 2 a.m. watching the building. Deja's eyebrows went up. "Did you call it in?" "What would I have said? A car was parked on a public street?" "You could have said a suspicious vehicle was stalking your neighbor's apartment at 2 inches the morning." "I don't know that it was stalking." "Noelle," Deja leaned in, her voice dropping. "You've been living next to that man for 6 years. You know his kid's teacher's name. You know his coffee order. You know which nights he can't sleep. But you don't know why a car was watching his building at 2 a.m., and you're not going to ask him." "There's nothing to ask." "There's everything to ask. You just don't want to hear the answer." Noelle felt the words lodge somewhere under her ribs. She turned back to the chart rack, pulling a real one this time, scanning the intake notes for room 4. A 4-year-old with pneumonia, admitted at 11 p.m. Mother hadn't left the bedside since. "I'm going to check on Emma in 4, she said. "Running away," Deja said, but there was no heat in it. "Fine, but we're finishing this conversation." "We never started it." "Exactly my point." Room 4 was dim, the only light coming from the monitor screen and the small lamp beside the bed. The mother was asleep in the chair, head tilted at an angle that would destroy her neck by morning. Noelle checked the 4, adjusted the flow, and smoothed the child's hair back from her forehead. Emma stirred. "Is it morning?" "Not yet, sweetheart. You keep resting." "Is my mom still here?" "Right there. She hasn't moved." The child's eyes found her mother, and something in her face relaxed. She closed her eyes again, her breathing evening out. Noelle stood there a moment longer than necessary, watching the rise and fall of that small chest, and felt the familiar ache that came with every shift. The weight of trusting her to hold the line between night and morning, between sick and well, between a child waking up and a child not waking at all. She left the room and walked the hallway, checking doors, adjusting lights, noting the time for the next round of meds. The rhythm was the only thing keeping the exhaustion at bay. At 4:30 a.m., she was in the break room pouring coffee that had been sitting too long when her phone buzzed in her pocket. A text from Nate. "Maisie asked if you were coming for Sunday dinner. I told her yes. That's still true?" She stared at the screen. The message was ordinary. That was the problem. 6 years of ordinary messages. 6 years of grocery lists and school pickup times and late-night check-ins. 6 years of building a life around someone without ever asking who he really was. She typed back, "Still true." The response came almost immediately. "Good. She made you a card. Says it's about flying squirrels and why they should be allowed in classrooms." Noelle felt her mouth curve despite herself. She put the phone away and drank the bitter coffee, letting the heat burn through the tightness in her chest. At 5 a.m., the unit quieted. The children who had been restless settled. The parents dozed. Noelle sat at the nurse's station with a stack of charts and let the silence settle around her. Deja appeared again, this time in scrubs, her shift starting. She dropped a granola bars on the counter in front of Noelle. "Eat." "I'm not hungry." Your stomach just growled loud enough to wake Ryu too. Noelle took the granola bars, unwrapped it, took a bite that tasted like cardboard in obligation. I'm not trying to push you, Deja said, sitting beside her. But I've watched you build that man into the center of your life without ever asking him to meet you halfway. And I'm worried that one day you're going to look up and realize you gave him everything, and he gave you just enough to keep you there. He's a good father. I know he is. That's not the question. What's the question? Deja looked at her for a long moment. The question is whether he's a good man for you, and you've never let yourself find out. Noelle didn't have an answer. She finished the granola bars in silence, watching the clock tick toward morning. At 6:15 a.m., the shift change was in motion. Night nurses giving reports to day nurses, parents waking up, asking for water, asking for doctors, asking when their children could go home. The unit hummed with the transition from dark to light. Noelle was signing off on her last chart when the administrator appeared. Marlene Chen, the hospital's operations director, was not a common sight on the pediatric floor at 6 a.m. She was polished and composed, her heels clicking against the linoleum like a countdown. "Morning, everyone," Marlene said, her voice carrying. She stopped at the nurse's station, her gaze sweeping the room. "I have an announcement that needs to circulate before the end of this shift." Noelle felt Deja go still beside her. "Hartwell Health will be sending a delegation to tour the facility next week," Marlene continued. "They're finalizing an acquisition agreement, and they want to see the full scope of our operations. Pediatric overnight will be included in the tour." The words landed like stones in still water. Deja's hand found Noelle's forearm, gripped tight. "When?" Deja asked. "Tuesday morning, 9 a.m. Marlene's smile was thin, professional. "I expect all units to be prepared. This is a significant opportunity for the hospital." She turned and walked away, her heels clicking down the hall. The silence she left behind was worse than any noise. Noelle stood at the nurse's station, the chart still in her hands, the name Nathaniel Trasco not yet in her vocabulary, and felt the floor shift beneath her feet. Something was coming. It was already at the door. Chapter 3. Sunday dinner at Nate's apartment had a rhythm Noelle had memorized over 6 years. She knocked at 5:47 p.m., 3 quick raps followed by a pause, then 2 more. The coded pattern Maisie had invented when she was 4 and obsessed with secret handshakes. The door swung open before her hand dropped. Maisie stood there in a dress covered in cartoon foxes, her dark hair tangled from what looked like an afternoon of headstands and chaos. She grabbed Noelle's wrist and pulled her inside like a cat dragging home a kill. "You're late," Maisie announced. "By 3 minutes. I counted." Traffic was bad. We live next door. Stair traffic. Maisie squinted at her, the skepticism of a 7-year-old who had already figured out adults lied about small things. Then she shrugged and pointed at the kitchen table. There were 3 place settings. Nate's mother's ceramic casserole dish in the center, steam curling from the edges. A salad bowl, a basket of bread that looked like it came from the bakery Maisie loved, the one with the croissant shaped like a bear. Noelle stood in the doorway of their apartment and felt the familiar pull, the smell of garlic and roasted vegetables, the sound of Nate moving in the kitchen, cabinet doors opening and closing. Maisie already back at the table, arranging her fork and knife at perfect right angles. This was the life Noelle had never named out loud. "Tell your father his lasagna smells like it's trying to seduce me," Maisie giggled. "Daddy, Noelle said your lasagna is sexy." From the kitchen, a low laugh. "Tell Noelle I heard her, and she's not wrong." Noelle felt heat rise to her cheeks and told herself it was the steam from the casserole dish. She sat down across from Maisie, who immediately launched into a detailed account of her week. The class pet hamster had escaped and been found in the supply closet eating a glue stick. Her friend Liam had claimed squirrels could fly if they tried hard enough, and she needed Noelle to settle the argument with science. "It's not flying," Noelle said, reaching for the breadbasket. "It's gliding, and only some species can do it." "So my flying squirrel card was scientifically accurate." "Devastatingly so," Maisie beamed. Nate emerged from the kitchen carrying a glass of wine. He set it in front of Noelle with the casual precision of someone who knew exactly how she took it, knew she would want it now, knew she would not ask for it herself. "You didn't have to," she said. "You say that every week." Because it's true every week. He sat down at the head of the table, close enough that his elbow almost brushed hers. And every week, I ignore you. He looked better than he had on Thursday night. The shadows under his eyes had faded. His hands were steady as he reached for the serving spoon. He wore a soft gray sweater with the sleeves pushed up, and there was a smear of flour on his forearm that made her chest ache for no reason she could name. Maisie was already loading her plate with lasagna, a feat of engineering that involved more cheese than pasta. "School project," she announced through a mouthful. "Swallow first," Nate said. Maisie swallowed dramatically. "School project. We have to pick a famous person and do a report. I picked someone good." "Let me guess," Noelle said. "Jane Goodall, because of the flying squirrel connection." "No, she's okay, but I picked someone better." Maisie paused for effect. "I picked Jeff Bezos." Noelle nearly choked on her wine. "Because he's the richest man in the world," Maisie continued, "and Mrs. Bellamy said we should pick people who changed how things work. He changed how people buy stuff. Also, I want to know how he got that much money. Like, where does it all go? Does he have a vault, like Scrooge McDuck?" Nate had gone still. It was subtle, a pause in the motion of lifting his fork, a fraction of a second where his face showed nothing at all. Then he blinked and resumed eating, and Noelle wondered if she had imagined it. "He's not the richest anymore," Nate said quietly, "but he's up there." "Who's the richest?" Maisie asked. "Depends on the day. The list changes." "How do you not know?" Maisie pressed. "It's your job to know things." "I know things. I just don't know that specific thing. You know everything else. I know how to make lasagna. I know how to braid your hair. I know that if you put ketchup on broccoli, it stops being a vegetable and becomes a crime scene." Maisie laughed, distracted. The moment passed. But Noelle had seen it. That stillness, like a man who had been named and was waiting for the rest of his sentence. She filed it away in the part of her brain that had started accumulating questions she did not know how to ask. The rest of dinner moved through its familiar choreography. Maisie reciting her class presentation about Jeff Bezos, complete with sound effects for the Amazon delivery drones. Nate refilling Noelle's wine without being asked. The three of them passing dishes, reaching across each other, talking over each other in the easy overlap of people who had done this 100 times. At one point, Maisie asked if billionaires just kept their money in banks or if they had secret rooms full of gold. "They invest it," Nate said. "Invest in what?" "Companies, buildings, things that make more money." "So they just have more money making more money?" "That's like if I had 1,000 hamsters making more hamsters." "That's actually a good analogy." Noelle laughed, and Nate looked at her. Just looked. The kind of look that made her forget what she was about to say. "Your analogies are getting a C-, Dad," Maisie said, pulling his attention away. "Mrs. Bellamy says I should use more vivid language." "Your teacher sounds tough." "She's the best. She says language is a tool and I should use the right tool for the job." "What job is that?" "The job of making people listen." Nate smiled, and it reached his eyes. She's right. After dinner, Nate cleared the plates while Maisie dragged Noelle to her room to show off the diorama she was building for her report. It was a cardboard box painted like a warehouse, with tiny packages and a stick figure in a spaceship. "The spaceship is for if he decides to live on Mars," Maisie explained. "He has a space company too." "Did you know that?" "I did." "He's doing too much. That's what Mrs. Bellamy says. One thing at a time. That's how you do good work." "Your teacher gives very practical advice. She says the most important thing is to know what you want and go get it. Don't wait for someone to hand it to you." Noelle looked at the diorama, at the careful glue work and the tiny painted boxes, and felt something twist in her chest. When she came back to the kitchen, Nate was at the sink washing dishes. The sleeves of his sweater were wet at the cuffs. The last of the evening light filtered through the window, casting everything in gold. She stood in the doorway and watched him. 6 years. 6 years of this table, this rhythm, this man who showed up in every small way but never told her who he really was. 6 years of building a life around someone she had never thought to question. "Need help?" she asked. "I've got it." "I know." She walked over anyway, picked up a dish towel and started drying the plates he set on the rack. Their shoulders almost touched. Neither moved away. Maisie's project, Noelle said. The billionaire's thing. You got quiet. Nate's hands stilled in the water. Did I? When she mentioned the richest man in the world, you went somewhere. He was quiet for a long moment. The tap ran. The water steamed. I was thinking about how simple her version is, he said finally. A vault, a spaceship, a man with too many hamsters. She doesn't know yet that having that much doesn't mean you get to keep anything that matters. Noelle dried a plate she had already dried, waiting. Anyway, Nate said, shaking water from his hands. She's 7. She'll learn the truth soon enough. He turned to face her, and for a second, something flickered in his expression. Something raw and unguarded that vanished before she could name it. Thank you, he said, for coming, for always coming. Where else would I go? The question hung between them, heavier than she had intended. He did not answer. Maisie appeared in the doorway, holding her diorama. I added glitter to the spaceship. Come look. Noelle followed her back to the bedroom, leaving Nate alone in the kitchen with the dishes and the fading light. But later, when she stepped into the hallway to go home, the image of him standing at the sink stayed with her. The way he had gone still at the mention of money and power. The way he had looked at her like she was the only real thing in a room full of lies. She walked the 2 doors to her apartment, unlocked her door, and stepped inside. Her phone buzzed. A text from Nate. Thank you. For everything. Always. She stared at the screen. Then she glanced out her window, and her blood went cold. The black sedan was back, parked under the same dead streetlight, engine off. Tinted windows reflecting nothing but the dark. Chapter 4. The next morning, the sky was the color of bruised concrete. Noelle stood at the edge of the school pickup circle with the other parents, her hospital coat traded for a thin jacket she had grabbed without thinking. Her eyes felt grainy. The black sedan had stayed under the dead streetlight for 20 minutes last night before pulling away without haste, like it had all the time in the world. She had not slept after that. The school doors opened. Children spilled out in a tide of backpacks and noise. Maisie emerged third in line, her dark hair escaping a lopsided braid, her face lighting up when she spotted Noelle. Noelle! She ran over, diorama box held carefully in both hands. I added more glitter. Mrs. Bellamy said it was professionally done. Did she use those exact words? She said my craftsmanship was impressive. That's the same thing. It's close enough. Noelle took the diorama so Maisie could shrug her backpack into a better position. The cardboard box was heavier than expected, the glitter catching the gray morning light. Where's Dad? He's picking us up. Parking is terrible today. Maisie nodded like this made perfect sense, then launched into a detailed account of which kids in her class had the best dioramas and why glitter placement was the deciding factor. They were halfway to the curb when a voice cut in. Noelle, hey! She turned. Marcus Hale, father of a second grader named Leo, was approaching with the easy confidence of a man who had never been told no. He was handsome in an obvious way, square jaw, good teeth, expensive watch. He had asked her out twice in the past year. She had declined twice. Marcus? Leo's been talking about Maisie's diorama all week. Sounds like she's got a future in corporate logistics. I have a spaceship from Mars, Maisie said. Corporate logistics sounds boring. Marcus laughed, a practiced sound. She's got your energy. She has her father's. Right, Nate. Marcus said the name like he was testing it for weaknesses. He's not here today? Parking, Noelle said. I could give you both a ride. Leo's got a play date, so I've got an empty car seat. The offer was casual, but the look that came with it was not. Marcus let his eyes hold hers a beat too long, the kind of look that assumed familiarity where none existed. I'm good, Noelle said. We'll wait. Nate's a lucky man, Marcus said, and the weight of the sentence was wrong. Having someone who shows up like this. For his kid. The implication landed like a stone in still water. Maisie frowned, sensing something she could not name. Noelle felt heat climb her neck. He's my neighbor, she said. We're friends. Right, friends, Marcus smiled. And it did not reach his eyes. I keep hearing that. Before she could answer, a hand settled on the small of her back. Warm, solid, familiar. Noelle. Nate's voice was quiet, but Marcus heard it. His eyes flicked up, and the easy confidence on his face flickered. Nate, Marcus said, was just telling Noelle how lucky you are. I heard. Nate's hand did not move from Noelle's back. We should go. I grabbed the bags from the dry cleaner on the way. Bags? Noelle repeated, her voice thin. Grocery run, remember? She did not remember any grocery run. But she nodded anyway, because the alternative was standing here while Marcus watched her like she was a math problem he was close to solving. See you around, Marcus, Nate said. He guided Noelle and Maisie toward the car with a hand that stayed exactly where it was, pressing lightly through the fabric of her jacket. The contact was deliberate, nothing like the careful distance he usually kept. Maisie climbed into the back seat without being asked. Noelle got into the passenger side. Nate closed her door before circling to the driver's seat. The engine started. The car pulled away. Noelle did not look back. For 3 blocks, no one spoke. Maisie broke first. That was weird. Why was Leo's dad talking to you like that? Because he's not very good at reading social cues, Noelle said. He looked like a fish, the kind with the big mouth. That's accurate. Nate's hands were tight on the steering wheel. His knuckles were white. You didn't have to do that, Noelle said quietly. Do what? Insert yourself. I wasn't. He let it go, and the silence closed over the car. Chapter 5. The silence in the car had texture. 3 blocks of it, dense and charged, with Maisie's breath the only sound, until she called Marcus a fish with a big mouth. Noelle had almost laughed at that. Almost. But Nate's hands on the wheel stopped her. White knuckles, thumbs pressing hard enough to blanch the skin. He pulled into the alley behind their building and killed the engine. The quiet that followed was worse than the car had been. I'll grab the groceries, Noelle said, because she needed to say something. There aren't any. I know. Maisie unbuckled and scrabbled out, the diorama clutched against her chest. Can I put this on the kitchen table? I want to show you the Mars base again. After I bring in the bags we don't have, Noelle said. Maisie giggled and disappeared up the back steps. Noelle waited until the door clicked shut. Then she turned to face him. Nate, I don't like him. That was obvious. Marcus? He said the name like it tasted wrong. I've seen him watch you at pickup, the way he looks at you, like you're a thing he's trying to acquire. He's harmless. He's not harmless. Nate's voice dropped, rough at the edges. Men like that don't take no gracefully. They wait for the right moment to make their move. Something cold moved through her chest. That's not what this was about. It's exactly what it was about. Then why didn't you just say that, instead of the grocery lie and the hand on my back like you were branding me? He went still. The same stillness she had seen at the dinner table when Maisie talked about billionaires, but sharper now, closer to the surface. I don't know, he said. I saw him closing in, and I moved before I thought. That's the problem. You moved before you thought, and now Marcus thinks we're something we're not. Aren't we? The question landed between them, bare and unprotected. Noelle's breath caught. I don't know what we are, she said. That's the problem. You keep showing up, but you never let me see what I'm actually standing next to. He looked at her for a long moment. His jaw worked. Then his phone buzzed in the cup holder. He ignored it. Nate, your phone. I know. It buzzed again. Then a third time, the vibration urgent against the plastic. He picked it up, looked at the screen. His face did something she had never seen before, a shutter coming down behind his eyes. I have to take this. Here? Inside. He was already opening the door. I'll be quick. He was halfway up the back steps before she could respond, the phone pressed to his ear, his voice too low to catch. Noelle sat in the passenger seat and watched him disappear. Something was wrong. She told herself it was the Marcus thing, the tension still thrumming in her veins. She told herself Nate was just private, always had been, and his evasions were about grief, not secrecy. But the sedan had been outside her building last night, and Nate had gone still at a 7-year-old school project, and now he was taking calls he would not take in front of her. She got out of the car and walked up the back steps slowly. The kitchen door was open. Maisie was at the table, arranging glitter jars around her diorama. Nate stood by the stove, phone still pressed to his ear, back to the room. "I understand," he said. "No, I'll handle it. Keep it contained." He listened. His shoulders tightened. "Tell Stefan I'll call him tonight." The name hit Noelle like cold water. Stefan. She did not know any Stefan. Nate did not have friends named Stefan. He had neighbors, co-workers, the mechanic who fixed his old truck. No one named Stefan. He ended the call and turned. His face was smooth again, controlled, but the effort showed in the tension around his eyes. "Everything okay?" Noelle asked. "Yeah, work stuff." "You don't talk about work." "There's not much to say." "You just took a call from someone named Stefan and told him to keep something contained." Nate's mouth pressed into a thin line. "That's not a normal work call, Nate. That's damage control." "It's fine." "It's not fine." She stepped closer, lowering her voice so Maisie would not hear. "You've been off all week. The thing at dinner, the way you went still when Maisie mentioned Bezos. And now there's a sedan parked outside my building at night, watching." Nate's eyes sharpened. "What sedan?" "The black one. I saw it the night of your nightmare and again last night. It sits under the dead streetlight, idles for a while, then drives off." He went still again, that same frozen quality. "You've seen it twice? 3 times, if you count the first night. And you didn't tell me? I'm telling you now." He crossed the kitchen in 3 strides, looked out the window over the sink. The alley was empty. The street beyond was quiet. "Describe it." "Black sedan, tinted windows, no plates visible from the angle I had." "License plate?" "I couldn't see it." He turned back to her. The controlled calm was back, but it was thinner now, stretched. "Thank you for telling me." "That's it? Thank you for telling me?" "I need to make some calls." "Nate." He stopped at the door to the hallway. "What else aren't you telling me?" The question hung in the air between them. Maisie looked up from her diorama, sensing the shift. "Daddy? Is something wrong?" Nate's face softened. He crossed to the table and kissed the top of her head. "Nothing's wrong, Bug. I just have to make a quick call for work." "Okay." Maisie turned back to her glitter. "Noelle, come see the Mars base. I added a flag." Noelle did not move. Nate met her eyes, held them. "Later," he said. "We'll talk later." Then he disappeared into the hallway. The phone call ended. The front door clicked shut, and Noelle stood in the kitchen, surrounded by glitter and cardboard and the shape of a lie she had not yet learned to name. Chapter 6. The hospital lobby smelled like fresh paint and expensive coffee. Noelle caught the artificial scent the moment she pushed through the revolving doors at 7:58 a.m. The linoleum had been buffed to a mirror shine. A temporary banner stretched across the main corridor in navy and silver, the Hartwell Health logo crisp and unfamiliar beside the Lakeview Children's Hospital crest she had walked past for 8 years. "They repainted the waiting room," Deja said beside her. "At midnight." I checked. Noelle looked at the walls, fresh white. The scuff marks from 1,000 gurneys, gone. The handprint a 5-year-old had left in blue finger paint near the vending machine, erased. "They're selling a product," Deja continued, "and the product is not the children." They found Owen Cordero already standing near the back of the gathered staff, coffee cup empty, circles deep under his eyes. He nodded at Noelle when she approached. "3 consulting firms," he said quietly. "I counted the lanyards, and a woman from corporate communications who keeps checking her phone like she's waiting for a signal to start the countdown." "Countdown to what?" Noelle asked. "Whatever they're planning to sell us." The crowd thickened. Nurses from the day shift, administrators, a few doctors who rarely set foot on the overnight floor. Marlene Chen moved through them in her clicking heels, directing stragglers toward the folding chairs set up near the stage. Noelle did not sit. She stood at the edge of the second row, arms crossed, watching the executives file in. They walked like people who owned the air they breathed. Tailored suits, smooth faces, the kind of confidence that came from never having to clean up vomit at 3 a.m. And then she saw him. The man at the front of the group was tall, lean, with dark blonde hair cut short and rimless glasses. He moved to the podium with an easy, athletic grace, adjusted the microphone, and waited. "Good morning. I'm Stefan Volkov, CEO of Hartwell Health." The name hit Noelle like a fist in the chest. Stefan. The name Nate had taken inside. The name he had said into the phone when he thought she could not hear. The same man was standing in her hospital, smiling at her colleagues. Thank you for welcoming us into your incredible institution. Lakeview Children's Hospital has a reputation that precedes it. The dedication of your staff, the outcomes you achieve with limited resources, the trust families place in you daily. It's humbling to witness. His voice was smooth, contained. Every word landed like it had been measured and weighed. We're here because Hartwell Health believes in building on excellence. Our goal is not to disrupt what works. It's to give you the resources, infrastructure, and stability to do what you do, better, at scale. Deja made a sound low in her throat. Better, at scale? That's the sound of a thesaurus eating a hospital. Noelle did not laugh. Stefan's gaze swept the room as he spoke. He was good at this, making eye contact with specific people, pausing long enough to make them feel seen. The nursing director, a senior surgeon, a woman from pediatrics who nodded back at him like he was a savior. Then his eyes found Noelle. He did not glance away. He held her gaze for a beat too long, a fraction of a second past professional, and something in his expression shifted. Recognition, she thought, or calculation, she could not tell which. Then he looked back at his notes. Over the next 30 days, we'll be conducting a thorough integration assessment. Every department will be evaluated for alignment with Hartwell's standards of excellence. We expect some restructuring. We expect efficiencies. We expect that the result will be a stronger, more sustainable hospital for the children and families who depend on you. Efficiencies. Noelle had heard that word before. It was what they said before they cut the night shift. Are there questions? A hand went up from the surgical floor. Stefan fielded it with practiced ease. Another from a nurse in the ER. Then Deja's hand shot up. Stefan nodded at her. Yes? I'm Deja Naidu, union representative for the nursing staff. You mentioned restructuring and efficiencies. Can you clarify what that means for pediatric overnight services? The room went quiet. Stefan's smile did not waver. Ms. Naidu, thank you for asking. Pediatric overnight is under review like every other department. We'll be looking at staffing ratios, patient volumes, and cost structures to determine the most effective model for long-term care. Cost structures, Deja repeated. So the answer is you're not saying no to cutting it. The answer is we're not making decisions without data. That's not an answer. Stefan's smile thinned. It's the only answer I have today. But I appreciate your vigilance, Ms. Naidu. It tells me the staff here cares deeply. That's exactly the kind of culture we want to preserve. Deja sat down. Her jaw was tight. Stefan wrapped up with more polished lines about partnership and shared vision. The executives dispersed into smaller groups, shaking hands, handing out business cards. Marlene Chen guided them toward the pediatric wing like a tour guide at a museum. Noelle did not move. She stood in the second row, arms still crossed, the name Stefan echoing in her head. He knew Nate. He had called Nate tonight. And now he was standing in her hospital, talking about cost structures and efficiencies like he had never held a child's hand at 4A. Someone there, while a parent cried in the corner. You okay? Owen's voice. She blinked. What? You went somewhere. He studied her face. Do you know him? No. The lie came out before she could stop it. She did not know him. She knew a name. She knew a phone call. She knew a man who had made Nate go still and then disappear into a hallway. But she did not know Stefan Volkov, and she was not sure she wanted to. The tour moved past them. Stefan was at the front now, talking to Marlene Chen, his head inclined, his voice low. As he passed the row where Noelle stood, he looked at her again. Not a glance. A look. Like he was filing something away. Then he was gone. Toward the elevators, the polished executives trailing behind him like a wake. Deja appeared at Noelle's elbow. I hate him. You just met him. I have good instincts. Noelle watched the elevator doors close. The last thing she saw was Stefan Volkov's face, composed, professional, unreadable. Come on, she said. I need to check on room 4. But her feet did not move. The name was still in her head, the call. The way Nate had said it like a password, Tell Stefan I'll call him tonight. She pulled out her phone, opened Nate's contact. Her thumb hovered over the message icon. What did you just do to my hospital? She typed it, deleted it. Are you connected to Hartwell Health? She typed it, deleted it. Do you know Stefan Volkov? She held her breath. Then she put the phone away. Room 4? Deja said. Room 4. She walked toward the pediatric wing, but the feeling stayed, cold and certain, settling into her bones like a splinter she could not reach. The man next door was not who she thought he was, and the black sedan outside her building was not the only thing watching her. Chapter 7. The shift bled into its 7th hour. Room 4 needed a new 4. Room 7 had a fever spiking. Room 12's mother kept asking the same question about discharge forms, and Noelle answered it 3 times without breaking rhythm. The name circling in her head had become a dull ache behind her right eye. Stefan Volkov. The same name that had slid through Nate's phone line like a key turning a lock. She was checking vitals on a sleeping toddler when Deja appeared in the doorway. You need to see something. Noelle did not look up. I'm in the middle of... Now. Something in Deja's voice made her set down the chart. They moved to the break room. The space was empty, coffee cups crusted in the sink, a box of stale donuts on the counter. Deja pulled out her phone and tapped the screen twice, then handed it over. A photo. Grainy at the edges, clearly snapped from a distance. A corporate event of some kind. Dark suits, table settings, champagne flutes catching light. At the center stood Stefan Volkov, one hand raised in a toast, his face arranged in that same polished smile from the presentation. And beside him, a man in a charcoal suit, broad-shouldered, solid through the chest. Dark hair, trimmed close the way Nate kept his. The face was sharper in the photo, the jawline harder, the eyes carrying a weight she had never seen in the hallway or the kitchen. But it was him. The caption beneath the image read, Meridian Freight Executives Stefan Volkov, CEO, and Nathaniel Trasco, founder/owner, at the Midwest Logistics Gala, Chicago. Nathaniel, not Nate. The name landed in her chest like a stone. Where did you get this? Labor contacts. Someone's been circulating it through the Hartwell network, trying to figure out who's actually making decisions on the acquisition side. Deja's voice was flat, controlled, the voice of someone delivering news she already knew would hurt. Look closer. Noelle zoomed in. The hotel behind them had a banner. She could barely make out the logo, but the lettering was clear. Hartwell Health, X Meridian Freight. Meridian is funding the acquisition, Deja said. They're the money behind Hartwell. And apparently the man who signs the checks lives 2 doors down from you. Noelle's thumb moved without permission. She zoomed harder. His hands, the scar across his knuckle from the time he had fixed her sink and slipped with a wrench. The same hands that had held a dish towel Sunday night while she washed plates. They know him as Nathaniel Trasco, Deja continued. Founder and majority owner. Disappeared from public life about 6 years ago. No explanation, no interviews, just gone. Everyone assumed he was managing from the shadows. Looks like the shadows were in a 2-bedroom on the north side. 6 years. The number hit like a second blow, the exact length of time she had known him. She handed the phone back. Her fingers were steady. That surprised her. Does he know you have this? Doesn't matter if he does. It's already spreading. The union chat, the hospital admin list, a few reporters who follow healthcare acquisitions. Deja pocketed the phone. Noelle, your neighbor isn't just connected to the people buying Lakeview. He is the people buying Lakeview. Noelle heard the words. They did not fit. She tried to press them against the man who carried Maisie on his shoulders through the grocery store parking lot. The man who left her favorite wine on her doorstep when she had a bad week. The man who went still and quiet when Maisie had asked about the richest man in the world. Having that much doesn't mean you get to keep anything that matters. She thought it was philosophy. It was a confession. He lied, she said. For 6 years. Deja agreed. The break room light hummed. The vents kicked on, carrying the chemical smell of disinfectant. I need to see him. See him or confront him? Noelle did not answer. Her phone buzzed. She looked down. A hospital email. Internal memo distribution. Subject line. Integration Assessment Phase 1 Department Review. She opened it without thinking. The formatting was clean, executive letterhead, Hartwell Health logo at the top, a list of departments scheduled for restructuring evaluation over the next 30 days. Pediatric overnight was third on the list, and at the bottom of the page in the authorization line, approved for review by Nathaniel Trasco, majority owner, Meridian Freight. Deja. What? Noelle turned the phone around. Deja read the screen. Her face went still. Then she pulled up a chair, sat down heavily, and let out a breath that sounded like a held grudge finally released. Well, Deja said, now you know whose name is on the knife. Noelle stared at the screen. She had seen his handwriting before. The note he left on her counter when he borrowed eggs. The text messages with their careful grammar and occasional typos. The birthday card he had given her last year, signed Nate in letters that slanted left like a man always leaning toward the door. This signature was sharp, blocky, decisive. Nathaniel Trasco. She had never seen that hand before. Are you going to call him? Deja asked. Noelle looked at the time on her phone. 7:12 p.m. Maisie would be having dinner. He would be at the stove, probably making the pasta with the jar sauce because she had not been there to suggest making it from scratch. I'm going to walk 2 doors down, she said. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. She pushed off against the counter. Deja stood too. I'll come with you. No. Noelle. If you're there, I'll stay calm. If I stay calm, I'll let him explain. And I don't want to hear an explanation right now. I want to see his face when he realizes I know. Deja studied her. That's cold. 6 years, Noelle said. He had 6 years to tell me, and he fed me dinner every Sunday and let me love his daughter and never once said a word. I'm allowed to be cold. She walked out of the break room. The hallway stretched ahead, fluorescent and empty. Her footsteps sounded too loud. The name in her head beat like a second pulse. Nathaniel Trasco. Nate. The man next door. She stopped at the locker room to grab her bag. Her hands were still steady. That was not good. When the steady thing broke, it broke hard. Her phone buzzed again. She looked. A text from unknown number. 3 words. We should talk. No signature, no name. But she knew. She stared at the screen. Then she typed back, Who is this? The reply came in seconds. You know who. Noelle locked her phone, shoved it in her pocket, and started walking. Chapter 8. The walk from the bus stop took 6 minutes. 6 minutes through streets she had walked 1,000 times, past the corner store where Nate bought Maisie's favorite cereal, past the fire hydrant Maisie had decorated with chalk hearts last spring, past the streetlight that flickered at night but always held steady at dusk. She counted every step because counting kept her from thinking. The building door was unlocked. She pushed through. The lobby smelled like old wood and the curry from apartment 1 bites. The mailboxes gleamed in the fading light. Hers was third from the left, packed with the usual junk. She did not stop to check it. She climbed. First floor landing. The carpet was worn where people turned toward their doors. Second floor landing. A child's drawing taped to the wall outside 2C. A cat peeking through a cracked door. Third floor. Her floor. She stood at the top of the stairs and looked down the hall. 2 doors. Hers. His. 20 feet of worn carpet between everything she had trusted and everything she had missed. She walked to her door first. She did not know why. Habit, maybe. The body moving towards safety while the mind was still catching up. Her keys scraped against the lock. The door swung open. Her apartment looked the same. The same couch with the throw blanket she never folded. The same mug on the side table from this morning. The same quiet. She set her bag down, pulled out her phone, opened the email, read the authorization line again. Approved for review by Nathaniel Trasco, majority owner, Meridian Freight. The letters did not change. They stayed sharp and blocky and final. She zoomed in on the signature. It was not typed. It was a scanned signature, embedded in the document. The ink looked black on the screen, but she imagined it in blue, the way his grocery lists were always written in blue pen, the way he signed the birthday card he gave her last year in blue, the way Nate slanted left in blue ink while Nathaniel Trasco stood upright and dark. She wondered if he had 2 signatures, one for the man who borrowed eggs, and one for the man who signed her ward away. The thought made her stomach turn. She locked her phone, walked to the door, pulled it open. He was there, 3 feet away, at the door to his own apartment, fitting his key into the lock. He had Maisie on his hip, her face buried in his shoulder. Her dinosaur pajamas were on. Her hair was wet, freshly washed, curling at the ends. He had not seen Noelle yet. She watched him shift Maisie's weight, adjust the key, murmur something soft into his daughter's hair. The tenderness was automatic, unself-conscious. The way he held her said, "This is the only thing that matters." Noelle thought of the memo. Pediatric overnight, phase 1, approved for review. He turned, their eyes met. His hand stopped mid-motion. The key hung in the lock, half-turned, caught between entry and pause. "Noelle." Maisie lifted her head. "Noelle!" Her voice was bright, her face lit up. She reached out both arms the way she always did when she saw Noelle after a shift, expecting to be passed over, expecting the usual hug. Noelle did not move. "Maisie," she said, "can you go inside for a minute? I need to talk to your dad." Maisie's arms lowered. Her face shifted from happy to uncertain. She looked at her father, then back at Noelle, reading the air the way children do. "Did something bad happen?" "No," Nate said. "Not yet," Noelle said. The word hung between them. Nate's jaw tightened. He pushed the door open and set Maisie down gently. "Go pick out a movie," he said. "I'll be right in." "But, please, baby." Maisie hesitated. She looked at Noelle again, searching for the familiar warmth, finding something locked away instead. She went inside. The door clicked shut behind her. They stood in the hallway. The light above them flickered once, then held. Noelle pulled out her phone, opened the email, turned the screen toward him. "Explain it," she said. He looked at the screen. He did not pretend not to know what it was. He did not ask what she was talking about. His eyes moved over the text, dropped to the signature line, stayed there. "I was going to tell you," he said. "When?" "Tonight. I was going to come to your door after Maisie was asleep." "Tonight?" She repeated the word like she was testing its weight. "You had 6 years. You were going to do it tonight." He did not answer. "Is that why you called Stefan?" she said. "To figure out how to spin it before I found out?" His face went still. Not the stillness she had seen at the dinner table when Maisie asked about billionaires. A different kind. The stillness of a man realizing he had run out of road. "You know about Stefan." "I know you were on the phone with him. I know he works for your company. I know he was at my hospital today shaking hands and talking about efficiencies while your memo was in the pipeline." "Nathaniel Trasco." She said the name slowly, letting it fill the hallway. "I have never called you that. Not once. Not in 6 years. Do you know how strange it feels to realize I have never known your actual name?" He closed his eyes. "I'm sorry." "You signed the paper that could close my ward." "I know. You signed it as Nathaniel Trasco, the man I do not know, the man who does not live next door, the man who has apparently been somewhere else this entire time, while I was eating dinner with a stranger." He opened his eyes. "I am not a stranger," he said. "You are not Nate," she said. The words hit him. She saw it, the way his shoulders pulled back, the way his hand tightened on the key still lodged in the lock. "Nate is the man who taught Maisie to tie her shoes," she said. "Nate is the man who brought me soup when I had the flu. Nate is the man whose daughter calls me when he cannot wake up. You are not that man." "I am. You signed a paper that could destroy the place where I work, the place where I have spent 6 years rebuilding my life after you and I." She stopped, swallowed. "After what?" he said quietly. "After everything fell apart," she said. "I walked into Lakeview 6 years ago with nothing but a nursing license and a divorce decree. I built myself back together in that ward, those kids, those families, those night shifts where no one else was watching. That is the thing I saved when I could not save anything else." She stepped closer. "And you just signed your name to a list that puts it in danger." "Nathaniel Trasco signed that list," he said, "not Nate." "Same hand," she said, "same signature." He had no answer. The door behind him creaked open. Maisie's face appeared in the gap, small, worried. "Daddy?" Is Noelle coming in for Coco? Noelle looked at her, the child who had called her at 2 a.m., the child who drew her into every family picture, the child who did not know that the man carrying her was the same man who had signed away a ward full of children just like her. No, Noelle said. Not tonight. Maisie's face crumpled. Why? Because I need to think. She looked back at Nate. His eyes were dark. His hands were still. He looked like a man waiting for a verdict he already knew. I will come by tomorrow, she said, to talk. Without Maisie. Nathaniel. She said his full name deliberately. Let it cut. I'm not sure who I'm going to be talking to yet. She turned, walked to her door. Her key slid into the lock. Behind her, she heard him say her name. Quiet. Almost a question. She did not turn around. The door opened. She stepped inside, closed it, leaned against the wood, and let the steady thing break. Chapter 9. She stood in the silence of her apartment, back against the door, and felt the shape of everything she had refused to feel. The slow collapse came in stages. First, her hands. They started shaking, the phone still clutched in her right hand, the screen dark now. She set it on the counter, missed the edge. It clattered to the floor. She did not pick it up. Then her chest. The tightness she had been carrying since Deja showed her that photo finally cracked open, and the air that rushed in was not relief. It was the cold recognition that she had been alone in her own life for 6 years and had not known it. He was Nate. He was Nathaniel Trasco. He was the man who taught Maisie to tie her shoes and the man who signed papers that could close her ward. He was the same hand. She pushed off the door, walked to her kitchen, poured a glass of water she did not drink, set it down, stared at the wall. The wall did not have answers. It had the same beige paint it had always had, the same small crack near the ceiling she had meant to patch for 2 years. She knew that crack. She knew the way the light hit it at 3 p.m. in winter. She knew the sound the radiator made when it kicked on at midnight. She knew this apartment. She knew this life. She did not know the man next door. The thought landed like a punch. She bent over the counter, both hands flat on the laminate, and breathed until the shaking stopped. Then she straightened, walked to the door, opened it. The hallway was empty. His door was closed. The light above flickered once, then held. She walked to his door. She did not use the coded knock. She knocked flat. 3 hard raps, no rhythm, no meaning. The door opened. He was standing there. No Maisie behind him, no pretend normal. Just him, still wearing the same clothes, his eyes dark and his hands loose at his sides. You came back, he said. I never left. You closed to the door. I opened it again. She stepped past him into the apartment. The smell hit her first. The familiar smell. The smell of Sunday dinners and cocoa and the cedar chest in the corner where Maisie kept her art supplies. The smell of home. She stopped in the middle of the living room, turned. He had closed the front door and was standing against it, not blocking her, just standing. How long? She said. He did not pretend to misunderstand. 6 years. No. She shook her head. How long have you been Nathaniel Trasco? A pause. My whole life. She felt the answer land somewhere deep, not in her chest, deeper, in the part of her that had built a whole world around the assumption that he was exactly what he seemed. You picked this building? She said. Yes, because it was ordinary, because it was quiet, because no one would look for a billionaire in a 3rd-floor walk-up with a broken buzzer. He did not flinch. Yes. She laughed. It was not a happy sound. I told you about my divorce, she said. I told you about my mother. I told you about the year I spent sleeping in the break room because I could not afford to turn on the heat in my apartment. I remember. I told you those things while you were standing in my kitchen, eating my soup, letting me think we were the same. We are the same. We are not the same, her voice cracked. You are a man who could buy this building. You are a man who could buy this block. You are a man who could buy the hospital I work at and not feel it in your bank account. I felt it. Did you? She pulled out her phone, pulled up the photo Deja had sent her, turned the screen toward him. This is you. He looked at it, the gala, the suit, the sharp angles of a face she had never seen him wear. Yes. And this is Stefan Volkov. Yes. And Meridian Freight is the company that bought Hartwell Health. Yes. And Hartwell Health is acquiring Lakeview Children's Hospital. Yes. And you signed the memo that puts my ward on the review list. He held her eyes. Yes. She lowered the phone. Why? Because I made a mistake. One mistake? The memo was part of a package Stefan put together. The board was pushing for aggressive restructuring. I authorized the review, not the closure. I did not know your ward was on the list until the package was already in motion. But you signed it. I signed it. Without reading it. He hesitated. I trusted Stefan to protect the details. You trusted Stefan, she repeated the words. The man who called you tonight, the man you report to. I do not report to Stefan. You said you would call him. You said you would handle damage control. You sounded like a man taking orders. He works for me. He works for you. Meridian is mine. I own it. Stefan runs it. He is my public face because I chose to stop being one. She stared at him. 6 years ago? Yes. The same year you moved into this building? Yes. She let the silence stretch. Your wife died 6 years ago, she said. He went still. That was the year you disappeared from public life. The year you stopped being Nathaniel Trasco and became Nate. The year you moved into a walk-up on the north side with a daughter who could not sleep through the night. He did not answer. Did you run away? She said. Or did you just hide? Both. The word did not come, but his face said it. She walked to his kitchen table, the same table where they had shared Sunday dinners, the same table where Maisie drew pictures, the same table where he had looked at her across a wine glass and smiled, and she had thought, this is the safest place I have ever known. She pulled out a chair, sat down. He stayed by the door. Sit, she said. He crossed the room, sat across from her, close enough to touch, far enough to feel the distance. I need to know everything, she said. Everything. Who you are, what you own, what you are hiding, why you chose me, why you kept choosing me for 6 years and never told me the truth. Because I was afraid. Of what? Of losing this. He gestured at the room, at the table, at her. This is the only place in my life that is real. This apartment, Maisie, you, the Sunday dinners, the late nights, the way she calls you when she is scared, the way you show up without being asked. That is not my life. That is the life I chose when I walked away from everything else. She heard the words. She wanted to believe them. Then why did you sign the memo? Because I thought I could protect both. You cannot. I know. He leaned forward. His hands were flat on the table, scarred, steady. The same hands that had held her after long shifts. The same hands that had taught Maisie to ride a bike. I will fix it, he said. You cannot fix it. I can. I will call Stefan tonight. I will pull the review. I will restructure the acquisition to protect pediatric overnight. I will. That is not fixing it. She cut him off. That is using your money to undo something your money should not have done in the first place. He stopped. She stood, walked to the door, paused. I do not know who you are, she said. I have spent 6 years loving a man who did not exist. He existed. Which part? He had no answer. She opened the door. Nate, she turned. He was standing at the table, both hands braced on it, his head down. I am the man who loves you, he said. The words landed. She stood in the doorway, one hand on the frame, the cold air from the hallway pulling at her. You do not get to say that, she said. Not yet. Not until I know who said it. She stepped into the hall, closed the door behind her, and in the silence of the hallway her phone vibrated. She pulled it out. The same unknown number. The message was 3 words. I saw you. Chapter 10. She stayed in the hallway. The phone was still in her hand. 3 words. I saw you. The screen glowed against her palm, and she read them again and again, as if repetition would unlock meaning. The door behind her opened. She turned. Nathaniel stood in the gap, one hand braced on the frame. His face was pale. His eyes were on the phone. "Who is that?" She did not answer. "Let me see." "I have been letting you see for 6 years." Her voice was flat. "You have not returned the favor." He flinched. She wanted to feel satisfied by it. She did not. "That text," he said. "Let me see it." "Someone is watching me, Nate." She used the name deliberately. The old name, the one that belonged to a man who did not exist. "Someone saw me tonight. And you know what that means, do you not?" He said nothing. "Tell me you do not know, Nathaniel. Tell me that car outside my building for the last week has nothing to do with you. Tell me Stefan Volkov did not know my name before he walked into my hospital today. Tell me you are not the reason someone is watching me." He stood in the doorway, and he did not speak. She had her answer. "Come inside." "No. Please. We are not doing this in front of Maisie. She is asleep." "I do not care." She stepped back from the door, put the phone in her pocket, folded her arms. "You wanted to explain," she said. "Explain, here, in the hallway, where I can leave when I need to." He looked at the empty corridor, the scuffed floors, the flickering light at the far end. This is all I have left of you." The words hit him like something solid. He stepped through the door and closed it behind him, leaning against it as if he needed the support. "Nate was not a lie." She said nothing. "The name," he said. "My name. My mother called me Nathaniel. My father called me Nathan. When I was a kid, my grandfather called me Nate. It is not a fiction. It is a shortening of, I know what a nickname is. Then you know it is not a lie. It is when you use it to hide." He opened his mouth, closed it. "Nathaniel Trasco owns Meridian Freight," she said. "He flies private. He shakes hands at galas. He signs memos that close hospital wards." She paused. "Nate lives in a walk-up on the north side. He works construction. He borrows eggs. He brings soup when I am sick." Same man. Different lives. Same man. "You let me believe you were someone else. I let you believe I was someone you could love." His voice cracked on the last word. "I let myself be the man you deserved, because the other one—" He stopped. He pressed his palm flat against the wall. "The other one was not ready to be loved." She watched him. "You think I deserved a construction worker?" she said. "But not a billionaire. I think you deserved someone whose life was not a mess of boardrooms and lawsuits and predators circling. You think I am fragile. I think you are the strongest person I have ever known." He looked at her. "And I did not want my mess to touch you." "It touched me anyway." "Yes, it touched my hospital, my patients, my colleagues, my life." "Yes," she nodded. "You made that decision for me. You decided what I could and could not handle. You decided when to tell me. You decided what I needed. For 6 years." He did not argue. "Who was she?" The question came out of the dark of her chest. "Your wife," she said. "What was her name?" He closed his eyes. "Elena." "How did she die?" "Car accident." "Was Emma Moss involved?" "No." "Were you there?" "No." "How long were you married?" 11 years. "Did you love her?" "Yes." "Do you still love her?" He opened his eyes. "I will always love her." She waited. "That is not the same as being in love with her," he said. "She is my daughter's mother. She was my person for more than a decade. That does not go away. But it changed. It became something quieter. Something I carry instead of something that carries me. And then you met me. And then I met you. And you could not tell me the truth because the truth would have made me the man I was running from." "Which man?" "The one who could not keep his wife alive." The words fell into the hallway like stones. "I was at work," he said. "She was picking up Maisie from school. A truck ran a red light. She died at the intersection. Maisie survived because her car seat was installed wrong. Elena had been meaning to fix it. She kept forgetting. She was busy. She was always busy. And I was always at work." "Nate, I was at work," he repeated. "I was building Meridian. I was closing deals. I was becoming the kind of man who did not go home for dinner, and she died driving my daughter home because I was too busy to do it myself. The silence stretched. The board did not care, he said. They wanted me back. They wanted the deals. They wanted the public face. The press called it a tragedy. They ran photos of me at the funeral. They ran speculation about how long I would grieve before I remarried. They turned my wife's death into content. And you left. I disappeared into a walk-up on the north side, into a life where no one knew my name, where no one expected anything from me except to be a father, a neighbor, a man who showed up. And I was part of that, she said. I was part of the life where no one expected anything. You were the part I wanted to keep, but you kept it by lying. He did not answer. I was not part of your real life, she said. I was part of your hiding. And those are not the same thing, Nate, or Nathaniel, or whoever you are tonight. He looked at her. I am the man who loves you. You said that, and I mean it. Then prove it. How? Tell Stefan to call off whoever is watching me, pull the review on my ward, and then figure out which man you want to be, because I cannot love both of you. She turned, walked to her door. Nathaniel, she stopped with her hand on the lock. Elena's death was not your fault. He said nothing. The truck driver ran a red light. Your wife installed the car seat wrong. You were at work. Those are facts. They are not moral failures. She opened her door. And if you had told me this 6 years ago, I would have held your hand and told you the same thing. She stepped inside. But you did not. The door closed between them. She stood in her dark apartment, breathing, waiting for the sound of his footsteps retreating. They did not come. But the door across the hall opened, and a small voice said, Daddy? Why are you crying? Noelle froze. Nate held Maisie's voice like something that could break him. I am okay, baby. You are not. Your face is all wrong. The child's footsteps, the creak of the floor. Is Noelle mad at us? No. You are lying. Her knock was different. She did not do the secret knock. Noelle pressed her forehead against her own door. I saw her through the peephole, Maisie said. She looked like someone died. The silence stretched, and Noelle had no answer. She opened her door. Maisie was standing in the hallway in her dinosaur pajamas, barefoot, her dark hair tangled from sleep. Her eyes found Noelle. Is it my fault? The question hit like a blade. No. Noelle crossed the hall, kneeled in front of her. No, Maisie, it is not your fault. None of this is your fault. Then why are you sad? Noelle looked at Nathaniel over the child's head. He was standing in his own doorway, his face stripped of everything except pain. She wanted to tell the truth. Your father lied to me for 6 years. He is not who I thought he was, and I do not know if I can love someone I do not know. But Maisie was 7. I am just tired, baby. Liar. Maisie's voice was small and certain. You are both liars. You look at each other like someone died, and you say everything is fine, and I am not stupid. She stepped back from Noelle. I am going back to bed. She turned, walked into her apartment. The door clicked shut. Nathaniel did not move. Noelle stood. She could not follow Maisie. She could not comfort her. She could not lie again. She walked to her own door. I will call Stefan, Nathaniel said. I will handle the text. I will pull the review. She did not turn. None of that brings me back a man I can trust. She closed the door, and in the darkness of her apartment, alone, she pressed her hand against the wood and listened to the silence on the other side. Chapter 11. The morning after looked the same as every other morning. Sunlight through the kitchen window, coffee brewing, the hum of the building waking up. Noelle stood at her counter and watched the light hit the floor and thought about how strange it was that the world did not stop. She had not slept. She had pressed her hand against the door until her palm went numb, then sat on the floor with her back against the wood and listened to the silence from the other side. Nathaniel had not moved for a long time. She heard him finally step inside, heard Maisie's small voice repeat, Daddy? Then the door closed, and nothing. Now the clock said 7:40. Maisie would need to be at school by 8:30. Nathaniel would walk her down the stairs at 8:15, same as always, and they would pass Noelle's door, same as always. She did not know what to do with that. She made toast she did not eat, poured coffee she did not drink. stood in her own kitchen like a stranger in someone else's life. At 7:50, the knock came. 3 quick raps, pause, 2 more. Noelle's hand went still on the mug. The coded knock. Maisie's knock, their knock, the one invented years ago when Maisie was 4 and thought secret signals were the most important thing in the world. She crossed to the door, opened it. Maisie stood in the hallway in her pink backpack, hair brushed, shoes tied, face set in a careful expression that did not belong on a 7-year-old. Behind her, Nathaniel waited at his own door. He was dressed for the day, dark jeans, worn boots, a flannel she had seen 100 times, but his eyes were raw and the line of his jaw was tight. "Good morning," Maisie said. Her voice was polite, formal. "Wrong. Good morning, baby. I have school today." "I know, and Daddy said you might walk me down." Noelle's throat. She looked at Nathaniel over Maisie's head. He was not asking. He was not pushing. He was standing in his doorway with his hands at his sides, giving her room to refuse. "Of course I'll walk you down." Maisie nodded, did not smile. "I'll get my coat." Noelle grabbed her jacket from the hook, stepped into the hallway, closed her door behind her without looking back. The 3 of them walked down the stairs in silence. The stairwell had always been one of Noelle's favorite parts of this building. The way the light came through the window on the 2nd-floor landing, the way Maisie's footsteps echoed against the walls, the way they always filled the space with chatter, with questions about flying squirrels and hospital stories, and whether it counted as breakfast if you ate cereal after midnight. This morning, the only sound was shoes on concrete. At the bottom, Maisie stopped. "Daddy, wait here." Nathaniel obeyed. Maisie took Noelle's hand and pulled her toward the front door, out of earshot, into the small vestibule where the mailboxes lined the wall. "Are you still mad?" Maisie asked. "No, you are lying again." Noelle knelt, looked at this child who saw through every single wall she had ever built. "I am not mad at you," Noelle said. "I need you to believe that. I am not mad at you, and I am not going anywhere. But your daddy and I have some things we need to figure out." "Is he in trouble?" "No. Is he bad?" Noelle's chest cracked open. "Your father is not bad," she said. "Your father is one of the best men I have ever known. But he made a mistake, a big one. And when people you love make big mistakes, it takes time to figure out how to be okay again." Maisie studied her. "Does that mean you still love him?" The question hit like a surgical blade. "Maisie, because I heard him say it. Through the door, he said he loves you." Noelle closed her eyes. "I know. Do you love him back?" She opened her eyes. Maisie was waiting. 7 years old, standing in the vestibule in her pink backpack, demanding the truth Noelle had been too afraid to name for 6 years. "Yes," Noelle said. "I love him." "Then why are you mad?" "Because love and trust are not the same thing." Maisie considered this. "That is sad." "It is. Can you fix it?" Noelle reached out, tucked a strand of dark hair behind Maisie's ear. "I am trying." Maisie nodded. Then, very carefully, she leaned in and hugged Noelle tight. "Okay," she said. "I trust you." She pulled back, adjusted her backpack, and walked to her father. Nathaniel opened the door. Maisie stepped outside without looking back. Nathaniel looked at Noelle. She looked at him. They did not speak. He followed his daughter into the morning. The door swung shut, and Noelle stood in the vestibule with her hands shaking, and her heart cracked open, and the taste of truth still sharp on her tongue. The hospital was its usual chaos. Noelle moved through her shift on autopilot, checking vitals, changing dressings, soothing a toddler who did not want to take his medicine. The work was familiar. The work was safe. The work did not ask her to decide whether the man she loved was a lie. At midnight, Deja found her in the supply closet. "You look like hell." "Thanks. I mean it." Deja leaned against the shelves, arms crossed. "You've been walking around like someone pumped Novocaine into your soul. What happened?" Noelle counted syringes. Maisie asked if I still love him. And I told her yes. Deja went still. "That is a big deal for you." "It is." "What else?" Noelle stopped counting. "I spent 6 years building a life with someone I did not know, and now I have to figure out if the man I loved was real. or if I loved a performance. Deja was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "Do you know what I found today?" Noelle shook her head. "Preliminary paperwork from Hartwell's integration team. They are already projecting staffing reductions for pediatric overnight, 40%. They are not waiting for the review. They are planning for the cuts." The air left Noelle's lungs. "Show me." Deja pulled out her phone, opened a PDF, handed it over. The spreadsheet was cold, clean, numbers in neat columns, full-time equivalents, cost per patient, projected savings. Noelle read it 3 times. Who sent this? Anonymous. Someone in HR who does not like what they are seeing. Deja took the phone back. The acquisition is moving faster than anyone expected. Stefan Volkov wants the restructuring done before the end of the quarter. Maisie's father is Stefan Volkov's boss. Is he going to stop it? Noelle thought of Nathaniel in the hallway. His raw eyes, his broken hands. I do not know. Noelle? Deja's voice was careful. Corporate men do not get to break things and call it strategy. They do not get to hide behind grief and call it healing. Nate, or Nathaniel, or whoever the hell he is, signed a piece of paper that could destroy this unit. And if he does not stop it, I am going to take him down. I know. No. Deja stepped closer. I need you to hear me. If it comes down to your heart or this ward, I am choosing the ward, and I need to know you are on my side. Noelle looked at her best friend. There is no side, she said. There is the truth, and I am done with anything less. Deja held her gaze. Then she nodded. Good, because we start documenting tomorrow. Every patient, every family, every store that proves this unit matters. And you need to decide where you stand before the meeting. What meeting? The one Stefan Volkov just called for Friday. Department heads, union reps, and the Meridian executive team. Deja's eyes were hard. He wants to present the restructuring plan in person, which means Nathaniel Trasco will be in that room. Noelle's stomach turned. Friday? Friday. She spent the rest of her shift with the spreadsheet burned into her mind. 40%. And a man who had promised to pull the review. She did not know if he had done it. She did not know if she believed him. She did not know if she could trust a single word that came out of his mouth. At 6 a.m., her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. Nathaniel, I need 10 minutes. No strings, no demands, just 10 minutes. She stared at the screen. Her thumb hovered over the keyboard. She thought about Maisie in the vestibule, about 40%, about the way his face had looked when he told her about Elena. She typed, when? Nathaniel, now. I am outside your door. She looked up. She was still in the hospital break room, still in her scrubs, still holding the phone like it might explode. She texted back, I am at work. Nathaniel, then after your shift. She did not answer. She put the phone in her pocket. And when she walked out of the break room at 7:15, heading for the bus stop, she saw him standing across the street, hands in his pockets, waiting. He did not approach. He just stood there in the gray morning light and watched her. And Noelle felt something crack open inside her chest. She kept walking, but she did not tell him to leave. And somewhere, 2 doors down from her own apartment, she knew the distance between them was narrowing, whether she wanted it to or not. Chapter 12. Noelle walked up the 3 flights with her scrub pants still smelling of antiseptic, and her thoughts still stuck on the man across the street. She had not told him to leave. She had not told him anything. She had just walked past him, up the stairs, into the building, and now she was standing in front of her own door with the key in her hand and the silence pressing in. The apartment was dark. She did not turn on the lights. She stood in the kitchen, running water into a glass she did not drink from, and tried to remember how breathing worked. Her phone sat on the counter. Nathaniel's message was still there. I need 10 minutes. No strings, no demands, just 10 minutes. She picked up the phone, rayed it again, put it down. The knock came at 7:48 p.m. 3 quick raps. Pause. 2 more. Noelle's hand stopped halfway to the glass. That knock. Her knock. The one Maisie had invented years ago. pressing her small fingers against the wood and declaring it their secret code, the way she would call for Noelle when she needed help with homework, or wanted to show off a new drawing, or just needed an extra hug. Give me a mascot. The knock that meant, I am here, and I trust you. Noelle crossed to the door, opened it. Maisie stood in the hallway in her dinosaur pajamas, barefoot, dark hair tangled from sleep or tears or both. Her face was small and serious and older than 7 years had any right to be. Can I come in? Noelle stepped aside. Maisie walked past her into the living room, stopped in the middle of the rug, and turned around. Her hands were clenched at her sides. You did not come back. Noelle closed the door. What? For Coco. You used to always stay for Coco. After you checked on Daddy, you would make it and we would sit on the couch and you would let me source the marshmallows. Maisie's voice wobbled. You have not stayed for Coco in 4 days. Noelle's chest caved in. Maisie, did I do something wrong? The words hit like a fall downstairs. No, baby, no. You did not do anything wrong. Then why did you stop coming? Because I found out your father is not who he said he was. Because I have been drowning in the wreckage of his lies. Because I have been so busy being angry at him that I forgot you were watching. Noelle knelt down, reached for Maisie's hands. The small fingers were cold. Maisie, look at me. Maisie looked. I stopped coming because I was upset. But it was never about you. It was about grown-up things that have nothing to do with you. Liar. The word was quiet, final. It cut deeper than any adult accusation. Noelle's throat closed. Maisie, you said grown-ups are not supposed to lie. You said that to me when I told Deja I liked her scarf when I actually thought it was ugly. You said it is better to tell the truth even when it is hard. Maisie's chin trembled. But you are lying right now. And Daddy lied. And nobody is telling me anything except that I am too young to understand. The silence in the apartment was absolute. Noelle could hear her own heartbeat. She could feel the weight of every conversation she had held over this child's head, every careful evasion she had dressed up as protection, every moment she had told herself she does not need to know yet, while Maisie was quietly collecting the pieces of a story nobody would give her. She thought about the vestibule, about Maisie asking if her father was bad, about saying love and trust are not the same thing to a 7-year-old who just wanted to know if her family was breaking. She thought about the coded knock, about my imitation myself, about how Maisie had used it anyway, even after Noelle had abandoned it. I trust you. Noelle pulled Maisie into her arms. The child's body was stiff at first, then it crumpled. Maisie buried her face in Noelle's shoulder and held on like she was drowning. I am sorry, Noelle whispered. I am so sorry. I should have told you. I should have trusted you. I forgot that you were the bravest person I know. I am standing for a mutavy. You still did not answer. Maisie's voice was muffled against her shoulder. Did I do something wrong? No, 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 Noelle said. You did everything right. You are the only thing that has been right, and I am going to fix this. I promise. Maisie pulled back. Her eyes were red. Her face was wet. Promise? Promise. Maisie searched her face for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, like a small general accepting surrender terms. Okay. She stepped back, wiped her nose on her sleeve. You should talk to Daddy now. He is sitting on the stairs. He has been there for an hour. Noelle's heart stopped. He is where? On the stairs. He said he would wait until you were ready. Maisie's voice was matter-of-fact. I told him you would probably say no, but he said he had to try anyway because that is what you do when you love someone. Noelle stared at her. Maisie, when did you become so wise? Maisie shrugged. I have good teachers. She walked to the door, paused. Can I stay here tonight? I do not want to be in there if you two are going to say things that make your faces sad. Noelle's throat was too tight to speak. She nodded. Maisie climbed onto the couch and pulled Noelle's mother's quilt over her legs, the one that had been draped over the armchair for years, the one Maisie always reached for when she stayed over. She was asleep in 3 minutes. Wells stood in the kitchen doorway and watched her breathe. Then she opened the apartment door, walked to the stairwell, and found Nathaniel Trasco sitting on the 3rd step from the landing, elbows on his knees, hands hanging loose, head bowed like a man who had run out of places to hide. He looked up when he heard her. His eyes were raw, his jaw was tight. He was holding nothing. No coffee, no phone, no excuse. Just himself. Just his cracked open face and his trembling hands and the silence he was letting her fill for the first time in 6 years. Noelle stopped at the top of the stairs. "One condition." His voice was rough. "Name it. No more lies. Not by omission, not by deflection, not by waiting until the truth finds you. If I ask, you answer. If I do not ask, you tell me anyway. And if I ever find out you kept something from me again, I walk." He did not flinch, did not negotiate, did not ask for exceptions. Yes. Just one word. Quiet. Final. Noelle felt the floor shift under her feet. She stepped down onto the landing, sat on the step above him, close enough to see the gray threading through his dark hair, the lines at the corners of his mouth that had not been there 6 months ago. "Then talk." Nathaniel looked at her, and for the first time in 6 years, he started to tell her the truth. It began with his hands. He lifted them, palms up, and stared at the scars and calluses like they belonged to someone else. "I was 17 when I started Meridian," he said. "I had nothing. No money, no degree. Just a truck I fixed myself, and a route nobody else wanted. My father was a longshoreman. He died when I was 12. My mother worked double shifts at a laundry and still could not keep the lights on." Noelle stayed still. "I built the company one load at a time. It took 15 years. I was scrambling, fighting, lying, whatever it took. And I told myself it was for Elena, for the life I wanted to give her." He paused. "By the time Maisie was born, Meridian was worth more than I could count. I had offices in 12 countries. I had people whose only job was to protect my privacy, and I had a wife who looked at me like I was still the boy with the broken truck." Noelle's chest ached. She was the one person who knew me, really knew me. Before the money, before the board, before I learned to wear a face that did not belong to me. He looked down at his hands. "When she died, I did not know who I was without her, so I became no one." He looked up. His eyes met hers. "I chose this building because it was ugly, because nobody would look for a billionaire in a place with peeling paint and a broken buzzer. And I told myself I was protecting Maisie, giving her a normal life." His voice broke. "But the truth is, I was hiding. I was so afraid of being seen that I let you love a man who did not fully exist." Noelle's hand moved before she told it to. She reached out. Her fingers brushed his. He went still. "I spent 6 years being terrified," he said. "Terrified you would find out. Terrified you would leave. Terrified I would lose the only real thing I had left." He swallowed. "And now I have lost it anyway." "No!" The word came out before she could stop it. "You have not lost it, but you are standing at the edge of it. And whether you step back or step forward is up to you." His hand turned under hers, fingers closing, gently, like he was afraid she would disappear. "I want to step forward," he said, "but I do not know how." Noelle looked at him, at the broken hands, the raw eyes, the man she had loved for 6 years and never fully known. "Then start by showing up Friday," she said, "and when Stefan Volkov presents his restructuring plan, you stand up and tell him no." Nathaniel held her gaze. "Will you be there?" "I will be there." "Then I will stand up." The air between them shifted. Something softened, something also hardened, because Friday was coming. And Noelle knew, with a certainty that settled into her bones like a diagnosis, that the real fight had not even started yet. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. Unknown. Friday is not the deadline. Friday is the beginning. She stared at the screen. Then she showed it to Nathaniel. The color drained from his face. "I need to go," he said, and he was gone before she could ask why. Chapter 13. Nathaniel was gone before Noelle could form the question. She stood on the stairwell landing, the phone still burning in her hand, the text still glowing on the screen. Friday is not the deadline. Friday is the beginning. Her pulse hammered in her throat. She wanted to follow him, wanted to grab his arm and demand to know why that message had drained the color from his face like a diagnosis. But Maisie was asleep on her couch, and Nathaniel had disappeared down the stairs like a man running from a fire. Noelle went back inside. She locked the door, leaned against it, stared at the quilt where Maisie lay curled, one small hand tucked under her cheek, breathing slow and even. The apartment felt too quiet. She crossed to the kitchen and poured a glass of water she did not drink. Set it down, picked up her phone again. The message was still there. She typed, "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared, then disappeared. Nothing. Noelle waited a full minute. Then she put the phone face down on the counter and pressed her palms flat against the cool granite. Think. Nathaniel had agreed to her condition, had confessed his origin story, had promised to stand up Friday and tell Stefan no, and then one text had shattered whatever fragile ground they had found. She needed to know why. He came back. 40 minutes later, Noelle heard the stairwell door open and close, soft footsteps, a pause outside her door. She crossed and opened it before he could knock. Nathaniel stood in the dim hallway light, his shirt untucked, his hair disheveled like he had been running his hands through it. His eyes were red-rimmed, but dry. "I owe you the rest," he said. Noelle stepped aside. He walked past her into the apartment, stopped when he saw Maisie on the couch, and something in his face cracked open and sealed again in the same moment. He moved to the armchair and sat on the edge of it, elbows on his knees, hands hanging loose. Noelle closed the door and sat on the opposite end of the couch, near Maisie's feet. "He texted me too," Nathaniel said. "Who?" "I don't know exactly, but I know who sent him." Noelle waited. "The consortium," he said. "There is a group of investors who have been circling Meridian for 2 years. They want control. They have been buying up debt, pressuring our lenders, gathering intelligence. They know I exist. They know I have been hiding, and they have been waiting for the right moment to force me out." He looked up. "The acquisition package Stefan put together was supposed to strengthen our position, show the board that Meridian was expanding, diversifying, unstoppable. Instead, it gave the consortium a lever. Because the package was rushed. The data was incomplete, and my signature on that memo made it look like I was approving a hostile restructuring, not a standard review." Noelle's stomach tightened. "Stefan did not know about the consortium when he assembled the deal," Nathaniel said. "He was trying to protect the company, force me back into public life before the wolves closed in. But he moved too fast, and now every document with my name on it is a weapon." "Who is sending the texts?" "Someone connected to the consortium, someone who wants to make sure I know they can reach you. Reach Maisie, reach every part of my life I tried to keep separate." His voice broke on the last word. Noelle felt the shape of it settle into her chest. The black sedan, the messages, the timing. It had never been random. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" "Because I was still trying to protect you from it. The same way I tried to protect Elena from every risk I took. The same way I tried to protect Maisie by hiding. I keep believing that if I carry it alone, the people I love will be safe. And I keep being wrong." He looked at her. "The consortium knows about you. They know about this building. They know about Maisie's school. They have been watching long enough to know that you are the reason I still have anything left." Noelle's phone buzzed. She picked it up. "Desha, HR contact just called. The UN wants names, evidence, proof that Nathaniel Trasco is the one who authorized the review. They want it before Friday." "Can I give them something?" She read it aloud. Nathaniel closed his eyes. "If you give them my name," he said, "the consortium will have everything they need. Public exposure, ownership ambiguity, a story that makes me look like a predator hiding behind a neighbor's face. The board will panic. The takeover will accelerate, and I will lose Meridian before I have a chance to protect it. And if I don't," Noelle said slowly, "the ward dies. 40% cuts. Children transferred hours away from care. My colleagues scattered. Maisie's world collapsed because her father's silence cost more than his truth ever would." Nathaniel opened his eyes. "Yes." The word hung between them. Noelle looked at Maisie, asleep under the quilt. She looked at Nathaniel, broken open on her armchair. She looked at the phone in her hand, and she realized with a clarity that cut straight through the exhaustion that every choice she made from here would be a wound to someone she loved. She typed back to Deja, "Not yet. Give me until Friday morning." 3 dots appeared. "Deja, the meeting is at 10. You have until 9. Noelle set the phone down. "Friday morning," she said. "You have until Friday morning to show me that the man who signed that memo is also the man who will tear it apart." Nathaniel held her gaze. "If I do," he said, "I may lose everything." "If you don't," Noelle said, "you already have." She watched him absorb it, and in the silence, her phone lit up again. Unknown. She sleeps peacefully. Does she know what her father's secrets cost? Chapter 14. The phone glowed in her hand, the unknown texter's words burning into the dark of her living room. She sleeps peacefully. Does she know what her father's secrets cost? Noelle looked at Maisie, curled under the quilt, dark hair fanned across the cushion, small fist tucked beneath her chin. She looked so young, so trusting, so unaware that people with money and leverage were discussing her bedtime like an intelligence report. Nathaniel sat frozen in the armchair, his face gray. "I'm done," Noelle said quietly. He looked up. "I'm done with the threats you try to absorb, the silence you mistake for protection, the version of love where you handle the danger and I wait for news." She set the phone on the coffee table, face down. "If you want any place in my life, you stop fighting alone. You stop keeping the worst of it from me because you think that is caretaking. It is not." She watched him process the shape of what she was saying. "What are you asking for?" "Open. Everything. The consortium, the board, the numbers on the memo. What Stefan knows and what he doesn't. What you will lose and what you will risk. I do not want your money fixing this. I do not want a quiet phone call that makes my job disappear while the rest of the ward burns. If you love me, you fight beside me, in daylight, where everyone can see." Nathaniel's hands had gone still on his knees. "You understand," he said slowly, "that if I fight in daylight, the consortium sees every move, the board panics, the narrative spirals before I can control it. I understand that your control is what got us here." He flinched. Noelle did not soften. 6 years, Nathaniel. 6 years of control. And we are in a hallway at midnight with a 7-year-old caught between us and someone threatening her in text messages. How much worse does it have to get before you stop managing the truth and start living it? He sat with that. The quiet stretched long enough that Noelle could hear the refrigerator hum, the wind against the window, Maisie's slow breathing from the couch. "The acquisition package," he said finally. "You want to see it? The real one. Not the summary Stefan presented, not the memo that crossed my desk, but the full strategy document. The projected savings, the transfer protocols, the fallback language already written for the press. You have a copy? I can get one, and you will show me what it actually says." "I will." Noelle held his gaze. "Why now?" He let out a breath that seemed to cost him something. "Because I keep believing I can manage this alone, keep the damage contained, protect the people I love by making myself the only target." He looked at Maisie, and every time I'm wrong. Noelle felt the shape of that admission settle into her chest. "Friday morning," she said. "Before the meeting. I want to see the full document. No redactions, no executive summaries. I want to know exactly what Stefan put together and exactly what my ward is worth to Meridian's balance sheet." "You will have it. And I want you to tell me who sent that text." Nathaniel's jaw tightened. "I do not know the name, but I know the pattern. It is the same approach the consortium used 2 years ago when they started circling. Anonymous messages, carefully timed, designed to make the target feel watched, not threatened. A psychological erosion before the pressure campaign begins." "How do you stop it?" "You do not stop a pressure campaign," he said. "You survive it, or you starve it of its target." "What does that mean?" He met her eyes. "It means I stop hiding. It means I walk into the Friday meeting as Nathaniel Trasco, owner of Meridian Freight, and I own every decision that bears my name. It means the consortium cannot leverage my secrecy if I abandon it first. Noelle felt the weight of what he was offering. You will lose control, she said. I already have. She thought about Deja, waiting for a name, the union, sharpening its case. The nurses on her unit who did not know their jobs were being traded in spreadsheets, the children who would be transferred hours from home if the cuts went through. Show me the document tomorrow, she said. Not Friday, tomorrow. I want to read it before I decide what I am walking into. Nathaniel nodded. And I want to sit in that room on Friday, she said. Not as your neighbor, not as a nurse they can dismiss. I want to hear Stefan Volkov explain the numbers to my face. His expression shifted, something between surprise and recognition. You are asking to be in the strategy meeting. I am telling you, I will not be protected from it. He sat with that. Done, he said. Noelle looked at Maisie again. The child had not stirred through any of it, curled under a quilt her grandmother had made, in an apartment that was not her home, trusting adults who kept failing to tell her the truth. I will sleep here tonight, Noelle said, on the floor, next to the couch. You do not have to. No, she said. I do not have to. I choose to. She stood, pulled a spare blanket from the closet she kept stocked with things Nathaniel and Maisie always needed, and spread it on the floor beside the couch. Nathaniel watched her. I will have the document by 7, he said. Then I will be awake at 7. He stood, paused at the door. Noelle. She looked up. I understand what you are asking for, he said. Open. Everything. The part of me that wants to protect you is still screaming. I do not know how to turn it off, but I know it is wrong. And I will bring you the document, and I will sit beside you in that room, and I will let the consortium see everything I have been hiding. He opened the door, including you. He stepped into the hallway, and the door clicked shut behind him. Noelle lay down on the floor, the blanket rough against her cheek, the ceiling cracked and water-stained above her. She heard Maisie shift on the couch. Did he leave? Maisie whispered. Noelle turned her head. Go back to sleep, baby. Maisie was quiet for a moment. Is he coming back? Noelle looked at the cracked ceiling. I do not know, she said. She did not know if that was a lie. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table. She reached up, pulled it down, and read the message with one eye still on Maisie. Unknown. 7 hours until Friday. You should sleep while you still can. Noelle typed back before she could stop herself. Who are you? 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Unknown. Someone who wants the same thing you do. Noelle stared at the screen. Unknown. I want him to stop hiding too. The difference is, I am willing to break what I love to save it. The message disappeared, recalled, and the number went dark. Chapter 15. The fluorescent lights of Lakeview Children's Hospital hummed at a frequency that usually meant nothing to Noelle. White noise, background, the sound of another night passing. But this morning the hum felt louder. She stood at the nursing station with a stack of printouts spread across the counter, patient files mixed with staffing sheets and transfer protocols she had pulled from 3 different departments. The coffee in her mug had gone cold an hour ago. She drank it anyway. Deja appeared beside her, frameless glasses catching the overhead light, a tablet in one hand and a pen jammed behind her ear. You look like someone who hasn't slept. I slept. On a floor. Noelle did not answer. Deja set the tablet down and began sorting through the printouts with quick, precise movements. I pulled the transport logs from the past 18 months. You want to know how many pediatric overnight admits came from outside the immediate catchment area? How many? 43%. That is almost half of our patients transferring in from at least 30 minutes away. If we shut down overnight, those families either drive those distances in the dark or they go to emergency rooms that are not staffed for pediatric care. Noelle picked up the transport log. The numbers did not lie. Children with respiratory distress, post-surgical monitoring, severe asthma attacks, kids who needed observation but not intensive care, a gap that vanished when the overnight unit disappeared. Where do they go? Dacia said. That is the question Hartwell is not answering. They have talked about regional optimization, 4 times in the preliminary documents. That is corporate speak for dumping the cost and risk onto families and rural hospitals. Owen Cordero walked up, a coffee cup in his hand that looked like his third of the morning. Dark circles carved deep hollows under his eyes. He had been on shift since 6 the previous evening, and his scrubs still carried the faint smell of antiseptic and exhaustion. "Tell me you have good news," he said. "I have numbers," Deja said. "Pick your poison." Owen set his coffee down and leaned over the spreadsheets. "I reviewed the transport risk data for the neonatal transfers. If we lose overnight, every neonate requiring observation after discharge will go home 12 hours earlier than recommended. Not because they are stable, because there is no bed." "That is a lawsuit," Deja said. "That is a dead baby," Owen said flatly. "Lawsuits come after." Noelle felt the weight of his words settle in her chest. She had held too many of those babies, watched their chests rise and fall through long nights when the monitors beeped steady and the mothers slept in chairs beside the cribs. She knew what a healthy discharge looked like. She also knew what a rushed one looked like. "Show me the assumptions," she said. Deja pulled up a spreadsheet on her tablet and rotated it toward Noelle. "I got this from my HR contact. This is the model Hartwell's analysts are using to project the cuts. Look at the staffing ratio assumptions." Noelle scanned the column. "These numbers are wrong." "Keep reading." "They are using a 1:8 nurse-to-patient ratio for overnight pediatric observation." "That is the ratio for a general medical surgical floor," Owen said. "Not pediatrics, not observation. Pediatrics requires 1:4 minimum for observation, 1:2 for anything with monitoring." "Someone plugged the wrong numbers into the model," Noelle said. "Or someone plugged the right numbers to get the result they wanted." Noelle stared at the spreadsheet. The cells were clean, professional, color-coded in shades of blue and gray that made the false numbers look inevitable. She had seen this before in her divorce proceedings, spreadsheets that made her half of the debt look larger than it was, until her lawyer peeled back the formulas and showed the assumptions baked into each cell. Corporate math was never neutral. "Can we prove it is deliberate?" Owen said. "We can prove the assumptions are wrong," Deja said. "That is enough for a grievance, but we need documentation. Patient outcomes, transfer risks, everything that shows the human cost of a decision made on the wrong numbers." Noelle looked at the transport logs again, the staffing sheets, the patient files spread across the counter like a battlefield map. "I will pull the incident reports from the past 2 years," she said. "Every time a patient had to be transferred because we lacked appropriate staffing or beds, every complication that happened in transit, every readmission within 72 hours of a rushed discharge." "That is thousands of pages," Owen said. "Then we start pulling." Deja's tablet buzzed. She glanced at the screen, and her expression shifted. "What?" Noelle said. Deja turned the tablet toward her. An email, forwarded from an address Noelle did not recognize. The subject line read, "Hartwell Health Talking Points Pediatric Overnight Restructuring." Who sent this? My HR source. It came from someone in corporate communications. Noelle read the body of the email. Bullet points, clean language, phrases like right-sizing for community needs and strengthening regional care networks and transitioning resources to higher impact service lines. "These are the talking points they plan to release with the closure announcement," Deja said. "They are already written, before any public input, before any review." Owen swore under his breath. Noelle kept reading. The talking points mentioned stakeholder alignment and data-driven decision-making and long-term system sustainability. Not a single word about children. Not a single word about families driving 40 minutes in the dark with a febrile infant. "They are going to spin it as efficiency," she said. "It is always efficiency," Deja said, "until your kid is the one who cannot get a bed." Noelle set the tablet down. Her hand was steady, but something inside her had begun to burn with cold precision. "Keep documenting," she said. "Everything. The transport data, the staffing ratios, the talking points. I want it organized by noon so we can present it to the union." "And the Friday meeting?" Deja said. Friday meeting is where we use it. Deza studied her for a long moment. You are different. I am not different. You are angrier. Noelle met her eyes. I am not angry. I am done being quiet about things that matter. Owen picked up his coffee, drained the last of it, and set the cup down. I will pull the neonatal data, and I will talk to transport. They have their own records of delayed transfers that never made it into the incident reports. No, Noelle said. He stopped. Someone is watching, she said. If you start asking questions in transport, it will get back to administration before you have the documents. Use the official channels. Request the transport logs through compliance. Make it look like a quality review. Owen nodded slowly. You have done this before. I have been through a corporate restructure. Different hospital. Same playbook. She did not say more. Some stories did not need telling. Dej pulled the tablet back and began typing. I will cross-reference the talking points with the staffing model assumptions. See if the language matches the same false numbers. If they do, we have a pattern, not a mistake. And if it is a pattern, Owen said. Deja looked up. Then someone at Hartwell is deliberately misrepresenting data to justify closing a unit that keeps children alive, and they are putting that spin in writing. Noelle's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. Unknown. The talking points are real. So is the mole at Lakeview. You are not the only one documenting. Noelle stared at the screen. The number was already dark. That was a threat. You just went pale like you saw a ghost, Daisha said. Who was it? Noelle pocketed the phone. No one, she said. I need to make a call. She walked away from the station, the cold coffee still untouched, the printout still spread across the counter, and the email still glowing on Deja's tablet. Someone inside the hospital was feeding Hartwell information, and someone outside the hospital knew she was pulling documents. Noelle stepped into the stairwell and pulled out her phone. The number was dark. The name was still unknown. She dialed Nathaniel anyway. He answered on the second ring. I need to see that document, she said. Now. Chapter 16. Nathaniel stood in the stairwell doorway holding a tablet, his jaw tight, his eyes shadowed from a sleepless night. He did not ask where she had been. He did not ask why she sounded like she was about to break something. He held out the tablet. Full acquisition document, every page. Noelle took it. The screen glowed with a table of contents so dense she could not process the headers at a glance. Legal language, financial projections, appendices with letter designations running past H. How many pages? 412. She looked up. Did you read it? I wrote the strategy that became it. Stefan and the team built the execution. I should have read every line before I signed. Should have. I know. His voice was flat, not defensive, just tired. I know it is not enough. Noelle scrolled. The first section was standard acquisition boilerplate. The second section listed target facilities. Refuge Children's Hospital appeared on page 14. Pediatric Overnight appeared on page 16. Listed under Restructuring Priority, High. She read the rationale twice. Low volume relative to operating cost. Staffing ratios exceed market benchmarks. Redundancy with regional urgent care network. Redundancy, she said. They called pediatric overnight care redundant. Nathaniel said nothing. The transport data is wrong in this. The staffing ratios are wrong. The talking points for the closure announcement are already written, and someone inside Lakeview is feeding Hartwell information. His face did not change, but something in his posture went still. How do you know? The unknown texter told me, right before they went dark. Told you about the mole, and about the talking points, and about watching me pull documents. Nathaniel took the tablet back. His thumb moved across the screen, scrolling fast. I need to make some calls. No. Noelle stepped into his line of sight. You need to stop hiding from the people who work for you. The Friday meeting is in. She checked the time on the wall clock. Less than 18 hours. If you walk in there without having told Stefan you are reclaiming Meridian publicly, the consortium wins before you speak. I told Stefan I was coming as myself. Did you tell him you are giving the final decision on the acquisition? The pause told her everything. Nathaniel, did you tell him? I will tell him at the meeting. He is not your boss. He is your employee. You do not surprise around him in a room full of board members and executives unless you want a war. Stefan and I have been through worse than a surprise. Stefan is the one who put my ward on the closure list without your knowledge. He is not your ally right now. He is your detonator. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. He looked at the tablet, then at her, then back at the tablet. You are right, he said. She had not expected him to say that. I will call him now, and I will tell him I am bringing you to the meeting as my partner. Your partner in what? Everything. Noelle held his gaze. The words sat between them, heavy and unfinished. I am not going to be a prop in your boardroom, she said. If I walk into that room, I am going to speak, and I am going to say things Stefan and your executives will not like. I know. Are you ready for that? Nathaniel looked at her. For a long moment he was not the man who borrowed eggs or fixed broken cabinet doors or walked Maisie to school in the rain. He was Nathaniel Trasco, founder of Meridian Freight, a man who had built an empire from nothing and then buried himself alive to escape it. I have been ready for 6 years, he said. I was just too afraid to prove it. The Meridian headquarters lobby was all glass and white marble, and the hush of money that did not need to announce itself. Noelle had seen corporate lobbies before. She had never walked through one as herself, in civilian clothes, with a billionaire beside her who did not try to hide her existence. The receptionist's eyes flickered from Nathaniel to Noelle and back. Mr. Trasco, the board is assembled on the 47th floor. Thank you. They took a private elevator. The doors closed, and the silence was absolute. Your hands are shaking, Nathaniel said. Noelle looked down. He was right. I have never done this before. Walk into a boardroom? Tell the truth in a room full of people who profit from silence. The elevator chimed. The doors opened onto a corridor of frosted glass and recessed lighting. At the far end, a conference room glowed. Stefan Volkov stood at the entrance. He was exactly as she remembered. Steel gray eyes, dark blonde hair cut short, a thin scar along his left jaw. He wore a navy suit, a silver watch, rimless glasses. He looked at Nathaniel first, then at Noelle, and the look he gave her was not surprise. It was recognition. Come in, Stefan said. We've kept the board waiting long enough. The room was long and narrow, all glass and polished wood. 12 people sat around a table that looked like it cost more than Noelle's annual salary. Some of them she recognized from the acquisition presentation at Lakeview. Others were strangers in expensive suits. The chair at the head of the table was empty. Nathaniel walked to it. Noelle took the seat beside him. The silence was immediate and complete. An executive at the far end cleared his throat. Mr. Trasco, the agenda was set by Stefan. We were expecting a review of the Hartwell integration, not a, his eyes flickered to Noelle, new face at the table. The Hartwell integration is why we are here, Nathaniel said, and the new face is Noelle Halsey. She is the nurse in charge of pediatric overnight at Lakeview Children's Hospital, the unit you authorized for review. The executive's face went carefully blank. Stefan sat down across from Noelle. He did not look at Nathaniel. He looked at her. Ms. Halsey, welcome to Meridian. Thank you. I assume you have read the acquisition document. I have seen 412 pages of it. Then you know the rationale for restructuring. I know the rationale you wrote. Noelle leaned forward. I also know the numbers are wrong. The room went still. Stefan's expression did not change. Which numbers? Pediatric observation staffing ratio. Your model uses 1 nurse to 8 patients. The standard for pediatric overnight observation is 1 to 4. That is not a rounding error. That is a deliberate assumption. Stefan's eyes flickered to Nathaniel, then back to her. The model was developed by Hartwell's integration team. The integration team that reported to you? Ms. Halsey, I understand you have a personal stake in this. Noelle did not look away. I have a professional stake, and a moral one. 43% of pediatric overnight admits come from outside the immediate catchment area. Losing that unit means families driving 30 minutes or more with febrile infants in the middle of the night. It means neonatal discharges 12 hours early because there is no observation bed available. She stood up. Your talking points call it right-sizing for community needs. That is not right-sizing. That is a death sentence for children who could have been saved by a bed and a nurse who knows what to look for. The executive at the far end cleared his throat again. Mr. Trasco, this is not appropriate for a stay, Nathaniel said. His voice was quiet, final. Stefan was still watching Noelle. He removed his glasses, polished them with a cloth from his pocket, and put them back on. You have done your homework, Miss Halsey. I have done the work. There is a difference. Indeed. Stefan leaned back. His smile did not reach his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, it appears the nurse from Lakeview has just made a stronger case for keeping her unit open than our entire integration team prepared for closing it. The room was silent. Stefan turned to Nathaniel. Where did you find her? Chapter 17. The room held its breath for 3 full seconds after Stefan's question. Noelle sat back down. Her hands were still shaking, but she placed them flat on the polished wood where everyone could see them. Where did you find her? Stefan repeated. I did not find her, Nathaniel said. She was already there. I was the one hiding. The executive at the far end shifted in his chair. Another board member checked her phone. The silence was the kind that cost money. Stefan stood. He walked to the window and looked out at the skyline, hands in his pockets. Ms. Halsey, you have made your point. The staffing ratio is wrong. The talking points were premature. The model needs recalibration. Recalibration, she repeated. I will instruct the integration team to rework the pediatric overnight assessment with accurate ratios and a genuine community impact review. And the unit stays open while you do that? Stefan turned. His eyes were unreadable. The review is paused pending new data. I cannot promise more than that today. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He gave her a single nod. Fine, she said. Then I believe we are done here. Stefan looked around the table. Unless anyone else has a question for our guest. The board members exchanged glances. No one spoke. Noelle stood. She did not wait for permission. She was halfway down the corridor when Stefan caught her. Ms. Halsey. She stopped, but did not turn. A moment. She turned. He stood in the frosted light, rimless glasses catching the recessed glow. His expression was unreadable. That was impressive in there. I am not here to impress you. I know. He took a step closer. That is what made it impressive. She waited. I need you to understand something, Stefan said. I did not target your ward because I have anything against pediatric nurses. I do not care about pediatric nurses. I care about Meridian Freight. Then why? Because Nathaniel is Meridian. And Nathaniel has been disappearing for 6 years, one day at a time, into a walk-up apartment on the north side where nobody expects anything from him except to be a good father and a better neighbor. His voice was flat, clinical. I let him vanish because his wife had just died, and I thought he needed time. Then I realized he was never coming back. He was building a life small enough to fit inside a lie, and Meridian was bleeding leadership, board confidence, market position, while he made cocoa and went to school plays. Noelle's jaw tightened. You are saying this like it is my fault. I am saying it like it is no one's fault. It is a situation, and I made a choice. You made a choice to gut my hospital. I made a choice to force Nathaniel back into the light. Stefan's eyes did not waver. The acquisition was never about efficiency. It was a pressure plate. I put his signature on a memo that would hurt something he loved, because I knew that was the only thing that would make him fight. Noelle felt the words land like physical blows. You used children. I used a spreadsheet. His voice was cold. The children were collateral. I am not proud of it, but I am not ashamed of it either, because the alternative was watching Nathaniel Trasco disappear so completely that the consortium would take everything he built, and everyone who works for him, including the nurses at Lakeview, would be out of a job when the new owners liquidated the company for parts. She stared at him. You think I am a monster, Stefan said. I think you are dangerous. I am. So is the consortium. So is the truth that Nathaniel has been hiding from for 6 years. He stepped closer. I detonated this crisis because I love him like a brother, and I would rather he hate me for the rest of his life than watch him lose everything he built because he was too afraid to be seen. The silence between them was absolute. Now you know, Stefan said. Decide what you want to do with it. The door behind them opened. Nathaniel stood in the frame, his expression unreadable. His eyes moved from Stefan to Noelle and back. Stefan, my office. Now. Stefan did not flinch. We were just finishing. No, we were not. Stefan looked at Noelle. Something passed across his face. Not quite regret, not quite acknowledgement. Miss Halsey, it was a genuine pleasure to meet you. I hope you understand that. He walked past Nathaniel into the office. Nathaniel did not follow immediately. He looked at Noelle, and she saw something raw in his face, something caught between shame and gratitude. Are you all right? I do not know yet, he nodded. Wait for me, please. I need to finish this. How? The question hung between them. Nathaniel looked at the open door behind him. I tell him the truth, he said. For the first time in 6 years, I tell him the whole truth. And then I decide if he is still my friend or if he has become my enemy. He turned and walked into the office. The door closed behind him. Noelle stood alone in the frosted corridor, her hands still shaking, the weight of Stefan's confession pressing on her chest like a second heartbeat. She heard voices through the door, low at first, then rising. You did not tell me. I did what was necessary. You used her. You used her hospital. You used her patients. I used what you would not face. The voices blurred into something sharper, faster, too fast to follow. Then a crash, something hitting a wall, and silence. Noelle pressed her palm flat against the door. She did not know if she was trying to keep them apart or keep herself from walking through it. The silence stretched. Then, Stefan's voice, low and steady. You can fire me, Nathaniel, but you cannot undo what I started. The question is whether you have the courage to finish it. Footsteps approached the door. Noelle stepped back. The door opened. Stefan stood in the frame, his tie loosened, his glasses held in one hand. You should go in, he said. He is asking for you. He walked past her without another word. Noelle stood at the threshold of Nathaniel's office and looked inside. He was standing at the window, his back to her, his hands braced against the glass like he was holding the building upright. Nathaniel. He did not turn. He is right, Nathaniel said. His voice was hollow. He is right about all of it, and I do not know if I can forgive him for that, or if I should. Chapter 18. He led her past the frosted glass and the security desk without a word. Noelle followed because she did not know what else to do with her hands, her voice, the wreckage of Stefan's confession still lodged in her chest like glass. Nathaniel walked ahead of her, broad shoulders and tired strides, and the executives they passed did not meet his eyes. The elevator bank was empty. He pressed the call button and stood with his back to her. Nathaniel. Wait. The elevator arrived. He held the door and gestured her inside. She stepped in. He pressed the top floor button and the doors closed with a soft hydraulic hiss. They rose in silence. The numbers climbed. 12, 14, 16. Noelle watched them change because watching him felt like pressing a bruise. Where are we going? Somewhere I should have brought you 6 years ago. The elevator opened onto a corridor that looked nothing like the floors below. No glass walls, no conference rooms. Just a single door at the end of the hall, dark wood, unmarked. Nathaniel unlocked it with a key from his pocket. Not a card, a key. The door swung open. Noelle stepped past him and stopped breathing. The room was all window, floor to ceiling, wall to wall, the entire Chicago skyline laid out like a living map. Lake Michigan glittered darkly in the distance. The lights of the city spread beneath them, scattered and electric, and the height was so extreme that the street sounds had died into absolute silence. Furniture was sparse, a low leather couch, a single chair, a desk with nothing on it but a lamp and a photograph frame turned away from her. Nobody comes here, Nathaniel said, not even Stefan. She turned in a slow circle, taking it in. The luxury was clinical, precise, unhurried. Money that did not need to announce itself. Why? Because this was where I came after Elena died. He closed the door behind them. This room was the only place nobody could watch me fall apart. The words landed in the silence like stones. Noelle looked at the photograph on the desk. She did not pick it up. "Show me," she said. He crossed to the desk and turned the frame toward her. Elena. Dark hair, dark eyes, a smile that looked like it had been caught mid-laugh. She was young, younger than Noelle had expected, and there was something unguarded in her face that made Noelle's chest ache. "That was taken 3 months before she died," Nathaniel said. "We were in the backyard of the house we rented. She wanted a garden. I told her we could afford a greenhouse. She said that was not the point." Noelle looked at the photograph, then at him. "Tell me." He did not sit. He stood at the window with his back to the city, and he told her. "Elena knew me before the money. She was the only person who did. We met when I was 20 and still driving my own truck. She worked at a diner near the lot where I parked. I ate there every night because her shift ended at 11, and I liked watching her count tips at the register." His voice was flat, reciting facts like a deposition. "She married me when Meridian was still a name I kept in a notebook. She believed I would build something. I told her she was the only reason I wanted to." Noelle lowered herself onto the arm of the couch because her legs had gone untrustworthy. "By the time Meridian was real, I was gone more than I was home. She never complained. She said she understood. She was pregnant with Maisie, and I promised her I would slow down after the baby came." He stopped. The silence stretched. "I was at the office when she died," he said, "building a company I did not need for a future I had already promised her. The truck ran a red light at 4 in the afternoon. Elena was taking Maisie to the pediatrician. The car seat was installed wrong because I had been too busy to do it myself, and the paramedic said that mistake saved Maisie's life." Noelle pressed her palm flat against her thigh to keep her hands steady. "The board came to the funeral," Nathaniel said. "Every one of them. They stood in the back row and shook my hand and told me how sorry they were. And then, 6 weeks later, 3 of them tried to push me out while I was still signing the death certificate." His voice changed, something colder underneath. "They called it a leadership transition. They said my grief was affecting the company. They said I needed to step back for the good of the shareholders. And your father's old friends. They had been waiting for weakness." He turned his head, looking at the skyline but not seeing it. "I had made myself too visible. Elena's face had been in the papers, our address, our daughter's name. The board knew exactly where to find the softest part of me." Noelle understood, suddenly, with a clarity that made her chest tighten. "So you disappeared." "I took Maisie and I found a building where nobody would look for a billionaire." His voice dropped. "I changed my name to something plain. I let Stefan take the front. I let the world think Nathaniel Trasco had faded into grief. And I let myself believe that if I was nobody, nobody could take anything else from me." The room held its breath. "But you were never nobody," Noelle said. He looked at her then, really looked. "No," he said, "I was not, and that was the lie." She stood up. "You let me love a man who did not exist. Nate existed." His voice cracked. "Nate was not a performance. He was the part of me that survived the crash. He was the man who made cocoa, and walked Maisie to school, and waited for you to come home from your shift because your laugh was the only sound that made the silence bearable." "Then why did you hide him?" "Because I was afraid." He said it without shame, standing in a room that cost more than she would earn in a lifetime. "I was afraid that if I let you see the rest, you would look at me the way everyone else looks at Nathaniel Trasco, like I was a transaction, like I was a name in a file." She felt the words hit her ribs. "I already saw you," she said. "I saw all of you, the parts that hurt and the parts that hoped, and you still did not trust me with the truth." "I did not trust myself." The silence between them was unbearable. Noelle took a step forward. "Show me." "Show you what?" "The rest." She gestured at the room, the city, the photograph still facing them. "If Nate was real, show it what he was hiding from. Show me the part you thought I could not love." He held her gaze for a long, terrible moment. Then he turned and walked to the far wall, pressed a panel she had not noticed. A section of the wall slid open, revealing a room behind it. small, dark. A single chair facing a wall of corkboard covered in photographs, documents, dates, names linked by red thread. Noelle stepped inside. The corkboard was a map of 6 years, surveillance photos, newspaper clippings, financial records. Her own face stared back at her from half a dozen angles, caught in parking lots, at bus stops, walking with Maisie. Her hand went to her mouth. "You were watching me. I was protecting you." He stood in the doorway, his face shadowed. "After the consortium found out about you, I had security build a file. I told myself it was about keeping you safe. But the truth is, I kept it because I could not stand the thought of losing you the way I lost Elena, and I did not know how to hold on to you without knowing everything." She touched a photograph of herself, holding Maisie's hand outside the school. "You kept this." "I kept all of it." She turned. "Burn it." He went still. "Burn every photograph, every document, every surveillance record you have of me or Maisie." Her voice was steady. "That is not a negotiation. That is the price for me staying in this room." He did not argue. He crossed to the desk and opened a drawer, pulled out a lighter. "You want to do it?" "No." She watched him. "You do it." He held the lighter over the corkboard, flicked it. The flame caught the edge of a photograph, her face curling into ash. He did not stop until every image was black and the threads were smoke. When the last ember died, he turned. "Now ask me," he said. "Ask you what?" "What you came here to know." She looked at him across the ruined corkboard and the silent city. "Did you ever love me as Nate?" "Yes." "And as Nathaniel Trasco?" "From the moment I saw you cross the hall in bare feet because Maisie called." His voice broke. "The truth is, I loved you so completely that I became afraid of my own name, because loving you meant someone could take you, and I had already lost everything I could survive losing." She crossed the room, stopped in front of him. "I am not Elena. I know. I am not something you can protect into a corner. I know. And if you ever lie to me again, even to keep me safe, I will walk out of your life and I will not look back." He closed his eyes, opened them. "I know." She reached up, touched his face, and kissed him. It was not gentle. It was 6 years of hunger, grief, anger, and the raw shock of being seen, finally seen, crashing together in the dark while the city glittered beneath them. When she broke away, his phone was lighting up on the desk. An alert. His face shifted as he read it. "What is it?" He looked at her, and something in his eyes had changed. "There is a leak," he said. "My name and yours. Someone just put it in the press." Chapter 19. The phone was still lit in his hand. The alert sat there, a headline in a preview window, her name and his yoked together in pixels that would spread before dawn. Noelle looked at it, then at him. "Read it." He did, his voice flat. Trasco air surfaces in acquisition fight. Sources confirm Nathaniel Trasco, founder of Meridian Freight, has been living under an assumed name on the north side. A Lakeview Children's Hospital nurse is reportedly at the center of his return. Her name was not in the preview. It would be. Someone had put her there. She felt the floor steady under her feet. 6 years of building a quiet life where no one needed to know her name, and now it would be printed, shared, dissected by strangers who did not care that she stocked extra cold medicine or remembered every child's comfort item. Who did this? I do not know yet. He set the phone down carefully, as if it might break, but I know who benefits. The consortium. The consortium. He repeated it like a taste he recognized. They have been waiting for me to surface. Now I have, and they have a story that makes me look like I was hiding something shameful instead of protecting my daughter. Noelle crossed her arms. The kiss still burned on her mouth, but she would not let it blur her thinking. Is the story true? He went still. You were hiding, she said. You were living under a different name. You were keeping a surveillance room full of photographs of me and Maisie. The story may be ugly, but that does not make it a lie. No, he said it without defense. It is not a lie. It is a version of the truth designed to hurt you and Maisie so that I panic and make mistakes. Then do not panic. He looked at her. The room hummed with the city below them, the ash of the burned surveillance still drifting in the air. I am not going to panic, he said. "I am going to call Una. I am going to get ahead of this before the morning cycle. And then I am going to walk into that Friday meeting and tell the truth about who I am and what I have been doing for the last 6 years." She watched him. He meant it. She could see the shape of the decision in his shoulders, the way he had stopped, braced for impact, and started moving toward it. "That is a good start," she said. But I am not done with you yet." He waited. She took a breath. The words had been forming since she watched him burn the corkboard, since she kissed him in a room full of glass and grief, since she crossed the hall in bare feet 6 years ago and started building a life she did not know she was building. "I am not forgiving you," she said. "Not tonight, not tomorrow. Forgiveness is not something you earn by setting fire to evidence. It is something you earn by being different every day until the person you hurt can breathe without the wound pulling open again." He nodded, slow, accepting. "I understand." "Do you?" She stepped closer. "Because I am going to tell you what staying looks like. I'm going to help you save the ward. I'm going to help you protect Maisie from whatever comes next. But I am not going to be your secret. I am not going to be the woman you visit in the dark and claim in public only when the press forces your hand. You will not be. Show me. Do not tell me." The words hung between them. He reached for her hand. She let him take it, but she did not soften. "Radical honesty," she said. "That is the term. You do not get to decide what I need to know. You tell me everything. The moment you know it, the moment it crosses your mind. If you protect me from a truth again, I will walk out of your life, and I will not look back." "I understand the terms. Then we have a deal." She pulled her hand back gently. "Now call Una, handle the leak, and then come home and tell Maisie the truth before she hears it from a stranger at school." His face shifted at that. The fear she had seen in the surveillance room was nothing compared to the fear that crossed it now. "She is going to have to know." "Yes." Noelle held his gaze. "And you are going to be the one to tell her. Not me. Not the news. You." He picked up the phone, dialed. Una answered on the first ring, her voice sharp and awake, already reading the headline back to him. Noelle turned toward the window. The city spread beneath her, glittering and indifferent. Somewhere out there the consortium was celebrating. Somewhere the mole at Lakeview was watching her name surface. Somewhere a reporter was typing the next sentence of a story that would reshape everything. She touched the locket at her throat. Her mother's voice, 15 years old and fading. "You carry too much, Noelle. Put some of it down." She lowered her hand. "Not tonight." Tonight, she carried what she had chosen. Behind her, Nathaniel ended the call. "Una is filing a preemptive statement. She will have it out before the morning news cycle. We get ahead of it or we get buried." "When does it hit print?" "Dawn, maybe earlier." He paused. "Noelle." She turned. He stood in the wreckage of his hidden room, the ash of his surveillance still scattered across the floor, the photograph of Elena watching from the desk. "Thank you," he said, "for staying." She did not say, "You are welcome." She did not say, "I love you." She said the thing that mattered more. "I am staying for Maisie, and I am staying for the ward, and I am staying because I think the man who burned that corkboard might be real enough to trust." She met his eyes. "But I am not staying forever, not unless you earn it." He crossed the room, stopped in front of her. "How do I start?" She reached up, touched his face the way she had before the kiss, but this time there was no hunger in it, only decision. "You start by telling me everything you know about the consortium. Tonight, before you call anyone else, before you write any statement." He looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded and sat down on the edge of the desk, and she sat across from him, and he began to talk. The first thread pulled loose at 2:47 a.m. when Nathaniel's phone vibrated again. He glanced at it. His face went still. "What is it?" He turned the screen toward her. A text from an unknown number. "She does not know what you cost her yet, but she will." Noelle read the words. Then she picked up her own phone and typed a reply to the number that had gone dark hours ago. I know who you are. The dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again, then nothing. The number went dark for the second time. But Noelle had seen the hesitation, and she knew, with a cold certainty that settled in her ribs like a second spine, that the person on the other end of that message was closer than either of them wanted to believe. Chapter 20. The headline hit at 4:17 a.m. Noelle saw it first because she had not slept. She sat in Nathaniel's kitchen with her phone on the table between them, the city still dark beyond the window, and watched the story crawl across her screen like a slow stain. Meridian Freight's hidden owner surfaces in hospital acquisition dispute. The subheading named her. Nurse at Center of Hartwell Health closure fight linked to billionaire's return. She read it twice. The words did not change. They sat there, plain and permanent, converting 6 years of ordinary life into a public record she had never agreed to. Una's statement went out 20 minutes ago, Nathaniel said from the counter. He had not sat down since the call ended. She positioned it as a voluntary disclosure. We control the frame. We control nothing. Noelle set the phone down. That headline already has a frame. I'm the news. The Breffins hears this Bendry that is shutting down her ward. Nobody said that. They will. She looked up at him. That is how this works. The subtext writes itself. He crossed to the table, sat across from her. The distance between them felt measured, deliberate, a treaty zone neither of them wanted to breach. I can have security here in 30 minutes. For the building. For Maisie's school. No. Noelle. No. She held his gaze. I told you. I am not going to be your secret, but I am also not going to let you wrap me in private security before I have had a chance to breathe. If photographers show up, we handle it. We do not hide from it. Maisie. The word stopped her. She looked down at her hands. The crescent scar on her palm. The locket at her throat. Maisie gets whatever she needs, she said quietly. But I decide what that is. Together with you. Not you deciding for me. He nodded, slow, accepting. Then what do you want? She thought about it. The question felt foreign. No one had asked her what she wanted in years. Not like this. Not with the weight of real consequences behind it. I want to see Maisie before she goes to school. I want to be the one who tells her, not a headline she reads in a hallway. And then I want to walk into Lakeview this morning and look my colleagues in the eye before they have time to decide what they think of me. That is not a plan. That is a wish list. It is a start. She stood. You handle Una, I handle Maisie, and then we meet at the hospital and figure out what comes next. She was halfway to the door when he said her name. She turned. He stood at the table, the phone still in his hand, the weight of the night pressing down on his shoulders. I should have told you, he said. 6 years ago. The first time I knew I was going to stay. She waited. I did not because I was afraid you would leave, and I could not survive losing someone else. His voice cracked on the last word. That is not an excuse. It is the truth, and I need you to know it. She stood in the doorway and looked at him. The man she had loved in friendship, the stranger who had kept the life she thought she knew, the father who would have to tell his daughter the truth before the sun was fully up. I know, she said. Come get me when you are ready to tell her. Dawn came gray and damp, the kind of Chicago morning that made every streetlight look tired. Noelle sat on the floor of Maisie's room, cross-legged, watching the child sleep. The dinosaur pajamas were twisted from a restless night, the dark hair spread across the pillow like tangled thread. She had let herself in with the key Nathaniel gave her 3 years ago, when Maisie had been sick and he had needed to run to the pharmacy. The key she had never given back. Maisie stirred, opened her eyes, saw Noelle and smiled, a sleepy, unguarded thing that made Noelle's chest ache. You are here. I am here. Did my dad do something bad again? Noelle reached for her hand. No, he did not do something bad. But we need to talk about something. All 3 of us. Maisie sat up slowly, the smile fading into something older than her 7 years. Is he going to leave? No, Noelle said it firmly. He is not going anywhere. Neither am I. But there are some things you need to know, and your dad is going to tell you himself. Before school? Before school, Maisie nodded. Then she looked at Noelle with those dark eyes that saw too much and said, Are you going to be okay? Noelle felt the question land like a stone in her ribs. I am going to be fine. she said. Because I have you. Nathaniel told Maisie in the kitchen, with Noelle sitting beside her and the pale morning light falling across the table. He did not soften it. He did not use metaphors or euphemisms. He told her that he had been hiding who he was because people had hurt him after her mother died, and he had been scared, and he had made a mistake by not telling the truth sooner. Maisie listened. Her small face went through a series of expressions Noelle could not read. Then she looked at Noelle. Did you know? No. I found out the same way you are finding out now. Are you mad at him? Noelle considered the question. Yes, but I am also here. Because sometimes people do stupid things for reasons that make sense to them, even when they are wrong. Maisie turned back to her father. Are we rich? Nathaniel hesitated. Some people would say yes. Maisie thought about that. Then she said, Does that mean Marcus was right about you being a liar? Noelle's breath caught. Nathaniel's face went still. Marcus said that. At the school dinner. He told Ms. Bellamy that you were not who you said you were. Maisie shrugged. I did not know what he meant. I do now. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. The silence between them stretched. Marcus Hale had known. He had known before the headline, before the leak, before any of this broke into the open. And he had been circling, asking questions, feeding information to someone. The unknown texter, the mole at Lakeview, the consortium's eyes inside the neighborhood. It had been him all along. Before either of them could speak, Noelle's phone rang. She glanced at the screen. Clara Bellamy, she answered. Ms. Bellamy. Miss Halsey. The teacher's voice was calm but tight. I am sorry to call so early, but I wanted to let you know that there were unfamiliar adults asking questions near the school entrance yesterday afternoon. They did not identify themselves. When one of the crossing guards asked them to leave, they mentioned Maisie's name. Noelle's hand tightened on the phone. They said they wanted to talk to her, Clara continued. About her father, Chapter 21. Noelle ended the call and looked at Nathaniel. His face had already changed, the softness of confession gone, replaced by something harder and more focused. Clara said they were asking about Maisie by name yesterday afternoon. Nathaniel was already reaching for his phone. I am calling security. Not security, the school. Noelle stood, her body moving before her mind caught up. We need to be there when she gets out, together. You think they will try again? I think we do not find out by waiting. The school pickup line was ordinary. Minivans idling, parents on phones, a crossing guard with a fluorescent vest and a whistle. The kind of mundane suburban chore that had been the backbone of Noelle's weekly rhythm for 3 years. Today it looked different. A white van sat at the far corner of the lot, engine running, no visible driver. A sedan with dark tinted windows idled 2 cars back from the entrance. 2 men in casual clothes stood near the bike rack, neither holding a child's hand, neither looking at anything except the front doors. Noelle saw them all in a single sweep. Nathaniel saw them too. His hand found her arm, a brief pressure that said, I see it. Do not separate, he said. I was not planning to. The bell rang. The doors opened. Children spilled out in a river of backpacks and noise. Noelle spotted Maisie immediately, her dark hair, her small frame, the way she walked with her chin up even when she was scared. Maisie was holding Clara Bellamy's hand. Clara was scanning the pickup line with visible tension. Then the men near the bike rack moved. Not fast, not aggressive. They just started walking toward the flow of children, and suddenly, the ordinary pickup line felt like a corridor with no exits. Noelle moved. She did not run. She walked at the pace of a mother who had every right to be there, cutting through the crowd of parents and children, her eyes locked on Maisie's dark head. Behind her, Nathaniel was a solid presence, matching her stride. Maisie, Noelle called her name in the tone she used for emergencies, calm and clear. Maisie, come here. Maisie looked up, saw Noelle, saw the 2 men moving toward her from the bike rack. She let go of Clara's hand and ran. The men stopped. One of them raised a hand, palm out, as if to signal something harmless, as if he was just a parent, just a bystander, just nobody. Noelle reached Maisie first. She scooped her up without breaking stride, turned and walked back toward the car. Nathaniel flanked them, his body positioned between the men and Noelle's back. A camera shutter clicked, then another. Noelle did not turn around. She kept walking, Maisie's arms locked around her neck, Maisie's breath fast and shallow against her collarbone. "Keep going," Nathaniel said. His voice was low, steady. "Almost there." Another shudder, voices behind them, not shouting but calling. "Mr. Trasco, a question." "Miss Halsey, one photo." "Is it true Meridian is under investigation?" Noelle reached the car. Nathaniel had the door open before she finished the last step. She pushed Maisie inside, climbed in after her, and pulled the door shut. The engine started before her seatbelt clicked. Nathaniel drove. Noelle held Maisie in the back seat, her hand pressed against the child's chest, feeling her heart pound through the dinosaur pajamas she was still wearing under her jacket. The car turned the corner. The school disappeared from the mirror. Noelle looked back 3 times before she stopped. They drove in silence for 6 blocks. Then Maisie pulled back, just enough to look up at Noelle's face. "Were those the strangers Miss Bellamy told you about?" "Yes." "Why do they want me?" Noelle's throat closed. She looked at Nathaniel in the rearview mirror. Their eyes met, and she saw the same thing in his face that she felt in her chest, the recognition that this was only the beginning. "Because of who your daddy is," Noelle said. "Some people want to talk to him and they think talking to you will help them find him. But he is right here." "I know, baby. They do not know that yet." Maisie processed this. Then she said, "Is that why Marcus was asking questions? Because he wanted to help them?" Noelle exchanged another look with Nathaniel. "Maybe," Noelle said carefully. "We do not know that yet." "You said no more secrets." Maisie's voice was small but firm. She was looking at Noelle with those dark eyes, the same eyes that had seen too much for 7 years. "I know what I said." "Noelle," Nathaniel's voice came from the front seat. "I need to tell you something." She looked up. "I know who the unknown texter is." The words landed like a stone in still water. "You know," she repeated. "I should have told you before, but I needed to confirm it first, and I was afraid of what it meant." The car slowed. He pulled into a parking lot, an empty grocery store with broken lights and cracked asphalt. He put the car in park and turned around to face her. "It is Marcus Hale." Noelle stared at him. "Marcus? The parent from school? The man who has been asking me out for months?" "Yes. Marcus Hale has been texting me, threatening you, threatening Maisie." "Not threatening." Nathaniel's voice was tight. "Pushing, testing. He wanted to see how I would react, how you would react. He has been working for the consortium since before he moved into the neighborhood." Noelle felt the world tilt. Every conversation, every casual encounter, every time Marcus had smiled at her in the pickup line, every time he had asked about Nate, every time he had offered her a ride, every time he had said he kept hearing things. He had been gathering information. For them, the consortium had planted him in the neighborhood, in her life, right under her nose. "Why did you not tell me?" "Because I needed to be sure, and because I thought I could handle it without you having to carry this." Noelle closed her eyes. She felt Maisie's hand find hers in the dark of the back seat. Small, warm, steady. She opened her eyes and looked at Nathaniel. "From now on, you tell me everything, even if you are not sure, even if you are afraid of what I will do with it. Everything." Nathaniel nodded. "I will." The car sat in the empty lot for a long moment. Then Maisie said, "Can we go home now?" Noelle looked at the school in the rearview mirror. The empty streets, the gray Chicago sky pressing down on everything. "I do not think home is safe anymore," she said quietly. She looked at Nathaniel. He met her gaze, and she saw the fear in his eyes, the fear he had confessed to her that morning, the fear of losing someone else. But she also saw something else, a decision. "Where do we go?" she asked. He did not answer, but his hand found hers across the seat, and that was answer enough for now. The car pulled out of the empty lot and headed toward the highway, toward somewhere Noelle had never been. Behind them, a black sedan pulled out of a side street and followed at a careful distance. Chapter 22. They drove for 40 minutes before Nathaniel pulled off the highway into a neighborhood Noelle did not recognize. Wide streets, old trees, brick buildings with wrought iron balconies, and the kind of quiet that came from money too established to advertise itself. He did not explain. She did not ask. Maisie had fallen asleep against her shoulder, breath warm and even, one small hand curled around Noelle's thumb. In sleep, she looked younger than 7. Looked like the child who had called her at 2:07 a.m. with a whisper and a trembling voice, the child who trusted Noelle to make the world make sense again. Noelle pressed her lips to the top of Maisie's head and closed her eyes. The apartment belonged to someone Nathaniel knew. A colleague, he said, out of the country for 6 months. Fully stocked, clean sheets, no questions asked. It was on the 3rd floor, 2 bedrooms, counts that faced windows overlooking the street. The kitchen smelled of lemon and something floral, air freshener left behind by a housekeeper who did not know why the bed had suddenly needed making at noon on a Tuesday. Noelle put Maisie on the larger bed, pulled off her sneakers, and covered her with a blanket she found in the hall closet. Maisie stirred. "Are you staying?" The question was thick with sleep and fear and something that sounded like hope. "I am not going anywhere." "Promise?" Noelle touched her cheek. "I promise." Maisie's eyes stayed open for another heartbeat, searching Noelle's face for the cracks, the tells, the thing that would prove this was another lie waiting to collapse. She did not find it. She closed her eyes and let sleep take her. Nathaniel stood in the doorway. The light from the hallway caught the side of his face, the hollow under his cheekbone, the line of his jaw. He looked like a man who had been running for 6 years and had just realized the ground had given out beneath him. "Clara called again," he said. Noelle straightened. "What did she say?" "She wanted to make sure Maisie was all right. She said the school called the police after we left. Someone filed a report about the men by the bike rack." "Did they find them?" "No. They were gone before anyone could get a plate." Noelle walked past him into the living room. She did not sit. She stood at the window, looking down at the street, at the cars parked in neat rows, at the ordinary afternoon happening 2 floors below while her whole life rearranged itself into something unrecognizable. "She knew," Noelle said. "Who?" "Clara. She knew something was wrong before I did. She called me yesterday. She warned me. And I still let Maisie walk out that door this morning." "You did not let anything happen. You got there first. Because Clara called me. Not because I was watching. Not because I was paying attention." Nathaniel moved into the room, slow, careful, like he was approaching something that might startle. "We cannot see everything," he said. "We are supposed to try. We are supposed to be enough." He stopped a few feet from her. "And we are not. That is the truth of it. We are not enough to protect her from every stranger who knows her name. That is why I built what I built. That is why I hid. Because I thought if I became no one would look for her. And now they are looking, yes." Noelle turned from the window and looked at him. "What do we do?" Nathaniel opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, and for the first time since she had known him, Noelle saw that he did not have an answer. The afternoon passed in fragments. Noelle made tea she did not drink. Nathaniel made calls from the bedroom, his voice low and steady, the voice of a man who had spent years building a fortress and was now watching the walls crack. At some point, Maisie woke. She came out of the bedroom with her hair tangled and her eyes puffy, and she stood in the middle of the living room like she was waiting for instructions. Noelle held out her hand. Maisie took it. They sat on the couch together, and Noelle turned on the television, found a channel playing cartoons, and let the colors and noise fill the silence. Maisie leaned into her side. "Can we go home soon?" The question came from a place of hope, the stubborn, child-sized belief that everything could still go back to the way it was before. Noelle did not know how to answer. Clara arrived at 6. She had driven straight from school, still wearing the cardigan she had been wearing at pickup, the one with a small coffee stain on the sleeve. She carried a bag with Maisie's homework, a change of clothes, and her favorite stuffed rabbit, the one she had been sleeping with since she was 3. "Mrs. Bellamy?" Maisie said, and her voice cracked. Clara knelt and opened her arms. Maisie crossed the room and let herself be held. "I am so glad you are safe," Clara said into Maisie's hair. "I was so worried about you. I knew Noelle would come." Clara looked up over Maisie's head, met Noelle's eyes. Something passed between them. Gratitude, recognition, the understanding that they were both adults trying to hold a child steady in a world that kept tilting. When Maisie was settled on the couch with her rabbit and her homework, Clara pulled Noelle aside into the kitchen. "She is handling this better than most adults would," Clara said, "but she is holding something. I can see it. She asked if we can go home. She wants stability. Children need it more than anything, more than answers sometimes." Noelle leaned against the counter and crossed her arms. "What do I tell her? That her father is a billionaire and strangers want to use her to get to him, and we do not know when it will be safe to go back?" Clara studied her for a long moment. "You tell her the version she can hold, and you let her ask the questions when she is ready to hear the answers. She is 7. 7-year-olds understand more than we give them credit for." Clara paused. "I have been teaching for 18 years. I have watched children survive divorce, death, moves, parents who disappear, parents who lie. The ones who do best are not the ones who are protected from the truth. They are the ones who are told the truth in pieces they can carry." Noelle looked at the floor. "Children can survive complicated truths," Clara said. "That is not what breaks them. What breaks them is silence. Silence makes them feel alone, and Maisie is not alone." Noelle lifted her head. "She has you," Clara said. "She has her father, and she has this." She gestured at the apartment, at the evidence of people who had rearranged their entire lives in a single day to keep one child safe. "That is what stability means. Not the same building, the same people." After Clara left, Noelle stood in the doorway for a long time. Nathaniel was on the couch with Maisie, reading her a book from the stack Clara had brought. His voice was low and patient, the same voice he used when he told her the moon was not really following the car. It just looked that way because the night was playing tricks on her eyes. Maisie's head rested against his chest. Her eyes were half closed. Noelle watched them, her hand against the doorframe, her heart a fist in her throat. This was the shape of it, the shape of what she had been afraid to want. A man who read bedtime stories, a child who trusted him, a kitchen that smelled like someone else's lemon cleaner but held the warmth of bodies that belonged to each other. She had spent 6 years telling herself this was not hers to keep. And now, standing in a stranger's apartment with a bag of borrowed clothes and a child who had asked if she was staying, Noelle realized she had been wrong. It was hers. It had always been hers. She just had not been brave enough to say so. Maisie fell asleep on the couch at 9. Nathaniel carried her to bed, tucked her in, and stood in the doorway watching her breathe. Noelle came up behind him. "She asked me if I was staying," she said quietly, "before she fell asleep this afternoon." "What did you tell her?" "That I was not going anywhere." Nathaniel did not turn around. "Is that true?" Noelle looked at his back, at the breadth of his shoulders, at the weight he carried in the set of his spine. "I do not know yet." He nodded, slow, like he had expected that answer. "Maisie asked me something too," he said. "She asked if you were going to be her new mom." The words landed in the space between them. Noelle stopped breathing. "What did you tell her?" "I told her that was not my decision to make." He turned. His face was bare in the dim light. No mask, no wall. Just the man who had woken up on a kitchen floor with shaking hands and called himself nobody special. "I told her she would have to ask you herself." Noelle opened her mouth. The buzzer rang, loud, sharp, splitting the silence like a blade. Nathaniel's body went still. Noelle looked at the intercom on the wall, at the small speaker that had just carried a stranger's voice into this borrowed apartment. Nathaniel crossed the room and pressed the button. "Who is it?" Silence. Static. Then a voice, low and distorted, like it was being filtered through something designed to hide it. "I need to talk to Noelle." Noelle's blood went cold. "Who is this?" The line crackled. "You know who I am. Marcus." Noelle reached for Nathaniel's arm without thinking, her fingers finding his wrist, his pulse hammering against her palm. "Say something back," Nathaniel said, his voice barely a whisper. "Let him know you are listening." Noelle leaned toward the intercom. Her hand was shaking. "Marcus." The word hung in the air. The speaker hissed, and then the voice said, "Open the door, Noelle. We need to talk before they come back for her." Chapter 23. The buzzer went silent. Noelle stood with her hand frozen on Nathaniel's arm, the echo of Marcus's voice still vibrating through the small speaker. The apartment felt suddenly smaller, the walls closer, the night pressing against the windows like something alive. Nathaniel pulled her back from the intercom. "Do not open it. He knows where we are. He knows where the building is. He does not know which unit." Nathaniel's jaw was tight, his hand still wrapped around her wrist. "How did he find us?" Noelle shook her head. The question scraped against everything she had not had time to process. Marcus had been in her neighborhood for months. Marcus had smiled at her at school pickup. Marcus had been the texter, the threat, the voice in the dark telling her she was not alone and she was not safe. And now he was downstairs. The buzzer rang again, longer this time, insistent. Noelle moved toward the speaker before Nathaniel could stop her. "Marcus." Her voice came out steadier than she felt. "I am not opening this door until you tell me why you are here." Silence. Then the distorted voice, softer now, almost human beneath the filter. "Because I am the only person who knows what the consortium is planning next, and you do not have until morning." Nathaniel stepped in front of her. "Get away from the building," he said into the speaker. "We will call the police." "You will not call the police." Marcus's voice flattened. "Because you cannot explain to the police why a consortium intelligence operative is standing outside your borrowed safe house without admitting that you have been running a shell ownership structure for 6 years, hiding assets from a federal oversight mechanism you triggered when you incorporated a holding company in the Cayman Islands." Noelle's stomach dropped. She looked at Nathaniel. His face had gone pale. "Marcus." He said the name like a warning. "If you want to survive this, you let me up," Marcus said, "and you listen." The speaker clicked off. Noelle stood in the silence, her heart beating in her throat. "He knows too much," she said. "He knows everything." Nathaniel's voice was raw. "That is what he was paid to do, for 2 years. Then why is he here? Why warn us now?" Nathaniel did not answer. The buzzer did not ring again. But Noelle could feel Marcus out there, standing in the dark, waiting for a door that stayed closed. The door did not stay closed for long. 30 minutes later, Nathaniel made a call. Noelle watched him pace the borrowed kitchen, his phone pressed to his ear, his voice low and clipped. She caught fragments. "Yes, right now." "No, I do not trust him either. I need you here as a witness." When he hung up, he looked at her. "Una is coming." "The lawyer?" "She is the only person in this city who can hear what Marcus has to say without panicking or shooting." Noelle crossed her arms. "And what about me? Am I supposed to wait in the bedroom?" Nathaniel's eyes held hers. "You are staying." Una Petrovich arrived at 11:47 p.m. She was dressed in black pants and a gray coat, no makeup, her hair pulled back tight. She carried a slim briefcase and a look that said she had handled worse at this hour. Nathaniel let her in without a word. Una scanned the apartment in 2 seconds, noted Maisie's closed door, and turned to Noelle with an expression that was not hostile but was not warm either. "You are Noelle Halsey?" "Yes." "I have read your file. Do you know what a shell ownership structure is?" "I am learning." Una's mouth twitched. It might have been approval. She set her briefcase on the kitchen table and opened it. "Marcus Hale is downstairs in a black sedan. He has been there for 23 minutes. He has not moved. He is not armed. I checked." "How did you check?" Noelle asked. Una pulled out a tablet. "I have people." Noelle glanced at Nathaniel. He was watching Una with an expression she recognized. Trust, but the kind that had been burned before. "Marcus wants to talk," Una said. "I recommend we let him, but first, you need to understand what he already knows." She turned the tablet toward them. On the screen was a document, a legal filing. Noelle recognized the formatting from the acquisition packet. This is the incorporation record for Trasco Holdings, Una said. Nathaniel's company, the one that owns Meridian Freight. Noelle leaned in. The names were unfamiliar. Trustees, corporate officers, nothing that said Nathaniel Trasco. What am I looking at? The wall. Una's voice was flat. 6 years of shell companies, holding entities, and blind trusts designed to make it impossible for anyone to prove Nathaniel Trasco owns Meridian Freight. It worked. For 6 years, it worked perfectly. She swiped to the next document. But walls have foundations, and foundations leave records. Noelle read the text. Her chest tightened. This is a list of every property transaction Marcus Hale facilitated for the consortium over the last 18 months. Correct. Noelle looked up. Marcus helped them track Nathaniel. Marcus helped them build the case, Una said. He was the one who identified the shell structure, traced the ownership chain, and confirmed that Nathaniel Trasco and Nate are the same person. Without Marcus, the consortium would still be guessing. Noelle's hands went cold. Then why is he here? Why warn us? Una closed the tablet. Because the consortium does not plan to use the information for a takeover, Noelle. They plan to use it for a kidnapping. The word landed like a shot. Nathaniel went rigid. Noelle heard Maisie's breathing from the bedroom. Soft, regular, unaware. What do you mean, kidnapping? Nathaniel's voice was low and dangerous. Una met his eyes. I mean, they know about your daughter. They know where she goes to school. They know her teacher's name. They know she sleeps in the second bedroom of a third-floor apartment on the north side, and they are not planning to take Meridian through a board vote. She paused. They are planning to take your daughter and trade her for the company. The silence that followed was absolute. Noelle felt the ground drop out from under her. She looked at the closed bedroom door, at the small body sleeping on the other side, at the child who had asked if she was staying. Marcus found out tonight, Una said. That is why he is here, not to save Nathaniel, to save the 7-year-old. Nathaniel's hands were shaking. Noelle saw it. She had never seen his hands shake before. The school, he said. The men at the bike rack. That was reconnaissance, Una said. They were testing how fast you would react, how coordinated your security response is, whether you would call the police or try to handle it yourself. She looked at Noelle. You passed, but that means they now know you are the one who will move first. You are the variable they did not calculate. Noelle's pulse hammered. What do we do? Una closed her briefcase. First, we let Marcus up. He has operational intelligence we need. Second, we get Maisie out of this city before daylight. And third, she looked at Nathaniel. You stop hiding, publicly, irreversibly, before the consortium can force you into a position where protecting your daughter costs you everything you built. Nathaniel did not answer. Noelle looked at the door. Marcus was out there. Maisie was in there. And the night was not over yet. Chapter 24. Marcus came up. Noelle watched him through the peephole first. He stood in the dim hallway light with his hands visible at his sides. No phone, no weapon she could see. Just a man in a dark jacket who had spent 18 months hunting the family sleeping in the next room. Nathaniel unlocked the door. The gap opened. Marcus did not move. I am going to say this once, Nathaniel said. If you are still working for them, I will find out before you leave this building, and the police will not be fast enough to reach you. Understood. Marcus stepped inside. His eyes found Noelle first. Not Nathaniel. Not Una. Noelle. There was something in his face she had not seen before. Not the easy smile from school pickup. Not the calculated warmth. Something raw and tired. You were right, he said. About the texter. About all of it. I know. I did not think you would open the door. I did not think you would come through it. He nodded, accepting the hit. Una moved to the kitchen table and pulled out 3 chairs with precise economy. Say, you have 10 minutes before I decide whether to call my people back. Marcus sat. Noelle stayed standing. Nathaniel positioned himself between Marcus and the hallway that led to Maisie's room. Talk, Nathaniel said. Marcus set both palms flat on the table. The gesture looked deliberate, showing he had nothing in his hands. They moved the timeline. That is why I am here. The reconnaissance at the school was supposed to be a week out. They ran it early because someone in the consortium got impatient. Impatient about what? About you. Marcus looked at Nathaniel. The press leak was supposed to flush you into the open, make you visible, make you vulnerable. But you went dark instead. You disappeared with Noelle and Maisie before the cameras could track you. That scared them. Good. It should not. Marcus's jaw tightened. Because scared operators do not follow their own protocols. The kidnapping was scheduled for 11 days from now. Night before a shareholder filing, clean extraction, trained team. He paused. Now it is open window. They will move when they feel the gap, not when the plan says. Noelle's throat closed. When? I do not know. That is why I came. The only thing I can give you is the timeline contraction and the intel on their fallback positions. Una leaned forward. Fallback positions. If the primary extraction fails, they have a secondary location. If the secondary fails, they have a third. They have been building this operation longer than I have been on it. Longer than 18 months. Noelle felt the calculation land in her chest like cold water. Who is running it? Nathaniel's voice was steel. I never got a name, just a handler. A voice on encrypted line. But the voice knows you, knows Elena, knows the accident. The room went still. Nathaniel's hands curled into fists on the counter. Noelle watched the color drain from his face. They brought up your wife, Marcus said quietly. Not as a threat, as a reference point. They told me if I understood what you lost, I would understand why you built the walls you built. And you used that to find the cracks? Yes. Noelle stepped forward. Why are you telling us this? You could have disappeared. Let the consortium pay you out and walk. Marcus met her eyes. Because the 7-year-old knows my face. She called me Mr. Marcus. She told me her diorama won second place. His voice cracked at the edge. I was supposed to be gathering intelligence. I was not supposed to learn her favorite color or the way she laughs when she talks about her rabbit. But I did. And now I cannot unlearn it. Noelle believed him. She did not want to, but she did. Una broke the silence. What do you have that we can use? Marcus reached into his jacket. Nathaniel tensed. Marcus pulled out a slim leather notebook and slid it across the table. Every communication, every drop location, every alias the handler used. Names of the reconnaissance team, license plates, vehicle descriptions, safe house locations. Everything I have. Una opened it. Noelle watched her eyes move down the first page, then the second. This is months of intelligence. Yes. Why did you not destroy it? Because I knew if I stayed on the operation long enough, I would need to choose. And when I chose, I wanted to have something worth trading. Una closed the notebook. You might have saved her life. I hope so. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was staring at Marcus with an expression she could not read. You stay, Nathaniel said. You do not leave this apartment until Una clears you. You give us everything else you remember, every detail, every offhand comment, every name that felt wrong. Yes, and if you hold anything back, I will not. Noelle watched Nathaniel's shoulders shift, a fraction of tension releasing. Not trust, but the beginning of a decision. Una, Nathaniel said, get Maisie's things. We have 3 hours before daylight. Una was already moving. Noelle stayed where she was, her eyes on Marcus, her hand on the table, the night pressing in from all sides. Chapter 25. The bathroom light clicked on. Una's footsteps crossed to the second bedroom where Maisie slept. Noelle stood at the kitchen counter, her palm flat on Marcus's leather notebook, the cover still warm from his jacket. She could hear the city outside, distant sirens, the hum of a refrigerator, her own breathing. Nathaniel had not moved from the window. His back was to her, shoulders tight, one hand pressed against the glass like he was holding the building upright. Say it, he said. Noelle looked at him. Say what? The thing you were thinking. The thing you have been thinking since Marcus walked through that door. She wanted to say nothing. Wanted to let the moment pass the way she had let 1,000 moments pass over 6 years. Smooth it over. Carry the weight. Ask for nothing. But Maisie was sleeping in the next room. Marcus was leaning against the hallway wall with his eyes closed. Una was packing a 7-year-old's life into a bag, and Noelle was tired of protecting everyone from the truth. "The rumor mill started before the headline broke," she said. Nathaniel turned. "At the hospital, the morning after you handed me the acquisition document in the stairwell." Owen looked at me differently. The charge nurse asked if I was okay in a voice that meant she already knew something. By the time I walked into the conference room, half the staff had heard a version of the story where I was sleeping with the man closing our ward. She watched his jaw tighten. "I did not say anything because I did not know what was true yet. I did not know if you were Nate or Nathaniel or something in between. I did not know if I was defending a lie or fighting for something real. And now? Now I know that you are both." And then every whisper, every sideways look, every colleague who wonders if I sold them out for a man with a private jet, that is part of the price I paid for a secret I never agreed to keep. Nathaniel crossed the room. He stopped a breath away from her. "You are right." Noelle waited. "I kept you hidden because I was afraid. Afraid of what the world would do to you. Afraid of what you would see when you looked at me without the disguise. Afraid that if you knew everything, you would leave. And I was so busy protecting myself from that fear that I never asked what it was costing you to stay." Noelle's throat tightened. "I walked into the hospital this morning and heard a charge nurse say I probably knew about the closure memo before the staff did. She did not say it to my face. She said it to the unit secretary, loud enough for me to hear." Nathaniel's hands curled at his sides. I looked her in the eye and told her I found out the same way she did, and she smiled in a way that meant she did not believe me. She paused. "I spent 6 years building a reputation at that hospital. I am the nurse who shows up early, the one who stays late, the one who remembers every child's comfort item. And in 48 hours, that reputation became a question mark because of a truth I was not allowed to tell." Nathaniel's voice dropped. "I am sorry. Sorry is not enough." "I know. Then what is?" He looked at her. Really looked. The way he had in the top-floor room, stripped of performance. "If you stay in the open. Not behind a locked door. Not in a borrowed apartment with a fake name. You stand beside me in the light, and you let the world see exactly who you are to me. And if the world does not like what it sees, then the world can look away." Noelle felt the words land in her chest. Solid. Warm. The first promise he had made without a qualifier. "What about the ward?" "The ward is not your leverage with me. It is your work, your calling, the thing you built before you ever met me. I will fight for it because it matters to you, not because I am trying to buy forgiveness." Noelle looked down at her hands on the counter. The locket lay against her collarbone. She touched it. "I need you to understand something," she said. "I am not going to be your secret refuge anymore. I am not going to be the place you hide when the world gets loud. If you want me in your life, you show up, in public, with your name, with your daughter, with the mess. I will. And when the rumors start, you do not let me absorb them alone. You stand next to me and you answer for what you did." "I will." She looked up. "I am holding you to that." "You should." Noelle let the silence stretch. Then she reached out and took his hand, the one with the calluses and scars. The hand that had built an empire and hidden a heart. From the hallway, Una's voice cut through. "We have a problem." Noelle turned. Una stood at the entrance, Marcus's notebook open in her hands. Her face was pale. "The handler. The one Marcus mentioned. There is a name in here. Not a full name. A reference. A code." She looked up. "Elena used it." Noelle felt the temperature drop. "What do you mean?" "Before she died. Elena had a contact, someone she trusted. A number in her phone that Nathaniel never knew about." Una's voice was careful. "Marcus's handler has been using the same code for 2 years. Nathaniel's grip went rigid. "Show me." Una held out the notebook. Nathaniel took it. Noelle watched his face change as his eyes found the page. She did not need to read it. The tension in his shoulders told her everything. Whoever was running the consortium's operation against them had known Nathaniel's wife. had known her well enough to use her language, had been waiting, watching, and moving for years, and they had only just discovered the connection. Noelle looked at the clock. 2 hours and 40 minutes until daylight. Chapter 26. The apartment felt smaller now, the clock on the wall ticking seconds into the silence between them. Noelle watched Nathaniel's hand tighten on the notebook edge. His knuckles went white, then bloodless, then white again. "Elena," he said. Not a question, a confirmation. Una nodded. The same code. 2 years of encrypted communications. 2 years before the consortium began circling Meridian. No, that is when they began circling you. Noelle felt the floor shift under her feet. The handler had been watching before the consortium existed, before Marcus Hale was recruited, before the acquisition memo, before any of it. This was older, personal. "You did not know about the contact," Noelle said. Nathaniel shook his head. "She never told me." Would she have? I do not know. The answer landed like a door closing. Una pulled out a chair and sat. "Marcus is in the hallway. I told him to stay put." He says the handler never identified directly, just used the code. Referenced knowing Elena's thinking. "Her thinking," Nathaniel repeated, like the words tasted wrong in his mouth. Noelle moved closer, not touching, close enough to feel the heat off his arm. Who knew Elena well enough to sound like her? Stefan knew her, Noelle thought. Elena and Nathaniel had been married before he built the empire, before the money and the board betrayal. Stefan knew her. Nathaniel's father's old friends on the board knew her. The people who had tried to push him out after her funeral. "The list," Noelle said carefully, "is everyone who knew you before you disappeared, and everyone who watched you fall apart." Nathaniel's jaw tightened. Una flipped a page in the notebook. "There are names in here. Confirmed consortium operatives, financial backers, a shell chain that traces back to a holding company in the Caymans, same one Marcus mentioned. But the handler's identity is not in the book. Because Marcus does not know it. Or because he is not telling us." Noelle turned toward the hallway. Marcus sat against the wall, eyes closed, head tipped back. His expensive watch caught the overhead light. He looked smaller than he had at school pickup, loud and confident in his polished shoes. "Can we trust him?" Nathaniel's voice was flat. "We trust what he knows. We verify what he says. We do not trust him." "And the handler?" "I do not know." The admission cost him something. Noelle saw it in the way his shoulders dropped, the way he looked at the notebook like it might dissolve in his hands. "You have spent 6 years controlling every variable," she said, "and now you have one you cannot see." He met her eyes. "Yes. What do the board members know?" Nathaniel set the notebook down. "Some of them know I am alive. Some of them suspect. A few of them have been feeding information to the consortium for months, waiting to see which side wins." Noelle's stomach turned. "How many?" "I do not know that either." Una spoke up. "Stefan has been trying to flush them out. That is part of why he accelerated the acquisition timelines. He wanted to force Nathaniel back before the board fractured entirely." "By threatening my ward?" "By threatening everything Nathaniel cared about, yes." Noelle looked at the clock. 2 hours and 25 minutes. "So the consortium has board allies inside Meridian, a handler who knew Elena, and an accelerated kidnapping timeline." Nathaniel's voice was steady but thin. "Yes. And Stefan knew the pressure would hit my patients before it hit you." "Yes." Noelle let that sit. The anger was still there, banked and waiting, but something else was crystallizing beneath it. A cold, clear understanding. Stefan had not targeted her because he hated her. He had targeted her because she was the softest pressure point in Nathaniel's armor, the one place where the hidden man could not hide. It was not personal. That made it worse. "Okay," she said. Both of them looked at her. "Noelle?" Nathaniel's voice shifted. "I said okay. I understand the game now." Una's eyebrows lifted. "That is a fast recovery for someone who just learned her ward is collateral in a boardroom war." "It is not recovery. It is calculation. If Stefan used me to force Nathaniel public, then the consortium will use me to force him silent. And if the handler knew Elena, they know exactly which buttons to press. Nathaniel's face went still. You are not going back to the hospital. I did not say that. You are the variable they did not calculate. Marcus said so. If you walk back into Lakeview right now, then I walk back into a hospital where administrators just moved the ward review up by a week. The phone buzzed on the counter. Noelle picked it up. Deja's name lit the screen. She answered. Tell me. Deja's voice came fast, clipped, and furious. They moved the review. 8 a.m. tomorrow. No notice. No consultation. Marlene Chen just sent the email to all department heads. A week early. 5 days. They cut the timeline by 5 days. Noelle, there is no way we can pull the patient data together by then. Not the way you wanted. Not with the transport logs and the neonatal transfer records and the out-of-catchment area numbers. They are rushing it through before we can build the counter case. Noelle's mind raced. Who authorized the date change? Email says Stefan Volkov's office. Of course. Deja, start pulling what you can. I will call you back within the hour. Where are you? The rumors are flying. People are saying you are hiding. That you knew about Nathaniel Trasco the whole time and kept it quiet to protect him. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He stood rigid, watching her, waiting. Let them talk, she said. I am not hiding. I am getting ready. She ended the call. The silence in the room was heavy, charged. Stefan moved the review, she said. Tomorrow morning. Nathaniel's hands curled at his sides. He is forcing the timeline. If the ward closes before I reclaim Meridian publicly, the consortium has cover. They can point to the closure as proof that my return destabilized the company. Then we do not let it close. Tomorrow morning is 8 hours away. Then we have 8 hours. You not stirred. I need to prepare the disclosure documents. If you are going public, it has to be before the review, not after. Agreed. Noelle turned to Nathaniel. What do you need from me? He looked at her. The mask was gone, striped away by exhaustion and the weight of revelations. I need you to be safe. That is not what I asked. I know. Noelle stepped closer. What do you need? He held her gaze. I need you to be in the room tomorrow. Not as leverage, not as collateral, as the nurse who knows the numbers better than anyone. Someone the board cannot dismiss because you have the evidence. I already have the evidence. Then we present it together. Una cleared her throat. I will file the public disclosure within the hour. By dawn, every news outlet will know Nathaniel Trasco is reclaiming Meridian. Stefan will have no cover to deny it. Do it. Noelle looked at the clock again. 2 hours and 11 minutes. But if the handler is watching, she said, they will know exactly where you are the second the disclosure hits. Nathaniel's voice went quiet. I am counting on it. You want them to come. I want them to move before they are ready, while Marcus's intel is still fresh, while we know their fallback positions, while Maisie is still in the building. Noelle felt the weight of his choice. He was using himself as bait to force the consortium's hand, and he was doing it with daughter sleeping 2 rooms away. You are going to stand at the podium. Yes, and let them see you. Yes. And then what? Nathaniel's expression did not change. Then we find out who the handler is, because when I appear, they will have no choice but to act. The phone buzzed again. Noelle looked down. Deja again. A single line of text. Stefan is asking for you. He says he will meet you before the review. Alone. Chapter 27. The fluorescent lights in Lakeview's administrative conference room hummed at a frequency that felt designed to fray nerves. Noelle sat with her back straight and her hands flat on the table, the stack of printed evidence arranged in front of her like a shield. Patient outcome studies, transport time analyses, neonatal transfer risk assessments, staffing ratio comparisons. Every number a testament to what would be lost. Deja sat to her left, frameless glasses catching the light, a tablet loaded with the union's data ready to deploy. Owen Cordero flanked her right, coffee cup empty, circles under his eyes deep enough to cast shadows. He had pulled an all-nighter to finish the transport risk modeling. Across the table, Marlene Chen sat at the head, polished, composed, her heels silent on the industrial carpet. 2 administrators from Hartwell flanked her. A man in a charcoal suit whose name Noelle had already forgotten. A woman with silver hair and a sympathy smile that never reached her eyes. Marlene opened with the scripted pleasantries. Thank everyone for their dedication. Acknowledged the difficulty of the conversation. Noelle did not wait. The data is clear, she said, sliding the first page across the table. 43% of our pediatric overnight admits come from outside the immediate catchment area, at least 30 minutes by car. In weather, police traffic, or middle-of-the-night emergencies, that number doubles. She let that land. We are not talking about inconvenience. We are talking about neonates discharged 12 hours early because there is no observation bed available. We are talking about parents driving through the dark with a febrile infant because the nearest alternative is on the other side of the city. The woman with silver hair nodded. Her expression remained soft, attentive, sympathetic. We understand the concern, Nurse Halsey, but the data you are citing reflects current operational patterns. The new model includes expanded outpatient capacity and telemedicine follow-up protocols that would offset the loss of overnight observation. Telemedicine does not stabilize a 4-year-old in respiratory distress at 2 a.m. With proper triage protocols, then you have not read my notes. Deja leaned forward. The Hartwell model uses a 1-to-8 nurse-to-patient ratio for pediatric observation. The standard is 1-to-4. That's not an oversight. That's a choice built into the assumptions to make the numbers show what you want them to show. The charcoal suit shifted. The staffing model has been reviewed by independent consultants. Independent consultants you paid. The consulting firm is nationally recognized. I do not care who paid them. Deja said, I care that your model treats pediatric observation like a hotel occupancy calculation, instead of a medical necessity. Owen set down his coffee cup. His voice came out hoarse, but steady. The neonatal transfer numbers alone should stop this review. Every infant moved more than 30 minutes from home has documented higher complication rates. It is not theoretical. It is in the literature. It is in our patient records. It is in the transport logs I pulled last night. He slid a bound document toward Marlene. Page 17. 4 premature neonates with respiratory distress who would have required ambulance transfer to the south side if our observation unit had been closed. 2 of them would have exceeded the safe window for intervention. The panel exchanged glances. Marlene picked up the document but did not open it. We hear you, Dr. Cordero. The clinical concerns are noted. Noelle felt something cold settle in her chest. Noted. They were being heard, acknowledged, empathized with, and none of it would matter. This review was not scheduled until next week, she said. We received notice last night that it had been moved forward, 5 days earlier, without consultation, without allowing us time to complete the patient impact assessment. The timeline adjustment was made at the executive level, by Stefan Volkov's office. Marlene's composure flickered, just barely. The decision came from Meridian Freight's leadership. We were informed this morning, and you accepted it without question. We are here, are we not? You are here to hear what we have already prepared, not to consider what we might have found if you had given us the time we asked for. The silver-haired woman leaned forward. Her smile had not wavered. Nurse Halsey, I understand this is emotional. You have dedicated years to this unit. Your investment is clear. But the review is not a personal judgment. It is a strategic decision about how to allocate resources across a network that serves hundreds of thousands of children. How many of those children will die because you moved the timeline? The room went still. I need that answer, Noelle said. You have the model, you have the assumptions, you have the independent consultants who say 1-to-8 is acceptable. So tell me, how many children die in your spreadsheet before the number becomes unacceptable? The charcoal suit opened his mouth. Owen spoke first. None, he said, because your model does not account for mortality. It accounts for cost per bed and discharge rates. Patient outcomes are a footnote. His voice cracked on the last word. Page 17, he repeated. 4 neonates. 2 of them would have died. That is not a footnote. That is a body count. The panel exchanged another look. Marlene set down the document. We are not here to debate hypotheticals, Dr. Cordero. Then what are we here for? The question hung. Noelle watched the panel process, the rehearsed empathy, the deflection, the careful avoidance of accountability. They had been coached. Every answer scripted, every concession procedural. Nothing would shake them because they had already decided. We have heard your concerns, the silver-haired woman said. The review will proceed. Your testimony has been noted for the record. That is it? That is the process. Noelle stood. I am not done. She pulled the last document from her stack, the one she had held back, the one she wanted to save for the question that would demand it. I have a list of every child treated in our observation unit in the last 12 months. Age, condition, outcome, transport risk if they had been sent elsewhere. I have parent testimonials. I have nursing shift reports. I have the attending physician's notes on 3 separate incidents where overnight observation prevented deterioration. She said it in front of Marlene. If you proceed with this closure, you will be signing off on the deaths we have documented here, not as a cost-benefit calculation, as a direct consequence of a decision made by people who have never spent a night on a pediatric ward. Marlene did not touch the document. Is there anything else, Nurse Halsey? Noelle felt Deja's hand close around her wrist under the table. One more thing, Owen said. He stood slowly, exhausted, wired, the kind of tired that made a man reckless. The closure memo was signed by Nathaniel Trasco. He is in the building today. He's the reason this review exists. The charcoal suit went still. And given that Nurse Halsey has a personal relationship with Mr. Trasco, the woman said, how do we square her testimony with that conflict of interest? Noelle felt the question land like a blow to the chest. She had known it would come. She had prepared for it. But preparation did not soften the impact of being called compromised in front of her colleagues. I am not here as Nathaniel Trasco's partner, she said. I am here as the nurse who has treated those children, who has held their parents' hands, who has watched them stabilize under observation care and go home healthy. And yet, the room waited. Noelle looked at Marlene. You want to know if my relationship changes what I am saying? It is a fair question. It is a distraction. She picked up the document she had placed in front of Marlene and held it up. Read the file. Check the names. Check the dates. Call the families, and then tell me if the numbers change because of who I sleep next to at night. The silence stretched. Noelle did not break. She held the document. She held the room. And she waited to see if anyone had the nerve to answer. Chapter 28. Noelle held the document up and let the silence stretch until it became unbearable. You want to know if Nathaniel Trasco in my life changes what I have said today? The silver-haired woman did not blink. It is a reasonable question, Nurse Halsey. It is a reasonable question if you believe truth is conditional on the person telling it. Noelle set the document down, flat, final. I am not here because he sent me. I am here because I worked this unit for 6 years, because I know every crash cart location, every parent who slept on those plastic chairs, every child who came in febrile and went home breathing. She leaned forward. My relationship with Nathaniel Trasco is exactly why I cannot afford to be silent. Marlene shifted in her chair. Explain that. Because I know what hidden decisions cost. I know what it means to love someone who keeps secrets and watch those secrets damage people who never knew they were collateral. She held Marlene's gaze. I am not here in spite of who I love. I am here because of it. Because I saw what secrecy did to my ward, to my colleagues, to the children we could have lost if we had not fought. The charcoal suit cleared his throat. That is not how conflict of interest works, Nurse Halsey. Then tell me how it works. She waited. Tell me that a nurse who has treated every child on that list for 12 months has less credibility because of who she shares her life with. Tell me that the mortality data changes because of my address. The silver-haired woman's smile thinned. You are making this difficult. I am making it honest. Noelle pulled the document back and held it up one last time. You have the evidence. You have the names. You have the outcomes. The only question left is whether you will look at them or look away. She set it down. I am done speaking. She sat. Deja's hand found hers under the table. The panel exchanged looks. The kind of looks that said they had expected compliance and received resistance. Marlene picked up the document. We will take this under advisement. That is not an answer. It is the answer we have. Noelle felt the air leave her chest, but she did not let it show. She held the panel's gaze until Marlene looked away. Thank you for your testimony, Nurse Halsey. Dr. Cordero, Ms. Naidu, you will be informed of the outcome. The silver-haired woman stood. The meeting was over. Deja pulled Noelle out before she could say something that would undo the ground they had gained. Owen followed, his hands shaking. They walked down the corridor in silence. The fluorescent lights hummed. The hospital smelled of antiseptic and coffee, and the particular exhaustion of a battle fought without victory declared. "You held," Deja said finally. "I held. They will not forget that. I do not want them to forget." They reached the stairwell. Owen leaned against the wall. "I thought they were going to dismiss the whole thing." "So did I. But they did not." Noelle looked at him. "Because they know the document exists. They know the names exist. They cannot unsee what we showed them. That is not the same as winning." "No," Noelle said. "It is the same as surviving until the next round." Deja pulled out her phone. "I need to call the UN. Tell them what happened. Tell them we need more time. I will tell them we need a miracle." Noelle nodded. She felt the weight of the morning pressing down on her shoulders. She had done what she came to do, but it did not feel like enough. Owen pushed off the wall. "I am going to check on the neonates. I will meet you on the unit." He nodded and disappeared down the stairwell. Deja lingered. "You okay?" "I will be." "That is not an answer." "It is the answer I have." Deja held her gaze. Then she squeezed Noelle's hand and walked toward the exit, phone already pressed to her ear. Noelle stood alone in the stairwell. The hum of the building surrounded her. She thought about the panel's faces, the rehearsed empathy, the deflection. She thought about the document in Marlene's hands. She thought about Nathaniel in the building somewhere, waiting to hear what happened. She pulled out her phone. 3 words. "It is done." His reply came within seconds. "Come find me." She climbed the stairs. The corridor on the 3rd floor was quiet. Administrative wing, carpeted, potted plants, the kind of quiet that cost money. She found him in a small conference room at the end of the hall. He was standing by the window, hands in his pockets, shoulders tight. He turned when she entered. "How bad?" I held the line. "That is not an answer." "It is the answer I have." He almost smiled. Almost. Then he crossed the room and stopped in front of her. "I heard what you said in there." "Everyone heard. I heard you say that loving me made you fight harder." She looked up at him. "It is true." "I know." He did not touch her, but his voice dropped. "The board faction that pushed the accelerated review, they are already preparing a challenge." The words landed like cold water. "What kind of challenge?" "They want to strip my voting authority before the week is out, force me into an advisory role, let Stefan run Meridian without my oversight." "Can they do that?" "They can try. Will they succeed?" He met her eyes. "Not if I stop hiding." She felt the weight of what he was asking. Not permission. Witness. "I am not hiding anymore," she said. "I know." He reached for her hand. She let him take it. "Then we face it together." He held her gaze. Together. The door behind them opened. Una stepped in, phone in hand. "We have a problem." Nathaniel did not let go of Noelle's hand. "Tell me." "The consortium just released a statement. They are disputing your ownership claim, calling it a fabrication designed to destabilize the board." "When?" 10 minutes ago. They timed it for the market open." Nathaniel's jaw tightened. "They want me to react. They want you to prove it." Noelle felt his grip tighten. "If I prove it, I expose every shell company and trust I spent 6 years building. If I do not, they win." "Then you prove it," Noelle said. He looked at her. "If I prove it, I expose you too." She met his eyes. "I already told you. I'm not hiding anymore." He held her gaze. Then he turned to Una. "Prepare the documentation. Every entity, every trust, every holding." "Are you sure?" "I have never been more sure of anything." Una nodded and stepped out. Nathaniel turned back to Noelle. "The moment I file those documents, our lives become public property. Everything. The 6 years. Maisie. You, the ward. There will be no taking it back. I know. She stepped closer. Then let them see everything. He lifted her hand to his lips, pressed a kiss to her knuckles. Then let them... His phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. His expression shifted. What? The board faction. They are calling an emergency session for tomorrow morning. They cannot do that without notice. They just did. Noelle felt the floor shift under her. Can you stop it? Not without revealing the ownership structure I am already preparing to reveal. Then you have nothing to lose. He looked at her. Except you. You will not lose me. She held his gaze. I am not going anywhere. His phone buzzed again. He looked at it. It is Stefan. What does he want? He wants to meet both of us, tonight, before the board session. Why? Nathaniel's expression turned unreadable. Because he says he knows who the handler is. Chapter 29. Stefan's text came through at 11:47 p.m. A booth at the back. Come alone, he will understand. Noelle read it twice in the conference room while Nathaniel watched her face. He wants to see me alone. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. I know. You knew before I did. He texted me first, asked if I would let him explain. She looked up from the phone. And you said yes? I said the choice was yours. The words landed clean, no weight attached. He meant them. She tucked her phone into her pocket. Where is he? There is a diner 3 blocks east, all-night place, red sign. I know it. Daisha can drive you. I can walk 3 blocks. It is dark. It is Chicago. I know dark. He held her gaze. Then he nodded. Text me when you are done. I will. She turned at the door. Nathaniel. I expect nothing less. She stepped into the corridor and let the door close behind her. The diner was almost empty. Fluorescent light, sticky floor. A man in a trucker cap drinking coffee at the counter. Stefan sat in the last booth, rimless glasses off, hair mussed like he had been pulling at it. He stood when she walked in. That surprised her. You do not have to stand. I do not know the protocol for this conversation. I am guessing as I go. She slid into the seat across from him. He sat back down. A waitress appeared. Noelle ordered black coffee. Stefan waved his cup, already full. They sat in silence until the waitress moved away. Then Stefan spoke. You look like you have been through a war. I have been through a hearing. Same thing. She did not smile. You asked me here. I am here. Talk. He set his glasses on the table, turned them over in his hands. I pushed the acquisition. I picked the timeline. I let the optics be brutal because brutal optics were the only thing that would make him surface. I know. I targeted your ward because you were his softest point, the one thing he could not let burn without losing himself entirely. I know that too. He looked up. And you still came. I came because you said you know who the handler is. I do. Then tell me. He held her gaze. Not yet. She stood up. Sit down. Why should I? Because if you leave, you never learn the part of this story Nathaniel will not tell you. She stopped. Stefan leaned forward. I have known him for 22 years, since before Elena, since before Meridian was anything but a name on a piece of paper. I watched him build everything. I watched him lose everything. And I watched him walk away from the wreckage and disappear into a life he thought was small enough to be safe. His voice dropped. He did not tell you the worst part of the night she died. Noelle sat back down. Tell me. He was on the phone with her when the truck hit. The words landed like a fist. She called him 3 times. He was in a meeting. He let it go to voicemail the first 2 times. The 3rd time he answered. She was upset about something. He does not remember what. He was distracted. He told her he would call her back in 10 minutes. Stefan's hands were still. He heard the impact through the line. Noelle felt the air leave the room. She was in the car. Maisie was in the back. He heard his wife die while he was telling her he would call her back. He never told me that. He has never told anyone, not even Maisie, not even the therapist he saw for 3 sessions before he stopped going. Noelle's coffee sat untouched. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to understand why he hides, not the surface reasons, the deep one. He hides because he believes if he had been present, she would still be alive. Stefan nodded. And if he loses you, that belief becomes a law. He will never risk again. He will build walls so high no one reaches him, and Maisie will grow up watching her father become a ghost. Noelle stared at him. You burned down his life to save him. I lit a fire I knew he could walk through. The consortium is a fire he cannot. And you want me to walk him through it. I want you to hold the door open. She looked at him. You hurt people to get here. My colleagues, my patients, me. I know. I do not forgive you. I am not asking for forgiveness. Then what are you asking for? He leaned back. I am asking you to stay, not because he is worth it, because Maisie is. The words cut through her. She thought of Maisie's dark eyes, her tangled hair, her small hand reaching for Noelle's in the dark. When does Nathaniel learn who the handler is? Tonight, at the meeting. Then why did you call me first? Stefan's expression shifted. Because I need you to tell him. Why you? Because if it comes from me, he will fight it. If it comes from you, he will believe it. She studied him. You planned this, calling me first, telling me about the call, all of it. I planned to tell you the truth and hope you recognized it. She stood up. I will be at the meeting, but not because you asked. Then why? Because Maisie deserves to know the person trying to destroy her family is not a stranger. It is someone who knew her mother. And that means it is someone who loved her mother. And that means it is someone who chose to hurt Nathaniel anyway. Stefan's face went still. You already know. I know it is someone Elena trusted. That narrows the circle. And if the circle narrows to someone in this room, she held his gaze. Then I will deal with that too. She turned and walked toward the door. Noelle? She stopped. Stefan's voice came low. Thank you. She did not turn around. I am not doing it for you. She pushed the door open and stepped into the cold night air. Her phone buzzed as she crossed the street. Nathaniel, what did he tell you? She stopped under a streetlight, typed 3 words. The truth. His reply came immediately. All of it? Enough. She waited. His next message took longer. I never wanted you to know that part. She looked up at the dark sky, typed slowly. I know. And I am still here. The dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again, then his final message. Then come home. She tucked the phone into her pocket and started walking, but she did not head toward the apartment. She turned toward the building where Nathaniel was waiting, where Stefan would arrive in 40 minutes, where someone who had loved Elena Trasco was about to be named. She walked faster. The streetlights flickered overhead. A black sedan turned the corner behind her and slowed to match her pace. Chapter 30. The building's lobby was quiet. Too quiet for a building where a billionaire's secret had just detonated in the morning news. Noelle crossed the marble floor with the sedan still burning in her peripheral vision. The doorman nodded. She nodded back. Nothing unusual, just a nurse coming home from a late shift. She took the stairs. 3 flights up, she stopped outside Nathaniel's door and pressed her palm flat against the wood. No sound. She used the knock Maisie had invented years ago. 3, quick, pause, 2 more. The door opened. Nathaniel stood in sweatpants and a worn gray shirt, dark circles carved deep under his eyes. He looked at her like she was something he had not let himself hope for. You came. I said I would. She stepped inside. The apartment was dim. A single lamp burned in the living room. Maisie's stuffed rabbit sat on the coffee table next to a half-empty glass of water. How is she? Asleep, for now. He closed the door. She had another nightmare. Noelle's chest tightened. When? An hour ago. She woke up screaming. Did she tell you what it was about? He shook his head. She just kept asking if the strangers were going to take her. Noelle crossed to the couch and sat down. The cushions still held the warmth of his body. Where is she? In her room. I was sitting with her until she fell back asleep. Did you sleep? No. She looked at his hands. They were still. That was worse than the shaking. Still meant he was holding something down. Nathaniel. He looked at her. Come sit. He did not argue. He crossed the room and lowered himself onto the couch beside her, leaving 6 inches between them. She could feel the heat of him anyway. Stefan told you everything. The important parts. All of it. She let the silence stretch. I knew you were on the phone with her when it happened. But I did not know you heard. I heard the impact. I heard her last breath. I heard Maisie start crying in the back seat, and I could not do anything. I was 12 blocks away. I was useless. His voice was flat, recited, like he had said these words to himself 1,000 times and still not believed them. The doctors at the hospital told me she was gone, but I already knew. Because I heard it. Because I was the last thing she heard before she died, and I told her I would call her back. Noelle reached for his hand. He let her. That is not your fault. I know that. I have known it for 6 years. But knowing it and feeling it are different things. She squeezed his fingers. I know. They sat like that for a long moment. Then Maisie's door cracked open. Daddy? Nathaniel stood immediately. I am right here, baby. Maisie shuffled into the living room in her dinosaur pajamas, rabbit tucked under one arm. She stopped when she saw Noelle. Noelle? Hi, sweetheart. Maisie crossed the room and climbed onto the couch without asking, pressing herself against Noelle's side. Noelle wrapped an arm around her. Did the bad dream come back? Maisie nodded. I dreamed the men at school found me. They did not find you. You are safe. But how do you know? Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He sat down on the other side of Maisie, his hand resting on her back. Because we are going to make sure of it, he said. Maisie looked up at him. Are you telling the truth, Daddy? His face shifted, a crack in the composure. I am telling you the truth. From now on, I am always telling you the truth. Even if it is bad? Especially if it is bad. Maisie was quiet for a long time. Then she said, I heard you crying. Nathaniel's hand stopped moving. Last night, after I fell asleep, you were in the kitchen. I heard you. He did not answer. Is it because of Mom? Noelle felt her own throat close. Yes, he said. Some of it. Maisie nodded slowly. I miss her too. He pulled her against his chest. She let him. I know, baby. They stayed like that until Maisie's breathing evened out. Noelle watched the rise and fall of her small back, watched Nathaniel's hand curl around his daughter's shoulder, like he was holding the only thing in the world that mattered. When Maisie was fully asleep, Nathaniel lifted her carefully and carried her back to her room. Noelle heard the soft click of the door, then his footsteps returning. He stood in the doorway. She does not know what is coming. Neither do we. We know enough. He crossed to the window and looked down at the street. The press has my name. They have your name. They know about the ward. By tomorrow, they will know about the apartment. And Maisie's school. He turned to face her. I need to tell her, before she hears it from someone else. You want to tell her now? Before the meeting, before the emergency session, before the reporters find this building. Noelle stood. You want me there? I want you there, if you are willing. She thought about Maisie's small hand reaching for hers in the dark, thought about the way Maisie had said Noelle's name like it meant safety. I am willing. Nathaniel crossed to Maisie's door and tapped twice. A sleepy voice answered, Come in. Noelle followed him inside. Maisie was sitting up in bed, rabbit pressed to her chest. She looked from her father to Noelle and back. Is something wrong? Nathaniel sat on the edge of the bed. I need to tell you something, and I need you to listen all the way through before you ask questions. Can you do that? Maisie nodded. Do you remember when I told you that I used to have a different name? The real one. Yes, the real one. He took a breath. Some people found out about my real name, and now they are telling other people. By tomorrow, a lot of people will know who I really am, including some people who want to hurt us. Maisie's eyes went wide. Are they coming here? No, we are not going to let them. But things are going to look different for a while. There might be people outside our building, people asking questions, people taking pictures. Like at school? Like at school. Maisie looked at Noelle. Are you still staying? Noelle sat down on the other side of the bed. I am still staying. Even with the bad people? Especially with the bad people. Maisie processed that. Then she looked at her father. Why do they want to hurt you? Because I have something they want. What? Money. Maisie's brow furrowed. The thing that makes people rich? Yes. So you are rich? Nathaniel's jaw tightened. Yes. Like really rich? Yes. Maisie was quiet. Then she said, Is that why everyone is mad at you? Noelle's heart cracked. Nathaniel's voice came rough. Yes, that is why. Because I hid it, and hiding it made things worse. Were you scared? Every day. Of what? He looked at Noelle. Of losing the people I love. Maisie reached out and grabbed his hand. Then why did you hide it? He did not answer. The buzzer cut through the silence. 3 short bursts. Nathaniel's head snapped up. Noelle was already moving toward the intercom. Nathaniel's voice came from behind her. Don't answer it. She stopped. Why? He pulled out his phone. His face went gray. Security just alerted me. There are reporters in the lobby. Chapter 31. The buzzer screamed again. 3 short bursts, then a 4th. Noelle's hand hovered over the intercom. Don't, Nathaniel said. They will keep buzzing until someone answers or security clears the lobby. If you answer, they know the unit is occupied. Then what? He was already moving past her, phone pressed to his ear. Marcus, lobby situation, report. A pause. His jaw tightened. 6, 2 more outside the main entrance, camera crew setting up across the street. Noelle looked at Maisie, still sitting up in bed, rabbit pressed to her chest. Get dressed, Noelle said. Quietly, bring your backpack. Maisie slid off the bed without a word. Nathaniel ended the call. Service exit in the basement. Marcus is bringing the car around to the alley. We have maybe 2 minutes before they start checking side entrances. 2 minutes. That is all we get. They moved. Noelle grabbed Maisie's shoes from beside the door, knelt, and helped her lace them. Maisie's hands were shaking, but her face was set in the same composure Noelle had seen on her father. I have my rabbit. Good. Hold tight to it. Nathaniel came out of his bedroom with a duffel bag already slung over one shoulder. He handed Noelle a jacket she had never seen before, dark gray, heavy. Put it on. It is not mine. It is now. She pulled it on. It smelled like him. The buzzer went again, longer this time. Someone holding the button down. Basement, Nathaniel said. Now! They went. The stairwell was concrete and fluorescent, the kind of light that made everyone look like a suspect. Noelle's footsteps echoed as she kept Maisie close, one hand on the small of the girl's back, the other gripping the railing. Nathaniel moved ahead of them, checking each landing before waving them down. 2 floors, 1 floor. The basement door was metal, painted the same gray as the walls. Nathaniel pushed it open and scanned the hallway before motioning them through. The service exit was at the far end, past the boiler room and a stack of collapsed cardboard boxes. Noelle heard the sound before she saw the source. A hum of voices, distant but gathering, like bees before a swarm. They found the back, Nathaniel said. He grabbed Noelle's wrist and pulled her into a jog. Maisie ran beside her, rabbit pressed between her chest and Noelle's arm. The door at the end had a push bars, no alarm. Nathaniel hit it with his shoulder and they spilled into the alley. Cold air, wet asphalt, the smell of garbage and exhaust. A black sedan was already there, engine running, rear door open, Marcus behind the wheel. Get in! Noelle pushed Maisie into the back seat and climbed in after her. Nathaniel slammed the door and Marcus hit the gas before he had the handle closed. The car fishtailed onto the street. Behind them, Noelle saw a man in a dark coat round the corner, phone raised, camera flashing. Then they were gone. The safe house was a high-rise in a neighborhood Noelle had never been. 22nd floor. A man in uniform checked their IDs at the lobby desk before letting them up. The apartment was sterile, white walls, gray furniture. A refrigerator with nothing inside but a bottle of sparkling water and a box of baking soda. Noelle stood at the window and looked down at the street. No black sedan, no camera crews, no reporters. I hate this, she said. Nathaniel came up beside her. I know. Your security guy, the one who drove us. He is the same man who was watching me for 2 years. Marcus is the one who got us out. That does not make it better. No, does not. She turned from the window. Now what? We wait. Una is handling the press statement. The emergency session is still on for tomorrow morning. And tonight? We stay here. We move again before dawn. Noelle looked at Maisie, who had found a spot on the gray couch and was flipping through a book from the shelf, rabbit in her lap, face carefully blank. She is handling this better than I am. Kids are resilient. Kids should not have to be. Nathaniel's phone buzzed. He looked at the screen. Una. He answered, listened, and his face changed. What does that mean? A pause. How many? Another pause. Put it out. Full statement. I do not care what it costs. He ended the call. Noelle felt the weight of the room shift. What happened? There is footage from the lobby. Someone caught us leaving. Us? You, me, Maisie. The service exit, the car. Marcus's face is blurred, but ours are not. The air left the room. How bad? Bad enough. It is already trending. The board saw it. They moved the emergency session to tonight. Tonight? 8 p.m. Noelle looked at the clock on the wall. 6:14. 90 minutes. Less. The press is already circling the building. Una is trying to find a way in. Noelle thought about the men in dark coats, the camera flashes, the shouting. Can we get past them? I do not know. Maisie looked up from her book. Are we in trouble? Noelle crossed the room and sat down beside her. We are not in trouble. We are just in a complicated situation. Is that why everyone is yelling? Some people yell because they do not understand. Are they going to yell at Daddy? Noelle looked at Nathaniel. His face was gray, but his eyes were steady. No one is going to yell at your father. Not while I am here. Maisie studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded. Okay. The clock on the wall ticked. 6:16. Una's text came at 6:22. Service entrance clear for 20 minutes. Be ready. Nathaniel read it aloud. Noelle stood. Then we get ready. Chapter 32. The safe house clock read 6:28. Noelle stood at the window, watching the street below. Cars moved in neat lines. People walked dogs. Somewhere out there, footage of her face was spreading through every feed in the city. She heard Nathaniel behind her, the soft tread of his shoes on the gray carpet, the weight of him stopping a few feet back. We need to talk, she said. About what? About what happens after tonight. A pause. Okay? Noelle turned. He stood in the middle of the sterile living room, hands at his sides, no armor in his posture, no CEO mask, just Nate, waiting for whatever she was about to say. She had spent 6 years making herself small enough to fit into the spaces he left open. 6 years carrying cold medicine and Sunday dinners and the weight of his silences. 6 years pretending that what she wanted mattered less than what he needed. No more. If there is any future for us, she said, I need 3 things. He did not flinch, did not bargain, just waited. First, public acknowledgement. I am not your secret anymore. You do not get to love me in private and let the world treat me like a rumor. If I am in your life, people see it. I already planned, I am not finished. His mouth closed. Second, concrete action for the pediatric night ward. Not promises, not a task force, not a committee that will study the problem for 18 months. You sign the commitment tonight, in front of the board, in front of whoever is watching. The unit stays open with full funding and proper ratios. Done. Third, she felt her voice crack and forced it steady. You do not use my love as a private refuge. You do not come to me for comfort and then disappear into the corporate machine like I am a separate room in your life. You do not get my tenderness and give me silence in return. If you are in, you are in. All of it. Every day. The room went quiet. Nathaniel stood very still. I tried to protect you, he said. I told myself that if I kept the hard parts hidden, I was keeping you safe. But that was a lie. I was keeping myself safe. I was keeping a door open to a life where I could still pretend to be Nate, even while Nathaniel was burning everything down. Noelle said nothing. I will never do that again. Prove it. He moved toward her. Not fast, not reaching, just crossing the space between them until he was close enough that she could see the dark circles under his eyes, the tremor in his jaw. I will stand in front of the board tonight, he said. I will tell them who I am. I will tell them what I let happen to your ward. I will sign whatever it takes to keep it open. And I will make sure every camera in that room knows your name and knows you are the reason I am still standing. And Maisie will be watching from somewhere safe. When it is over, I will come back to her, to you, and I will not ask you to trust what I will not show the world. Noelle let out a breath she did not know she had been holding. Okay, that is all you have to say? I need to see it, not hear it. He nodded. The clock on the wall ticked to 6:31. Noelle's phone buzzed, a text from Una. Service entrance clear for 12 more minutes. Then the press circle tightens. She showed him the screen. 12 minutes, she said. Then we better move. Maisie was already dressed when Noelle came into the bedroom. Rabbit tucked under one arm, shoes on, face calm in a way that made Noelle's chest ache. Are we going to the place with the yelling people? We are going to a building where your father is going to tell everyone the truth. Is that scary? For him, yes. Are you going to be there? I am going to be right beside him. Maisie considered this. Good. He is braver when you are there. Noelle's throat tightened. How do you know that? Because I am braver when you are there too. Noelle knelt down and pulled Maisie into a hug. The rabbit pressed between them. Maisie's small arms wrapped around her neck. Whatever happens tonight, Noelle whispered, you are safe. You have me. You have your dad. And no amount of yelling changes that. Promise? Promise. They took the service elevator down. Marcus was already in the parking garage, engine running, face unreadable behind the wheel. He did not look at Noelle when she climbed in, did not apologize for the years of watching. There was no time for that. The car pulled out of the garage and into the street. Noelle watched the buildings slide past, the city glowing amber in the early evening light. Nathaniel sat beside her, Maisie between them. His hand found hers in the dark. I am going to say things tonight that cannot be unsaid, he said quietly. I know. Once I start, there is no going back. No. His fingers tightened around hers. No more hiding, she said. That was the deal. He looked at her, and for a moment, the weight of 6 years of silence flickered behind his eyes. Then he nodded. No more hiding. The car turned a corner. The board building rose ahead of them, glass and steel, lights blazing in the upper floors, and in front of it, gathered behind a police line, a crowd of reporters and cameras waited. Noelle's heart hammered. Beside her, Maisie gripped her rabbit. Nathaniel let go of her hand and reached for the door handle. Wait, Noelle said. He stopped. She leaned forward and kissed him. Quick, firm, a promise she would not make in private anymore. For luck, she said. His eyes went soft. I love you, he said. It was the first time he had said it out loud, in words, without the safety of implication. Noelle felt the words land somewhere deep. I know, she said. Now let us go show them. The door opened, the cameras swung toward them, and the world began to watch. Chapter 33. The boardroom was a box of glass and dark wood, polished to a cold shine. Noelle felt the weight of every eye as she walked through the door behind Nathaniel. The room held 15 people seated around a long table. Some she recognized from Meridian's strategy meeting. Others were strangers in expensive suits, their faces arranged in careful neutrality. The cameras outside had not followed them in, but the tension here was worse. A silver-haired man at the head of the table stood as Nathaniel entered. His nameplate read, Chairman Russell. Mr. Trasco, we expected you 40 minutes ago. Traffic, Nathaniel said. And reporters. Russell's jaw tightened. Sit. We have a narrow window before the consortium's next statement. Noelle took a seat against the wall, away from the table. Nathaniel did not ask her to stay. He simply looked at her once, then turned to face the board. Una was already standing, a tablet in her hand, her composure cut from steel. She began without preamble. The consortium released a second statement 47 minutes ago. They are claiming that Meridian's ownership structure constitutes deliberate fraud against shareholders. They have filed a preliminary injunction to block any voting authority exercised by Mr. Trasco or his proxies until a full audit is completed. A ripple of murmurs. The injunction request cites our 2018 restructuring, Una continued. The transfer of voting rights to two shell entities registered in Delaware, and the fact that Mr. Trasco's name has not appeared on any Meridian document in 6 years. They are arguing that de facto control of the company has passed to Stefan Volkov by abandonment. They have a case, a woman in a sharp blue jacket said. Not a strong one, but enough to tie us up for months. Meanwhile, the stock is hemorrhaging. It is not hemorrhaging, Una said. It is down 4%. The market is waiting. Waiting for what? For proof that Nathaniel Trasco still exists. The room went quiet. Stefan sat at the far end of the table, rimless glasses in his hand, his face unreadable. Noelle watched him. He had not looked at her once since she entered. The consortium's timeline is accelerating, Russell said. They want to vote on Nathaniel's authority tonight. If we refuse, they take it to court tomorrow morning. Either way, they force a crisis that benefits them. Then we call their bluff, a man near the center said. We let Nathaniel speak. We let him confirm his ownership. We file the disclosure and let the chips fall. And the press, Blue Jacket said. Once Nathaniel confirms he has been hiding for 6 years, every headline writes itself. Trasco heir vanishes while company drifts. Trasco returns to save empire. It is a story they will milk for weeks. Better than losing the company. Is it? The consortium is betting that Nathaniel's absence creates enough ambiguity to force a fire sale. If he confirms his return, they pivot to calling him unfit. They drag his grief, his disappearance, his emotional state into the public record. They do not know about Noelle, Stefan said quietly. Everyone turned. Stefan looked up, polishing his glasses with a slow, deliberate motion. Not yet, he said, but they will. The footage of the three of you running through that alley is already trending. It is only a matter of time before someone identifies her, connects her to the hospital fight, and turns her into a weapon against him. Noelle felt the words land. Russell leaned forward. Is there any truth to the speculation linking you to the nurse? The question was directed at Nathaniel. Nathaniel did not flinch. Yes, the word hung in the air. She is the reason I am here. She is the reason I am telling the truth tonight. If the consortium wants to use her against me, they will have to stand in line. A beat of silence. Blue Jacket shifted. That is not going to help us. It is the truth. Truth does not matter in a proxy fight, only optics. I am aware. Russell held up a hand. Enough. We need a decision. Nathaniel, your counsel has advised full disclosure. Your oldest friend has been trying to force your hand for months. The consortium is circling. The board is split. What do you want to do? Nathaniel looked around the table. 13 faces, 13 agendas, 1 decision. The disclosure was prepared 3 days ago, he said. Every shell company, every trust, every holding entity. My name on every document. I stopped signing anything 6 years ago because I was afraid of what the world would do with my grief. But I am not grieving anymore. I am fighting. He paused. And I am not fighting alone. His eyes found Noelle across the room. I will sign whatever needs signing. I will stand in front of whatever camera they put in front of me. And I will make sure the consortium knows that Meridian is not a wounded company. It is a company that was hiding its strongest asset. Which is? Russell asked. Me. The room was silent. Then a man near the window spoke. The vote. We need to put it to a vote. We do, Russell agreed. All in favor of Nathaniel Trasco's immediate and full reclamation of Meridian Freight's ownership, including full public disclosure, say aye. 8 hands went up. 4 stayed down. 1 abstention. It passes, Russell said, but not unanimously. The opposition will leak that. I know, Nathaniel said. Stefan stood. Then let us do this before the consortium's next move. He walked toward Dagor. Noelle caught his eye as he passed. He stopped. You were right, he said, so quietly only she could hear. About what? About her, Elena, the person she trusted. I know who it is now, and when this is over, I am going to tell Nathaniel what I should have told him 6 years ago. He walked out. The room emptied. Noelle stayed in her chair, her hands folded in her lap, her heart racing. Nathaniel crossed the room and stopped in front of her. "You do not have to stay," he said. "I can do this alone." "I know you can." "Then why are you still here?" She looked up at him. "Because you asked." He held her gaze. Then he reached down and took her hand. "Then come with me. I want you to see what it looks like when I stop hiding." The door to the boardroom opened. The hallway beyond was lined with staff, assistants, and a single camera operator from the in-house legal team. Beyond them, the press room waited. Noelle stood. She let him lead her into the light. The press room was smaller than she expected. 3 rows of folding chairs, a podium with the Meridian logo, a single microphone, a dozen reporters already seated, laptops open, phones angled toward the door. Nathaniel walked to the podium. Noelle stopped at the back of the room, near the wall. She could feel the reporters' eyes on her, but she did not look at them. She watched Nathaniel. He adjusted the microphone. He looked at the cameras, and then he began to speak. "My name is Nathaniel Trasco, and I have been lying to you for 6 years." Chapter 34. The door clicked shut behind them. The press room felt smaller now, colder. The fluorescent hum filled the silence between the podium and the back wall where Noelle stood. Nathaniel had not moved from the microphone. His hand rested on the polished wood, fingers spread, as if he needed the contact to steady himself. The Meridian logo glowed blue behind him. Cameras on their tripods waited. The journalists watched him with the patience of people who knew they were about to witness something. Noelle watched his back, the broad shoulders, the line of his spine, the way he stood like a man preparing to step off a ledge. He turned, not toward the cameras, toward her. The gesture was small, almost invisible, but the reporters noticed. A few of them shifted in their seats, following his gaze to the woman against the back wall. He crossed the room, 12 steps, maybe 11. He stopped in front of her, close enough that the cameras could not read his face, but she could see the tremor at the corner of his mouth. "I need a minute," he said. She nodded. He led her through a side door into a narrow corridor. Empty. Gray carpet. A single bulb overhead. The door clicked shut behind them, sealing out the hum and the cameras and the waiting. They stood facing each other in the quiet. "I spent 6 years believing secrecy kept Maisie safe," he said. "I told myself the lie was a shield, that if no one knew who I was, no one could hurt her, that if I kept my grief contained, it would not leak onto anyone else." He stopped. His hands hung at his sides. "But it did not contain anything, Noelle. It just scattered the damage onto everyone I loved. Stefan, the company, the ward, you, Maisie. Every single person I was trying to protect ended up carrying pieces of a weight I refused to share." She waited. "I asked me for transparency," he said. "Full emotional transparency. And I agreed because I meant it. But I do not think I understood what I was agreeing to until this moment." He took a breath. "I am about to walk through that door and tell the world who I am. Every reporter in that room is going to file a story in the next hour. Every board member who voted against me is going to brief their contacts. The consortium is going to respond. The money is going to move. And once I say the words, I cannot unsay them. I know. I have spent my entire adult life building a wall between who I am and what I built. And I am about to tear it down. Not because I am ready, not because I am brave, but because you made me see that I cannot keep the people I love safe by hiding from them." He stepped closer. "I do not know what happens next. I do not know if the board holds. I do not know if the consortium pulls the trigger. I do not know if Maisie will forgive me for putting her in the middle of this. All I know is that I am done pretending I can carry this alone." His hand came up, slowly, deliberately. He touched her face. His palm was warm against her cheek, the calluses rough against her skin. His thumb traced the line of her jaw once, gently, as if memorizing the shape of her. "I love you," he said, "and I am sorry it took me this long to say it where anyone could hear." He leaned in. His lips brushed her forehead, a kiss that lasted 1 breath, 2. Then he stepped back. The warmth of his touch faded from her skin. He turned. He walked toward the door. His hand reached for the handle, and Noelle realized he was going to do it alone. He was going to walk into that room and stand in front of those cameras and tell the truth without asking her to stand beside him. Not because he did not want her there, but because he would not presume, because he had spent 6 years taking without asking. And now he was giving her the choice. The door opened. Light spilled through from the press room, the murmur of voices, the click of a camera shutter testing. Nathaniel stepped through. The door began to swing closed behind him. She had seconds, maybe less. The door was almost shut when her hand found the edge. She pushed it open. She stepped through. Chapter 35. The press room swallowed them. Noelle felt the heat first, the lights, the collective intake of breath as the door clicked shut behind her. She stood beside Nathaniel at the podium, close enough to feel the tension in his arm, the way his hand rested on the polished wood like he needed something solid. Cameras fired, a rapid sequence of clicks and flashes. The journalists had stopped murmuring. Every face in the room was turned toward them, hungry and waiting. Nathaniel looked at the microphone. Then he looked at her. Just once. A flicker of something that might have been fear, might have been relief. She nodded, small, invisible to everyone but him. He turned back to the cameras. "My name is Nathaniel Trasco." The words landed like stones, and for 6 years I have been lying. A ripple moved through the room. Reporters shifted. Phones lifted higher. Someone in the back whispered into a recorder. "I built Meridian Freight from nothing," he said. 15 years ago, I started with a single cargo contract and a loan I had no business getting. I built it into the largest, privately held shipping operation in the country. And then I walked away from it." His voice did not waver. "Not because I stopped caring. Because I was drowning." Noelle watched his profile, the set of his jaw, the way his fingers pressed into the wood. "My wife died 6 years ago," he said. "Elena. She was killed in a car accident. I was on the phone with her when it happened. I heard it, and I could not make myself go back to the life we had built together." A woman in the front row pressed a hand to her mouth. "So I buried myself," Nathaniel said. "I let the world think Stefan Volkov owned Meridian. I let my name disappear. I moved into a modest apartment. I changed my daughter's school. I cut every tie to the person I had been, and I told myself it was protection." He paused. "It was fear." The word hung in the air. "I was afraid the company would swallow whatever was left of me. I was afraid the press would turn my grief into content. I was afraid my daughter would grow up in a bulletproof house with security details instead of a father who made her breakfast." He looked down at his hands. "And I was afraid that if I stopped hiding, I would have to admit that I had been running for 6 years." Noelle felt her chest tighten. "But hiding has a cost," Nathaniel said. "I let a rival investor consortium circle Meridian for 2 years without responding. I let board members believe I had abandoned them. I let Stefan carry the weight of a company he never asked to own. And I let a hospital acquisition proceed without my oversight, because looking at the details would have meant looking at myself." He looked up. The pediatric night ward at Lakeview Children's Hospital was on the chopping block. Staff reductions, service cuts, children transferred in the middle of the night because the numbers did not pencil out. I signed that memo. I signed it without reading it. And I let a system I built hurt people I never met. A reporter raised a hand. Nathaniel ignored it. "That ends tonight." He straightened. "I am reclaiming Meridian Freight as its owner and active leader. I am dissolving the shell structure that hid my ownership. Every board member, every employee, every journalist in this room will have access to the full documentation by morning. The consortium that has been circling this company for 2 years will find no more gaps to exploit." He paused. "And I am committing, personally and corporately, to preserving the pediatric overnight unit at Lakeview Children's Hospital within the Hartwell network. No more cuts. No more closed-door efficiencies. The children who need that unit will have it." The room erupted. Questions came from every direction, overlapping, voices rising. Nathaniel held up a hand. "I am not done." The noise subsided. "One more truth," he said. "One I will not let anyone distort." He turned, full body, toward Noelle. The cameras followed. The lights hit her face. She felt exposed, raw, every pore of her skin awake under the glare. "This woman," Nathaniel said, "is the reason I am standing here." Noelle's breath caught. She did not ask me to be brave. She did not rescue me. She showed up at my door at 2 in the morning when my daughter called her. She fought for a ward I was about to destroy. She told me the truth when I had spent 6 years telling everyone lies. And when she found out who I really was, she did not let me off the hook. His voice cracked. She made me earn it. The room was silent, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to be worthy of that. Noelle felt heat behind her eyes. She did not blink. The silence stretched. Then a reporter in the third row stood up. "Nathaniel, the consortium has filed an injunction citing fraud in the 2018 restructuring that created the shell entities. How do you respond?" Nathaniel turned back to the microphone. "The 2018 restructuring was legal. It was documented. It was executed by lawyers who followed every regulation. What it was not was honest. But I am not here to defend the legality of my decisions. I am here to take responsibility for the damage they caused." He stepped back from the podium. "I will answer questions for the next hour. Every question. No filters, no off the record. And then I will go home to my daughter and tell her that her father finally stopped hiding." The room erupted again. Noelle stood beside him as the questions crashed over them, as the cameras kept firing, as the Meridian logo glowed blue behind them like a seal on everything he had just admitted. And she did not move. She stayed, because he had earned that much, because she had chosen to, because the door was open now, and she was not going to close it. Nathaniel answered question after question. The structure of the shell companies, the timeline of his withdrawal, the meetings he had missed, the votes he had let Stefan cast alone. He did not deflect. He did not spin. The hours stretched. The lights burned. And somewhere in the back of the room, a door opened. Noelle saw it first. A figure stepped through, silhouetted against the hallway light. Tall, familiar. Stefan Volkov. He did not approach the podium. He stood against the back wall, arms crossed, watching Nathaniel answer question after question, with the expression of a man who had just watched a building collapse and was waiting to see what rose from the rubble. Noelle met his eyes. He nodded once. She did not nod back. The questions kept coming. The cameras kept firing. And Noelle realized, with a clarity that felt like glass, that this was only the beginning. The confession was done, but the aftermath had not even started. A hand touched her arm. Nathaniel. His eyes were dark, exhausted, but steady. "Thank you," he said, soft. "For her alone." She did not answer. She took his hand, and together they faced the room. Chapter 36. The questions kept coming. Nathaniel answered them all. The shell structure, the years of absence, the memo he signed without reading. He did not flinch, did not deflect, did not let a single answer land anywhere but squarely on his own shoulders. Noelle stood beside him. The cameras ate every frame. A reporter from the second row stood up. Young, sharp. She did not raise her hand like the others. "Nathaniel, you just committed significant resources to preserving the pediatric overnight unit at Lakeview. You cited your relationship with Noelle Halsey as the reason. How do you respond to critics who will say you were buying absolution for a woman you love, using a hospital ward as a personal gesture?" The room went still. Noelle felt the weight of the question land in her chest like a stone. Nathaniel did not look at her. He looked at the reporter. "I am not buying anything," he said. "I am restoring what I should never have let be taken. And Noelle is not a reason to spend money. She is a reason to tell the truth." He paused. The pediatric night ward was cut because of a model that did not count mortality. That was my signature. My negligence. Noelle did not ask me to fix it. She fought me to fix it. And I am not doing this for her. I am doing it because she showed me that I had become the kind of man who let systems make decisions he should have made himself. The reporter did not sit down. "And the relationship? You were hiding your identity. She was your neighbor, your daughter's trusted adult. Does she trust you now?" Noelle felt the silence stretch. Nathaniel turned to her. Not the cameras. Her. "Asked her," he said. The room shifted. Noelle felt every eye land on her face. The lights burned. The Meridian logo glowed behind them. She could see the reporter waiting, pen poised, ready to capture whatever she said and turn it into tomorrow's headline. She stepped forward, not away from him, toward the microphone. "I am still angry," she said. The room was silent. "I am still afraid, and I am still here." She looked at the reporter. "You asked if he is buying absolution. He is not. He is submitting to accountability. That is not the same thing. And if you want proof, look at what he did tonight. He stood in front of this room and told the truth about every choice he made, including the ones that hurt me, hurt my colleagues, and hurt children he never met." She paused. "That is not a gesture. That is a beginning." The reporter nodded, sat down. The room exhaled. Nathaniel looked at Noelle. His eyes were dark, exhausted, and something else, something that looked like hope. She did not look away. The questions kept coming, but they shifted, softened now. Nathaniel answered them. The consortium injunction. The timeline for dissolving the shell structure. What he planned to tell Maisie. Then, the door at the back of the room opened again. Stefan Volkov stepped out. Noelle watched him go. The press conference ended 47 minutes later. Nathaniel stood at the podium until the last question was answered, until the last camera lowered, until the journalists began packing their equipment and muttering into phones, filing stories that would shatter across every screen in the country before dawn. Then he turned to Noelle. "Thank you," he said, "for saying that. You did not have to." "I know." She let the words sit. "I meant it," she said. "I am still angry. I am still afraid. That did not change because you said my name into a microphone." "I know that too." He stepped closer. "But you are still here." She held his gaze. "I am." The silence between them was not uncomfortable. It was real. The kind of silence that did not need to be filled. Then her phone buzzed, and his, and somewhere in the room, Yuna's phone buzzed too. Noelle looked down, Deja's name on the screen. "You need to see this." Noelle's stomach dropped. She opened the message. A link, a headline, already live. Trasco heir's secret daughter identified by sources close to consortium below it. A photograph. Maisie. Not the safe apartment, not the building, the school, from pickup. Her face clear, her name in the caption, her school uniform visible against the chain-link fence. Noelle's hand went cold. She looked up at Nathaniel. His face had gone pale. "I have to call her," he said. "I have to warn Clara. I have to." "Go," Noelle said. "Now." He was already moving. She followed. The hallway outside the press room was empty. The Meridian village was silent. The emergency board session was over. The votes counted. The disclosure delivered. And still the threat that Noelle had feared since the first black sedan appeared outside her building was no longer a shadow. It was a headline. Nathaniel's phone was at his ear. "Clara, it's Nathaniel. I need you to check on Maisie. Now." Pause. "No, don't let her near a screen. Don't let anyone near her." Pause. "I'm on my way." He hung up. Noelle did not ask. She was already beside him. Together they walked toward the door that led out of the building and into whatever came next. Noelle did not know if the ward would survive the week. She did not know if Meridian would survive the injunction. She did not know if Maisie's face would be torn apart by strangers before morning. But she knew one thing. She was still here, and she was not leaving. Chapter 37. They were 3 steps from the exit when Yuna caught up, her heels silent on the marble, her phone already pressed to her ear. "He's walking out now," she said into it. "Hold." She lowered the phone. "Hartwell, CEO. On 2. He wants a statement before the news cycle locks in your narrative." Nathaniel's jaw tightened. "I'm going to my daughter. You have 30 seconds to tell him what you're committing, or he'll spin this as a sympathy play. The board won't back a second press release if the headlines have already calcified." Noelle saw the calculation in his eyes. The split second where Maisie's safety ward with the ward's survival. Then he took the phone. "Garrison, you're on speaker. I have 1 minute." The voice that came through was clipped, corporate, the kind of tone that measured people by quarterly margins. "Nathaniel, congratulations on the reveal. Dramatic timing. We need to discuss how your reclamation affects the Hartwell acquisition, specifically the pediatric unit you publicly committed to preserve." I didn't commit. I stated a condition. Same thing in the press. Then put it in writing, Nathaniel said. I'll allocate Meridian resources to cover the deficit for the overnight unit for 3 years. Full staffing, full equipment, full operating costs, pending a broader restructuring review. Silence on the line. Noelle held her breath. 3 years is a long time, Garrison said. What do you want in return? I want the closure memo rescinded tonight. I want the review panel reconstituted with independent pediatric specialists. And I want a public statement from Hartwell confirming the unit will remain open while we negotiate long-term partnership terms. That's aggressive. That's the only offer you'll get before I walk out this door and let the consortium's injunction narrative define the next 6 months. Another silence. Noelle could almost hear Garrison calculating, weighing the optics of rejecting a billionaire's concession against the cost of accepting oversight. I'll have my counsel draft the statement, Garrison said. You'll have it within the hour. The line went dead. Nathaniel handed the phone back to Una. His hand was shaking. He'll try to renegotiate in 6 months, Una said quietly. But for now, the unit stays open. Noelle felt the words land in her chest. The children she had treated last night, the ones whose files she had pulled, the families who had begged for certainty, they would not lose their care tonight. But Una was not finished. She stepped closer, lowering her voice so only Noelle could hear. You need to understand something. Garrison is not the only person watching. The consortium already wanted Nathaniel's blood. Now, every hospital chain, every real estate developer who had eyes on that pediatric floor, every rival who wanted Meridian weakened, just watched him bleed resources for a single ward. That makes you a target. Not just him. You. Because you are the visible reason he did it. Noelle's throat tightened. How many? She asked. Enough. By nightfall, you will have enemies you never met. Una's phone buzzed again. She glanced at it, then back at Nathaniel. The car is at the service entrance. Clara has Maisie secured at the school. The media has not found the address yet, but they will. Nathaniel took Noelle's hand. His grip was warm, calloused, steady despite the tremor she had seen. Let's go. They moved through the service corridor, down a concrete stairwell, out a metal door into an alley where a black SUV waited, engine running, windows tinted. Marcus was behind the wheel. He did not look at them as they climbed in. His hands were at 10 and 2, his jaw set, his expensive watch catching the alley light. Noelle slid into the back seat beside Nathaniel. The door closed. The SUV pulled out. The city scrolled past, indifferent, glass and steel and headlights cutting through the dusk. Noelle's phone buzzed. Deja again. She opened the message. The photo is trending. Comments are brutal. They're calling her a bargaining chip. Noelle closed the app. She did not tell Nathaniel, not yet. He was already braced for the worst. The SUV stopped at a light. Through the window, Noelle saw a convenience store, a teenager on the sidewalk scrolling a phone. The screen showed a girl in a school uniform, dark hair, dark eyes, frozen in a moment she never chose. Maisie. The light changed. The SUV moved. Noelle reached for Nathaniel's hand and held it. They turned onto the street where Clara lived, a quiet block of brick houses and trimmed hedges, the kind of street where nothing was supposed to happen. Clara's house was third from the corner, porch light on, curtains drawn. Marcus pulled to the curb. Noelle saw it then, a black sedan, idling 2 houses down, no driver visible, tinted windows, no plates she could read in the dim. She gripped Nathaniel's hand harder. Nathaniel. He followed her gaze. His body went still. The sedan did not move. It waited, engine humming, patient as a held breath. Marcus, Nathaniel said, do not stop the car. Marcus glanced in the rear view, saw what they saw. His foot stayed on the brake. If we drive past, they follow, he said. If we stop, they know where she is. The sedan's headlights flicked on. Low beams, deliberate. Noelle felt the future tilt. The porch light at Clara's house was still on. Maisie was inside. And the car that had watched Noelle's building for weeks, the car that had tracked her through the city, the car that belonged to a handler who had used Elena Trasco's secret code, was sitting 2 doors from the woman who held Maisie's hand, waiting. Noelle did not look away. She turned to Nathaniel. "We cannot leave her here." The sedan's engine revved once. A warning, a promise, a beginning. Chapter 38. The black sedan sat 2 houses down, engine humming, headlights low. Noelle's hand found the door handle before she could think. Marcus's voice cut through the dark. "Do not get out of this car." She turned on him. "You do not get to tell me what to do, not after 2 years of watching me." Marcus met her eyes in the rear view. His face was stone. "If you walk toward that house, they will know exactly where she is. They will have confirmation. Right now, they are guessing. Do not confirm it." Noelle's hand stayed on the handle. Nathaniel was already on his phone. "Clara, listen to me. Do not turn on any lights. Do not look out the front window. Get Maisie to the back door and wait for my signal." A pause. Clara's voice, thin and steady. "We are already in the hall." "Good. Stay there." Nathaniel ended the call and turned to Marcus. "Drive past the house. Slow. Normal. Turn at the end of the block and circle back through the alley. Kill the headlights before you enter." Marcus nodded once. The SUV pulled forward. Noelle watched Clara's house slide past the window. The porch light was still on. The curtains were still drawn. The black sedan did not move. The SUV turned at the corner. The headlights went dark. They crept down the alley behind Clara's row, gravel crunching under the tires, exhaust fogging the cold air. Marcus stopped at the back gate. 3 minutes, he said. Then I circle the block again. If you are not here, I leave. Nathaniel was already out of the car. Noelle followed. The back gate opened onto a small yard. A light came on in the kitchen. Clara stood at the door holding Maisie's hand, her cardigan buttoned wrong, her face pale but composed. Maisie saw Noelle and broke free. She ran across the yard and crashed into Noelle's legs, her small arms wrapping tight, her face pressed into Noelle's coat. Noelle bent and lifted her. Maisie was light, trembling, her breath coming in quick gasps against Noelle's neck. "I saw my picture," Maisie whispered. "On a phone. A lady showed me. She said I was famous now." Noelle's throat closed. "Where did you see that?" "In the living room. Mrs. Bellamy took my phone away, but I already saw it." Noelle felt the words hit like glass. Clara stepped onto the back porch, her hands wrapped around her elbows. "I am so sorry. She was in the kitchen. I thought she was getting her jacket. When I came in, she was already scrolling." "It is not your fault," Noelle said. Nathaniel touched Maisie's back. "Sweetheart, we're going to get in the car now. We're going somewhere safe." Maisie did not lift her head from Noelle's shoulder. "Is the bad car still there?" Noelle looked at Nathaniel. The black sedan was 2 houses down, waiting, patient, watching. "No," Noelle said. "It is not." She carried Maisie through the gate. Nathaniel took Clara's hand briefly. "Stay inside tonight. Do not answer the door. Call Una if you see anything." Clara nodded. Her eyes were wet. "I love that child," she said. "I will burn this house down before I let anyone take her." Nathaniel squeezed her hand once. Then he followed Noelle into the dark. The SUV was waiting at the end of the alley, engine running. No lights, no sound but the low idle. Noelle climbed into the back seat with Maisie on her lap. Nathaniel slid in beside her, his body angled to shield them both. Marcus pulled away without a word. The alley fell behind them. Noelle held Maisie against her chest and watched the windows. Every streetlight, every parked car, every shadow. None of them spoke. They drove through the city grid, past convenience stores and laundromats and bus stops where people scrolled phones she could not look at. The city did not know. The city did not care. A 7-year-old girl had become a headline, and the city scrolled past. Nathaniel's phone buzzed. He glanced at it. "Una, she has a new location. A hotel, no public booking, no paper trail." "How far?" 20 minutes. 20 minutes is a long time. Marcus's voice came from the front seat, low and flat. "Not if we do not stop." He took the next turn hard, cutting through a gas station lot, then into a residential strip where the houses were dark and the trees leaned over the street. Noelle held Maisie tighter. The girl had fallen asleep against her chest, one small hand curled around Noelle's collar, her breath slow and trusting. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was watching the street, his body taut, his hand on the door handle. She reached across the seat and took his other hand. He flinched at the touch, then held on. "I am sorry," he said. "I am sorry she is in this. Stop apologizing. I do not know how else to carry it. Then carry it differently. Carry it forward." He looked at her. His eyes were red, his jaw tight. "I do not know how." "Then follow me." Noelle said it without thinking. The words came from somewhere deep, somewhere that had been waiting. Nathaniel stared at her. She did not look away. The SUV turned again, this time into a hotel driveway. Valet stands, chandeliers, a doorman in a long coat who did not look surprised to see a dark SUV roll up with no reservation. Marcus pulled to the curb. "The room is under Yuna's name, 14th floor. Key is with the night manager." Nathaniel moved first, taking Maisie from Noelle's arms, cradling her against his chest as he stepped out. Noelle followed. Marcus did not cut the engine. "I will circle," he said. "I will keep moving. If I see anything, you will know." Noelle looked at him. His face in the dashboard light was young and tired and older than she remembered. "Thank you," she said. Marcus did not answer. His hands stayed on the wheel. She closed the door. The SUV pulled away. Nathaniel was already walking toward the lobby, Maisie asleep in his arms, her dark hair falling over his shoulder. Noelle caught up and took his free hand. They walked through the glass doors together. The lobby was gold marble and soft jazz, a fireplace, a concierge who did not look up from his screen. Nathaniel gave a name. The night manager slid a key card across the counter without asking for identification. The elevator climbed. The doors opened on a silent corridor. Room 1407 had a king bed, a view of the skyline, and a lock that clicked solid when Nathaniel turned it. He laid Maisie on the bed. She stirred, murmured something about her rabbit, and settled again. Noelle stood at the window. The city spread below them, glittering, indifferent. Somewhere out there, the black sedan was still moving. Somewhere out there, people were still scrolling. She pressed her palm to the glass. Nathaniel came up behind her. He did not touch her. He stood close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, the weight of his presence, the shape of his breathing. "I do not know how to thank you," he said. "Do not thank me. Just keep moving forward. I do not know if I can do this alone." She turned. His face was raw in the low light, stripped of every mask he had ever worn. "Then do not do it alone," she said. She held out her hand. He took it. The lock was solid. The room was quiet. The city hummed beyond the glass. And Noelle knew, with a certainty that had nothing to do with hope, that the night was not over. Maisie's photo was still trending. The black sedan was still out there, and the school needed a plan for tomorrow morning. She looked at Nathaniel. "First thing in the morning, we call Clara. We call Yuna. We figure out how to get her through a day of second grade when every parent in that building has already seen her face." Nathaniel nodded. His hand tightened around hers. "Then what?" Noelle looked at the skyline. "Then we decide who we are going to be now, because the world already decided who it thinks we are." She turned back to him. Her reflection was faint in the glass, a woman she barely recognized, exhausted and wired and still standing. "I will be in the room," she said, "but I need you to tell me the truth. Every time. No more silence. I will. Say it." He stepped closer. "I will tell you the truth. Every time. No more silence." The city glittered beyond the glass. Maisie turned in her sleep, murmuring, reaching for a warmth that was not there. Noelle crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed, took the small hand in hers, and held it until Maisie settled. Nathaniel watched her. His face was unreadable, but when he sat on the other side of the bed, his hand found hers across the space where Maisie lay sleeping. They did not speak. The city kept turning. Somewhere the internet kept scrolling, and the morning was coming, whether they were ready or not. Chapter 39. The hotel room settled into a kind of silence that was not peace and not truce, but something in between. The city lights pushed through the curtains, casting long blue shadows across the ceiling. Maisie breathed softly between them, one hand curled under her cheek, the other still gripping Noelle's fingers even in sleep. Noelle did not let go. Nathaniel sat on the edge of the bed, his back to the window, his face half in shadow. He had not moved in a long time. His eyes stayed on Maisie, on the rise and fall of her chest, on the small shape of her against the white sheets. The clock on the nightstand read 2:47 a.m. Noelle's phone buzzed on the bedside table. She reached for it without releasing Maisie's hand. Deja, unit is secure. Hartwell statement goes live at 7 a.m. You did it. She read the message twice. The words did not land the way she expected. She had fought for this, bled for it in conference rooms and hearing panels, and now that it was real, she felt nothing except a deep, hollow exhaustion. She put the phone down. How is she? Nathaniel's voice was rough. Noelle looked at Maisie. The child's face was peaceful now, the fear smoothed away by sleep, but the memory of her trembling in the yard, her small voice saying, "A woman showed me," was still sharp in Noelle's chest. She's going to need time, Noelle said. She is going to need to feel safe again. I know. No more secrets, Nathaniel. Not from her, not from me. He looked at her across the sleeping child. His eyes were red, his jaw tight, his hands resting on his knees as if he did not know what to do with them. I want what I said in the car, he said. I do not know how to do this. I do not know how to be the man who tells the truth every time when I have spent 6 years learning how to hide. Then learn, the word hung between them. He did not flinch. He nodded slowly, as if testing the weight of it. I will. Noelle watched him. The city light caught the side of his face, the lines at his eyes, the silver threading through his hair at the temples. He looked older than he had 6 hours ago. He looked stripped. Come here, she said. He stood, crossed the space, lowered himself onto the bed beside her. The mattress dipped. Maisie stirred, murmured something about a rabbit, and settled again. Nathaniel did not touch Noelle. He sat close enough that she could feel the heat of him, the tension in his shoulders, the slow rhythm of his breathing. She turned her hand over on the sheet, palm up. He looked at her hand for a long moment. Then he laid his on top of hers, fingers threading through, grip careful and firm. The room was quiet for a long time. Then Nathaniel said, I have a house. Noelle looked at him. House, she repeated. 3 bedrooms, a yard, a swing set that Maisie has outgrown but will not let me take down, a kitchen with a window that faces east. Why are you telling me this? Because I have never shown it to anyone. Not Stefan, not Una, not a single person who knows me as Nathaniel Trasco. It is the only place I have ever been completely myself, and I want you to see it. Noelle's throat tightened. Are you asking me to move in? No, I am asking you to know where I live. I am asking you to have a key. I am asking you to come over when you want, leave when you want, stay when you want. I am not asking you to choose anything yet. I am asking you to let me stop hiding from you. She looked down at their hands. His thumb traced a slow circle on her skin. I am still angry, she said. I know. I am still afraid. I know that too. And I am still here. He lifted her hand and pressed his lips to her knuckles. The gesture was simple, almost old-fashioned, but his hand was shaking. I love you, he said. I do not know how to say it better. I do not know how to prove it faster, but I love you, and I will spend whatever time you give me showing you that this is real. Noelle leaned forward. The kiss was not the first one. That had been raw, desperate, a collision of anger and want in the aftermath of a boarded room full of ash. This was different. This was slow. This was a choice. Her free hand came up to his jaw, stubble rough under her palm, his breath caught. She kissed him like she meant to stay. When they broke apart, his forehead rested against hers. I do not know what happens tomorrow, she whispered. Neither do I. But I will not leave tonight. His hand tightened around hers. Then tonight is enough. Maisie turned, burrowing deeper into the sheets. Her small fingers found Noelle's arm and held on. Noelle looked down at her, then back at Nathaniel. First light, she said. Una, Clara, the school, we make a plan. Yes. And then we figure out who we are in the daylight. Yes. He did not let go of her hand. The city hummed beyond the glass. And then Noelle's phone lit up. Not Dacia, not Clara. Una Petrovich. Noelle reached for it, unlocked the screen, read the message. It was short. Call me when you get this. Someone tied to Elena's family is asking about Maisie. A sister. She wants access. Noelle stared at the words. The room went cold. Nathaniel saw her face and straightened. What is it? She handed him the phone. He read it once, then again. His jaw tightened and the light in his eyes shifted into something Noelle had never seen before. Not anger. Fear. He looked up at her. Her name is Evelyn. She is Elena's younger sister. She has not spoken to me in 6 years. Why now? Nathaniel's hand dropped to the bed. Because she knows Maisie is exposed, and she has always believed I was not fit to raise her alone. Chapter 40. The first gray light found them still tangled on the hotel bed. Noelle woke to Maisie's small hand in her hair, fingers twisting the dark strands the way she did when she was thinking. The child's eyes were open, watching the ceiling. Morning, love, Noelle said, voice rough. Did you sleep? Some. Maisie did not look at her. The woman who showed me the photo, she said I was famous now. She said everyone would know who I was. Noelle turned onto her side, propping herself on an elbow. That woman was wrong about a lot of things, but she was right that people know your face now. And that means we have to be careful for a while. Like hiding? No, like being smart about who sees you and when. Maisie considered this. Then she reached up and touched Noelle's cheek. Are you staying? The question landed in Noelle's chest like a stone dropped into still water. Yes. Noelle looked past her to Nathaniel, who was awake now, watching them both with an expression she could not name. I do not know what forever looks like yet, Noelle said. But I am staying today, and tomorrow, and as long as your father keeps telling the truth. Maisie turned her head toward Nathaniel. Are you going to keep telling the truth? Yes. All of it? All of it. Maisie nodded once, as if satisfied. Then she closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Noelle looked at Nathaniel across the small body between them. He looked wrecked. Gray light, dark circles, the raw edges of a man who had spent the night exposed. Good morning, she said. Good morning. She did not let go of Maisie's hand. The phone rang at 6:47 a.m. Noelle grabbed it before the second ring, sliding out from under Maisie's hand and crossing to the window. Daisha, tell me. Hartwell's statement drops in 13 minutes, Daisha said. Because I have a draft. The unit stays open. 3-year commitment. Staffing ratios at 1:4 for overnight observation. No reduction in bed count. Noelle's knees buckled slightly. She leaned against the window frame. And the closure memo? Rescinded as of midnight. Off the record, the administrator who signed it is being reassigned to compliance. Apparently, Garrison does not like being boxed into a 3-year deal by a billionaire on television. Noelle let out a breath she had been holding since the press room. Deja, do not thank me. Thank the union. And thank yourself for standing in front of a room full of board members and telling them your relationship made you fight harder. I did not think it would work. Neither did I, but it did. Now figure out what comes next, because I have a feeling the unit staying open is not the hardest thing you are going to face today. Noelle looked at the phone. What do you mean? Turn on the news. She ended the call and reached for the remote. The television flickered to life on a morning show. A banner ran across the bottom of the screen. Investor Consortium files emergency motion against Meridian Freight founder. The host was speaking. Injunction filed less than an hour ago in Delaware, citing the 2018 restructuring as fraudulent. The consortium is asking the court to freeze all voting shares held by Nathaniel Trasco pending investigation. Noelle's hand went cold. Behind her, the bed shifted. What is it? She did not turn around. They filed the injunction. They are trying to freeze your voting shares. The silence stretched. Then Nathaniel said, I knew they would. Then why did you not warn me? Because I did not want you to spend the night fighting a battle that had not started yet. Noelle turned. He was sitting up, Maisie still sleeping against his side, his face unreadable. You promised me no more silence. I told you what I knew. I told you the consortium would fight. That is not silence, that is strategy. Strategy sounds a lot like the old you. He held her gaze. It is not. The old me would have already called my lawyers and started dismantling the threat before you finished your coffee. This time I am telling you first, and trusting you to decide what we do next." Noelle stared at him. The television kept talking. She looked at Maisie, still asleep, peaceful, unaware that a legal war for her father's company was already being waged in a Delaware courthouse. "Okay," she said. "What do we do?" Nathaniel's eyes flickered with something that might have been relief. "We call Una, we call the board, and then we call Evelyn." Noelle's stomach tightened. "You know what she wants. I have a guess." "She wants Maisie." Nathaniel did not deny it. The hotel room had a small kitchenette. Noelle made coffee in a machine that required a special pod, using a mug that said Chicago in thin blue letters. Maisie woke slowly, ate half a croissant from the room service tray Nathaniel ordered, and asked 3 times when they could see Clara. "Soon," Noelle said each time. By 8:15, Una was on video call from her office. The screen showed a woman who looked like she had not slept, hair pulled back, face stripped of makeup. "The injunction is real," Una said. "They filed at 4:12 a.m. Delaware time. We have 72 hours to respond, or the freeze stands." "And if it stands?" Noelle asked. "Then Nathaniel cannot vote his shares at the next board meeting, which means Stefan controls the Meridian board until the injunction is lifted, and the consortium gets everything they want without having to buy a single share." Nathaniel was silent. "What about the Hartwell deal?" Noelle said. "That holds. Garrison is not reversing, and the consortium has no standing in the hospital acquisition. But the deal is the deal. It does not affect Meridian ownership." Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was staring at his hands. "How bad is this?" He looked up. "Bad, but not fatal. That is not a real answer. It is the only one I have right now." Maisie tugged at Noelle's sleeve. "Can I call Clara now?" Noelle looked at her phone. There was a notification she had not noticed, a text from an unknown number. She opened it. "This is Margaret Okonkwo, counsel for Evelyn Trasco. My client requests urgent contact regarding Maisie Beth Trasco's best interests. Please call at your earliest convenience." Noelle read it twice. The room went quiet. Nathaniel saw her face and reached for the phone. She let him take it. He read the message. His jaw tightened. "She is not wasting time." "Who is not wasting time?" Maisie asked. Noelle looked at the child, at the man beside her, at the legal notice on the screen. "No one," she said. "Finish your croissant." Maisie looked at her with the unsettling directness of a 7-year-old who knew she was being managed. "That is a lie." Noelle felt the words like a slap. "No," she said. "That is me trying to protect you while I figure out what is happening. I am sorry I said it that way." Maisie studied her for a long moment. Then she picked up the croissant. "You have to promise to tell me later." "I promise." Maisie bit into the pastry, satisfied for now. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was still holding her phone, staring at the lawyer's name. 72 hours, she said. He nodded. "And Evelyn?" "Yes, and Maisie's face is still trending online." He closed his eyes. Noelle reached across the table and took his hand. "Then we start here, one thing at a time. Breakfast first, then the lawyer, then the injunction. We do not have to solve everything before noon." Nathaniel opened his eyes. "You sound sure?" "I am not sure of anything, but I am still here." He looked at their hands. "Then we start here." The television murmured in the background. The consortium's lawyers were giving a statement. Maisie was eating her croissant, one eye on the adults, deciding whether to trust them. Noelle held Nathaniel's hand and watched the sun climb over the Chicago skyline, knowing the hardest fight had not even begun. Chapter 41. The lawyer's name sat on Noelle's phone screen like a live wire. Margaret Okonkwo, counsel for Evelyn Trasco. She handed the phone back to Nathaniel. He read it once, then again, his face doing nothing, while his hand tightened around the device until the tendons showed. Maisie was still eating her croissant, one eye on the adults. "Who is Margaret?" she asked. Noelle's training kicked in before her heart could. "Someone your dad needs to talk to about work." "Oh," Maisie considered this. "Is it about the bad people who took my picture?" "No, it is about something else." "Something else bad?" "Something we are going to handle before it becomes bad." Maisie studied her with that 7-year-old X-ray vision. Then she reached for the orange juice and let the subject drop. Noelle exhaled. Nathaniel was already moving toward the hotel room's small desk, phone pressed to his ear, voice low. She caught fragments. "Una, now, and get me everything on a conqua." She turned back to Maisie. "Finish your breakfast. Then we are going to figure out what today looks like." "Are we going home?" The question landed like a stone. "Not yet," Noelle said. "But soon." She kept her voice steady. Maisie needed steady. The child had already absorbed too much chaos in 24 hours. Nathaniel ended the call and walked back to the table. "Una is coming. She will be here in 20 minutes. And Evelyn?" He sat down. The chair scraped against the cheap hotel carpet. "Okonkwo represents her. That much we know. The rest is speculation until Una gets here." Noelle watched him, the careful control, the way he was not saying what he was thinking. "You already know what she wants. I know what she wanted 6 years ago. I do not know if that has changed." "Has it?" He looked at Maisie. The child was drawing on a napkin with a hotel pen, her dark hair falling across her face, absorbed in the private world of a 7-year-old who has learned to tune out adult tension. "She wanted Maisie then, too." The words dropped into the quiet. Noelle felt them settle in her chest. "Why?" "Because she believed I was drowning. Because she thought grief made me unfit. Because Elena's death broke something in her and she needed someone to blame, and I was the closest target." "And now?" "She has 6 years of evidence that Maisie is alive, healthy, and loved, and she is coming anyway." Una arrived in 22 minutes. She looked worse than she had on the video call. Dark circles, hair escaping a hasty ponytail, a coffee cup in each hand. "One is for you," she said, sliding a cup toward Noelle. "The other is for me, and I will fight anyone who tries to take it." She sat at the small table, pulled a tablet from her bag, and opened a file. Margaret Okonkwo, family law specialist, high net worth divorces, contested guardianships, and 3 cases involving public figure custody disputes. She does not take small cases. Noelle wrapped her hands around the coffee. "And Evelyn?" "Evelyn Trasco Mercer, married to Daniel Mercer, a real estate developer, no children, lives in Evanston, has not spoken to Nathaniel in 6 years, but has followed every press mention of Maisie since Elena died." "Every mention?" Noelle said. "Every single one. I have the search history to prove it." Nathaniel was very still. "She contacted you yesterday," Una said. "After the press conference, after Maisie's photo leaked. She sent a formal request for information about Maisie's current living situation, school enrollment, and mental health status." "And you told her what?" "Nothing, but she already knew most of it." Noelle set the coffee down. "How?" "The trending photo, the school location, the fact that Maisie was not in her own bed last night. Evelyn has a private investigator on retainer, has had one for years." Nathaniel's jaw tightened. "She has been watching." "Yes, and now she is ready to move." The hotel room felt smaller. Noelle looked at Maisie, still drawing, oblivious to the conversation that was shaping her future without her. "What does she want exactly?" Una's pause was the answer before she spoke. "A temporary guardianship hearing. She filed a motion this morning." The silence that followed stretched long enough for Maisie to look up. "What is a motion?" Noelle opened her mouth, closed it. Nathaniel spoke first. "It is when someone asks a judge to make a decision about something important." "Like what?" "Like where a kid sleeps at night." Maisie considered this. "Are we going to court?" "No." The word came out harder than Noelle intended. She softened her voice. "Not today. And not without you knowing what is happening every step of the way." Maisie looked at her father. "Daddy?" Nathaniel crossed the room and knelt beside her chair. "Remember what I promised. No more secrets." She nodded. "Elena's sister wants to make sure you are safe. She is worried because of everything that happened yesterday. But you are safe. You are with me and Noelle, and we are not going to let anyone take you anywhere you do not want to go." Maisie processed this. Her small face did something complicated. She never called, Maisie said. On my birthday, or when I got the flu last year. She never called. Noelle's chest ached. That is true, Nathaniel said, and I do not know why she is calling now, but we are going to find out. And whatever happens, you are not alone. Maisie looked at Noelle. You said you would stay. I said I would stay as long as your father tells the truth. Is he telling the truth now? Noelle met Nathaniel's eyes. Yes, she said, he is. Maisie seemed to accept this. She went back to her drawing. Una cleared her throat. The hearing request is preliminary. It buys her time and access, but it is not a ruling. We have until the judge sets a date before anything moves forward. When is that? Could be 48 hours, could be 2 weeks. Depends on the docket and how aggressively Okonkwo pushes. Noelle looked at the lawyer's name still glowing on her phone. She contacted me directly. Not Nathaniel, not you, me. Because you are not Maisie's legal guardian and you are not family, Una said. That makes you the easiest pressure point. The words landed with surgical precision. Noelle thought about the text message, the request for urgent contact, the careful wording that implied she could be a bridge or a barrier. She wants me to help her get to Maisie. Or she wants to make you look like the obstacle when you refuse. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was still kneeling beside Maisie, one hand on her shoulder, his face holding something she had not seen before. Fear, but not for himself. For the child who had already survived too much. Tell me what you need, Noelle said. He looked up. Stay. That was never in question. I mean, really stay. Through the hearing, through whatever Evelyn throws at us, through the injunction and the board and everything else that is coming. Noelle held his gaze. I am not going anywhere. Maisie looked up from her drawing. Good, she said, because I put you in the picture. She turned the napkin around. 3 stick figures stood under a yellow sun, a tall one, a medium one, and a small one holding hands. Noelle was the medium one. The room went quiet again, but this time the silence was different. Noelle's phone buzzed, a new message. Ms. Halsey, my client requests an in-person meeting today at 2 p.m. to discuss Maisie's welfare without court involvement. I strongly advise you and Mr. Trasco to attend. Further delay will only strengthen the necessity of judicial intervention. Chapter 42. The elevator opened onto Una's floor at 11 minutes before 2. Noelle had worn the most professional thing she owned, a dark blazer over a simple shell, and still felt underdressed. Una's office occupied a corner of Meridian's legal wing, all muted grays and steel accents, the kind of space designed to make everyone who entered feel like they had already lost something. Nathaniel stood beside her, his jaw set in the controlled stillness she recognized from the press conference. You do not have to be here, he said. Yes, I do. She asked for you specifically. That means she wants to use you. Then I should know what I am being used for. He looked at her. The fear was still there, buried deeper than it had been in the hotel room, but present. She could see it in the way his hands stayed open at his sides, a deliberate surrender of the fists he wanted to make. Una met them at the conference room door. She is early. Of course she is, Nathaniel said. Noelle? Una's voice dropped. You are not a party to this. If at any point you want to step out, you step out. No explanation needed. Noelle thought about the stick figure under the yellow sun. I am staying. Una nodded once and pushed the door open. Evelyn Trasco stood at the window, her back to them, looking down at the city. She turned when the door clicked shut. She was smaller than Noelle had expected. Elena's younger sister had the same dark hair, the same sharp cheekbones. But where Nathaniel's late wife had been soft in every photograph Noelle had seen, Evelyn was cut glass. Tailored charcoal suit, pearl studs, hands that held a leather portfolio like a weapon. Nathaniel, Evelyn. The names landed like stones in still water. Evelyn's gaze moved to Noelle, examined her, took inventory. You must be Noelle. I must be. Evelyn's mouth tightened, not quite a smile. I have read a great deal about you. I am sure you have. I know about the pediatric ward, the press conference, the alley escape. She set her portfolio on the table but did not open it. I know you have been living in a hotel for 2 days because my niece's face is on every news feed in the country. Noelle held her ground. Maisie is safe. Is she? It was not a question. It was a verdict delivered in advance. Nathaniel stepped forward. If you have something to say it to me. I have been saying it to you for 6 years. Evelyn's voice stayed level. You just stopped answering. The silence that followed was heavy enough to bend the light. I tried, Nathaniel said. After the funeral, I called. I left messages. You left messages asking if I was okay. You never asked if I wanted to see my sister's daughter. You were 22 years old. You were in law school. You thought what was best for Maisie without asking. You have been doing that her entire life. Noelle watched Nathaniel absorb the hit. He did not flinch, but she saw the muscle in his jaw jump. Una stepped in, her voice calm and precise. Ms. Trasco, you have filed a motion for temporary guardianship. Can you tell us what outcome you are hoping for? Evelyn turned to face her fully. I am hoping my niece gets to grow up without being a headline. I am hoping she gets to go to school without photographers following her. I am hoping she gets a childhood that is not shaped by her father's secrets. The motion is filed, Una said. What happens between now and the hearing is up to all of us. That is why I asked for this meeting. Evelyn opened her portfolio. I do not want a war. I want a solution. What kind of solution? Shared custody, formal visitation, a legal structure that gives Maisie stability and gives me a role in her life that cannot be revoked because Nathaniel decides to disappear again. Nathaniel's hands stayed open at his sides. Noelle could see the effort it cost him. I did not disappear from Maisie. You disappeared from everyone else. That is the problem. Evelyn's voice finally cracked, a single hairline fracture in the polished surface. You buried yourself so deep that when the world found you, it found her too. That is not protection. That is neglect. The word hung in the air. Noelle felt it land in her own chest. Miss Trasco, she said. I have been in Maisie's life for 6 years. I have watched her grow up. I have helped with homework and nightmares and school projects. I know who she is, and I know she has never once mentioned that you called on her birthday. Evelyn's gaze sharpened. You are not family. Amidorus dropped me off to your body at Karst, and I do take this thing to be a part. I am the person she drew holding her hand this morning. The words hit harder than Noelle intended. She saw something flicker in Evelyn's eyes. Not anger, something older. You think I do not know that? Evelyn's voice dropped. You think I do not know she has built a life that does not include me? That is exactly why I am here. She pulled a document from her portfolio. I have already spoken to a family court specialist, Judge Margaret Chen. She handles high-conflict guardianship cases in Cook County. I wanted to understand my options before I walked into this room. Nathaniel went still. You spoke to a judge before speaking to me? I spoke to a judge to find out whether I even had standing. She confirmed that I do. The room contracted. Noelle watched Nathaniel process implications. A judge who already knew Evelyn's name. A file that already contained the outlines of his failures. The machine of the court turning before he had even entered the building. What did she tell you? Nathaniel's voice was flat. Facts. That my sister was beside herself in the months before she died. That she worried about Maisie. That she wanted her daughter to grow up surrounded by people who would tell her the truth about where she came from. Elena never doubted. Elena doubted everything. Evelyn's composure finally fractured. She told me. She told me about the fights, the silences, the way you held everything inside until she could not reach you anymore. And when she died, you did the same thing to Maisie. You held everything inside and called it love. Noelle saw Nathaniel's hands curl. She stepped between them. Evelyn. She waited until the other woman met her eyes. I do not know what Elena knew or did not know, but I know Maisie. I have held her through fevers and nightmares. I have watched her learn to read and ride a bike and tell a joke that makes no sense. She is not a case. She is not a custody dispute. She is a 7-year-old girl who has already lost her mother and does not need to lose anything else. Evelyn's eyes glistened. You think I want to take her from everything she knows? I think you want to be sure she is safe. So do we. That is the only ground we share. Build on it or do not, but do not pretend this is about what Maisie needs when half of it is about what you lost. The silence stretched. Evelyn looked at Noelle for a long moment, then she turned to Nathaniel. The hearing will be scheduled within the week. Judge Chen will preside. If you want to avoid a full custody battle, you will come to the table with something better than a hotel room and a woman who is not family. She gathered her portfolio and walked to the door. The meeting is a courtesy, not a negotiation. You have 48 hours to respond. The door clicked shut. Nathaniel stood motionless. His hands were still curled at his sides. Noelle turned to Yuna. Judge Chen, how bad? Yuna's expression told her everything. Chen wrote the book on guardian ad litem standards. She does not tolerate instability, and she has already heard Evelyn's version of events before ours. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was staring at the door Evelyn had walked through, and she watched him realize that the secrecy he had built to protect his daughter had just become the strongest weapon against him. Chapter 43. The school hallway smelled like paste and floor wax, and the particular stillness of a building waiting for children. Clara met them at the side entrance, away from the front office windows. She wore the same cardigan from Pickup Chaos, the coffee stain darker now, and she held a clipboard like a shield. You have 20 minutes before the first teacher arrives. She led them past empty classrooms and a bulletin board still covered in construction paper leaves. Maisie is in the library with Miss Hendricks. She asked if she could read to the guinea pig. Noelle felt the words land like a gift. A normal request, a 7-year-old wanting to read to a classroom pet instead of hiding under a desk. We need to talk about pickup, Clara said, unlocking her classroom door. And about every other part of her day that strangers now know how to find. The room was orderly in the way of a teacher who had been doing this long enough to hide the chaos behind color-coded bins. Clara sat at a small table meant for reading groups, and Noelle took the chair across from her. Nathaniel stayed standing near the window, looking out at the empty playground. I updated the authorized pickup list last night. Clara pulled a folder from her bag. I removed everyone who is not you, Nathaniel, or Noelle. I also flagged Maisie's file for no information release without verbal confirmation from me or the front office. She cannot go to pick up alone, Noelle said, or wait at the curb, or walk to the bike rack without an adult who is on the list. Noelle, Clara's voice was gentle. That was already true for kindergartners. The difference is that now every adult in this building knows why. The silence stretched. Nathaniel turned from the window. What are you hearing? Questions. Clara set the folder down. Mostly from parents who saw the trending post. Some from staff who recognized Maisie's name from the news. A few from people I trust who are already telling anyone who asks that Maisie is a child, not a headline. Noelle's hands were flat on the table. She noticed the silver locket had slipped out from under her collar. Gossip controls, she said. We need a single message that everyone repeats. I already drafted one. Clara slid a sheet of paper across the table. It says that Maisie Trasco is a student, that her family asks for privacy during a difficult time, and that the school will not comment further. Nathaniel picked it up. Read it. This is good. It is not enough. Clara's voice dropped. The front office called me 20 minutes ago. A woman who did not identify herself called the main line asking for Maisie's file. She said she was a family member and needed Maisie's emergency contact information for legal purposes. Noelle's blood went cold. What did they tell her? Nothing. The receptionist is new, but she is not stupid. She said she could not release student information without a written request and a copy of identification. The woman said she would provide both by end of day. Nathaniel's hand tightened on the paper. Did she leave a name? Evelyn Trasco. Noelle heard the name land in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Evelyn called the school, she said, just to hear it out loud. She is within her rights to request information. Clara's voice was careful. She is Maisie's aunt. The school cannot deny her access to the file if she provides proper documentation, but she cannot change the pickup list without a court order or written authorization from Maisie's legal guardian. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was staring at the playground, and she watched him realize that the fight he thought he had time to prepare for was already moving faster than he could respond. "Clara," Noelle leaned forward. "You mentioned flags on Maisie's file. Who else can see those flags?" "Anyone in the front office with access to the student information system. Which means if Evelyn provides identification, they will let her see the file." Clara hesitated. "Yes. Then we need something faster than a flag." Nathaniel's voice was flat, controlled. "We need Maisie moved to a different pickup location, a different door, a different time, if necessary." "I already thought of that." Clara pulled another sheet from her folder. "There is a side gate near the art room. Only staff use it. It exits onto a side street with no through traffic and no line of sight from the main parking lot." Noelle felt the shape of the plan forming. "Maisie goes to that gate at dismissal. Someone picks her up from there. The front office does not announce the change. They will notice if Maisie is absent from the main dismissal line," Clara said. "Then I will tell the front office that Maisie has a medical appointment and will be picked up early, every day." Clara's expression did not change. "It is not sustainable long term, but it buys us a week to get the hearing scheduled and figure out what Evelyn actually wants." Noelle looked at the side gate location on the map. She thought about Evelyn's cut-glass composure in Yuna's office, the leather portfolio, the way she said a woman who is not family. "She wants to see Maisie," Noelle said quietly. "That is what she wants. She wants to know her niece. She wants to be part of her life." "Then why file a motion?" Nathaniel's voice was rough. "Why call the school before calling me?" "Because you stopped answering her calls 6 years ago." Noelle met his eyes. "She does not trust you to let her in, so she is forcing the door open." The word trust hung between them. Clara cleared her throat. "There is one more thing." She pulled the third sheet from her folder. It was a school form, half filled out in blue ink. "This is the emergency contact authorization from the beginning of the year." She slid it toward Noelle. "Look at the second page." Noelle took it. Her name was not on the form. There was a line for primary emergency contacts, a line for secondary, a line for anyone authorized to pick up Maisie in case of illness or emergency. Nathaniel's name was listed first. Clara Bellamy was listed second. Maisie's grandmother, Elena's mother, was listed third with a note saying out of state. Noelle's name was nowhere. "Maisie asked me to add you last year," Clara said. "I told her I needed her father's written authorization. She said she would ask him. She never did, and I assume she forgot." Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was staring at the form like he had never seen it before. "She asked me." His voice was barely audible. "Last fall. She brought me a form and said Ms. Bellamy needed me to sign it. I told her I would handle it." "Did you?" Noelle's voice was quiet. "No." The classroom felt smaller. "I was afraid." Nathaniel's hands were flat on the table. "Afraid that putting your name on an official document would make you a target. Afraid that someone would find the connection and use it against you. I told myself I was protecting you." Noelle did not look away. "You were protecting yourself." "Yes." The admission hung in the air, raw and unguarded. Clara stood. "I will update the form today. Maisie will have a new pickup authorization with your name on it before dismissal." She walked to the door, then paused. "But you should know that every adult in this building has already seen the news. They know who Nathaniel is. They know who you are to Maisie. The form will make it official, but the school already knows." She left. Noelle sat alone with Nathaniel in the half-empty form. "I am sorry." His voice cracked on the words. "For every time I told myself I was protecting you, and was really just afraid." Noelle picked up the form and read her own absence again. "I know." She set it down. "Clara will fix the form, but you and I need to fix the thing that made you hide it." The phone on Clara's desk rang. Noelle picked it up before the second ring. This is Noelle Halsey. The voice on the other end was clipped, professional. Miss Halsey, this is Margaret Okonkwo. I am calling on behalf of Evelyn Trasco. We have received confirmation that Judge Chen has granted Evelyn temporary access to Maisie's school records pending the hearing. Noelle's grip tightened on the receiver. And I am advising you that Evelyn intends to request a full forensic review of Maisie's academic and psychological records. We are notifying you now so you have time to prepare a response. The line went dead. Noelle set the phone down slowly. Nathaniel was watching her. Evelyn has access to Maisie's records, she said. She is requesting a forensic review. The words landed like stones in a frozen pond. Nathaniel's face went pale. I gave her a year of my daughter's life, he said, and now she is going to dig through every piece of it to prove I was never good enough. Noelle looked at the half-empty form still sitting on the table. She looked at the man who had spent 6 years building a wall around his heart and calling it protection, and she knew the custody battle had already begun. Chapter 44. The phone receiver was still warm in Noelle's hand when Clara stepped back into the classroom. Forensic review. Clara's voice was flat. That means everything. Every teacher note, every behavioral observation, every sick day and report card and counselor visit since kindergarten. Noelle set the receiver down. She wants to prove he is unstable, she said, and that Maisie is paying for it. Nathaniel had not moved. His hands were still flat on the table, palms down, like he was holding himself steady against the surface. I gave her nothing, he said. For 6 years, I gave her nothing. No phone calls, no updates, no invitation. I told myself she was Elena's family, not mine, that she had no right to Maisie after she blamed me at the funeral. He looked up. I was right that she blamed me. I was wrong about everything else. Noelle watched him sit with the weight of that admission. 6 years of silence. 6 years of a child growing up without her aunt and a sister without her niece, because he could not separate grief from judgment. Okay, she straightened. We cannot undo 6 years, but we can stop digging the hole deeper. Clara pulled out her phone. I will call the district legal office. If Evelyn wants a forensic review, she will have to file a formal request with proper notice, and I will make sure every document is reviewed by counsel before it leaves this building. She was already dialing as she walked to the door. 20 minutes, she said. Then the first teacher arrives. Use them. The door clicked shut. Noelle turned to Nathaniel. His face was pale, drawn tight around the eyes, the same look he had worn after the nightmare, the same raw exposure of a man who had been stripped of every wall he built. You need to call Una, she said. Tell her about the school records. Tell her Evelyn is playing offense. I know. And you need to call your lawyer, the one who handles family law, not corporate defense. I do not have one. She stared at him. You do not have a family lawyer. I never needed one. His jaw tightened. I never thought anyone would come for her. Noelle pressed her palm against her forehead and breathed. Okay, then Una knows someone, or Clara does, or I will find one myself. Noelle. She looked up. I am not going to freeze. His voice was steady now, rougher, but sure. I froze on the form. I froze on the school records. I am done freezing. She wanted to believe him. The door opened again. Clara stepped back in, phone pressed to her ear, and held up a piece of paper. She set it on the table without interrupting her call. A note in blue ink. Front office called. Channel 9 News just parked outside the main gate. I told them no comment. Dean P. Noelle read it twice. Channel 9 is at the front gate. Nathaniel was already standing. How long until they find the side entrance? Clara covered the phone receiver. 15 minutes. Maybe less. The side gate is staff only, but it is not hidden. Anyone with eyes can see it. Noelle's phone buzzed. She pulled it from her pocket. Deja, she answered without thinking. Tell me you are watching the feed, Deja said. No greeting, no warmth. I am at Maisie's school. What feed? Someone posted your building address online. Screenshot of your lease, side by side with a photo of Maisie's school from this morning. Noelle's stomach dropped. It is on every gossip site in the city. They are calling you the nanny who landed a billionaire. They are calling Maisie the bargaining chip. Noelle gripped the phone. Who posted it? Anonymous account, newly created, no followers, one post. Deja's voice was sharp, controlled, the tone she used when she was holding back rage. The post says, and I quote, Nathaniel Trasco's secret daughter attends this school. The nurse he is hiding with lives here. Ask yourselves why a billionaire needs a free apartment and a 7-year-old for cover. Noelle closed her eyes. It has your full address, Noelle, apartment number included. The room was very quiet. Nathaniel was watching her face. She did not need to repeat the words. He read the answer in her expression. Clara, his voice cut through the silence. We need to move Maisie's pickup plan to right now, not end of day, now. Clara ended her call. Already done? I am calling Maisie down from the library. You will take her through the side gate, and I will walk out the front and tell Channel 9 that the family has no comment and that the campus is private property. She was already moving. Noelle looked at her phone. The screen was dark, but she could still see the post in her mind. Her apartment number. Maisie's school. Side by side. The consortium, she said. Or someone they paid. Nathaniel shook his head. It does not matter who posted it. What matters is that anyone with internet access now knows where we live, where Maisie learns, and how to find both. He pulled out his phone and typed with quick, hard fingers. I'm telling Marcus to bring the car to the side gate. We are not going back to either apartment tonight. Noelle's chest tightened. Where are we going? Nathaniel looked up. The house I told you about. The one I never showed anyone. His eyes held hers, dark and steady. I was saving it for when I was ready to stop hiding. I think I just ran out of time. Chapter 45. The side gate opened onto a service alley that smelled of wet concrete and exhaust. Noelle held Maisie's hand so tight the bones pressed together, but Maisie did not complain. She had not spoken since Clara called her down from the library. Just took Noelle's fingers and walked, small sneakers slapping the pavement in rhythm with Noelle's faster stride. Nathaniel moved ahead of them, scanning the alley mouth where it opened onto the street. His shoulders were set in a line Noelle recognized from the press conference, the board meeting. Every moment he had stopped pretending control was optional. The black sedan sat at the alley's edge, Noelle's chest locked. Then the driver's door opened, and Marcus stepped out, already reaching for the rear door handle. Get in. Maisie climbed without being asked. Noelle followed, sliding across the seat, and Nathaniel was in the front passenger seat before the door fully closed. Marcus was driving before the locks engaged. The car pulled away smooth and fast. Noelle looked back through the rear window. The school was already disappearing, brick and asphalt swallowed by the turn. She could not see Channel 9's van. She could not see anyone. I want Clara, Maisie said. She will meet us later. Noelle kept her voice even. Right now we are going somewhere safe. Like the hotel? Different. Maisie's fingers found Noelle's again. Is the bad lady coming? Noelle hesitated. The word lady hit wrong. Evelyn was not bad. Evelyn was something more complicated and more dangerous. A woman who believed she was right. No, Noelle said. She is not coming with us. Nathaniel turned in his seat. His face was half shadow, half streetlight slicing through the window. We are stopping before the house, he said. I need to get something from the office first. Noelle's jaw tightened. Now? Una called while you were getting Maisie. There is a security team she wants us to meet. Corporate security, not private. They have protocols for situations like this. Protocols for situations like this. Noelle repeated the words like they were foreign. There is no protocol for this. There is no playbook for your sister-in-law demanding a forensic review of your daughter's school records while gossip sites post my lease number. I know. Then why are we going to Meridian? Nathaniel held her gaze. Because the security team Una assembled has already traced the anonymous account that posted your address. They know where the post originated. I want to see the evidence before we disappear into a house with no security system and no backup. Noelle wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that the only thing that mattered was getting Maisie behind a locked door where no camera could find her. But she was not wrong to want answers, and she was not the only one who needed them. Fine, she said. But Maisie stays with me the whole time. Agreed. Marcus drove without speaking, taking back streets and alleys, avoiding every main thoroughfare where a news van might spot them. The city slid past the windows in fractured glimpses. A bus stop, a laundromat, a man walking a dog who did not look up. Noelle watched the reflections and thought about how many people in those buildings had already seen her face online, already read the words bargaining chip, already formed opinions about a child they had never met. The Meridian building rose out of the skyline like a black blade. Marcus pulled into a garage that required a code, a badge scan, and a retinal reader before the gate lifted. Inside, the concrete was clean enough to eat from, and every corner held a camera. Noelle helped Maisie out of the car. The garage was cold and silent, the kind of silence that came from soundproofing and empty space. This way. Nathaniel took Maisie's other hand. They walked through a steel door, down a corridor painted the color of wet cement, and into an elevator that required a second badge scan. The doors closed with a pneumatic hiss. Maisie looked up at Noelle. Are there bad people in this building too? No, Noelle said. This is your dad's building. The people here work for him. Then why do we need so many doors? Nathaniel answered before Noelle could. Because some people want to hurt the people I love, and I am not going to let them. Maisie considered this. Then she leaned into Noelle's side and said nothing else. The elevator opened onto a floor that looked like no corporate office Noelle had ever seen. The walls were frosted glass and brushed steel. The lighting was soft and indirect. A woman in a dark suit stood at a reception desk that held nothing but a tablet and a single orchid. Mr. Trasco, Miss Petrovich is in the security suite. Nathaniel nodded and kept walking. The security suite was a room without windows. 6 monitors lined one wall, each showing a different feed. The garage entrance, the lobby, the sidewalk, the alley behind the building, the front gate of a school Noelle recognized too late as Maisie's, and a street corner she did not recognize at all. Una stood in front of the screens, arms crossed, hair pulled back so tight her temples looked sharp. You made good time. Nathaniel set Maisie down. What did you find? Una looked at Noelle first, then at Maisie. She did not soften her expression, but something in her posture shifted, a fractional adjustment that said she was aware of the child in the room. The anonymous account was created 48 hours ago. The IP address routes through a VPN registered in Luxembourg, but the post itself was uploaded from a phone connected to a cell tower 3 blocks from the school. Noelle felt the cold settle into her chest. Someone was watching, she said. They took the photo of Maisie's school and posted it from a phone nearby. Yes. Nathaniel's voice was flat. The consortium. We cannot prove that yet. Una turned to a keyboard and tapped. On the main monitor, a new image appeared. A still from surveillance footage, grainy, shot from an angle high above the street. A black sedan, same model, same lack of plates. Parked at the curb outside Maisie's school 43 minutes before the post went live. Noelle stared at the image. The car was empty, no driver visible, no movement, just a vehicle sitting in the school zone like it belonged there, waiting for nothing and everything. That is the car, she said, the one that watched my building, the one that watched Clara's house. Una did not disagree. It appears the consortium is not the only group with eyes on your family, or the consortium has more resources than we estimated. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. His face was unreadable, but his hand found Maisie's shoulder and held on, and she saw the knuckles whiten. Tell me you have a plan, she said. Tell me you know what comes next. Nathaniel turned from the screen. I know we are not safe here. I know we cannot go back to either apartment, and I know that car was watching Maisie's school before the post went live, which means whoever is doing this wanted us to see it. He paused. They are not hiding anymore either. The monitor flickered. The black sedan sat motionless in the frame, a question without an answer, a threat without a face. And Noelle understood that the fight for Maisie, for her ward, for the life she had built, was no longer a battle she could fight from the shadows. Daylight had found them all. Chapter 46. The fluorescent lights of Lakeview Children's Hospital hummed at exactly the same frequency they always had. Noelle pulled her scrub top over her head in the locker room and let the familiar starch and antiseptic smell settle her nerves. She had left Maisie with Nathaniel in the security suite, Una already making calls to a family law firm in Chicago that specialized in high-net-worth guardianship cases. Before the elevator doors closed, Maisie had grabbed her hand and asked if she was coming back. "I always come back." The words had come out steady. She had meant them. Now she stood at the nursing station, checking the overnight board, running her finger down the patient list. Room 4, Ramirez, 4 years old, pneumonia, vitals stable at last check. Room 7, Kim, 2 years old, post-op monitoring after emergency surgery for a bowel obstruction. Room 12, Henderson, 6 years old, new admission for respiratory distress, still pending workup. The board told her nothing had changed. The ward was still open, the 1-to-4 ratio was still in effect, the closure memo was still rescinded, but the air was different. She felt it when she passed the family waiting area. A mother she recognized, Mrs. Kellerman from room 9, looked up from her phone and tracked Noelle with eyes that held something new. Not hostility, wariness. Noelle kept walking. At the supply closet, she found Daisha leaning against the shelf, arms crossed, holding a cup of coffee that had gone cold. "You look like hell," Daisha said. "Thanks. I mean it in the most loving way possible." Daisha pushed off the shelf and fell into step beside her. "The news cycle is still running your face next to the Trasco name. Cutwell's PR team put out a statement this morning, saying they are reviewing all relationships that may present conflicts of interest." Noelle stopped. "They are circling you," Daisha said. "They cannot touch the ward now that Nathaniel's money is committed, but they can make you the problem. Force you out on professional standards grounds." "I have not done anything wrong." "I know that. You know that. But you are the visible one. The one they can point at and say, 'See, this is what happens when you let personal relationships compromise institutional integrity.'" Noelle pressed her palm flat against the supply shelf and felt the cold metal bite into her skin. "I am not leaving this ward." "Good." Daisha drained the cold coffee in one swallow. "Because I need you here." They walked back to the nursing station together. Oman Cortero was already there, hunched over a chart, looking like he had not slept in the hours since she had seen him last. His coffee cup was empty, ring stains marking the counter where he had set it down. "Welcome back," he said without looking up. "You missed a quiet night. 3 admissions, 1 transfer out, no codes. Quiet is good. Quiet is suspicious." He finally raised his eyes. "Parents have been asking questions. Everyone saw the headlines. They want to know if the unit is really safe." Noelle set her jaw. "What did you tell them?" "The truth, that the funding is secured for 3 years, the ratio is better than it has been in a decade, and the person who signed the closure memo is no longer in a position to make unilateral decisions about pediatric care." He paused. "I may have phrased it more professionally than that. Thank you." "Do not thank me yet." Owen straightened and gestured toward the family waiting area with his chin. "Mrs. Henderson is in room 12. Her son was admitted at 3 a.m. for respiratory distress. She has been watching the news on her phone all night." Noelle followed his gaze. A woman sat in the hard plastic chair outside room 12, her shoulders curved forward, her phone gripped in both hands. She looked up as Noelle approached, and the wariness Noelle had seen in Mrs. Kellerman's eyes was sharper here. "Mrs. Henderson?" The woman nodded. "I am Noelle Halsey. I am the night charge nurse for this unit. Your son is in good hands." Mrs. Henderson's fingers tightened on the phone. "I saw your picture on the news. You are the one with the billionaire." Noelle kept her voice even. "I am a nurse. Your son's care is my priority. They're saying you only got the ward to stay open because you are sleeping with the owner." The words landed like a slap. Noelle did not flinch. "Your son was admitted 3 hours ago with respiratory distress. The attending physician ordered oxygen, a chest x-ray, and blood work. We are waiting on the results to determine if he needs 4 steroids or step-up care. That is what is happening right now." Mrs. Henderson stared at her. "I cannot control what anyone says about my personal life," Noelle said. "But I can tell you that I have worked on this unit for 6 years. I have held the hands of mothers whose children coded, and I have stayed past my shift to make sure the night went smoothly. If you want to ask about your son, I will answer every question." If you want to ask about the headlines, I cannot help you." The silence stretched. Then Mrs. Henderson's shoulders dropped a fraction. "Is he going to be okay, my boy?" Noelle sat down in the chair beside her. "We are running every test we need. I will check on his results personally and come back to tell you what they show. You are not alone in this." Mrs. Henderson nodded, and Noelle saw the fear start to edge out the suspicion. She stood and walked back to the nursing station. Owen was watching her. "That was good," he said quietly. "That was necessary." The rest of the shift passed in the rhythm she knew. Vitals, medications, charting, family updates. Each time she walked past a parent, she felt their eyes follow her. Some looked away. Others held her gaze with something that might have been trust, or might have been calculation. At 5 a.m., the charge nurse from the next shift arrived early. Noelle was finishing her notes when the administrative page came through. Noelle Halsey to the third-floor conference room. She looked at Owen. "I did not schedule a meeting," he frowned. "Administrative request." I look at Noelle, she deadly made my spirit piece stare. "Came through 10 minutes ago." Noelle tucked a pen into her pocket and walked to the elevator. The third-floor conference room was small, windowless, with a table that seated 4. 2 people were already there. Marlene Chen, sitting at the head, her polished heels visible beneath the table, and a man Noelle did not recognize, middle-aged, wearing a navy suit and a tie that cost more than her rent. "Noelle," Marlene gestured to the empty chair. "Thank you for coming. Please, sit." Noelle did not sit. "What is this about?" The man in the navy suit leaned forward. "I am Thomas Hartwell, VP of Human Resources for Hartwell Health Network." Noelle felt the temperature in the room drop. "We are conducting a standard review," he said. "Given the media attention surrounding your relationship with Mr. Trasco, we need to assess any potential impact on the institution's reputation and your ability to serve patients without distraction." "I have served patients without distraction for 6 years." "Understood, but circumstances have changed." Thomas Hartwell opened a folder. "We have received a formal complaint from a patient's family member suggesting your presence on the unit creates an environment of uncertainty. We are recommending you take paid administrative leave while we complete the review." The words hung in the air. Noelle looked at Marlene, whose expression was carefully neutral. "This is a recommendation," Marlene said, "not a mandate. But given the optics, we believe it would be in everyone's best interest to create some distance while the media cycle moves on." Noelle's hands were steady. "If I take leave, who covers the night shift? We will reassign staff. You do not have the staff. You have been running at minimum for months. I am the most experienced night charge nurse on this unit. If you pull me, the parents who are already afraid will have a real reason to be afraid." Thomas Hartwell closed the folder. "The recommendation stands. You have 24 hours to consider." Noelle did not answer. She turned and walked out of the room, her footsteps steady on the linoleum, her heart pounding in a rhythm she refused to let them see. The elevator doors closed behind her, and she realized, with a cold clarity that settled in her bones, that Hartwell was not trying to protect the ward. They were trying to protect themselves. From her. Chapter 47. Noelle sat in the corner of Yuna's office, with Maisie's drawing folded in her pocket, the 3 stick figures pressed against her thigh like a secret she was not ready to share. Yuna worked methodically, spreading documents across the conference table in neat rows. Clara's affidavit was first, typed on school letterhead, each paragraph calibrated to sound professional and deeply human. Clara had written about Maisie's reading habits, her guinea pig, the way she drew 3 figures in every family picture. She had written about Noelle arriving for pickup with a bag of snacks and knowing exactly which voice to use when Maisie was tired. The affidavits from the building staff were shorter. The super confirmed Noelle's key was on the emergency contact list for Trasco apartment 4 bytes. The weekend doorman remembered Noelle bringing soup when Maisie had the flu and staying until the fever broke. Yuna slid a page toward Noelle. "The neighbors were harder. 2 of them remember seeing you come and go. 1 remembers you watering their plants when they were on vacation. It is not a legal document, but it establishes pattern." Noelle read the words. "Noelle Halsey has been a consistent presence in the Trasco household for approximately 6 years. She is known to the undersigned as a caretaker and trusted family friend." "Trusted family friend," Noelle said flatly. "It is what they can swear to." Una did not apologize. It is enough to show the court that you are not a recent insertion. If we can establish that Maisie's stability is tied to your presence, the judge has to weigh disruption against continuity. Nathaniel stood at the window, his back to the room. He had not spoken since they arrived. Noelle watched his shoulders, the set of his spine. The man who had faced a boardroom and a press conference without flinching was holding himself like someone waiting for a second blow. "Una," she said, "what are we not seeing?" Una paused over the document stack. "I do not follow." "Evelyn has been planning this for years. She had a private investigator. She consulted the judge before filing. She is not making a desperate play. She is executing a strategy." Noelle stood and walked to the window, stopping beside Nathaniel. "What does she know that we do not?" Nathaniel's jaw tightened. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded document, creased and yellowed at the edges. The paper looked like it had been carried for days, waiting for the right moment, or the wrong one. "Elena had a lawyer," he said, "before she died. She never told me." Noelle took the document from his hand. The header read, "Trasco Family Trust, Fourth Amendments and Contingent Guardianship Addendum." She read the date. 3 months before Elena's death. The language was formal, dense, designed to resist challenge. Noelle scanned until she found the clause that made her stomach drop. "In the event that Nathaniel Trasco is adjudicated unfit, incapacitated, or unable to provide a stable custodial environment for any period exceeding 90 consecutive days, the undersigned designates Evelyn Trasco, sister of the deceased, as contingent sole guardian of Maisie Elena Trasco, with full custodial and decision-making authority until such time as the court determines the primary custodian's circumstances have been remedied." Noelle read it twice. "Evelyn knew," she said. "Elena named her before she died." Nathaniel said nothing. "Did you know about this?" "No." His voice was rough. "I found it buried in the trust documents during the restructuring. I thought it was standard estate planning. I did not read the full addendum until last night." Noelle turned back to the page. The conditions were broad, dangerously so. Unable to provide a stable custodial environment, Evelyn's legal team would argue that a media firestorm, a leaked identity, a public custody battle, and an injunction constituted precisely that. She looked at Una. "If Evelyn files this with the court, does it override everything we are building?" Una's face was unreadable. "It does not override, but it complicates. A deceased parent's explicit wishes carry significant weight with family court judges, especially one like Chen who favors structure. Evelyn is not just a relative asking for access. She is the person Elena chose." Noelle felt the paper tremble in her hand. She chose her sister, over Nathaniel, before she died. The room went quiet. Maisie was in the security suite with a tablet and a security guard who had been instructed to let her eat as many snacks as she wanted. Noelle had promised she would be back in 10 minutes. That had been 45 minutes ago. Nathaniel turned from the window. "I did not know she was afraid," he said. "I did not know she was making plans without me. I was on the road, I was gone too much, and when she died, I told myself it was the accident, not the distance. But this document does not exist in a vacuum. Evelyn will argue that Elena saw something coming, that she did not trust me to raise Maisie alone." Noelle looked at the addendum again. The signature was Elena's, dated and notarized. 3 months before the car accident. 3 months before Nathaniel heard his wife die on the phone. She folded the document carefully and handed it back to him. "Then we do not let Evelyn define what this means." He looked at her. "We write our own affidavit," Noelle said. "Not just Clara and the neighbors. We write the story of what Maisie's life actually looks like. The Sunday dinners, the homework, the nightmares, the 3 stick figures holding hands. And we file it before Evelyn's team can frame this as a rescue mission." Una was already reaching for a legal pad. Noelle did not look away from Nathaniel. "You said you would tell me everything. Is there anything else buried in those trust documents?" He held her gaze. "There is one more name, a trustee I did not recognize, someone Elena appointed to oversee the addendum if it was ever activated." "Who?" Nathaniel's hand tightened on the paper. "Her name is Margaret Okonkwo." The room tilted. Noelle heard Yuna's pen stop. Margaret Okonkwo, Evelyn's lawyer. The woman who had been contacting Noelle directly, who had requested the meeting, who had already obtained Maisie's school records. Elena had appointed Evelyn's lawyer as the trustee of her contingency plan, the same lawyer now representing Evelyn in the custody battle. Noelle looked at the folded document in Nathaniel's hand and understood, with a clarity that felt like ice water, that Evelyn had not been planning for years. Elena had been planning, and Nathaniel had never known. Chapter 48. The room had gone quiet enough to hear the fluorescent hum. Yuna's pen lay still on the legal pad. The folded addendum sat between them on the table like something that might still burn. Noelle kept her hand on the paper. 3 months before she died, she said, she walked into a lawyer's office and made Evelyn her backup plan. She did not tell you. She did not give you a chance to fix whatever she thought was broken. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. I have been asking myself what she saw, what I missed, whether I was already disappearing by then, already letting the company eat everything, already believing that providing was the same as being present. Was it? I was on the road 3 weeks out of 4. I missed Maisie's first steps. I missed the first time she said my name. I told myself it was temporary, that I was building something that would give them both a life without limits. He paused. Lilina stopped asking when I would come home. I thought that meant she understood. Noelle watched his hands, the calluses, the scars, the tremor he could not quite hide. When did she have the addendum drafted? I do not know exactly. The notary stamp shows a Tuesday. I was in Singapore that week. Yuna's voice was careful. The timing matters. If Evelyn can show Elena was already withdrawing from the marriage, already making contingency plans, the court will read that as proof of instability. Not yours. The marriage's. And they will ask why you did not see it coming. Noelle turned to Nathaniel. You said you did not know she was afraid. But you must have felt something. A shift. A silence that did not belong. He held her gaze. I told myself she was tired. Maisie was 3. The house was under renovation. Her sister had just moved back to Chicago and was calling every day, filling Elena's head with plans and possibilities I could not match because I was never there. His voice dropped. I told myself Evelyn was jealous, that she wanted Elena to leave Chicago, leave me, start over somewhere the name Trasco did not follow them. I thought if I kept working, kept building, the life I was creating would speak for itself. Instead, Elena built a door out of your marriage that you did not know existed. He did not deny it. Noelle let the silence stretch, then leaned forward. What happened in the weeks after she died? The question landed like a stone. Nathaniel's hands went still on the table. The funeral was a zoo. Tabloids, business press, people who had never met her writing obituaries about her tragic marriage to the logistics kingpin. They called it a fairy tale. The boarding school runaway who married the working-class founder. His voice turned flat. Elena's family wanted her buried in their hometown. I wanted her in Chicago, near Maisie, near the life we built. Evelyn filed a request to delay the burial. She said I was unstable, that I was making decisions out of grief and could not be trusted to honor what Elena would have wanted. Noelle remembered the nightmare, the shaking hands on the kitchen floor, the man who called himself nobody special. How long did the fight last? 12 days. 12 days of lawyers, media hits, and Evelyn calling every reporter who would listen, painting me as a controlling husband who had isolated Elena from everyone she loved. His voice roughened. She was not entirely wrong. I had pulled us both into a world Elena never asked for. I told myself she would adjust, that the money, the security, the future I was building would make up for the loneliness. Did you win the burial? No, I let her have it. He looked at Noelle. I was exhausted. Maisie was 4 and kept asking why everyone was fighting about where Mommy went. I told Evelyn she could have the body. I told her she could have the cemetery plot, the headstone, the guest list. But she would not have Maisie. And she has been waiting 6 years to try. Nathaniel said nothing. Yuna's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and something shifted in her face. The clerk's office just filed a notice. The temporary guardianship hearing has been scheduled. Noelle felt the words land before she understood them. When? 48 hours. The room compressed. 48 hours. 2 days to build an affidavit, gather testimony, and counter a document Elena Trasco had prepared 3 months before her death with a lawyer Nathaniel had never met. Noelle looked at the addendum on the table. Evelyn has had 6 years to prepare for this. She knows the arguments. She knows the judge. She knows the narrative she wants to sell. Nathaniel's voice was low. Then we do not let her sell it alone. Noelle met his eyes. Then we write the story first. Chapter 49. The courtroom smelled of old wood and cold coffee, and the particular sterile tension of places where families came to break. Noelle sat between Nathaniel and Una, 3 chairs back from the defense table, where a man named Gerald Archer had already arranged 8 folders in a precise arc. Silver hair, a tie the color of dried blood. He had not looked at them once since entering, which meant he did not need to. Evelyn sat on the other side of the room, hands folded on a leather portfolio that matched the one she had carried to the meeting. She wore a cream blouse, pearl studs, the face of a woman who had been rehearsing this moment for 6 years and was not about to be rushed. Judge Chen had not yet entered. Noelle kept her hands flat on her thighs, breathing through the tremor she could not show. 48 hours of affidavit drafting, witness coordination, and barely 3 hours of sleep. Claver's statement was in the file. Deja's too. A building manager who had watched Noelle walk Maisie to school for 4 years. A neighbor who had seen Nathaniel push a grocery cart with Maisie riding on the side. None of it felt like enough. The door to chambers opened. Judge Chen was smaller than Noelle expected. Gray hair cut sharp, wire-rimmed glasses, a black robe that made her look carved from something harder than bone. She took the bench without preamble, adjusted her glasses, and looked at the room like she was counting inventory. Mr. Archer, Ms. Okonkwo, I have reviewed the filings. Margaret Okonkwo rose. She was tall, deliberate, dressed in charcoal with no jewelry. The woman who had sent Noelle that first text. The woman who had held Elena's secrets for 6 years. Your Honor, the petitioner's position is straightforward. The respondent has spent the past 6 years operating under a false identity, hiding his daughter in a building his own security team described as a liability, and exposing her to a media firestorm that has already compromised her safety and privacy. Noelle felt Nathaniel go still beside her. The guardianship addendum executed by Elena Trasco 3 months before her death makes clear that Miss Trasco anticipated precisely this scenario. She feared her husband's inability to provide a stable environment would ultimately harm their child. The events of the past 2 weeks have proven her fear prescient. Gerald Archer stood slowly, as if he had all the time in the world. Your Honor, Ms. Okonkwo would have this court believe that a woman who drafted a contingency plan in private, without informing her husband, was acting out of maternal concern rather than marital secrecy. He paused. We do not know what Elena Trasco feared. We know only that she did not share it with the man she was married to. That silence is not evidence of his unfitness. It is evidence of a marriage in which communication had failed on both sides. Judge Chen's face gave nothing. You dispute the addendum's validity. I dispute the narrative Ms. Okonkwo is constructing around it, but I am not here to litigate the will of a dead woman. I am here to show this court what Maisie Trasco's actual life looks like, and who has actually been present for it. Noelle watched Archer move to the evidence table. He picked up a photograph. Your Honor, this was taken 4 days ago at Maisie's school. A news crew had gathered at the front gate. A second team was circling the building. Maisie was pulled from her classroom, taken through a service exit, and driven away in a vehicle whose plates had been obscured. He laid the photo on the bench. Noelle did not need to see it. She had been in the back seat. Ms. Okonkwo argues this proves instability. I argue this proves protection. The adults in Maisie's life made a split-second decision to remove her from a situation that could have traumatized her further. They did not hesitate. They did not argue. They acted. Judge Chen studied the photo, then looked up. And who made that decision? Archer turned slightly. Noelle felt the room tilt. Ms. Noelle Halsey was in the vehicle. She was the one who rode with Maisie. She was the one who kept Maisie calm while the car navigated evasive routes. Margaret Okonkwo's voice cut through. Ms. Halsey is not a parent. She is not a guardian. She is not a relative. She is a neighbor who became romantically involved with Mr. Trasco only after his identity was exposed. She paused. The petitioner submits that Ms. Halsey's presence in that vehicle is not evidence of stability. It is evidence of a child being entrusted to a woman whose relationship to the family is neither legally recognized nor appropriately bounded. Noelle felt the words land like a slap she could not flinch from. Judge Chen turned to her. Ms. Halsey, you are present today as a witness for the respondent. It was not a question, but Noelle answered anyway. Yes, Your Honor. Then I would like to hear from you directly. The judge removed her glasses. What is your relationship to Maisie Trasco? Noelle stood. Her hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the table in front of her. I have been in Maisie's life since she was 2 years old. I was the one she called when she had nightmares. I was the one who stocked her favorite snacks and knew which books she wanted at bedtime. I was the one who walked her to school, signed her permission slips, and sat with her when she was scared. She stopped, swallowed. I was the one she drew in her family picture last week, standing between her and her father, holding both their hands. Judge Chen's expression did not change. And your relationship with Mr. Trasco? Noelle met her eyes. 6 years of friendship, 3 months of knowing who he really is. She paused. I am still here. That is not evidence of instability. That is evidence of a man willing to be known and a woman willing to stay. The silence stretched. Margaret Okonkwo spoke into it. Your Honor, the petitioner has additional evidence she would like to present. Noelle's stomach dropped. Evelyn Trasco rose. She opened her leather portfolio and pulled out a single sheet of paper, a photograph, and a phone with a dark screen. 6 months before my sister died, she called me at 2 a.m. She was crying. She told me she had found a document on Nathaniel's desk, a legal document she did not understand, full of companies and trusts and names she had never heard. Noelle felt Nathaniel's hand grip the edge of the table. She asked me what I thought it meant. Evelyn's voice was steady. I told her it meant her husband was a man who kept secrets, and that men who keep secrets always hide the thing they do not want you to find. Judge Chen leaned forward. Miss Trasco, are you suggesting your sister believed Mr. Trasco was hiding assets from her? I am suggesting my sister was afraid long before she drafted that addendum, and the man sitting in this courtroom today is the same man who made her afraid. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. His face was pale, his jaw tight, but his hand, the one gripping the table, was steady. He did not look at Evelyn. He looked at Noelle, and in that look was everything he could not say in front of a judge. Judge Chen folded her hands. I will hear testimony from Mr. Trasco next, but before I do, I want to be clear about one thing. She looked at Noelle. This court does not make decisions based on who stayed through a crisis. It makes decisions based on who can provide a stable, permanent home for a child who has already lost one parent. Her gaze shifted to Nathaniel. And I have not yet heard anything that convinces me Miss Trasco's concerns were baseless. Noelle felt the floor tilt again. The hearing had just begun. And Evelyn Trasco had been planting seeds for 6 years. Chapter 50. The clerk called Clara Bellamy to the stand. She walked past the petitioner's table without looking at Evelyn. Her cardigan was the same one she wore for parent conferences, a soft gray with a small coffee stain near the left cuff that she had never bothered to remove. She sat, adjusted the microphone, and folded her hands exactly the way she did before reading to her class. Margaret Okonkwo rose. Ms. Bellamy, you are Maisie Trasco's teacher. For the past 2 years, yes. And you have observed Mr. Trasco's interactions with his daughter in a school setting. I have observed both of them. Mr. Trasco at drop-off and pick-up, Miss Halsey at drop-off and pick-up. Clara's voice was calm, the same tone she used to diffuse a classroom meltdown. They are consistent. They know Maisie's routines, her triggers, her preferred comfort objects. They do not guess. They know. Consistency, Okonkwo repeated. Would you consider a child being pulled from school midday, evacuated through a side gate, and hidden in an undisclosed location consistent? Clara did not flinch. I would consider a family making a protective decision under threat consistent with putting the child's safety first. Which is what happened. Okonkwo tilted her head. You have known Mr. Trasco for 2 years. You have known Miss Trasco, the child's biological aunt and legal guardian under the addendum, for how long? I met her yesterday, in the hallway outside this courtroom. And yet you feel qualified to testify that Ms. Trasco's presence in Maisie's life would be disruptive. Clara paused. When she spoke, her voice was gentler than Okonkwo. I am not qualified to testify about Ms. Trasco's character. I am qualified to testify about Maisie's. And Maisie told me, when she asked why her aunt never called on her birthday, that she assumed her aunt did not like her. She looked at the judge. That is not a child describing a safe person. That is a child describing a stranger who shares her last name. Kokonkwo opened her mouth, but Judge Chen raised a hand. I have heard enough foundation from Ms. Bellamy. Mr. Archer. Archer rose slowly, his tie the color of dried blood catching the overhead light. Ms. Bellamy, in your professional opinion, what does Maisie Trasco need to feel safe? Clara did not hesitate. Routine, predictability, the people who have been there every morning for the last 4 years. She looked at Noelle. She needs to know that when she wakes up scared at night, someone will come. That when she walks into school, the same face will be waiting at pickup. That the world does not change without warning. And does she have that? She had it before the headlines, before the cameras, before someone put her photograph online and called her a bargaining chip. Clara's voice tightened. She has it still, because her father and Miss Halsey moved her to safety the moment the threat appeared. But she is 7 years old. She knows something is wrong. She asked me last week if the bad people were going to take her away. Judge Chen leaned forward. Did she name specific people? Clara met her eyes. She said, the lady who says she's my aunt. The silence stretched. Archer adjusted his glasses. Ms. Bellamy, you have submitted an affidavit detailing Ms. Halsey's involvement in Maisie's school life. Permission slips, emergency contacts, reading logs. Correct. You have observed Ms. Halsey at school events, parent-teacher conferences, and daily pickup for 2 years. Correct. Would you describe Ms. Halsey as a consistent presence in Maisie's life? I would describe her as the most consistent presence. Clara's voice carried no hesitation. Maisie draws her in every family picture. She talks about her constantly. When she is scared, she asks for her. Not by title, by name. Noelle. Judge Chen's pen stopped moving. And yet, she said slowly, Ms. Halsey's name was not on the emergency contact form until last week. Is that correct? Clara's composure cracked, a fraction of a second, then sealed. Yes, Your Honor. Why? Clara looked at Nathaniel. Her face was unreadable, but something passed between them, a shared weight. You would have to ask Mr. Trasco. The judge turned. Mr. Trasco, would you care to answer? Nathaniel rose. His hands were at his sides, open. Because I was afraid. Of what? Of what it meant. His voice was raw. If I put her name on that form, if I made her official, I would have to admit that she was already everything, that Maisie already had a mother, that the life we built was real. He stopped, and I was not ready to be real. Judge Chen studied him. So instead you kept the woman who raised your daughter for 4 years in a legal gray area, without standing, without recognition, without protection. Yes. And you expect this court to believe that was not instability, that was calculation? Nathaniel met her gaze. It was fear. It was not calculation. It was the worst decision I made, and I made it every day for 4 years by not changing it. Judge Chen set down her pen. Ms. Bellamy, you may step down. Clara rose. She walked past Noelle's chair and let her hand brush Noelle's shoulder, a whisper of contact, gone before anyone could call it improper. The judge folded her hands. Mr. Trasco, you have testified that you kept Ms. Halsey at arm's length legally while entrusting her with your daughter's daily care. You have testified that your wife drafted a guardianship addendum without your knowledge, naming her sister as contingent guardian because she was afraid of something she found on your desk. And you have testified that you were absent, on the road, for most of your marriage. She paused. That is a pattern of absence from the people who needed you present. Her voice was flat. And I am not convinced that pattern has been broken. Noelle felt the words like a blade sliding between her ribs. Nathaniel did not flinch. Your Honor, his voice was steady. I have a question. Judge Chen raised an eyebrow. You may ask it. Nathaniel turned. Not to the judge, not to Evelyn, to Noelle. You told me once that love is not a feeling. It is a series of choices, small ones, made every day, even when no one is watching. He paused. I chose hiding for 6 years. I chose fear. I chose control. I chose silence. He stepped toward her. Now I am choosing you, in front of a judge, in front of the woman who wants to take my daughter, in front of every camera that will spin this into a headline. He stopped. Tell me that is enough. Tell me I am not too late. The room held its breath. Evelyn's lawyer folded her hands. Judge Chen's gavel hovered. And Noelle looked at the man who had spent 6 years becoming someone worth finding, who had spent the last 3 months paying for the version of himself he had buried alive, who was standing in front of her with nothing left to hide. She opened her mouth, and the courtroom doors swung open. Chapter 51. The clerk's voice cut through the charged air. This courtroom is needed for an emergency filing. All parties will recess for 45 minutes. Judge Chen's gavel came down without ceremony. We will reconvene at 11:15. Counsel, advise your clients not to discuss pending testimony in the hallway. The spell broke. Evelyn rose first, her lawyer gathering papers with practiced efficiency. They did not look at Nathaniel. They did not look at Noelle. They walked past like the interruption had been scripted, and maybe it had. Noelle stood on legs that did not feel like her own. Nathaniel was still standing where he had been when the doors opened, turned toward her, caught mid-confession. His question hung in the air between them, unanswered, and now the moment had shattered into something smaller, ordinary, procedural. He opened his mouth. Don't, Noelle said. The word came out softer than she intended. I need a minute. She walked past him, past Yuna's outstretched hand, past the bailiff holding the door, and into the corridor where the light was gray and flat and nobody was watching. The hallway was almost empty. A janitor pushed a mop bucket past a row of wooden benches. An ancient radiator hissed against the wall. Noelle leaned against the plaster and closed her eyes. He had done it. He had stood in front of a judge and his dead wife's sister and told the truth, the whole, ugly, raw, unpolished truth. And then he had turned to Noelle and asked if it was enough. She still did not know how to answer. He really said that, huh? Noelle opened her eyes. Deja was standing 3 feet away, holding 2 paper cups, her expression caught somewhere between fury and awe. He really did. I caught the live stream. Deja stepped closer and shoved a cup into Noelle's hand. Coffee, black. You look like you need transfusion. Noelle racked her fingers around the warmth. How bad is it out there? Bad. Deja's voice dropped. But not the kind of bad you're thinking. The comments are split. Half of them are calling him a manipulative billionaire playing the redemption card. The other half are sobbing about the single dad who finally learned to say the right thing. Great. The real problem, Deja said, isn't the internet. Noelle's stomach tightened. What? Deja pulled out her phone, swiped, and held up the screen. It was an internal Hartwell memo. Draft conduct review. Noelle Halsey, RN, cited media exposure, public association with a custody proceeding, and potential disruption to patient confidence in pediatric overnight services. Recommended action pending. Thomas Hartwell's office circulated this 40 minutes ago, Deja said, while you were inside. They are not waiting for the hearing to finish. They are building the case to cut you loose. Noelle read the screen twice. He cannot do this. He can do whatever legal says he can do, Deja said. And right now, legal says your name is attached to a billionaire custody battle that is about to generate more headlines than the ward closure ever did. They are protecting the brand. You are the brand risk. Noelle's hand tightened on the cup. I will not let him. Noelle. She looked up. Deja's eyes were hard. Don't you dare say you will not let Nathaniel fix this. Not after what he just did in there. That is not what I was going to say. Good. Because if you tell that man to stay out of your professional mess after he just asked the entire world if he is too late to love you, I will slap you myself. Noelle almost laughed. Almost. I was going to say I will not let them win. Deja studied her. Then don't. They stood in the gray light, the radiator hissing. the coffee cooling in Noelle's hands. Behind them, the courtroom door opened. Una stepped out, phone pressed to her ear, her face unreadable. She ended the call in 3 words and walked toward them with the controlled urgency of someone who had just learned something she did not want to know. "We have a problem." "Which one?" Noelle said. Una did not smile. "That tip I was chasing, the anonymous account that posted your address." She paused. "I have a source who owes me a favor. He says the account traces back to a private intelligence contractor, one that used to work for Meridian." Noelle went still. "When?" 6 years ago." Una's voice was flat. "When Nathaniel disappeared from public life, the firm was retained to manage reputation containment, suppress stories, monitor press, handle complications." Deja set down her coffee. "You turned me about the firm like someone surviving my word beads." He was reminded to still up the Athey stairs that was a part of a terrifying system. He screens in the buddy, and they would think to rare with her sentence on itself that had worked fairly outside heavens. She becomes more so of very likely the tennies, and he despised his manner and physical his heart. Full and liant was rimming out of her. "You were telling me the person who leaked Noelle's address might be someone Nathaniel himself hired?" "No." Una shook her head. "I am telling you the firm was on Meridian's payroll. That means someone inside the company knows who ran the account, and that someone either still works for us or is working for the consortium with inside knowledge of how Nathaniel operated." The radiator hissed, the janitor's mop splashed against the floor, and Noelle felt the ground shift beneath her feet again. "Who retained them?" she asked. Una's pause lasted 2 seconds too long. "Stefan?" Noelle stared at her. "Stefan Volkov hired the firm. 6 years ago, on Nathaniel's authority." Una's jaw tightened. "Or so the records show. But Stefan was the one who signed the contracts. Stefan was the one who managed the relationship, and Stefan is the one who never told Nathaniel the firm was still active." The words hung in the air like smoke. Noelle thought of Stefan at the diner, polishing his glasses, telling her he had done terrible things to save the man he loved. She thought of Stefan standing at the back of the press conference, watching Nathaniel confess. She thought of Stefan leaving through the back door. "You think Stefan is running the account now?" she said. Una did not answer, but she did not say no. Chapter 52. The radiator hissed. Noelle stared at Una, the words not quite landing. Stefan signed the contracts. Stefan managed the relationship. Stefan never told Nathaniel the firm was still active. "Where is he now?" she asked. "Stefan?" Una's jaw worked. "I do not know. He left the building 40 minutes ago. His assistant says he is unavailable." "Bullshit." Noelle heard her own voice before she recognized it. Hard, flat. The voice she used when a crashing patient needed direction and everyone else was frozen. "He knew," she said. "He knew where that account traced, and he left before you could confirm it." Una did not argue. Deja stepped closer, phone already in her hand. "I can find him. I have contacts in the union who track executive movements for leverage. Give me 10 minutes. "Find him," Noelle said, "and do not tell him why." Deja was already walking, fingers flying across the screen. Noelle turned back to Una. "What else did Stefan sign?" "Everything." Una's voice was quiet. "When Nathaniel disappeared from public life, he gave Stefan broad authority, legal, operational, financial. Stefan could hire, fire, retain, dissolve, without direct oversight. Nathaniel trusted him completely. And Stefan used that authority to keep an intelligence firm on payroll without telling him. Yes. For 6 years. Yes." Noelle pressed her palm against the wall. The plaster was cool, rough, real. She needed something real. "Why?" Una hesitated. "That is the question I have been trying to answer since I found the trail." She pulled out her phone, swiped, handed it over. "Look at the dates." Noelle took the phone. The screen showed a spreadsheet. Payments. Quarterly, consistent, routing through a shell subsidiary Noelle did not recognize. The first payment dated 1 month after Nathaniel disappeared from public life. The most recent payment cleared 3 days ago. 3 days. Before the school evacuation, before the leaked address, before any of it. Stefan has been paying them the entire time, Noelle said. It appears so. Not for reputation containment. Yuna's silence was answer enough. For what then? Surveillance. Yuna took the phone back, swiped to another screen. I pulled the firm's scope of work from the original contract. It is broad: media monitoring, background investigations, threat assessment, physical surveillance. The radiator hissed again. Noelle thought of the black sedan outside her building, the sedan at Clara's house, the sedan at Maisie's school. The cars. Yes. Stefan has been having me watched for 6 years. No. Yuna shook her head. The firm was retained to watch Nathaniel, to monitor anyone who got close to him, to ensure his secret stayed buried. She paused. You got close to him. Very close. The firm has been watching you since the beginning. Noelle's hand dropped from the wall. 6 years. Every grocery run, every Sunday dinner, every late-night call from Maisie, every moment she thought she was building something private, something safe. Someone had been watching the whole time. And the leak? She asked. The address post? I do not know yet. Yuna's voice was careful. The account traces to the firm, but that does not mean Stefan authorized the post. It could be a rogue operator. It could be the consortium using the firm's infrastructure. It could be someone who bought access. Or it could be Stefan. Yuna did not answer. Noelle thought about Stefan at the diner, his rimless glasses, his careful words, his admission that he had done terrible things to save the man he loved. She had believed him. She had walked out of that diner thinking he was brutal but honest, the kind of man who detonated lives because he believed the explosion would save more people than it burned. But brutal honesty did not pay for 6 years of secret surveillance. Brutal honesty did not have its operatives outside a 7-year-old school. He's the handler, she said. The words hung in the air. Yuna's phone buzzed. She looked down, read, looked up. Deja found him. Where? Meridian, his office. Yuna's expression tightened. He is waiting for us. He knows we traced the account. Noelle straightened. Good. She walked. The corridor stretched. The janitor had moved on, leaving wet floor signs and the smell of bleach. Noelle's footsteps echoed off the linoleum, steady, deliberate, each one carrying her closer to a confrontation she had not expected and was not prepared for. She did not care. She was done being prepared. Behind her, Yuna's heels clicked in pursuit. Noelle, wait! She did not wait. The elevator doors opened. She stepped inside. Yuna followed, pressed the button for the ground floor. You cannot walk into his office and accuse him without evidence. I have evidence. You showed it to me. Circumstantial evidence. He will argue the firm was retained for legitimate purposes and someone else abused the access. Then he can explain that to me, face to face. The elevator descended. Noelle watched the floor numbers change. You are angry, Yuna said. I am past angry. Then what are you? Noelle thought about it. The elevator reached the ground floor. I am tired of being the person everyone lies to. She stepped out. The lobby was quiet. A security guard looked up, recognized her, looked away. The glass doors reflected the gray Chicago sky, and through the glass she saw him. Stefan Volkov stood on the sidewalk, hands in his pockets, waiting. He met her eyes through the glass, and he did not look away. Chapter 53. The lobby air hit her face, cold and dry. Stefan Volkov stood motionless on the sidewalk, hands still in his pockets, watching her through the glass. Noelle did not break stride. She pushed through the door. The wind caught her hair. Stefan did not move. Noelle! His voice was level, controlled, the same voice that had told her at the diner that he had done terrible things to save the man he loved. You knew, she said. I knew you would come. That is not what I meant. He pulled his hands from his pockets. No phone, no gesture of surrender, just a man standing in the cold, waiting to be asked the question he had already prepared for. The firm, she said. You kept them on payroll for 6 years. Yes. You never told Nathaniel. No. Did you leak my address? No. She watched his face, steel gray eyes behind rimless glasses. No tell, no flicker. You expect me to believe that? I expect you to verify it. He tilted his head. The metadata will show the post originated from a device assigned to the firm, but it will also show the session was initiated by someone who bypassed standard authentication protocols. I did not authorize the post, but someone inside the firm's infrastructure did. Who? I do not know yet. That is convenient. It is inconvenient. His voice sharpened for the first time. It means someone has been using my infrastructure against me. Against Nathaniel. Against you. Noelle studied him. The cold had reddened his ears. His suit jacket was not enough for standing still on a Chicago sidewalk in late winter. He had waited anyway. Why are you still here? She asked. You knew we traced the account. You could have walked out, flown somewhere without extradition. Stefan's mouth curved, not quite a smile. Where would I go? Anywhere. And leave Nathaniel to clean up what I started? He shook his head. I signed those contracts because he was gone, and someone had to keep the walls standing. I kept the firm active because I needed to know if the consortium had found him. I never used it against him. I used it to protect the shell. By watching me. By watching everyone who got close to him. His voice dropped. Including you. Especially you. The words landed like a punch she had been expecting. And what did you see? A woman who loved him. A woman who had no idea who he was. A woman who would have burned his world down if she found out the wrong way. Noelle's hands curled at her sides. Is that what you think I am doing now? I think you are doing exactly what you should. Stefan met her eyes. You are standing in front of the man who lied to you and demanding the truth. Then give it to me. I already have. He stepped closer. The firm is still active. I have not shut it down because shutting it down would tip off whoever has been using it. The leak was not me, but it came from my house, and I intend to find out who opened the door. Noelle held his gaze. Behind her, the lobby door opened. Una stepped out, phone in hand, face tight. We have a problem? Noelle turned. The security feed from your building. Una held up the phone. The night the leak was posted, the same sedan was parked across the street, but it arrived 40 minutes before the post. Someone was watching before the leak went live. Yes. Stefan's expression shifted. Something sharpened behind his eyes. Which building? Maisie's school, Una said. No. Noelle's stomach dropped. The post was uploaded from near the school. But the surveillance, the sedan, was at my apartment building first. Someone was watching me. Then they drove to the school to post. Stefan pulled out his phone. Your address was the bait. The school was the delivery. Noelle thought of the black car parked outside her building, the nights she had seen it idling, the morning after Nathaniel's nightmare when she had watched it drive away. How long have they been watching? Stefan's thumbs moved across the screen. I do not know. He looked up. But I am going to find out. The words hung between them. Noelle turned away. She walked. Not toward the car, not toward Nathaniel. Toward home, toward her apartment, toward the life she had built with both hands, now riddled with holes she had never seen. Una called after her. Noelle kept walking. The street stretched ahead, gray and wet. The wind pushed at her back. She thought about the black car, the first time she saw it, the night it sat outside her building, watching, waiting, while she slept with her mother's locket pressed against her chest. She had told Deja it was paranoia. She had told herself it was nothing. But it was never nothing. It was Stefan's firm, or the consortium, or someone else, someone she had never seen, never touched, never known existed, watching from the dark while she made dinner for Maisie and laughed at Nathaniel's dry jokes and believed, truly believed, that she had found something safe. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it from her pocket. Deja, Stefan is at Meridian, waiting. He knows. Noelle typed back. I know. I just talked to him. Deja. And? Noelle stopped walking. She stood on the sidewalk, Chicago gray, wind cold, phone glowing in her hand. And I don't know if I believe him. She put the phone away. The building was ahead. Her building. The one with the black sedan that had watched her for 6 years without her knowing. She walked inside. The lobby was quiet. The security guard looked up, nodded, looked away. Noelle crossed to the elevator, pressed the button, waited. The doors opened. She stepped inside. The ride up was silent. When the doors opened again, she walked to her door, fished out her keys, unlocked it. The apartment was dark. She stepped inside and stopped. The cordless phone on her kitchen counter was blinking, a message. She crossed to it, pressed play. Static. Then a voice, distorted, mechanical, unrecognizable. "You should have walked away." The line went dead. Noelle stared at the phone. Her hands were shaking. She put the receiver back in its cradle, took a breath, took another. Then she heard it, a sound from the hallway, soft, deliberate, footsteps. She moved to the door, pressed her eye to the peephole. The hallway was empty. But the sound had not come from the hallway. It had come from inside the apartment. Noelle turned. The bedroom door was open. She had closed it before she left. Her heart stopped. Then it started again, harder, faster, as she reached for the kitchen knife in the drawer beside her and took one slow step toward the dark. Chapter 54. She did not call for help. The knife was cold in her hand. The blade caught the kitchen light as she moved. One step, another, her bare feet silent on the hardwood. The bedroom door stood open, 3 inches of black. She had closed it. She always closed it before leaving, a habit from the divorce years, when every empty room felt like a mouth waiting to swallow her. She closed doors. She locked them. She checked the locks twice. The door was open. The footsteps had stopped. Noelle reached the hallway, pressed her back to the wall and listened. Nothing. Not the creak of floorboards, not the whisper of fabric, not breathing, just the hum of the refrigerator and the distant wail of a siren 3 blocks away. She could call the police. She could call Nathaniel. She could walk out the front door and take the stairs and never come back. Instead, she pushed the door open with the flat of her hand. The room was empty. The window was open. The screen was cut. A straight vertical slice, clean as a scalpel line, from the bottom edge to the middle. The night air pushed through, cold and wet. Noelle stood in the center of the room, knife still in her hand, staring at the slit in the screen. Someone had been inside her apartment. Someone had waited for her. Someone had left a message on her phone. "You should have walked away." And then they had left through the window, cutting the screen, dropping to the fire escape, disappearing into the dark. Her phone buzzed. She looked down. Nathaniel. "Stefan and I are going through the files. We need you here, please." She stared at the message. Her hand was shaking. She put the knife down, picked up her phone, typed one sentence. "Someone was in my apartment." 3 dots appeared immediately, then the call. She answered. "Tell me where you are." Nathaniel's voice was low, controlled, the voice he used when he was holding panic at arm's length. "Kitchen. Are you safe now?" "They're gone. Window. Fire escape. Stay on the phone. Do not hang up. I am coming." "No." The word came out flat, certain. "No," she said again. "You're with Stefan. You're finding the thread. Keep pulling it." "Noelle. I'm not safe in this building anyway. Whoever it was, they left. They wanted me scared. They got what they wanted." She looked at the cut screen, the dark window. "But if you stop now, they win." Silence. "I am not losing you to this." "You're not losing me." She pressed her palm flat against the counter, steadied herself against the granite. "I'm going to Dages. I'll text you the address. You find whoever put that firm on payroll, you find whoever authorized the payment, and you tell me the name." Another silence. "This is not how I wanted tonight to go." "No." She picked up the knife again, tested its weight. "It's not how any of this was supposed to go." She hung up. Then she locked the window, grabbed a bag, and walked out. The Meridian War Room was a converted conference room on the 32nd floor, windowless, fluorescent, smelling of old coffee and fresh panic. Nathaniel sat at the head of the table, laptop open, sleeves rolled up, eyes tracking across a spreadsheet that stretched wider than the screen could hold. Stefan sat across from him, rimless glasses off, rubbing the bridge of his nose like he was trying to press the exhaustion out of his skull. A third person stood at the far end of the table. Noelle had never seen her before. Gray hair cut sharp, expensive suit, eyes that did not blink. Alexandra Voss, Stefan said without looking up. Meridian's compliance officer for the last 9 years. She ran the vendor approval system. Ran, Noelle repeated. Still run. Alexandra's voice was flat. Which is why I am here at midnight instead of in my bed. Nathaniel did not look up. There is a payment scheduled to clear tonight, $400,000, routing through a shell in the Caymans, then to a second shell in Luxembourg, then to the intelligence firm's operating account. Noelle walked to the table, set her bag down, sat. And until an hour ago, you did not know about it. Alexandra's jaw tightened. The approval came through as a quarterly vendor renewal. Same routing, same amount, same authorization chain that has been in place for 6 years. No flags, no exceptions. Except the authorization chain was supposed to be dead. Except that. Alexandra slid a tablet across the table. The original termination order was signed by Nathaniel Trasco 6 years ago. It should have deactivated every contract, every retainer, every recurring payment tied to the intelligence firm, but it didn't. No, because the termination order was never entered into the payment system. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was still staring at the screen, but his hands had stopped moving. Who entered the payment authorizations? Noelle asked. Alexandra did not answer. The payment authorizations for the last 6 years, Noelle repeated. Who signed them? Stefan set his glasses down. The system shows an administrative override, a standing authorization that bypasses the termination order. It was entered 12 days after Nathaniel signed the termination. By who? Stefan looked at her. The signature on the override belongs to a board member who retired 5 years ago, Chairman Russell's predecessor, a man named Philip Durant. And Philip Durant is dead, Noelle said. Yes. Stefan leaned back. He died 3 years ago, which means someone has been using his credentials to authorize payments for 3 years after his death. The room went still. Nathaniel looked up. The payment clearing tonight. Can we stop it? Alexandra shook her head. It's already processing. By the time we flag it, the funds will be in Luxembourg, and from there the trail goes dark unless we have a court order. Noelle thought about the cup screen, the blinking phone, the voice that told her she should have walked away. We do not have a court order, she said. No. Then we need to know who is on the other end of that payment. Stefan and Nathaniel exchanged a look, the kind of look that held a history Noelle did not fully know. We might be able to trace the withdrawal in Luxembourg, Stefan said slowly. If the account is linked to a specific individual, not just the firm's operational account. And if it's linked to a specific individual, then we will know who authorized the leak, who has been watching you for 6 years, and who is sitting in a room right now expecting $400,000 to land in their account by morning. Nathaniel stood. Then let's work. Noelle watched him cross to Alexandra's station, watched Stefan pull up a second laptop, watched the 3 of them start moving through data like surgeons through a wound. She did not join them. She sat at the table. She thought about the slit in her screen, the voice on her phone, the sedan that had watched her building while she slept. And she thought about the payment clearing tonight. In a few hours, someone would have their money, and they would know exactly what to do next. Chapter 55. The war room hummed with the low thrum of servers and the occasional click of keys, but Noelle could not sit still any longer. She stood, pushed her chair in, walked to the door without announcing where she was going. Nathaniel looked up. She did not stop. The corridor outside was empty, fluorescent lights buzzing in their fixtures, casting everything in that pale, institutional green she had spent half her life under. She kept walking past the elevator bank, past the dark conference rooms with their glass walls, past the security station where a guard looked up and looked away just as fast. Stairs. She pushed through the fire door and let it close behind her. The stairwell was concrete and cold and smelled of cleaning solvent and trapped air. She sat down on the top step, back against the wall, and pressed the heels of her hands into her eye sockets until she saw color. The door opened again. She did not look up. She knew the weight of his footsteps. Nathaniel sat down beside her on the step, not touching, close enough that she could feel the heat coming off him, the solid mass of him settling into the same exhausted space. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. I needed air, she said finally. I know. He cut my screen. He was in my apartment. He left a message telling me I should have walked away. I know. $400,000 is clearing tonight and we cannot stop it. I know. She dropped her hands from her eyes and turned to look at him. The stairwell light caught the hollows under his cheekbones, the way his jaw was set, the red in the corners of his eyes. He had not slept. Neither had she. They were both running on something that was not rest, something that would give out eventually if this did not break soon. I thought I was being paranoid, she said, the first time I saw the sedan, 3 a.m. I told myself it was nothing. A neighbor's car, a delivery driver, anyone but someone watching me. You were not paranoid. I know that now. She let out a breath that was almost a laugh, but not quite. That does not make it better. No. He turned his hands over on his knees, palms up, calluses and scars, the hands of a man who had tried to build something solid with his own labor. I do not think it does. She watched his hands. I told you once that I would stop hiding, he said, that I would give you the truth, and then the war room filled with dead men's credentials and payments that cannot be stopped, and I realized that I do not even know the full truth myself yet. That is not hiding. That is discovering. Semantics. No. She reached out and touched his wrist. Light, barely a contact. Hiding is knowing and staying silent. This is different. You are standing in the dark with me, trying to find the light switch. He looked at her hand on his wrist, then up at her face. Something shifted in the air between them. The stairwell was cold and bare, and smelled like nothing that belonged to either of them, but she felt the heat of him like a current, like a live wire running through the narrow space between his skin and hers. You are the only person who has ever made me believe it might be possible, he said, waking up, being whole, not needing to be 2 men. You are not 2 men. I was, for 6 years, and then you looked at me in that hallway with the memo in your hand and I knew I could not do it anymore. Could not be Nate at home and Nathaniel out there. Could not pretend I could love you halfway. Her fingers tightened on his wrist. Nathaniel, I am not saying this to pressure you. I am saying it because I need you to know. If you had answered in the courtroom, if the doors had not opened, I do not know what I would have said next. I only know I was ready to say anything. Anything to keep you from walking away. She shifted closer. The concrete step was hard beneath her, the wall cold at her back, but his presence cut through all of it, a gravity that pulled her toward him without her deciding to move. I was going to say yes, she said. His breath caught. In the courtroom, when the doors opened, I was opening my mouth to tell you it was not too late. Noelle? Do not. She put her other hand on his chest, over his heart. Do not make this into something perfect. I am exhausted. I am scared. Someone cut my window screen and left a thread on my answering machine, and I am sitting in a stairwell at midnight with a man who lied to me for 6 years. And I still do not know if I can trust that you will never do it again. Then why? Because I love you. She said it flat, like a fact she had stopped fighting. Because Maisie draws me in every family picture. Because when I think about walking away, the world goes gray and I cannot breathe. He covered her hand with his own. Tell me what you need. I need this not to break me. Her voice cracked on the last word. I need to walk into that hearing and face whatever Hartwell throws at me and not fall apart. I need you to keep showing up. Every time, even when it is hard. Especially when it is hard. I will. Promise me. I promise. She leaned forward. Their foreheads touched. The stairwell was cold and bare and smelled like cleaning solvent, but his breath was warm on her lips, and his hand was still covering hers, and she could feel the fast, heavy beat of his heart under her palm. Noelle. Do not say anything else. She kissed him. It was not gentle. It was desperate, hungry, the kind of kiss that happened when 2 people had been running too long and finally stopped. His hand came up to the back of her head, fingers threading into her hair, and she pressed into him like she was trying to disappear into the solid weight of his body. The fire door slammed open. They broke apart. Deja stood in the doorway, phone in her hand, face the color of old paper. Deja, it is not the hearing. Noelle stood. Her knees were unsteady. Her lips were still warm. It is the payment. Nathaniel was already on his feet. What about the payment? It cleared, 400,000, through Luxembourg and gone. Deja held up her phone. That is not the bad part. What is the bad part? Deja's hand was shaking. The receiving account is registered to an address in Evanston, a residential property. Noelle felt the air leave her lungs. Evelyn, Chapter 56. The 7:30 a.m. light in the Hartwell administrative wing was the color of bad coffee, pale and thin through blinds that had not been dusted in years. Noelle stood outside the conference room with her badge still clipped to her scrub collar, having come straight from Deja's apartment without stopping at her own building, without changing, without doing anything except brush her teeth over a bathroom sink and tell herself she could do this. The door opened. Marlene Chen looked at her with the careful neutrality of someone who had already decided which side of this meeting she would survive on. They are ready for you. Noelle walked in. Thomas Hartwell sat at the head of the table in a charcoal suit, his hands flat on a manila folder, his face arranged into something that probably read as concern on a good day. Beside him sat a woman Noelle did not recognize. Late 50s, silver hair cut into sharp angles, glasses with thin gold frames that caught the overhead light. Miss Halsey, thank you for coming. You sent a memo recommending I take leave. I did not feel I had a choice. Hartwell's mouth tightened. We asked you to consider administrative leave while we reviewed certain concerns. You did not respond within the 24-hour window we provided. I was in a guardianship hearing. Yes, we are aware. The silver-haired woman opened a folder and slid a single sheet of paper across the table. Noelle did not look down at it. I am Eleanor Vance, Senior Counsel for Hartwell Health Network. This meeting is a preliminary review of conduct concerns raised regarding your continued employment at Lakeview Children's Hospital. It is not a termination hearing. It is an opportunity to address questions before any formal recommendation is made. Noelle sat down without being invited. Ask your questions. Vance's eyes flickered, adjusting to the lack of deference. She adjusted her glasses and began. Your relationship with Nathaniel Trasco became a matter of public record approximately 72 hours ago. Since then, media coverage has repeatedly identified you as his romantic partner and linked your position at Lakeview to his ownership stake in Meridian Freight. I am aware. During this same period, Hartwell Health received a formal complaint from a parent whose child is currently admitted to the pediatric overnight unit. The complaint states that your visible involvement in a high-profile custody dispute created an environment of uncertainty and compromised their confidence in the care team. Noelle kept her hands still on the table. Did that parent give their name? The complaint was submitted anonymously through the patient relations portal. So you cannot verify it came from an actual parent. Vance's mouth pressed into a thin line. We verified the submission originated from a device on the hospital guest network during visiting hours. That means someone was in the building. It does not mean they had a child in the unit. Miss Halsey, I am answering your questions. Noelle met her eyes. You asked if I was aware of the complaint. I am asking you to confirm its source. Thomas Hartwell leaned forward. We understand this is stressful. No one is accusing you of misconduct, but the network has a responsibility to maintain trust with the families we serve, and your public profile has created a perception issue that we cannot ignore. What perception issue? That your relationship with Mr. Trasco may influence decisions about patient care. That the pediatric ward's continued operation may be tied to your personal connection rather than medical necessity. Noelle let the silence stretch. That is not a perception issue. That is your legal team's talking points dressed up as concern. Vance's jaw tightened. We have video footage of Mr. Trasco entering the pediatric unit during visiting hours last Tuesday. I was working. He brought dinner. Visitors are not permitted in the overnight ward after 8 p.m. It was 7:43 p.m. I checked the timestamp. Vance closed her folder. Your attention to detail is commendable, Miss Halsey. It is also exactly the kind of adversarial posture that concerns us. Questioning your facts is adversarial? We are trying to determine whether you can continue to function effectively as a nurse on a unit that is now nationally visible because of your personal life. Your response so far suggests you see this investigation as something to win rather than something to cooperate with. Noelle breathed. She thought of the cut screen in her bedroom window, the distorted voice on her answering machine, the $400,000 that had cleared through Luxembourg and landed in Evelyn Trasco's account, the weight of Nathaniel's hand on hers in the stairwell. She straightened her spine. I have worked at Lakeview for 8 years. I have never had a disciplinary action, a formal complaint, or a negative performance review. I have covered shifts when the unit was short-staffed. I have held children's hands when their parents could not be there. I have never once let my personal life interfere with patient care. Until now. Until now, I did not have a personal life that was newsworthy. That is not the same as interference. Vance and Hartwell exchanged a glance. The door opened. Owen Cordero stepped in, still in scrubs, his face pale. He held a tablet. I am sorry to interrupt. This cannot wait. Hartwell's expression hardened. Dr. Cordero, this meeting is closed. Then you should not have used my patient's family as a prop. Noelle turned. Owen's hand was shaking as he held up the tablet. The complaint your office cited, the one from the anonymous parent on the hospital network. He looked at Hartwell. The device 499 connects to a phone registered to the Hartwell Health Foundation donor board. The account name on the submission is James P. Rutledge. Vance went still. Noelle did not know the name, but she watched color drain from Hartwell's face. The private suite on the 4th floor, Owen said. The one they use for VIP family visits. That is where the complaint was submitted from. Noelle looked at Hartwell. Who is James P. Rutledge? Hartwell did not answer. Vance removed her glasses and set them on the table with the precision of someone buying time. Noelle stood. I want that name. I want to know whose family member was in that suite, what child they had in this hospital, and why a donor board member filed an anonymous complaint about a nurse they have never met. Vance looked up at her. That information is confidential. Then this meeting is over. She walked to the door. Behind her, Hartwell's voice came sharp and low. Miss Halsey, if you walk out of this room, I cannot guarantee your position will be here when you come back. Noelle stopped with her hand on the door handle. She thought of Maisie's voice asking if she was coming back. She thought of Nathaniel's promise in the stairwell, his hand over hers, his heartbeat under her palm. She thought of the silver locket her mother had given her, the one she touched when she needed to remember who she was. She turned around. Then I will make sure everyone knows why I left. She stepped into the corridor. Owen followed, the tablet still in his hand. Noelle, who is Rutledge? Retired judge, sits on 3 Hartwell boards. His daughter-in-law was admitted last week for observation. Minor cardiac workup. Discharged yesterday. Noelle stopped walking. Why would a retired judge's daughter-in-law generate an anonymous complaint about me? Owen looked at the tablet again. Because she was in room 412, the suite adjacent to the one where Evelyn Trasco requested a private meeting with hospital administration 3 days ago. Chapter 57. The courtroom smelled the same. Lemon polish, old paper, the trapped heat of recycled air under fluorescent lights. Noelle sat between Nathaniel and Una on the hard bench and tried not to look at Evelyn across the aisle. Margaret Okonkwo was already on her feet, her voice measured and reasonable. Your Honor, my client is not asking for custody. She is asking for 6 hours, supervised, on neutral ground. A chance to establish a relationship with the only surviving blood relative of her sister. Judge Chen did not look up from the documents. Ms. Okonkwo, your client has not seen this child in 6 years. Because Mr. Trasco prevented it. I prevented her from being used as a weapon in a fight that had nothing to do with her. Nathaniel's voice came low and hard. Una touched his arm and he stopped. Judge Chen looked at Evelyn. Ms. Trasco, why now? Evelyn rose. Her suit was charcoal. Her hair pulled back so tight it pulled at the corners of her eyes. She looked smaller than she had in the hotel meeting. She also looked prepared. Because until now I did not know where she was. You could have filed for visitation at any time in the past 6 years. Against a man who buried my sister while I was still trying to understand what happened, who stopped taking my calls, blocked my emails, and made it clear I was not welcome in my own niece's life. Evelyn's voice did not waver. I was 22 years old, Your Honor. I was a college student. I did not have the resources to fight a man with this kind of power. Noelle watched the judge's face, saw the flicker of calculation, saw the scales tipping. She understood what was happening. Evelyn was not asking for what she deserved. She was asking for what the court could give her without looking unreasonable. 6 hours, supervised, neutral ground, a foot in the door. Judge Chen set down her pen. I'm going to grant limited supervised visitation. 1 4-hour session per week for the next 30 days. The supervisor will be court-appointed. The location will be a neutral facility. Miss Trasco will have no contact with Maisie's school, residents, or medical providers outside the supervised session. Margaret Okonkwo inclined her head. That is reasonable, Your Honor. It is not permanent. It is not a finding. It is caution. Judge Chen looked at Nathaniel. Mr. Trasco, you will receive a schedule by end of day. The first session will take place within 72 hours. Nathaniel said nothing. His jaw was set so hard Noelle could see the muscle jumping in his cheek. The gavel tapped. Noelle stood on legs that felt hollow, her hand finding Nathaniel's arm. Una was already on her phone, typing furiously. The corridor outside, Maisie sat on a bench with Clara Bellamy, her legs swinging. She looked up when she saw them, and the question in her eyes made Noelle's chest tighten. Is it over? Noelle knelt. Almost. Did the judge say I have to see her? The silence lasted too long. Maisie's face did not crumple. It went still in a way that reminded Noelle of Nathaniel, a child who had learned to compartmentalize too early. She's not bad, Maisie said quietly. She's just a stranger. Noelle pulled her close. She felt Clara's hand on her shoulder, a brief pressure. I will walk her to the car, Clara said. Give you a minute. Maisie looked up at Noelle. Why do people who do not know me get to decide where I feel safe? Noelle had no answer that would not sound like an excuse. She watched Clara lead Maisie down the corridor, small hand in larger hand, the dinosaur backpack bouncing with each step. Behind her, Nathaniel's voice came low. She filed a motion for the medical records 2 weeks ago. I did not know until 5 minutes before that hearing. Noelle turned. Whose medical records? Nathaniel's face was the color of cement. Elena's, the attending physician's notes, the emergency room file, everything. His voice dropped. She is not trying to get visitation. She is trying to prove Elena was afraid of me, and she just got the court to hand her the evidence. Una appeared beside them, phone pressed to her ear. She lowered it. We have a bigger problem. Noelle looked at her. Una's face was pale. A tabloid just sent a press inquiry. They have obtained a summary of Elena's medical records from the night she died. Someone leaked the attending physician's notes. Nathaniel went so still that Noelle felt the air change around him. How? We do not know yet. The inquiry includes specific clinical details, blood alcohol, toxicology. None of that was in the public record. Noelle watched Nathaniel's hands curl into fists at his sides, watched him breathe, counting his exhales the way she had taught him. She took his hand. We fight it. He looked at her, and his eyes held something she had never seen in them before. It was not grief. It was not rage. It was fear. The attending physician was the first responder, the one who pronounced her dead. His voice cracked. He is the only person alive who knows what I said when I found her. Chapter 58. Una was already dialing as they moved down the corridor, her heels sharp against the marble, her voice low and fast. No, tonight, I do not care what it costs. Noelle matched her pace, Nathaniel a step behind, his silence heavier than any word he could have spoken. The courthouse doors loomed ahead, and beyond them, the street where photographers had already gathered, sensing blood. Where are we going? Noelle asked. Meridian. I have a team standing by. Una did not look up from her phone. The tabloid that received the leak is based in London. They will go to print in approximately 4 hours unless we can prove the records were obtained illegally. Can we? We can try. Una lowered her phone. But the attending physician's notes were not in Elena's file at the hospital. They were in a sealed evidence envelope. Someone had to know exactly where to look. The black car was waiting at the curb, Marcus behind the wheel, his face unreadable. Noelle climbed in beside Nathaniel. He sat with his hands on his knees, palms open, staring at nothing. She took his hand. His fingers were cold. "Say something," she said. "I do not know what to say." "That is a first." The corner of his mouth twitched, almost a smile, but it died before it reached his eyes. "I told you what I said when I found her. The truth." He looked at her then. "But I have been asking myself all evening whether I remembered it right, whether I edited it, whether I made it cleaner than it was." "Why would you do that?" "Because if I said what I actually felt, what I actually thought in that moment, it would sound like I wished her dead." The car went silent. Marcus took a corner hard, and Noelle pressed herself against the door, holding Nathaniel's hands so tightly her knuckles ached. The Meridian war room looked different at midnight. The lights were dimmer, the screens casting pale blue glow across the faces of people who had been running on adrenaline for too long. Stefan stood at the far end, tie loosened, hair disheveled. Alexandra Voss sat at the conference table, her laptop open, a legal pad covered in notes. Una walked straight to the central screen and pulled up a document. "This is what the tabloid claims to have in their possession. A summary of the attending physician's report from the night Elena died. Blood alcohol, toxicology, time of death. And this." She highlighted a line near the bottom. "Patient was discovered by husband at approximately 22:47. Husband's statement recorded verbatim at 23:15. Noelle read the line, then read it again. "They have his statement?" "They claim to." Una's voice was flat. "They have not published it yet. They sent a press inquiry first, standard practice, to give us a chance to comment before they run the story." "Comment on what?" Nathaniel's voice was raw. "On whether I actually said what I said? On whether the records were obtained legally, and whether you intend to challenge their publication." Stefan stepped forward. "There is more." He tapped the screen and a second document appeared. A scanned page, yellowed at the edges, typed on what looked like old Meridian letterhead. This was part of the same source package, a memo from the executive committee dated 12 days after Elena's death. Noelle leaned closer. The memo was heavily redacted. Most of the text had been blacked out, leaving only fragments visible. But one line near the bottom had been spared. The attending physician raised a question regarding the integrity of the death scene. "Recommend external review before the estate is finalized." Noelle felt the words settle into her chest like stones. "Someone inside Meridian questioned whether the death scene had been preserved properly," she said. Una nodded. 12 days after she died, while Nathaniel was still in shock, while the burial fight with Evelyn was still happening, someone on the executive committee wrote this memo. Why? That is the question. Alexandra Voss looked up from her laptop. "I was not on the committee at that time. I have never seen this document before." Nathaniel moved to the screen, his reflection ghosting over the redacted text. "Who wrote it?" "The author's name is redacted," Una said, "but the memo was addressed to the full executive committee, 7 people at the time. 5 are still active board members." "Show me the list." Una pulled up a second screen. 7 names. Noelle scanned them quickly. She recognized 3 from the board meeting. Chairman Russell, a woman named Patricia Okonkwo. No relation to Margaret, she told herself. Just a shared surname. It had to be. "Patricia Okonkwo," Noelle said aloud. Stefan's head snapped up. "What about her?" "She is on this list. She was on the executive committee when this memo was written. She is also Margaret Okonkwo's sister-in-law." The room went still. Noelle looked at Una. Margaret Okonkwo was Evelyn's lawyer. Patricia Okonkwo was on the board when someone questioned whether Elena's death scene was compromised. Noelle saw the pieces clicking together in the silence. "Evelyn did not just file a motion for Elena's medical records 2 weeks ago," Noelle said slowly. "She has had access to internal Meridian documents for years, through Patricia." Una was already typing. "I need a full audit of Patricia Okonkwo's board access. Every document she has viewed, every meeting she attended, every email she sent or received involving the estate." "On it," Alexandra said, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Nathaniel had not moved from the screen. He stood with his back to the room, his shoulders rigid. The attending physician raised a question. He repeated, "I never knew that." "Because the memo was buried," Noelle said. "Redacted. Hidden." "I was on the board. I was the board. How could something like this exist without my knowledge?" Stefan's voice came quiet from the corner. "Because you were not reading memos 12 days after your wife died. You were planning a funeral. You were fighting Evelyn for the right to bury your wife in the plot she wanted. You were holding Maisie while she cried for a mother who was never coming back." Nathaniel turned. "If someone on my board questioned the integrity of Elena's death scene, and I did not know, what else do I not know?" The question hung in the air. Noelle crossed to him and took his face in her hands. "Then we find out. All of it. No more redacted lines, no more buried memos. We find out who wrote that document and what they knew, and why they chose to keep it from you." He looked at her, and she saw something break open in his eyes. "I do not know if I am ready for the answer." "Then we will be ready together." She held his gaze until he nodded. Behind them, Alexandra's computer chimed. "I have Patricia Okonkwo's access log," she said. She viewed the attending physician's file 3 times in the past 6 months, once in January, once in March, and once yesterday, 2 hours before the tabloid received the leak. Noelle turned. Una was already on her feet. "I am calling Patricia Okonkwo a lawyer. If she is the source of the leak, we need to move before the story goes live." "How long do we have?" Una looked at her watch. 3 hours, maybe less." Nathaniel straightened, and Noelle watched the grief in his face harden into something else, something colder, more determined. "Then we do not waste a minute." He looked at the screen one last time, at the redacted line that had changed everything. Noelle squeezed his hand. "Let us go find out who was afraid of the truth." Chapter 59. The building smelled like rosemary and garlic before she reached the 2nd floor. Noelle stopped on the landing, letting the scent wash over her. Sunday dinner. The first one since everything cracked open. Mrs. Kowalski had organized it, knocking on every door that morning with a printed sign-up sheet and a look that dared anyone to say no. When Noelle opened her apartment door at 5, the hallway was already filling. Mr. Tran from 3 Bites carried a casserole dish. The young couple from 4 Amperes brought store-bought cookies and apologetic smiles. Someone had set up folding tables in the communal lounge, covered them with paper tablecloths printed with cartoon turkeys, and placed a vase of grocery store daisies in the center. Mrs. Kowalski caught her eye from across the room and gave a single sharp nod. "We are doing this," that nod said. "For the child." Maisie slipped past Noelle before she could reach for her hand, drawn by the promise of normal noise and other children. Nathaniel followed 2 steps behind, moving like a man still wired from 48 hours of war room. He had showered and changed into a soft gray sweater, something ordinary, something Nate, but his eyes had not softened. They tracked the room, the exits, the windows facing the street. Noelle touched his wrist. "You can breathe here. I'm trying. That is a start." Mrs. Kowalski appeared with a serving spoon and pointed it at Nathaniel's chest. "You are carving the chicken. I do not trust a man who has not held a knife in 6 years to do anything useful with his hands." Nathaniel blinked, then something cracked across his face. A smile. Thin and surprised, but real. "Yes, ma'am." He followed her to the buffet table, and Noelle watched the room adjust around him. The neighbors who had spent a week exchanging whispers and screenshots found their feet moving toward ordinary questions. Mr. Tran asked about the building's boiler. The 4 Ampers couple wanted to know if he had seen the new Marvel movie. Someone's toddler tugged his pant leg and demanded to be lifted to reach the carrot sticks. He did it. He lifted the child, held him steady, helped him pick 5 carrot sticks and a single olive, then set him down gently. Noelle's throat closed. Deja appeared at her elbow with a paper plate and a look. "Your man is currently explaining the correct way to carve a bird to a retired lunch lady. This is either the most normal thing I have ever seen or the most impressive performance." "It is not a performance." "You sure?" Noelle watched Nathaniel's hands. They were sure and steady on the carving knife. He was laughing at something Mrs. Kowalski said. The shoulders had dropped half an inch from where they had been in the war room. "I am sure." Deja followed her gaze and was quiet for a long moment. "Okay then." They ate at the folding tables. Paper plates, plastic forks. A toddler spilled apple juice across the tablecloth, and Maisie helped mop it up without being asked. And someone's grandmother told a long story about her own childhood Sunday dinners in a voice that filled the room like warm water. The ordinary noise built. Laughter. Argued about dessert. A debate about whether the building needed a new intercom system. Maisie glowed in the middle of it, her dark hair escaping its braid, her laugh high and clear. Noelle let herself hold the moment like a stone in her palm. This is what we are fighting for. Then the television above the bars switched from a muted football game to a local news teaser. The sound was low, but the crawl hit the screen first. Breaking. New questions in Trasco death, tonight at 6. The room went quiet. A split second of dead air, and then a photo appeared. Elena Trasco, Nathaniel's wife. Smiling at some charity event in a dress Noelle had never seen, her dark hair swept over one shoulder. The program cut to a reporter standing outside the courthouse. The microphone was angled, the lighting harsh, and the caption read, "Evidence supports death scene integrity question." Noelle could not feel her fingers. Nathaniel was still standing at the buffet table, one hand on the carving knife, the other frozen mid-reach. Mrs. Kowalski moved first. She crossed the room, grabbed a spatula, and smacked the television's power button with the flat of it. The screen went black. "Television is bad for digestion," she announced. "Someone pass the green beans." The room exhaled. Conversation restarted, thinner and higher than before, but it restarted. Tran asked about the intercom again. The toddler demanded more olives. Maisie had not looked at the screen. She was building a tower of napkins and watching Noelle. "You look scared," Maisie said. "I am not scared. You look it." Noelle pulled her close. "I am careful. There is a difference." Maisie leaned into her shoulder. "Is the bad lady going to be on TV again?" The question landed like a stone dropped into still water. "Not tonight," Noelle said. "Tonight is just dinner." Maisie considered this. Then she picked up a napkin and folded it into a lopsided bird. "Okay." Across the room, Nathaniel had not moved. He was still standing at the buffet table, his knuckles white against the carving knife. Noelle crossed to him and took the knife from his hand. "Sit down. I need to call Una." "You will call Una after you eat. Sit down." He looked at her, and she saw the calculation behind his eyes. The war room calculation that wanted to chase every lead, intercept every broadcast, fight every fire before it spread. She held his gaze until the calculation broke. He sat. Mrs. Kowalski slid a plate of chicken in front of him, and for a few minutes, the room pretended the television had never turned on. But Noelle felt it beneath her skin, the crack in the ordinary noise, the question that had not been answered. Who was afraid of the truth? And what would happen when the truth found them? Chapter 60. Noelle did not sleep. She lay beside Maisie on the pull-out couch in Nathaniel's apartment, the child's breath warm and even against her shoulder, and watched the ceiling gather shadows. The building had gone quiet an hour ago. Neighbors had drifted back to their units. Mrs. Kowalski had squeezed her arm and said nothing, and the door had clicked shut behind the last good night. But the news teaser was still burning inside Noelle's skull. Evidence supports death scene integrity question. She heard Nathaniel's footsteps in the kitchen. Water running. A glass set down too hard. Then silence. She eased out from under Maisie's arm, crossed the dark hall, and found him standing at the counter with his phone in his hand, and the screen casting blue light across his face. "Una?" Noelle said. "She is running intercept. The tabloid agreed to hold for 12 hours while we verify the source of the leak." He did not look up, but the local affiliate is not bound by that agreement. They bought the photo from a freelance stringer. They own it. They are going to air it. The teaser already aired. The full segment runs in 20 minutes. Noelle looked at the clock on the microwave. 5:43 p.m. "Stefan is on his way," Nathaniel said. "He is bringing the raw footage from Meridian's security feeds. Una is drafting a statement." "A statement for what?" "Acknowledging that questions exist, committing to a full review, refusing to comment further until the investigation is complete." "That is not an answer." It is the only answer we have until we know who wrote the memo and what the attending physician actually saw. Noelle moved to stand beside him. She did not touch him. She just stood there, close enough that their shoulders almost brushed, and watched the phone screen flicker with incoming messages. Stefan arrived at 5:52. He did not knock. He used a key Nathaniel must have given him, and he walked in carrying a tablet and a slim leather case that Noelle recognized as the one he used for board presentations. His tie was pulled loose. His hair was not perfect for the first time she had ever seen him. "It is worse than we thought," he said. He set the tablet on the counter and pulled up a recorded version of the teaser. The full segment had not aired yet, but the affiliate had posted a preview online, and the comments were already running. Murder, cover-up, Trasco killed her and paid off the hospital. Noelle read 3 of them before she stopped. "The attending physician gave an interview," Stefan said. "Not on camera, to a reporter, off the record, but the reporter wrote it up as unnamed source close to the investigation, and the affiliate is running it as a breaking exclusive." Nathaniel's voice was flat. "What did he say?" "That he filed a formal concern 12 days after Elena died, that he was told to drop it, that the case file was closed without his input, that he has been living with the question for 6 years and no one ever answered it. He did not say what he actually saw. He did not have to. The implication is enough." Noelle watched Nathaniel's hands. They were still, too still. The stillness of a man holding himself together by force of will. "Who told him to drop it?" she said. Stefan looked at her. He would not name names, but the timeline matches the executive committee memo. Someone on that committee had enough authority to shut down a death scene inquiry and bury the record. Patricia Okonkwo, or someone senior to her. "We do not know who wrote the memo. We only know who received it." The clock on the microwave hit 5:55. Una called. Nathaniel put her on speaker. "I have the affiliate's legal team on hold," Una said. "They are running the segment regardless. Their argument is public interest, and the fact that the attending physician's concern was never formally investigated, which makes it a legitimate news story." "Can we get an injunction?" Stefan said. "Not before air, and not without knowing what the physician actually claims. If he says he saw something that contradicted the official cause of death, an injunction looks like suppression." "Then we let it air," Nathaniel said. Silence. "We let it air," he repeated, "and we respond immediately with a statement that we are launching an independent investigation into the attending physician's concern, that we welcome scrutiny, and that we are committed to full transparency." "That will spike the stock," Stefan said. "The stock is already going to spike. The only question is whether we control the narrative or let the narrative control us." Noelle watched him. He was not frozen now. He was moving, calculating, building a frame around the fire before the fire consumed everything. She loved him for it. She also recognized the cost. "When does the statement go out?" she said. "The moment the segment ends. I will record it myself. You are going on camera. I am going to look at the camera and tell the truth. That is the only play left." Noelle reached for his hand. He let her take it. At 6 o'clock, the segment aired. They watched it together in the kitchen, the 3 of them standing around the tablet as the reporter's voice filled the small room. The footage was restrained, no dramatic music, no jump cuts, just a woman standing outside the courthouse, reading from a teleprompter, while Elena's photo sat in the corner of the frame. The attending physician, who spoke on condition of anonymity, told Channel 9 that he filed a formal concern regarding the integrity of the death scene 12 days after Elena Trasco died. The concern was not investigated. The case was closed. He's been waiting 6 years for someone to ask the question he raised that night. The segment cut to a freeze frame of the hospital entrance, then back to the reporter. When reached for comment, Meridian Freight declined to answer specific questions about the death scene inquiry. A spokesperson said the company is aware of the report and will respond in due course. Noelle Halsey, the nurse at the center of Nathaniel Trasco's custody battle and the ongoing Hartwell Health pediatric review, could not be reached for comment. Noelle's name. On a news segment about a death scene integrity question, she felt the air leave the room. Stefan was already on his phone. The shares have dropped 4% in the last 90 seconds. That is going to accelerate. Nathaniel was not looking at the tablet. He was looking at Noelle. "I am sorry," he said. "Do not apologize to me. Record your statement." He nodded. He picked up his phone and walked into the bedroom, and Noelle heard him take a breath before the recording started. She stood in the kitchen with Stefan and watched the stock ticker on his screen bleed red. "We are going to need a statement from you too," Stefan said. "I know. The press is going to ask if you knew about the death scene question. If Nathaniel told you. If you were part of the cover-up." "I was not." "I know that, but the question will be asked, and the answer will be your face on every screen in the city." Noelle closed her eyes. Then the doorbell rang. Noelle's eyes snapped open. Stefan moved toward the intercom, but Noelle got there first. "Yes?" A woman's voice, professional, measured. "This is Margaret Okonkwo. I have a note for Nathaniel Trasco. It is urgent and it concerns Maisie." Noelle looked at Stefan. He shook his head once. "Do not open the door." But Noelle was already pressing the buzzer. Chapter 61. Margaret Okonkwo stepped through the door with the measured composure of a woman who had been invited, not granted permission. She wore gray, a professional cut, hair pulled back tight enough to smooth every crease from her face. She held a cream envelope in both hands, presenting it like an offering. Noelle stood her ground in the narrow entry. Stefan moved to her shoulder. Nathaniel appeared from the bedroom hallway, phone still in his hand. Recording paused. "That was fast," Noelle said. "The segment has been off for 90 seconds. I was in the building before it aired." Margaret did not apologize for the timing. "I knew you would not answer a call. So you waited outside." "I waited in the lobby. Mrs. Kowalski let me in. She does not like me, but she respects a formal request." Noelle felt the weight of that. The building knew. The building was watching. The building had already decided who belonged and who did not. "The note," Noelle said. Margaret held out the envelope. "It is from Evelyn Trasco, a personal statement addressed to Nathaniel. She asked me to deliver it by hand before any official response to tonight's broadcast." Nathaniel did not move to take it. "What does it say?" he said. "I have not read it. I am a courier, not a co-author." Noelle reached for the envelope. Margaret let her take it. The paper was heavy, cream stock, the kind of paper that cost more per sheet than a grocery run. Noelle turned it over. Nathaniel's name was written across the front in a precise, elegant hand. She did not open it. "You could have sent this through Una," Noelle said. "You could have emailed it. You came in person because you wanted to see the room." Margaret's mouth tightened slightly, the only crack in her armor. "I came in person because this is not a document that should be delivered through intermediaries. Evelyn is offering a private conversation before the public narrative hardens. She wants a meeting. No lawyers, no recording, just the three of you." "Three," Nathaniel said. "You count Maisie. I count Maisie because Evelyn counts Maisie. That is the point." Noelle looked at Stefan. His face had gone still in a way she was learning to read. He did not trust this. He did not trust the timing, the delivery, or the absence of legal scaffolding. She agreed with him, but she also knew that refusing a direct offer from Evelyn Trasco, delivered by hand on the night a death scene integrity question went viral, looked like fear, and fear looked like guilt. "We will read it," Noelle said. "We will respond in the morning." Margaret nodded. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. "One more thing. Evelyn does not know I am here. She asked me to send the note through a messenger service. I chose to deliver it myself because I wanted you to see my face when I told you she does not know I came." Noelle felt the temperature in the room shift. "Why?" Nathaniel said. "Because I am tired of watching this family destroy itself through intermediaries and assumptions and legal warfare that could have been a single, honest conversation 6 years ago." Margaret opened the door. "I will let myself out." The door clicked shut. Noelle stood in the entry holding the envelope. The weight of it felt wrong. Too light for a confession, too heavy for a casual request. She handed it to Nathaniel. He opened it. "Read it." His face did not change, but his hand tightened on the paper. "She wants to meet tomorrow, before Maisie's supervised visit. She says she has information about Elena's state of mind that she did not share in court because she wanted to give me a chance to hear it privately first." "That is a trap," Stefan said. "It is definitely a trap," Noelle agreed. But traps can be walked through if you know the floor plan. Nathaniel looked at her. You think I should go? I think you should not go alone, and I think we should read whatever she attaches to that meeting before we decide what it means. He folded the letter and put it in his pocket. Then he looked at her with something raw in his expression, something that was not calculation and was not fear, something closer to surrender. I want you in every meeting from here forward, he said. Every call, every strategy session, every time someone hands me an envelope in the dark. If we are doing this together, I need you in the room. Noelle felt the words land like a hand on her chest. Good, she said, because I was going to insist. Stefan cleared his throat. Before we plan tomorrow, I need to tell you something I found while you were recording your statement. He pulled out his phone, turned it toward them. The active payment authorization from the surveillance account, the one that cleared through Luxembourg. I traced the approval chain back past the dead man's credentials. He swiped to a second screen. The administrative override was not just entered by someone using Durant's logins. It was approved by a current board member who has been quietly authorizing payments to the intelligence firm for 4 years. A board member who sits on the executive committee and who has social ties to Evelyn Trasco's husband. Noelle's blood went cold. Who? Stefan turned the phone to show the name. Noelle read it, felt the floor drop beneath her. The name was not Patricia Okonkwo. It was someone else. Someone she had seen at the hospital acquisition announcement. Someone who had shaken her hand. Someone who had smiled at her and said she was doing good work. Nathaniel let out a breath that sounded like something breaking. 4 years, he said. 4 years of approving payments to a surveillance firm that was supposed to be dead, using a dead man's credentials, while sitting on my board and smiling at my daughter. That is one piece of the frame, Stefan said. The other piece is that this board member is also an officer in the holding company that owns 3% of the consortium's lead investment vehicle. They are not just Evelyn's social connection. They are inside the consortium's financial structure. Noelle looked at the name again. Then she looked at Nathaniel. Who shuts down the inquiry? She said. Nathaniel's jaw set. We do not shut it down. We open it wider. He walked to the table and picked up his phone. The recording was still paused. Una, he said into the phone, I need the statement rewritten. We are going to name the board member. We are going to name the holding company. And we are going to call for a full forensic audit of every corporate authorization made during my absence. Noelle heard the shift in his voice, the cold that had been building since the memo surfaced. He was done hiding. The question was whether the truth would save them or bury them both. Chapter 62. The neutral facility sat at the end of a quiet street in Evanston, all soft gray carpet and framed prints that meant nothing. Noelle sat in the waiting area with her hands flat on her thighs, watching the clock above the reception desk. Nathaniel stood by the window. He had not sat down since they arrived. Maisie had walked into the visitation room with the court-appointed supervisor 17 minutes ago. She had not looked back. The door was closed. The window was frosted. There was nothing to see and everything to imagine. You should sit, Noelle said. I cannot. I know. You should still try. He turned from the window. His face was pale, his jaw tight, his hands shoved into his pockets like he was holding himself together by force. I told her she did not have to do this, he said. I told her we could fight it. And she said she would rather get it over with. Yes. That is who she is, Noelle said. She faces things. She gets them over with. She does not hide. Nathaniel looked at her. The words landed somewhere soft. Like someone else I know, he said. Noelle did not answer. She kept her hands flat on her thighs and watched the frosted glass. The hour stretched. Noelle counted ceiling tiles. She counted the seconds between the receptionist's keystrokes. She watched Nathaniel check his phone, put it away, check it again. At 53 minutes, the door opened. Maisie came out first. Her face was composed in a way that made Noelle's chest hurt. The same stillness Nathaniel wore when he was holding something too heavy to name. The court-appointed supervisor followed, a quiet woman in her 50s with kind eyes and a neutral mouth. She did well, the supervisor said. Very polite, very composed. That was not reassurance. That was a report. Nathaniel crouched in front of Maisie. Hey, Bug. Hi, Dad. How was it? Maisie shrugged. The gesture was too careful. Nathaniel did not push. He stood and took her hand. "Let us go home." They drove in silence. Maisie stared out the window. Noelle watched the back of her head in the rearview mirror and tried to read the shape of her silence. When they reached the apartment, Maisie went straight to her room. She did not slam the door. She closed it softly. Noelle stood in the hallway and listened. There was no crying. There was no movement. Just the sound of a 7-year-old child being very, very quiet. "We should give her space," Nathaniel said. "She has had space. She has had an hour of someone she does not know asking her questions in a soft voice." Noelle turned to him. "She did not look at me when she came out. She is processing. She is 7. She should not have to process manipulation. She should be angry or sad or asking for ice cream, not still." Nathaniel's throat moved. "If I had done this differently. You cannot undo it. You can only be here now." She left him in the hallway and knocked on Maisie's door. "Maisie, it is Noelle." A pause. Then, "Come in." Maisie sat on her bed with a piece of paper on her lap and a box of crayons beside her. She had drawn 2 pictures. Noelle sat on the edge of the bed and looked at them. The first picture showed a small apartment with mismatched furniture and a kitchen table set for 3. There were stars in the windows and a cat on the counter and bright yellow light coming from the lamps. It was crowded and warm. The second picture showed a huge house with high ceilings and empty rooms. One figure sat alone on a long couch. The windows were dark. "This one," Maisie said, pointing to the first picture, "is our apartment before the bad people started watching." Noelle's heart pulled. "And this one?" Maisie's finger hovered over the second picture. "Is where Evelyn lives. She showed me pictures. She has a room for me. It has a bed with a canopy and a shelf of dolls I never asked for." She looked up at Noelle with dark eyes, too old for her face. "She said I could have anything I wanted there. She said I would never have to share." Noelle felt the words land like stones. "What did you say?" "I said I already have everything I want. She said sometimes people do not know what they want until someone shows them a better way." Noelle's hand tightened on her knee. "That was not a conversation. That was a script." Maisie nodded. "I know. I heard the words before they came out of her mouth." Noelle looked at the 2 pictures again. The bright, crowded apartment, the huge, empty house. "Which picture looks more like being loved?" Maisie asked. Noelle could not answer. The question was too sharp and too simple, and it cut through everything. "The first one," she finally said. "The first one every time." Maisie nodded. She put the crayon down. "That is what I told Clara." Clara found Noelle in the hallway 20 minutes later. She had brought Maisie's drawing in a folder, face up. "She showed me during pickup. She asked me the same question." "What did you say?" "The same thing you did." Clara's voice was soft. "But she is still asking, Noelle. She is asking because she is trying to figure out which version of her future the adults are going to choose for her." Noelle looked at the drawing, the bright apartment, the empty house. "She does not want the canopy bed," Noelle said. "She does not want the canopy bed," Clara agreed. "But she is smart enough to know that what she wants might not matter if the court decides otherwise." Noelle stared at the paper. "I need to make it matter." Clara touched her arm. "Then make it matter. But do not wait." Noelle walked back to the living room with the drawing in her hand. Nathaniel was on the phone, his voice low and controlled. "The forensic team is en route," he said into the phone. "I want them to start with the sealed envelope and work backward." He paused. "Yes, every file Patricia Okonkwo touched, every authorization she signed, every meeting she took with Evelyn Trasco." Noelle set the drawing on the table. Nathaniel looked at it. The bright apartment, the empty house. He went still. "Is that—" "Yes." He picked up the paper. His hand was shaking. "She drew this. After the visit. She asked Clara which one looked more like being loved." Nathaniel stared at the drawing. His jaw worked. "I am going to burn Evelyn's world to the ground before I let her put my daughter in that empty house." Noelle watched him. The cold was back in his voice, the determination. But the drawing was still in his hands, and the question Maisie had asked was still hanging in the air. Which picture looked more like being loved? They both knew. The question was whether the law would agree. Nathaniel's phone buzzed. He glanced at it. The forensic team is at the hospital. They found something in the attending physician's sealed notes. Noelle's chest tightened. What? His face was unreadable. He documented the exact time of death. It does not match the emergency call log. The room went silent. The death scene integrity question was no longer a question. It was a discrepancy. And discrepancies meant someone was lying. Chapter 63. The car pulled into Meridian's underground garage at 11:47 p.m., and Noelle was out before Marcus killed the engine. Una met them at the elevator bank. Her face was drawn tight, the kind of exhaustion that came from running on fumes and pure determination. "Third floor, war room. Dr. Ellis is already set up." They rode in silence. Noelle could feel Nathaniel beside her, coiled and silent, his hand gripping the railing hard enough to whiten his knuckles. The war room had transformed since the last time she saw it. Monitors lined the far wall, split between security feeds and document scans. A woman in a dark blazer sat at the central table, her laptop connected to a larger display. Dr. Ellis looked mid-40s, with close-cropped gray hair and reading glasses pushed onto her forehead. She did not rise when they entered. "I have reviewed the sealed envelope contents and the leaked summary side by side," she said without preamble. "The time of death discrepancy is real, but the direction is wrong for a cover-up." Noelle stopped. "What do you mean?" "The attending physician's original note logged time of death at 22:17. The emergency call log timestamps the call at 22:26. That is 9 minutes, not 45. Nathaniel stepped closer to the table. "Then where did the 45 minutes come from?" Dr. Ellis tapped a keyboard. The display shifted, showing 2 documents side by side. The leaked medical summary accessed by the tabloid contains altered timestamps. The alteration stretches the 9-minute window to 45 minutes and adds falsified log entries suggesting the attending physician delayed calling emergency services. The room went still. Una spoke first. "How recent are the alterations?" 72 hours. Dr. Ellis put up a metadata panel. "The original file on the hospital server is untouched. The altered version was created on a separate system and then uploaded to the leak portal. The metadata on the altered file shows a creation date of 3 days ago." Owen Cortero's name appeared on Noelle's phone. She put it on speaker. "I pulled the original log files from the hospital server," Owen said, his voice tight. "The toxicology report timestamp on the leaked version does not match the original file creation date. It was backdated by approximately 6 hours. To make the timeline look worse," Noelle said. "To make the attending physician look negligent," Owen corrected. "Whoever did this wanted the gap to seem like a cover-up, not a triage confusion or a sync error. They wanted someone to look guilty." Nathaniel's voice was low. "Who accessed the original files? That is the problem." Owen's hesitation was audible. "The hospital system shows the attending physician's login credentials were used to view the file 12 hours before the leak. But the attending physician was off shift. He was at home." The war room heater hummed. Noelle watched Una's face tighten into something hard and calculated. "The intelligence firm," Noelle said. Una nodded slowly. "They had access to Stefan's infrastructure. They had the resources to spoof credentials, alter timestamps, and plant falsified records. But they framed the attending physician," Nathaniel said. "Why?" "To discredit him before he can testify." Dr. Ellis pulled up another document. "The altered records create a chain of evidence suggesting the attending physician falsified his own notes to protect himself from negligence claims. If he ever takes the stand, the defense will paint him as a dishonest actor protecting his license." Noelle stared at the screen. "And the metadata trail? Where does it lead?" Dr. Ellis highlighted a line of code on the display. "The remote access portal that created the altered file routes through a series of anonymizing servers. But the base protocol signature matches a private contract servicer based in McLean, Virginia." The room breathed. "The intelligence firm," Una confirmed. "The one Stefan retained and claimed to terminate." Stefan Volkov entered the room without knocking. His suit was rumpled, his tie missing. He had clearly been running the same threads. "The firm is active," he said. "I confirmed it an hour ago. Someone inside Meridian's system has been feeding them credentials and payment authorization for years." We know, Nathaniel said. Patricia Okonkwo, and whoever is among her, Stefan added. This is not a single bad actor. This is a coordinated operation. Una leaned forward. If the intelligence firm altered these records on behalf of someone with access to Meridian's infrastructure, then the frame extends beyond Evelyn. She is a beneficiary, not the architect. Noelle felt the pieces click into place. The consortium, she said. Una nodded. The consortium has been inside Meridian's operations for years. They did not just surveil Nathaniel, they built a parallel infrastructure, altering medical records, paying dead men's credentials, leaking to the press. This is not a custody fight. This is a corporate assassination. Nathaniel's jaw worked. And Evelyn is the public face of the assassination. She is the weapon, Stefan agreed, but someone else is pulling the trigger. Dr. Ellis raised a hand. I am not finished. The room turned to her. The intelligence firm did not just alter the leaked summary, they also altered the original file on the hospital server. Noelle's stomach dropped. What? Dr. Ellis pulled up a third document. The hospital server shows an edit log from 3 days ago. Someone used a remote access portal to overwrite the attending physician's original note. The new version matches the altered timeline. Una went pale. They have been inside the hospital system. They are still inside the hospital system, Dr. Ellis corrected. And if they can overwrite medical records, they can plant evidence that makes Nathaniel look like the one who ordered the alteration. The war room collapsed into silence. Noelle reached under the table and found Nathaniel's hand. His fingers were cold. She is not just framing the attending physician, he said slowly. She is building a case that I directed the cover-up from the beginning. In the private meeting she requested, Noelle added. She wants him to admit something on the record. She wants a confession. Una's laptop dinged. She read the screen, her face paling. Clara Bellamy just called. Evelyn filed an emergency motion for an in-camera review with Judge Chen. She's claiming new evidence of an unsafe home environment. The room went still again. She is claiming Nathaniel tampered with Elena's medical records. Noelle felt the trap close around them. She beat us to it. Chapter 64. The war room felt smaller than it had an hour ago. Una stood at the console, her face lit by the glow of 2 laptops, and her phone pinned between her ear and shoulder. She was negotiating against a clock that had already run out. Every few seconds she typed one-handed, response after response, while the rest of them watched her fight an invisible war. Stefan sat at the far end of the table, sleeves rolled to his elbows. His tie was off. He had not said anything for 7 minutes. Nathaniel stood by the window, facing the city. Noelle remained at the table with her hands flat on the surface. The cold coffee in front of her had gone untouched for so long it had developed a skin. Una hung up. Evelyn's motion has been logged. Judge Chen will review the evidence in chambers tomorrow at 2 p.m. We have 12 hours to refute a claim we only confirmed existed 30 minutes ago. What evidence did Evelyn submit? Noelle asked. An affidavit from a forensics expert claiming the edit timestamps on the hospital server trace back to a Meridian IP address. The expert's firm is registered in the same McLean building as the intelligence firm. Stefan did not flinch. He had known before she said it. Una continued. The press has started calling the board. 3 directors have already been contacted for comment on the tampering allegations. The quiet period is over. Which directors? Nathaniel's voice was quiet, that low, flat tone that made everyone in the room lean forward. Russell, Chen, and Patricia Okonkwo. Noelle watched the name land. Patricia Okonkwo, the board member who viewed the attending physician's file 3 times, the sister-in-law of Evelyn's lawyer, the woman who sat at the table when the hospital acquisition was announced, the woman who had shaken Noelle's hand and told her she did important work. She is not going to defend me, Nathaniel said. She is already not defending you, Stefan replied. She is the one who leaked the story to the board. Una turned to face them fully. There is a call for an extraordinary board meeting. Russell is organizing it. They want to vote on leadership by the end of the week. Stefan stood. If you release the full evidence of the intelligence firm's alteration now, you hand them the narrative. They will say you fabricated the counter-evidence to hide your own tampering. The consortium will buy the dip, and by the time the truth is sorted out in court, you will have lost control of the company." "So I do nothing," Nathaniel said. "You do it legally. File the evidence under seal. Let Una fight the procedural battle while you contain the public story." "Contain it how?" "Deny the tampering. Blame the leak on a rogue administrator. Give them enough to walk back the worst of it without confirming the conspiracy exists." Noelle watched the argument spiral. It made sense. Stefan's approach was clean, surgical, survivable. But it was the same approach that had kept Nathaniel hidden for 6 years. The same approach that had buried the death scene integrity memo. The same approach that had turned Noelle into a secret. "No," she said. Both men turned to her. Noelle stood. "If you deny it, you lose. They will just leak the next piece of evidence, the next document, the next lie. You will be on defense forever, and Maisie will grow up watching you explain away things you never did." Stefan shook his head. "Emotional strategy is not a good strategy. It is the only one that works against people who have already decided you are guilty." Noelle held Nathaniel's gaze. "You tell the truth, all of it, before they can frame it as a confession." Nathaniel's throat moved. "She is right," he said. Stefan closed his eyes. "If we do this, I cannot guarantee the stock holds." "I do not care about the stock." "You should. If Meridian collapses, the consortium wins without a fight. Then we make sure Meridian survives the truth." Noelle crossed to where Nathaniel stood. She did not take his hand. She stood beside him, shoulder to shoulder, close enough to feel the heat coming off his body. He looked down at her. "You are sure?" "I am not hiding anymore," she said. "And neither are you." Nathaniel turned to Una. "Prepare the full release, the evidence of the intelligence firm's alteration, the dead man's credentials, the payment trail, the attending physician's original time of death." Una hesitated. "Once this goes out, there is no putting it back." "I know." She nodded and began on typing. Noelle felt the shift in the room. The decision had been made. The machine was moving. Whatever came next, they would face it standing upright. Her phone buzzed. She ignored it. It buzzed again. She pulled it from her pocket. A text from Owen. "Hartwell is moving. External review board. They want your badge by end of day." The room went metallic. The words did not make sense. A second message came through. "I am sorry. I tried to slow it down. They did not give me a choice." Noelle stared at the screen. The war room sounds faded into a hum. She felt Nathaniel's eyes on her. "Noelle." She looked up. "What is it?" The phone felt heavy in her hand, like lead, like the badge she had earned over 12 years of night shifts and cold coffee, and children she had held while they cried for mothers who were not there. "Hartwell suspended me," she said. The room went completely still. Una stopped typing. Stefan let out a slow breath. Nathaniel's face hardened into something she had never seen before. Not anger, not shock, something colder and more focused. "Effective when?" "As of now, pending external review." She did not tell them the rest, that the recommendation was termination, that Hartwell wanted her gone before she became a larger liability. But Nathaniel knew. He stepped toward her and took the phone from her hand. He set it on the table. Then he picked up the war room landline and dialed a number from memory. "Who are you calling?" Una asked. "Thomas Hartwell's direct line." Stefan started to speak, but Nathaniel raised a hand. The line connected. "This is Nathaniel Trasco. You are about to suspend the wrong person. I have evidence that your board member James Rutledge collaborated with my sister-in-law to file a falsified complaint against Noelle Halsey. If you move forward with this suspension, I will release that evidence to the press before your external board finishes its first meeting." He listened. The room watched. "No. You will hold the suspension pending full review. You will place James Rutledge on leave pending investigation. And you will issue a statement confirming that Noelle Halsey is cooperating fully with all internal inquiries. You have 30 minutes to confirm." He hung up. Noelle could not breathe. Nathaniel looked at her. "They will call back. They will agree." "How do you know?" "Because Hartwell does not want a war with a man who has nothing left to lose." The buzzer on the security panel sounded. Everyone turned. Una checked the display. "It is Russell. He is here. With 3 board members." Stefan swore under his breath. Nathaniel did not move. "Let him in." Noelle looked at the phone on the table. The screen had gone dark, but she knew the message was still there. External Review Board. They want your badge by end of day. The war was not over. It was just beginning. Chapter 65. The automatic doors opened, and Noelle stepped into a lobby that went quiet. 3 nurses at the front desk stopped mid-sentence. A respiratory therapist carrying a chart froze. The parents waiting near the vending machines turned to look at her, not understanding what they were seeing, only that something had shifted in the air. Noelle kept walking. The elevator doors slid open and she stepped inside, pressing the button for the 3rd floor before she could think about whether she was ready. The doors closed. The fluorescent light buzzed. She watched her reflection in the polished steel and saw a woman who had walked into this building every night for 12 years and now did not know if she would ever walk out again, with her badge still clipped to her collar. The elevator stopped. She stepped into the unit hallway. The charge nurse, a woman named Rochelle, who had worked the overnight for 19 years and never raised her voice above a murmur, was standing outside the nursing station with her arms crossed. She saw Noelle and did not say hello. Instead, she held up a piece of paper. "They sent this at shift change," Rochelle said. "Told me to post it on the board." Noelle took the paper. It was a memo. Hartwell Health letterhead. 2 paragraphs announcing that Noelle Halsey had been placed on administrative leave pending external review, effective immediately, and that all staff should direct any inquiries to human resources. Noelle read it twice. "The shift change," she said. "That means the day staff saw it first." They saw it. Rochelle's jaw tightened. Some of them asked questions. The administrator on duty told them it was a personnel matter and they should not discuss it with patients. Did they? "The night shift is not the day shift." Rochelle took the paper back. "We do not discuss personnel matters with patients, but we do talk to each other." She stepped aside. Behind her, the unit had gathered. 6 nurses in scrub tops, 2 nursing assistants still holding coffee cups, a phlebotomist who had no reason to be on the floor. They stood in a loose circle near the medication room door, and every single one of them was watching her. Noelle's throat closed. Rochelle spoke without turning. "They want her badge, by the way. Someone is supposed to come collect it before end of shift." The shortest nurse, a woman named Tessa, who had been on the unit for barely a year, stepped forward. "Then someone can come collect mine too." "Tessa," Rochelle's voice was quiet. "Do not. I am serious. If they are suspending her for being in the news, they should suspend half the city. She has done more for this unit than the entire Hartwell administration combined." "I know. Then why are we just standing here?" Rochelle did not answer. Noelle looked at the paper in her hand. The words had not changed. Administrative leave. External review. Effective immediately. She had known it was coming. Owen had warned her. Nathaniel had called Hartwell and threatened to expose Rutledge. The call had bought her 30 minutes, maybe an hour, but the machine was already in motion. The memo had been drafted before Nathaniel ever picked up the phone. "They are not doing this because of the news," Noelle said. The unit went still. She looked up. "They are doing this because I became a problem. I fought the ward closure. I stood with Nathaniel Trasco. I made Hartwell look like they were cutting care for profit, and they cannot afford to let that narrative stand." Rochelle studied her. "So it is retaliation. It is containment. They want me gone before I can testify or speak publicly. They want me to disappear quietly so the external review finds nothing and everyone forgets I ever worked here. Will you?" Noelle met her eyes. "No." The sound of footsteps in the stairwell. Everyone turned. Deja Naidu came through the fire door at a near run, still wearing her street clothes, her glasses askew and her phone pressed to her ear. She ended the call without saying goodbye and shoved the phone into her pocket. "It is happening." "We know," Sochelle said. "No, it is happening now. Hartwell just sent a system-wide email to all department heads confirming Noelle's suspension and reminding staff that discussing the case with media is a violation of policy." Deja's voice was sharp. "They are trying to control the narrative before it goes anywhere." Noelle felt the weight of the memo in her hand. "It already went somewhere." Deja looked at her. "What do you mean?" "Nathaniel called Hartwell. threatened to release evidence that James Rutledge collaborated with Evelyn to file a falsified complaint against me. Deej's eyebrows lifted. Did it work? He bought us 30 minutes. But the suspension went through anyway. Hartwell let it go through before he could stop it. The unit murmured. Deja pulled her phone out again, thumb moving across the screen. Then we do not let them control what happens next. I am calling the union rep. I am calling the local news. I am calling every parent who signed the petition to save the night ward and telling them exactly why Noelle Halsey is being suspended. Deja, Rochelle's voice cut through. Think about what you are saying. I am saying we fight. If you fight publicly, Hartwell will use it against us. They will say the union is interfering with internal discipline. They will say we cannot be trusted to manage the ward. They will use it as justification to accelerate the closure. Deja stopped. Rochelle took a step forward. I am not saying we do nothing. I am saying we have to be smart. The ward is not safe yet. The provisional protections are fragile. If Hartwell decides we are a liability, they will shut us down before the external review ever finishes. Tessa spoke up again. So we just let her take the fall? No. Rochelle's voice was soft. We do not let her take the fall. But we also do not hand them the weapon they want. Noelle looked at the memo. Administrative leave, external review, effective immediately. She had spent 12 years on this unit. She had held children while they screamed. She had held children while they went silent. She had held mothers and fathers and grandparents who did not know how to ask for help, and she had learned to ask for them without being asked. Now they wanted her badge. I will go, she said. Deja turned. Noelle, I will go quietly, for now. Noelle looked at Rochelle. But I am not done, and I am not going to let them use me to shut this ward down. Rochelle nodded slowly. Noelle unclipped her badge from the collar of her scrub top. The plastic was warm from her skin. The photo was old, taken 3 years ago, before the divorce, before her mother died, before she met Nate and Maisie and learned what it meant to be needed in a way that had nothing to do with nursing. She set the badge on the counter. The unit watched. I will come back, she said. When this is over, I will come back. Rochelle picked up the badge. She turned it over in her hand, looked at the photo, then slid it into her pocket. I will hold it for you. Noelle turned toward the elevator. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. A text from an unknown number. You should have walked away when you had the chance. Now you lose everything. Noelle stared at the screen. The elevator doors opened. She stepped inside and pressed the button for the lobby, and as the doors slid closed, she realized the text had arrived from a number she did not recognize, but the words matched the voicemail on her landline. The same voice, the same threat, the same person who had been in her apartment. Still out there, still watching. The elevator descended. Chapter 66. The elevator doors opened onto the war room floor. Noelle stepped out with the phone still in her hand, the text burning against her palm. She had read it 4 times in the descent. The words matched the voicemail. Same threat, same voice, same person who had been inside her apartment, still watching. Nathaniel stood at the far end of the conference table, sleeves rolled, tie loosened, phone pressed to his ear. Stefan leaned against the window with his arms crossed. Una sat at the table with a laptop, fingers moving across the keyboard without looking up. They all turned when she entered. Nathaniel covered the phone. What happened? Hartwell sent a system-wide email confirming my suspension. I left my badge with Rochelle. She did not tell him about the text. Not yet. There was already too much noise in the room, too many pieces moving, and she needed to know what they were facing before she added another fire. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. He said something into the phone, short and clipped, then ended the call and set the phone down. That was Gerald. The statement is drafted. It needs final approval before we release it. Let me see it. Una turned to the laptop toward her. Noelle read. The statement was clean, professionally written. It acknowledged Nathaniel's years in hiding, took responsibility for the hospital acquisition optics, and committed to an independent investigation into Elena's death. It mentioned Noelle once, in a single sentence, as a private individual whose relationship with him had been unfairly dragged into public scrutiny. She looked up. This makes me collateral damage. That is the point. Stefan's voice was flat. You are collateral. The less connected you are to the statement, the harder it is for Hartwell to use it against you. Hartwell already suspended me. They do not need more ammunition. They already fired. Then why are you arguing? Because this reads like I am being protected, not like I am standing beside him. She looked at Nathaniel. If we release a statement that treats me like an innocent bystander, everyone who already doubts me will see it as damage control. They will think you are hiding something else. Nathaniel was quiet. Stefan pushed off the window. What do you want it to say? That I knew. That I chose to stay. That the suspension is retaliation for fighting the ward closure and standing with someone who told the truth, not for being used as a prop. Una looked at her. That will make you a target. I am already a target. I have been a target since the moment someone posted my address online. The only difference is whether I stand here pretending I did not know what I was walking into. The room was silent. Nathaniel picked up the phone. Call Gerald back. Stefan's eyes narrowed. Nathaniel, she is right. The statement as written protects her from the wrong thing. It protects her from the appearance of impropriety, but it does not protect her from the people who are already coming for her. He looked at Noelle. If we name the coordinated attacks, the suspension reads as what it is. Retaliation, not discovery. Stefan shook his head. If you name the attacks, you name Rutledge and Evelyn in the same breath. That means you are declaring war in public before you have a beachhead. Then we build the beachhead. Noelle watched them argue, the language sharpening, the tension rising, and she realized she was no longer waiting for someone else to decide. She pulled out her phone and opened a blank note. Una, what is the exact language Hartwell used in the system-wide email? Administrative leave pending external review. Termination recommended. And the reasons cited? Media exposure and association with a high-profile custody case. Noelle typed. She wrote 3 sentences, simple, direct, a statement that said she had worked in pediatric care for 12 years, that her suspension came hours after she helped expose a pattern of corporate attacks against her unit, and that she would return when the truth was settled, not before. She turned the phone toward Nathaniel. He read it. Then he looked at her. That is not a defense. It is not supposed to be. It is a declaration. If I say anything more, they will pick it apart. This says I am not running, and it leaves them nothing to frame. He held her eyes for a long moment, then nodded. Send it. Una's phone buzzed. She looked down. Her face shifted. There is a problem. Noelle felt the temperature in the room drop. The consortium just filed a request with the Meridian Board. They are calling for a special vote. Binding resolution. They want to use the scandal as evidence of failed governance. Una's voice was level, clinical. They are arguing that Nathaniel's leadership creates an unacceptable legal risk to shareholders, and that an interim director should be appointed until the independent investigation concludes. Stefan swore softly. That is not a vote, he said. That is a takeover play. When? Nathaniel's voice was flat. 72 hours. Una set the phone down. The board will hear the motion, and Russell will chair the meeting. If it passes, Nathaniel is stripped of operational authority until the investigation clears him. Noelle looked at the statement on her phone. 3 sentences. 72 hours. She did not know if the text in her hand was enough to hold any of it together, but she knew one thing. She was not walking away. And neither was he. Chapter 67. The silence in the war room held for exactly 3 seconds after Una set her phone down. Then Stefan moved. He crossed to the conference table and pulled a chair out, the scrape of legs against floor loud in the quiet. He sat, folded his hands, and looked at Nathaniel. 72 hours. I heard her. Then you know what this means. Stefan's voice was flat. Russell did not come to negotiate. He came to deliver terms. We have until that meeting to build a wall he cannot climb. Noelle watched the shift happen. Stefan was no longer arguing about the statement. He was already 3 steps ahead, calculating votes, mapping alliances, running the math on a board he knew better than anyone in the room. Who do we have? She asked. Stefan turned to her. The surprise in his eyes lasted only a beat before he answered. 4 solid. Maybe 5 if Chen still owes me from the Pacific port dispute. Russell controls 6. The remaining 5 are uncommitted and will vote with whoever looks like they will win. That is not a wall, Una said quietly. That is a fence. Then we make it look like concrete. Noelle felt the shape of it forming in her chest. The statement on her phone was one move, but there were others. There had to be. She looked at Nathaniel. He was standing very still at the end of the table, both hands flat on the wood, head down. She had seen him do this before. He was not shutting down. He was mapping the same math Stefan was mapping, only through different senses. Nathaniel, he raised his head. What do you need from me? The question landed differently than she expected. She had meant it as a tactical offer, but when he looked at her, something in his eyes shifted, and she understood he heard it as something else entirely. Your name on every piece of paper that comes out of this room, he said. Your face beside mine when the board convenes. And the truth, the whole truth, even when it makes me look worse before it makes me look better. She did not hesitate. You have all 3. Stefan watched the exchange with an expression she could not read. Then he pulled out his phone. I will call Chen. He will not commit over the phone, but I will know whether Russell already got to him. Do it. Nathaniel straightened. Una, I need a timeline on the disclosure package. Every document, every authentication log, every metadata stamp. If Russell forces a vote before the evidence lands, we lose on procedure. 48 hours minimum, Una said. Ellis is still running chain of custody verification on the hospital server breach. If we release without that, the consortium will argue we fabricated the timestamps ourselves. Then we give them what we have at 48 and lead with the attending physician's original time of death. That is a risk. Everything is a risk. Nathaniel's voice was quiet. The only question is which one we choose. The room moved into motion after that. Stefan stepped into the corner with his phone pressed to his ear, voice low and rapid. Una opened her laptop and began drafting the timeline, fingers moving without pause. Noelle stood at the edge of it, watching the machinery of survival grind into gear. She had been in war rooms before, hospital code blues, mass casualty drills. The same sharp focus and narrowed attention, the same way the body forgot it was tired when the stakes were high enough. But she had never been inside a war like this one. The door opened. Chairman Russell stepped through first. The three board members behind him arranged themselves in a loose semicircle, and the room's temperature dropped another degree. Russell was silver-haired and erect, the kind of older man who had spent decades learning to make his presence fill a room without raising his voice. He was not carrying a folder or a briefcase. He was carrying nothing, which meant the authority he brought was entirely his own. Nathaniel? Russell. The two men looked at each other across the length of the table. I expected you to come with counsel, Nathaniel said. I came with the people who will decide your future at this company. Counsel is for conversations where precedent matters. This is not that kind of conversation. Then what kind is it? Russell did not answer immediately. He looked at Noelle, then at Stefan, then at Una, his gaze moving over each of them with the unhurried assessment of a man who had already made up his mind. The kind where I tell you that the consortium motion will pass unless you give me something I can use to stop it. I am giving you the truth. The truth does not matter in a board vote. What matters is perception. Right now, the perception is that you returned from hiding, triggered a media firestorm, put a nurse on suspension, and dragged a dead woman's medical records into the tabloids. That is not a comeback. That is a catastrophe. Then why are you here instead of letting the vote happen? Russell's expression flickered. It was small, barely a tightening around his eyes, but Noelle caught it. Because I have known you since you were 27 years old and stupid enough to build a shipping company on a handshake and a second mortgage, Russell said. I do not believe you are capable of what they are accusing you of. But I also do not believe you can survive this unless you give me a weapon to use in there. Nathaniel was quiet for a long moment. Then he looked at Una. Show him. Una did not hesitate. She turned her laptop toward Russell, rotated it so he could see the screen, and began to speak. The attending physician's original time of death note logged 22:17. The emergency call was placed at 22:26. That is a 9-minute gap, consistent with normal emergency response under shock and stress. The leaked version the tabloid published shows a 45-minute gap with falsified log entries inserted between the times. Russell leaned forward, reading. The file was altered 72 hours ago on a separate system, then uploaded to a leak portal. Una continued. The metadata routes through a private contract servicer based in McLean, Virginia, the same servicer that has been receiving payments authorized by a dead board member's credentials for the past 4 years. Russell straightened slowly. Philip Durant. Yes. The name landed like a stone in still water. Russell looked at Nathaniel. The calculation in his eyes was no longer about perception. It was about survival. Who else knows about this? The people in this room and the forensic analyst who ran the chain of custody. Not the press? Not yet. Russell was quiet. The seconds stretched long enough that Noelle could hear her own pulse. Then he nodded. I can delay the vote 48 hours. That gives you time to release the disclosure before the board convenes. If you lead with the timestamps and Durant's credentials, the consortium's motion looks like what it is, an attack built on fabricated evidence. And if they still vote to strip my authority, then you take it to court and let the evidence speak for itself. But you will not have the board's protection. You will have to win on the law. Nathaniel held his gaze. That is all I ever wanted, a fair fight with the truth on the table. Russell almost smiled. Then you are in the right room. He turned toward the door, then stopped. One more thing. The consortium's motion identifies a primary beneficiary of the governance change, someone who will assume interim authority if the vote passes. Who? Russell looked over his shoulder. Patricia Okonkwo. The name dropped into the silence and stayed there. Noelle felt the pieces slide together. Patricia Okonkwo. The name dropped into the silence and stayed there. Noelle felt the pieces slide together. Patricia Okonkwo. The board member who had been feeding intelligence to Evelyn for years. Patricia Okonkwo, who had viewed the attending physician's file 3 times. Patricia Okonkwo, who would control Meridian if Nathaniel was stripped of authority. She is not just a mole, Noelle said slowly. She is the prize. Russell nodded. The consortium did not build this to destroy Meridian. They built it to install her. Nathaniel was never the target. The company was. Stefan hung up his phone. His face was pale. Chen flipped, he said quietly. Russell, if you are going to delay the vote, do it now, because by morning you will have lost 2 more. Russell pulled out his phone and walked into the hall without another word. Noelle stood beside Nathaniel in the sudden quiet. His hand found hers under the edge of the table. Cold. Steady. 2 more days, he said. She squeezed his fingers. Then we make every hour count. Her phone vibrated. She pulled it out. The same unknown number. The message read, You should have walked away. Now you lose everything. And beneath it, a photo of her building, taken from the street, taken 5 minutes ago. Chapter 68. The courtroom felt smaller than it had the last time. Noelle sat in the second row behind Nathaniel, her hands flat on her thighs, palms dry. She had worn the charcoal suit she kept for funerals and depositions, the one with the jacket that did not pull across her shoulders when she raised her arm. Maisie was 2 rows behind with Clara Bellamy, drawing on a folded piece of paper, the tip of her tongue pressed against her upper lip in concentration. Judge Chen was already on the bench, black robe settled, wire-rimmed glasses catching the overhead light. She had not looked at Noelle once. Margaret Okonkwo stood at the petitioner's table, a slim folder open in front of her, her voice already moving through preliminary findings. Evelyn Trasco sat beside her in a cream silk blouse, her dark hair swept back, her composure absolute. She did not turn around when Noelle entered. Noelle had expected anger. She had prepared for contempt. What she had not prepared for was the way Evelyn looked through her, as if Noelle were a piece of furniture that had been moved into the wrong room. Gerald Archer rose for Nathaniel's side. His tie was the color of dried blood. He adjusted his cuffs and addressed the bench. Your Honor, at this time the respondent calls Noelle Halsey as a factual witness. Noelle stood. She walked to the witness stand with the same stride she used for Code Blues, measured and deliberate. She raised her right hand, swore to tell the truth, and sat down on the hard wooden chair. The microphone picked up the scrape of metal against the floor. Gerald began with the soft ones. Her name, her profession, how long she had lived in the building. 6 years, she said. Her voice was steady. She had been a nurse for 12 years. She knew how to deliver facts without decoration. And during those 6 years, how would you describe your relationship with the respondent, Nathaniel Trasco? Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was watching her with the same stillness he wore at the dinner table, at the hospital, in the war room. Present. Waiting. He is my closest friend, she said. And we are building something more. But the foundation was friendship, and it still is. Gerald nodded. He guided her through the texture of it. The Sunday dinners, the school pickup rotation, the emergency contact forms Maisie had filled out in crayon, listing Noelle's phone number beside her father's. Did you ever receive a call from Maisie Trasco in the middle of the night? Yes. How many times? Noelle thought. More than I can count. Sometimes she had a nightmare and needed someone to sit with her until she fell back asleep. Sometimes Nathaniel was working late and she wanted to check in. Once he had a fever and he was stuck in traffic, so I went over and gave her Tylenol and read her a book until the fever broke. And in those moments, did you consider yourself to be acting as a babysitter, a neighbor providing a favor? No. What were you doing? Noelle looked down at her hands. The crescent scar on her palm was pale against the fluorescent light. I was being her person, she said, the one she trusts to show up. The courtroom went quiet. Even Margaret Okonkwo stopped writing. Gerald let the silence hold for 3 full seconds before he moved to the next question. When you learned that Maisie's father was Nathaniel Trasco, not Nate, did that change your relationship with her? No. Not at all? Noelle shook her head. Maisie is not her father's bank account. She is a 7-year-old girl who loves dinosaurs and draws pictures of everyone she trusts and sleeps with a stuffed rabbit that has one ear held on by a safety pin. His money never changed that. It was never part of what she needed from me. Gerald paused. He looked at the bench. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness. Judge Chen looked at Margaret Okonkwo. Cross-examination, Counselor. Margaret rose. She did not approach the witness stand. She stood at her table, one hand resting on the folder, her expression unreadable. Miss Halsey, you said you have been Maisie's person for 6 years. Is that correct? Yes. And during those 6 years, did Nathaniel Trasco ever tell you who he really was? The question landed like a stone in still water. Noelle felt the weight of every answer she could give. The honest one, the protective one, the one that would make Margaret look unreasonable for asking. She chose the honest one. No, she said, he did not tell me. And when you discovered the truth, how did you react? Noelle did not look at Nathaniel. She did not look at Maisie. I was angry, she said. I felt betrayed. I questioned everything I thought I knew about him. And yet, you are here today, testifying on his behalf. Yes. Margaret tilted her head. The gesture was small, almost sympathetic. Why? Noelle let the question sit. Because I also knew that his secrecy came from fear, not malice. Because he has spent every day since the truth came out trying to earn back what he broke. And because Maisie deserves adults who will fight for her instead of walking away when things get hard. Margaret nodded slowly. She picked up the folder, opened it, and pulled out a single sheet of paper. Miss Halsey, are you aware that Nathaniel Trasco's legal team has yet to disclose the full extent of the intelligence firm's activities inside his company? Yes. And are you aware that his custody of Maisie could be challenged again if the consortium succeeds in stripping his authority? Yes. And knowing all of that, knowing that the media will continue to circle, that your nursing license is suspended, that you have received threats from parties unknown, you still choose to stand beside him? The question hung in the air. Noelle looked at Margaret. Then she looked at Evelyn, whose composure had not cracked. Then she looked at Nathaniel. Yes, she said. Margaret placed the paper back in the folder. No further questions, Your Honor. Judge Chen nodded. The witness may step down. Noelle rose from the stand. She walked back to her seat, her legs steady, her pulse loud in her throat. She sat down beside Nathaniel. His hand found hers under the edge of the table, cold and solid. One more day, he said. She squeezed his fingers. Then we make every hour count. Her phone buzzed against her thigh. She did not pull it out. She already knew what it would say. Chapter 69. They left the courthouse through the side entrance. Mark is already idling the sedan at the curb with the engine running and the back door open. Noelle slid in first. Nathaniel followed, his shoulder pressed against hers in the narrow space. Maisie climbed in after, sandwiched between Clara and the opposite door, her drawing pad balanced on her knees. Nobody spoke until they were 3 blocks clear of the courthouse and the cameras. Clara broke first. "That went better than I expected." "Margaret Okonkwo pulled her punches," Noelle said. "She could have gone after me harder." "She was measuring you." Nathaniel's voice was flat. "Testing whether you'd crack under pressure." "I didn't." "No, you didn't." The sedan turned onto the side street that led to their building. Mrs. Kowalski was sweeping the front steps, her broom moving in deliberate arcs, her eyes scanning every passing car. Marcus pulled to the curb. He did not kill the engine. "I'll circle," he said. "Text when you want the next pickup." Noelle climbed out. The air was cold and wet, the kind of Chicago afternoon that settled into your bones and stayed. They walked up the stairs in single file. Mrs. Kowalski caught Noelle's arm at the top step. "Those men in the sedan from this morning?" Noelle stopped. "What sedan?" "Dark one. Parked across from the bodega, 2 of them, just watching." Mrs. Kowalski's grip tightened. "They left when you pulled up, but they'll be back." Noelle nodded. She did not look at Nathaniel. Inside the apartment, Maisie dropped her drawing pad on the couch and disappeared toward Clara's room without a word. The door clicked shut. A moment later, the low murmur of cartoon voices drifted through the wall. Noelle stood in the center of the living room, her coat still on, her hands cold. Nathaniel watched her from the kitchen threshold. "What did the text say?" She pulled out her phone. The message from the unknown number was still there, the photograph of her building still loaded beneath it. She did not need to read it again. "The same thing it always says, that I should have walked away." She put the phone face down on the counter. "That I'm going to lose everything." He crossed the room. He did not touch her, but he stopped close enough that she could feel the heat coming off him. "Everything is already defined," he said. "By you, by Maisie, by what we've built, not by whoever is sending those messages." She looked up at him. "Then why do I feel like I'm still waiting for the other shoe to drop?" He did not answer right away. His jaw worked, his eyes scanning her face like he was searching for the right words in a language he had not fully learned. "Because I have not given you a reason to stop waiting." She shook her head. "That's not what I need from you." "Then tell me what you need." The words landed between them, raw and open. He was not deflecting. He was not apologizing. He was asking, the way she had asked him to. Noelle pulled in a breath. "I need to stop feeling like this is provisional," she said. "Like every day we get is borrowed from whatever disaster is coming next. I need to know that if I am already living as family, then we are going to build a life that reflects that, not just keep improvising until something breaks." His expression shifted. Something cracked behind his eyes. "You want permanence. I want to stop pretending I don't." He reached for her hand. His fingers were cold, his palm rough. "Then we build it," he said. "Today, tomorrow, every day after. Whatever shape you want, whatever shape Maisie needs. I will spend the rest of my life making sure you never feel provisional again." She felt the words land in her chest, heavy and warm. She opened her mouth to answer. The apartment door burst open. Maisie stood in the frame, her face pale, her dark eyes wide. "2 men are downstairs," she said. "They are asking Mrs. Kowalski if Noelle is moving into Trasco money." The air in the room changed. Noelle felt her pulse spike. Nathaniel was already moving toward the door. "Stay here, both of you." "No." Noelle stepped in front of him. "You do not get to shut me out of this." He looked at her. His jaw was tight, his hands shaking. "Then we go together," he said. He took her hand, cold and solid. They walked to the stairwell door together. Maisie's voice followed them. "Clara says they have cameras." Chapter 70. The stairwell swallowed them. Concrete walls, fluorescent hum, the smell of old paint and winter coming through the cracked window on the landing. Noelle's footsteps echoed against Nathaniel's as they descended. Their rhythm mismatched but close. She could feel him holding back, wanting to go first, wanting to shield her. She kept pace beside him. The lobby door was propped open with a doorstop no one in this building ever used. Through the gap, she heard Mrs. Kowalski's voice, sharp and unhurried. "I already told you. She lives 2 doors down from the Trascos. That is all I know." A man's voice, low and patient. "Ma'am, we are not asking about her address. We are asking if she is moving in with him. And I am asking you what business that is of yours." Noelle stepped through the door. The lobby was full. Mrs. Kowalski stood at the center, her broom held like a staff, her body planted between the 2 men in the stairwell. Mr. Henderson from 2 Bites was at the mailboxes, pretending to sort envelopes he had already checked twice. The woman from 3 Ampers, Noelle did not even know her name, was leaning against the wall with her phone angled toward the conversation, filming. The 2 men turned when Noelle appeared, both in dark coats, no ties. One had a camera slung over his shoulder, the lens cap off. The other was taller, broader, with a face that gave nothing away. They looked at her, then at Nathaniel. The taller one smiled. It did not reach his eyes. "Mr. Trasco, we were just asking your neighbor about your living arrangements." "Ask me?" Nathaniel's voice was flat. "I am standing right here." The man's smile did not waver. "We are not reporters. We are conducting a routine assessment for a financial instead party. Your current residence, your cohabitation status, your custody situation, standard due diligence." Noelle felt the weight of the words, due diligence, as if Maisie were a line item, as if the life they had built was a variable in someone else's spreadsheet. "Get out of my building," Nathaniel said. "We are on public property, Mr. Trasco. The sidewalk is a public right-of-way. We have every legal basis to. You have no legal basis to question my neighbors about my child." The man's expression flickered, just barely, a crack in the composure. "We are not questioning your child. We are gathering information for a financial disclosure filing that will be submitted to the board before the vote. Your relationship with Ms. Halsey, your housing arrangement, your financial dependency structure. These are all relevant to the board's assessment of your—" "Get out." Nathaniel stepped forward. The taller man did not move. Mrs. Kowalski moved before anyone else could. She stepped between them, her broom horizontal across her chest, her eyes fixed on the man's face. "You heard him. Out." The man looked at her, assessed her the way he had assessed the lobby. Elderly woman. Broom. No threat. "You are obstructing a lawful information-gathering operation, ma'am. I would advise you to—" "Advise me?" Mrs. Kowalski laughed. It was not a friendly sound. "I have been advising people since before you were born, and I am advising you now. Leave this building. Do not come back." The man with the camera shifted his weight. The taller one's jaw tightened. "You are making a mistake." "Then it is mine to make." Mrs. Kowalski did not lower the broom. "Mr. Henderson, would you call the police? Tell them we have 2 men harassing residents on private property." Mr. Henderson pulled out his phone without hesitating. The taller man watched for a moment, then he stepped back. 1 step. 2. "We will file our report with what we have," he said, "and we will be back with the proper paperwork." He turned toward the door. The cameraman followed. Noelle watched them cross the lobby, their footsteps steady, their backs straight. They did not look back. The door swung shut. Mrs. Kowalski lowered the broom. Her hands were shaking. "Bastards," she said. "Excuse my language. No need to apologize." Noelle's voice came out steady, even though her pulse was still hammering. "You just defended my family." Mrs. Kowalski looked at her. Something passed between them. Years of neighborly small talk and shared stoops and borrowed sugar collapsing into something simpler. "That is what neighbors do." She turned to Mr. Henderson. "Did you get the plate?" He held up his phone. "First one, the sedan." Noelle crossed to him. The photo was clear. Illinois plate, standard issue. She sent it to Yuna's number before she even thought about it. "What about the second man?" Nathaniel asked. Mr. Henderson shook his head. "He stayed behind the camera, never got a clear look." Noelle's phone buzzed. Yuna already responding. "Tracing the plate. Give me 10 minutes." She looked up. The lobby had filled with more neighbors, people she had seen in passing for years but never really known. They stood in clusters, watching her, their faces holding something between suspicion and solidarity. Mrs. Kowalski caught her eye. "They are not sure whose side to be on," she said quietly, "but they know those men did not belong here. That is enough for now." Noelle nodded. It was more than she had expected. Her phone buzzed again. Una. "The plate traces to a shell company in Delaware. The shell is a subsidiary of the same McLean servicer that processed the intelligence firm payments. But there is another layer underneath. A trust managed by Margaret Okonkwo's firm. The trust was established by Evelyn Trasco's late husband, 3 years before Elena's death." Noelle read the message twice. Nathaniel was looking over her shoulder. His hand came to rest on her arm, steadying. "A trust," he said. "A trust managed by Margaret Okonkwo's firm, funded by Evelyn's husband, before Elena died." Noelle looked up at him. "Evelyn's husband," she repeated. "Not Evelyn herself." His face had gone still, the kind of stillness that held something underneath. "I never met him," he said. "Evelyn married him after Elena's funeral. He died 2 years ago. I never knew his name." They stood in the lobby, surrounded by neighbors who had just become their witnesses, holding information that cracked the ground beneath everything they thought they understood. Mrs. Kowalski looked at Noelle. "What is it?" Noelle did not answer. She was still reading Una's message, the words repeating in her head. "A trust managed by Margaret Okonkwo's firm, established by Evelyn's husband, before Elena's death. Before." Nathaniel's hand tightened on her arm. "Let's go upstairs," he said. "We need to call Una, and we need to talk about what your late wife's sister's dead husband knew before any of this started." They walked toward the stairwell together. The neighbors parted to let them through. Behind them, Mrs. Kowalski picked up her broom and began sweeping the lobby floor, as if she could sweep away every shadow that had ever touched this building. Chapter 71. They took the stairs slowly, each landing a pause to breathe through what Una's message had cracked open. Noelle's phone glowed in her hand. She read the words again. "A trust managed by Margaret Okonkwo's firm, established by Evelyn's husband, before Elena's death. Before." Nathaniel's hand found hers at the 3rd-floor landing. His fingers were cold. "He set up a trust," Noelle said, 3 years before your wife died. A trust that now pays the intelligence firm digging up your past." Nathaniel did not answer. His face was the same still mask he wore in boardrooms, the one she had learned to read past. Underneath it was something she had only seen once before, the night he told her about finding Elena's body. They reached the 4th floor. The hallway was empty. Their door was closed. Inside, Maisie sat on the pull-out couch with Clara, a coloring book spread across her lap. She looked up when they entered. "Did you chase them away?" "For now." Nathaniel crossed to her, crouched down. "How are you doing?" "I colored a dinosaur." Maisie held up the page, a T-Rex wearing a crown. "Clara said the men were just confused. She said confused people do dumb things." Clara looked up from the armchair. Her eyes moved between Noelle and Nathaniel, reading the tension in their shoulders. "What happened downstairs?" "Consortium of operatives," Noelle said, "asking neighbors if I'm moving into Trasco money." Clara's jaw tightened. "They have cameras." "We know." Nathaniel stood. "I need to call Una. We need to understand what this trust means before tomorrow." Maisie looked at him. "Are you going to fight more?" "No." He said it firmly. "We are going to find out the truth. That is different." She considered this. Then she turned back to her coloring. Clara rose. "I will stay with her. Do what you need to do." Noelle touched her arm. "Thank you." Clara's hand covered hers for a moment. "Go." They moved into the bedroom. Nathaniel closed the door, then pulled out his phone and dialed Una. She answered on the first ring. "I am still digging," she said, "but I have more. The trust is structured as a contingent guardianship vehicle. It was never meant to be active unless specific conditions were met." "What conditions?" Nathaniel's voice was flat. "Medical incapacity, legal incapacitation, death of the primary guardian." Noelle felt the air leave her lungs. "It was Elena's trust," Una continued. "She established it 6 months before she died. The named guardian was Evelyn, but only as a backup to Nathaniel, only if he could not fulfill his role. But that is not what the court filings say, Noelle said. Evelyn's motion claims Elena wanted her to have custody if Nathaniel was unfit. Because someone altered the summary language. Yuna's voice was hard now. I have the original trust documents here. The contingent guardianship clause is 3 pages. Page 2 contains the restrictions. In the summary copies filed with the court, page 2 is missing. The language was broadened to make it sound like Elena wanted Evelyn to have Maisie regardless of Nathaniel's fitness. Noelle's hands went cold. Who altered it? The trust was managed by Margaret Okonkwo's firm from the beginning. She was the trustee. She filed the summary copies with the court. If page 2 was removed, she either did it herself or someone did it through her system. Margaret, Nathaniel said. Elena's lawyer. Evelyn's lawyer now. Yes. Silence stretched across the line. Yuna, Noelle said. The trust was established 3 years before Elena died. That means Elena set up a guardianship plan while she was still alive, while she and Nathaniel were still married, while she was still healthy. I know. Why would a healthy woman with a young child set up a contingent guardianship vehicle unless she knew she was dying? The question hung in the air. Yuna's voice came back, quieter. I have been asking myself the same thing. The trust was funded with a significant asset base, real estate, securities, enough to cover Maisie's care through adulthood. Elena liquidated a separate investment account 3 months before she established the trust. The money moved through a series of accounts before landing in the trust structure. She was hiding it from me. Nathaniel's voice was barely a whisper. She was hiding money from me. Or she was protecting it from someone else. Noelle's mind raced. Elena's medical records, the blood alcohol, the toxicology. She was not just drinking. She was afraid of something. Evelyn said Elena was beside herself in the months before her death. What if Elena knew someone was coming for Nathaniel? What if she set up the trust to protect Maisie from whoever that was? And what if Evelyn's husband, Nathaniel said slowly, was the one helping her do it? The room went still. Evelyn's husband established a separate trust, Yuna said, 3 years before Elena's death. The same year Elena set up her guardianship trust. 2 trusts, same timeline, same law firm managing both. The same law firm that now represents Evelyn in a custody case she should not legally have standing to bring, Noelle said. Correct. Elena was working with Evelyn's husband, Nathaniel said. Before she died, she was working with a man I never met. And Evelyn's husband died 2 years ago, Yuna said. Which means the only people who knew what Elena was planning are Margaret Okonkwo and Evelyn Trasco. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. His face had gone pale. Yuna, he said, I need you to find me everything you can about Evelyn's late husband. Every document, every connection, every dollar that moved through his accounts. I already started the trace when I found the trust link. Give me an hour. You have 30 minutes. Then I will need to call in a favor. Do it. Yuna hung up. Nathaniel put the phone down. He looked at Noelle. His eyes held the same hollow shock she had seen when he first told her about finding Elena's body. My wife, he said, was planning for something she never told me about. She was hiding assets. She was working with Evelyn's husband. She was setting up a guardianship for Maisie that made me primary but added Evelyn as a backup only if something happened to me. And someone altered the documents to make it look like she wanted Evelyn to have Maisie regardless. Margaret Okonkwo? Or Patricia, Noelle said. Or both. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. The Okongos are the gatekeepers of Elena's secrets. They control the trust. They control the narrative. They have been feeding the consortium information from inside the legal apparatus. And Margaret delivered Evelyn's letter in person, Noelle said, against Evelyn's instructions. She said she was tired of the family destroying itself through intermediaries. That was not loyalty to Evelyn. That was her measuring us, deciding which side to choose. Noelle's phone buzzed. Yuna. She answered. The man's name was Alan Cross. Yuna's voice was tight with the effort of speaking fast. Evelyn Trasco married Alan Cross 18 months after Elena's funeral. He was a private wealth manager. He specialized in estate structures for high-net-worth families. He died 2 years ago as a boating accident on Lake Michigan. The investigation was closed within 30 days. A boating accident, Noelle said. open and shut, no foul play suspected. But here's the thing, Noelle. Alan Cross spent the last year of his life transferring control of every account he managed to Margaret Okonkwo's firm. Every single one. Personal accounts, client accounts, trusts. He liquidated everything and moved it into structures managed by her firm. Why would he do that? I do not know yet, but I know who he managed money for before he married Evelyn. Una paused. He was Philip Durant's wealth manager. Chapter 72. The morning light hit the kitchen counter like an accusation. Noelle stood at the sink, watching steam curl off her untouched coffee. Behind her, the apartment hummed with the mechanics of ordinary life. A spoon clinking against a cereal bowl, the soft tick of crayon against paper. Maisie was at the table, drawing with a concentration that felt like armor. Nathaniel leaned against the counter across from Noelle. He had not slept. She could see it in the way his hands stayed motionless at his sides, in the bruise-colored shadows under his eyes. Clara had left 30 minutes ago, squeezing Noelle's arm on the way out, her silence heavy with unspoken questions. "Daddy?" Maisie's voice cut through the quiet. "Why is everybody so quiet?" Noelle's chest tightened. She looked at Nathaniel. He looked back, and something passed between them, a decision made without words. He pushed off the counter and lowered himself to the floor beside Maisie's chair. Not across the table, not standing over her, on the floor, eye level. "Because I need to tell you something," he said, "and I want to say it without the wrong words getting in the way." Maisie put down her crayon, a red one. It rolled across the table and stopped against Noelle's mug. "You know how sometimes grown-ups fight about things that do not matter very much?" Maisie nodded slowly. "There are people who think that money and papers, the kind of papers lawyers write, are more important than knowing who loves you. They think if they have the right papers, they get to decide what happens to you." "Like Evelyn?" The name landed hard in the room. Nathaniel did not flinch. "Yes, like Evelyn." "She has papers?" "She says she does, but the papers she has are missing important parts, parts that tell the truth." Maisie looked down at her hands. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "What truth?" Noelle felt her throat close. Nathaniel reached out and took Maisie's hand. "The truth is that your mother wanted me to be the one who takes care of you. Always. And she wanted you to be loved by people who show up every day, not by pieces of paper." Maisie's chin wobbled. "Then why is Evelyn allowed to fight?" "Because sometimes the law does not understand who a family really is." The sentence hung in the air. Maisie was quiet for a long moment. Then she turned. Noelle felt the weight of those dark eyes settle on her. "Noelle?" "Yes, baby? Do you want to keep coming over forever?" The question hit Noelle square in the chest. It was not a child's fantasy. It was a demand for the truth, a test of everything the adults had been circling. She wanted to say yes. The word was right there, pressing against the back of her teeth. But the room felt too small. The threats, the hearing, the suspended badge, the men with cameras, the consortium, the missing trust pages, the weight of 6 years of loving them both and never being allowed to say it out loud, it all crashed through her at once. She opened her mouth. "Maisie, Her phone buzzed against the counter. She ignored it. "I want to tell you something, but I need to find the right words, too." The phone buzzed again. Nathaniel looked at it. "Noelle." She looked down. "Una." She picked it up. "Una." Una's voice was clipped, surgical. The judge set a date, final custody hearing, 3 days from now. Noelle's blood went cold. "And Noelle?" Una paused. "The court has requested you be available to testify. They want to hear directly from you whether you intend to take on a permanent co-parenting role." The word permanent echoed in the kitchen. Maisie was watching her. Nathaniel was watching her. The phone was still warm against her ear. "I understand," Noelle said. She hung up. She looked at Nathaniel. She looked at Maisie. The question hung in the air, no longer private. 3 days, she said. And in that space, the answer she had not been able to speak aloud was now a matter of legal record. Chapter 73. Una arrived at the apartment 37 minutes later with a slim leather case and 2 paper cups of coffee that tasted like they had been sitting in the car for an hour. She set them on the counter without apology. Gerald is drafting as we speak. I wanted you to see the structure before he files. Noelle pulled Maisie's crayon drawing out of the way. Una spread documents across the kitchen table. Nathaniel stood at her shoulder, and Noelle watched his hands grip the edge of the counter as Una laid out the counterpetition in 3 columns. Column 1. The forged records. The attending physician's original time of death log. The metadated showing the leak portal alteration 72 hours before the story broke. The spoofed login credentials traced to the intelligence firm in McLean. Noelle watched Una's manicured finger move down the page, each line a body blow to the narrative Evelyn had sold the court. Column 2. The altered trust. The filed summary copies with page 2 removed. Una had pulled the original from Elena's estate attorney, the one Margaret Okonkwo's firm had not been asked to manage. The language was precise. Evelyn was backup only. Backup only if Nathaniel could not fulfill his role. The page 2 removal was not a clerical error. It was a structural lie. Column 3. The surveillance link. The Illinois plate traced through the Delaware shell to the McLean servicer to the trust Alan Cross had established 3 years before Elena's death. The trust Margaret Okonkwo's firm managed. The trust that had been funding the intelligence firm payments against Nathaniel for years before Elena was gone. Una looked up. The judge will have to rule on admissibility for the surveillance material, but the trust pages and the record alterations are uncontestable. Nathaniel's voice was rough. How fast can Gerald file? He already has. I came straight from his office. Una checked her watch. The court should have it within the hour. Noelle stared at the documents. 3 columns, 3 layers of truth Evelyn had buried. 3 reasons a judge might look at Maisie and see a child being used as a pawn rather than protected. But the silence in the room was not victorious. 3 days, Noelle said. Una nodded. 3 days for Evelyn's team to respond. 3 days for the judge to read every page. 3 days for us to make sure Maisie does not have to sit in that courtroom and watch adults fight over her like she is a piece of property. Noelle thought of Maisie's question. Do you want to keep coming over forever? Una, she heard her own voice come out steady. I need to know what the court expects from me. Legally. Una's eyes met hers. They want to hear you say you are choosing this. Permanently. No conditions about the hearing, or the ward, or the threats. Just that you intend to be Maisie's person for as long as she needs you. I do. The words came out before Noelle could stop them. She felt Nathaniel's gaze land on her. She did not turn. Then say it, Una said. Under oath. In 3 days. Noelle's phone buzzed. She ignored it. The kitchen hummed with the weight of what had just been spoken. The next 48 hours blurred into a cycle of documents, calls, and coffee that Noelle stopped tasting after the first cup. Gerald Archer worked from a satellite office 3 blocks from the courthouse, sending drafts to Una, who printed them at the apartment because the printer in the war room had been compromised. Noelle learned what a sealed exhibit looked like. She learned how to sign an affidavit without her hands shaking. She learned that the word permanent was easier to say in a kitchen than it would be in front of a judge. Nathaniel moved through the hours beside her, quiet and present. He made phone calls she did not listen to. He held Maisie when she woke from a nightmare about the men with cameras. He stood in the doorway of the bedroom at 2 a.m. looking at Noelle like she was the only fixed point in a collapsing world. On the morning of the hearing, Clara arrived at 6 to pick up Maisie. Maisie wore her dinosaur pajamas under a jacket. She did not ask where Noelle and Nathaniel were going. She just looked at Noelle with those dark eyes and said, Are you coming back? Noelle knelt, took Maisie's small hands in hers. Yes, baby, I am coming back. Forever? Noelle felt her throat close, but she had already said it to Una. She had already said it to herself. Forever. Maisie nodded once, as if that was exactly what she had needed to hear, and walked out the door with Clara. The courtroom was smaller than Noelle remembered. Judge Chen sat behind the bench in black robes, wire-rimmed glasses catching the overhead light. Evelyn Trasco sat at the petitioner's table with Margaret Okonkwo beside her, both in tailored suits, both still as statues. At the respondents' table, Nathaniel sat beside Gerald Archer. Noelle took the seat behind them, in the row where Maisie usually drew. Una entered through the side door and slid a single sheet of paper in front of Gerald. Judge read the counterpetition, Una whispered. All of it. Noelle watched Judge Chen adjust her glasses. The room was silent except for the hum of the ventilation system. I have reviewed the respondent's counterpetition, Judge Chen said. Her voice carried no discernible weight. The court is prepared to rule on admissibility of the surveillance material at a later date. However, the trust documentation and the record alteration evidence present a significant challenge to the petitioner's original motion. Margaret Okonkwo stood. Your Honor, the petitioner was not made aware of the extent of the trust's restrictions. My office prepared the summary filings based on incomplete records provided by the estate. Judge Chen's eyebrows rose a fraction. Your office filed them, Counselor. I am noting the discrepancy. I am not making a finding of bad faith at this time. She turned a page. The scrape of paper against wood sounded like a wound. However, the nature of the respondent's evidence requires the court to consider the child's perspective directly. Noelle's chest tightened. I am ordering a final in-camera conversation with Maisie Trasco. Tomorrow morning, my chambers. No lawyers, no parents, just the child and the court. The room went still. Evelyn's composure cracked, a flicker of something raw behind her eyes. Margaret Okonkwo put a hand on her arm. Gerald Archer half rose. Your Honor, the child has already been subject to extensive questioning by... I am aware of what the child has been subjected to. Judge Chen's voice sharpened. That is precisely why I need to hear from her directly, without scripts, without adult interpretation. She looked at Nathaniel. You will bring her to my chambers at 9 a.m. The bailiff will escort her in. You will wait outside. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. He nodded once. The court will issue its ruling after the interview. Judge Chen closed the file. We are adjourned. The gavel hit the block. Noelle sat frozen as the room began to move around her. Evelyn was already walking toward the side exit, Margaret Okonkwo close behind. Gerald was gathering papers. Una was on her phone. Nathaniel turned. His face was unreadable. She is 7 years old, Noelle said. I know. She is going to sit in a room with a judge and answer questions about whether she wants to live with us or with Evelyn. I know. Noelle stood. Her legs felt hollow. What if she says the wrong thing? Nathaniel reached for her hand. His fingers were cold. She has been saying the right thing all along. The question is whether anyone in that room knows how to hear it. Noelle looked past him, toward the empty bench, the closed file, the space where Maisie would sit tomorrow and decide the shape of her future with words she might not fully understand. Her phone buzzed. She did not look at it. Chapter 74. The hallway outside Judge Chen's chambers smelled like old wood and antiseptic, a strange cocktail that reminded Noelle of the hospital supply closet where she used to hide during her breaks. She sat on the bench beside Nathaniel. His knee was pressed against hers, a small anchor in the silence. The clock above the door read 9:17. Maisie had been inside for 17 minutes. She talked to me about dinosaurs last night, Noelle said. Her voice came out thin. After her bath, she wanted to know if T-Rex could feel sad. Nathaniel turned his head. His eyes were red-rimmed but dry. What did you tell her? I said I didn't know, that we could look it up together. He let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Good answer. The silence stretched again. A bailiff walked past, carrying a stack of manila folders, his footsteps echoing down the corridor. Noelle thought about the forms Una had printed at 2 a.m. Gerald had drafted 5 versions of the counterpetition before settling on the third, a document so dense with citations it looked like a textbook had been murdered on the page. I need to know what happens next. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. We wait for the judge. That is not what I mean. She shifted to face him fully. If she rules for us, if she rules against us, I need to know what the plan is either way. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Una gave me this yesterday. It is the security protocol for Maisie's school, new enrollment form, emergency contacts, pickup authorizations. He handed it to her. I filled out the first page last night. Noelle unfolded it. The document was crisp, still bearing the crease from his pocket. In the space marked Emergency Contact 2, he had written her name. Full legal name. Noelle Halsey, RN. Below that, her phone number, her relationship to the child listed as guardian. Her chest tightened. "I did not ask," he said. "I should have, but I needed to see what it looked like on paper." "It looks like permanence," she said. "That was the idea." She ran her finger over the ink of her name. The letters were neat, deliberate, the handwriting of a man who had taken his time. "There is a therapist," Nathaniel said, "pediatric specialist who works with children going through custody transitions. Una found her. She is expensive and has a waiting list, but I called her office yesterday after the hearing." "What did she say?" "She said she could see Maisie twice a week starting next month." I told her yes. Noelle felt something shift in her chest, a loosening of the knot she had been carrying since the courtroom doors closed. "And us? What about us? If the judge rules for Evelyn, if Maisie has to go with her, what happens to us?" Nathaniel's hand found hers on the bench. His fingers were warm, steady. "Then we fight. We appeal. We restructure Meridian so half the board answers to me and the other half cannot move without my signature. We buy time and we spend every second proving to the court that Maisie belongs with us. And if that does not work, then we still fight, but we do it together." Noelle looked at the paper in her hands. His name, her name, a child's future drawn in black ink. "I need to file my own paperwork," she said. Nathaniel's eyebrow rose. "What paperwork?" "Formal legal recognition, power of attorney for Maisie's medical decisions." She paused. "Clara mentioned it last week. If I am going to be the one they call when she is sick, I need to be able to authorize treatment." Nathaniel was quiet for a long moment. "I did not think of that," he admitted. She folded the paper and handed it back to him. "But I need you to start thinking about public life, about what it means that everyone knows your name now." "I have been thinking about it." "Then tell me what you have thought." He leaned back against the bench. The overhead light caught the gray in his hair, the lines at the corners of his eyes. "I am moving Meridian's headquarters to Chicago. Official announcement next month. The board cannot vote me out if I change the corporate structure first." Noelle blinked. "That is not a small move." "It is not, but I have been hiding in plain sight for 6 years. If I am going to be visible, I need to be visible on my terms." She watched him, the way his shoulders had squared, the way his voice had steadied. "You have been planning this. Since the night you told me you needed permanence." He turned to face her fully. "I meant what I said. I am building it. Every day. I am not going to stop." The clock read 9:23. Noelle thought about the words she had said to Maisie that morning. Forever. She had meant it. She needed to mean it in every way that counted. "I want to go with you," Noelle said. "To the school meeting, the therapist, everything. I want to be in every room where Maisie's future gets decided." Nathaniel's hand tightened around hers. "You will." "Good." She took a breath. "Then we start tomorrow, before the ruling. We call the school and add me to the pickup list. We call the therapist and tell her we want to meet her too. We stop waiting for permission to be a family." The door to Judge Chen's chambers opened. Noelle's heart stopped. The clerk stepped out, a young woman in a navy suit holding a leather notebook. She did not look at them directly. "The judge is concluding the interview," the clerk said. "She has requested one additional witness appear before she issues her ruling." Noelle stood. Her legs felt like borrowed things. "Who?" The clerk checked her notebook. "Stefan Volkov. The court is aware he was not on the initial witness list. Judge Chen has issued a subpoena for his appearance this afternoon." The words hit Noelle like a door closing. Nathaniel was already on his feet beside her, his body going rigid. "Why Stefan?" The clerk looked at him evenly. "The judge did not share that information. She requests Mr. Volkov's presence at 2 p.m. in her chambers. No exceptions." She turned and walked back through the door, closing it softly behind her. Noelle stood in the hallway with Nathaniel, the folded paper still warm in her hands, the clock still ticking toward a ruling that now depended on the man who had started all of this. Chapter 75. The hallway outside Judge Chen's chambers had gone quiet. Noelle sat on the bench with Nathaniel beside her, the folded school form still warm in her hands. The clock showed 1:47, 13 minutes until Stefan was due to appear. "Did you know," Noelle asked, "that the judge would call him?" Nathaniel's jaw tightened. "No." "Then why does she?" He did not answer. His hand found hers, fingers threading through, and she let him hold on because the alternative was standing up and pacing until the carpet wore through. The clerk's door opened at 1:52. Stefan Volkov stepped through, a manila envelope under his arm, wearing a navy suit that fit like armor. He did not look at them. "Mr. Volkov," the clerk gestured toward the chamber door. "The judge is ready." Stefan paused. His hand touched the brass handle, and for a moment he seemed to be steeling himself. Then he pushed through, and the door closed behind him. Noelle stared at the dark wood. "He started all of this," she said. "The acquisition, the exposure, the war, and now he walks in there to decide whether we keep Maisie." Nathaniel's voice was rough. "I know. Can we trust what he says?" "I do not know that either." The weight stretched into something physical. Noelle counted her breaths, watched the second hand on the clock crawl past 2 o'clock, 2:03, 2:07. The same hour Maisie had called her that first night, a lifetime ago, whispering that her father would not wake up. She thought about the school form in her pocket, the therapist starting next month, the plan to restructure Meridian, all of it hanging on what Stefan Volkov told the judge in a sealed room. The chamber door opened at 2:14. Stefan emerged, his face unreadable. He walked past them without stopping, the envelope gone, his hands empty. "Mr. Volkov." Noelle stood. "What did you tell her?" Stefan stuffed at the clerk's desk. He did not turn around. "The truth." "Which truth?" Nathaniel's voice was low, controlled. "Yours or mine?" Stefan finally looked back. His gray eyes were flat, exhausted. "Both." He paused. "She asked about Elena's phone records, the calls your wife made in the last month of her life. I told her what I knew." Nathaniel went still. "What did you know?" "That Elena called Alan Cross 6 times in the 3 weeks before she died. That she met him twice without telling you. That the meetings were arranged through Evelyn." Noelle's chest tightened. "And you never told me." "I did not know until this morning." Stefan's voice cracked. "Margaret Okonkwo's firm produced the records when the subpoena arrived. Your wife was planning something she did not want you to know about, and Alan Cross was helping her." The chamber door opened again. The clerk stepped out, her notebook open. "Judge Chen will issue her ruling at 4 p.m. She asks both parties to remain available." Noelle felt the ground tilt. 4 hours. 4 hours until a child's future was decided by whatever Stefan had just confessed. Nathaniel did not move. His eyes stayed on the closed chamber door, his jaw rigid. "Did you tell her about the board vote?" he asked Stefan. "I told her about all of it." Stefan's voice was barely audible. "The consortium, the altered trust, the intelligence firm, the fact that I signed the contracts and I did not stop them when I should have." Noelle watched him. "Why now?" Stefan met her eyes. Something raw flickered in his gaze. "Because I watched a 7-year-old walk into a judge's chambers alone this morning. And I realized I have been telling myself for 6 years that I was protecting Nathaniel from the truth. But I was protecting myself from what I knew." He turned and walked toward the exit, his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Noelle stood beside Nathaniel, the clock ticking toward 4 p.m., the air between them heavy with everything Stefan had not said. "What did he tell her that he is not telling us?" Noelle asked. Nathaniel's hand found hers again, warm and trembling. "I do not know." "But you have a guess." He was quiet for a long moment. "Elena called Alan Cross 6 times. She met him twice, and she did it through Evelyn." He turned to face her. "That means Evelyn knew what her husband was doing, that she was connected to whatever Elena was planning before she died." Noelle felt the pieces clicking together like teeth. Evelyn knew about the trust before Elena died. She knew about the consortium. She might have been the one who brought Alan Cross to the table. Yes, and she has been pretending for 6 years that she was just a grieving sister trying to protect her niece. Yes. Noelle looked at the chamber door, the clock, the empty hallway where Stefan had disappeared. Then why did Judge Chen call Stefan? Nathaniel's grip tightened. Because she needed to hear it from someone who was there. Someone who saw the whole thing unfold and did not stop it. His voice dropped. She needed confirmation that Evelyn's husband was embedded in the conspiracy before Elena died. That the custody battle is not about Maisie. It is about whatever Elena was hiding. The words hung in the air. Noelle thought about the school form in her pocket. The therapist starting next month. The promise she had made to Maisie that morning. I need to see her, Noelle said. Maisie? Before the ruling. I need to tell her that no matter what happens, I am coming back. Nathaniel's eyes held hers. The judge said to remain available. Then you stay. I will go. He did not argue. He pulled out his phone, texted something and handed it to her. Clara has her at the apartment. I told Clara you are coming. Noelle took the phone. Her fingers brushed against his. What if I am not back in time? Then I will hold the space until you are. She kissed him, quick and fierce, and walked toward the exit. The staircase smelled like old carpet and cleaning solution. Noelle took the stairs 2 at a time, her heels clicking against the concrete, her heart pounding. She thought about Stefan's face when he emerged from chambers. The exhaustion, the guilt, the truth he had been carrying for 6 years. She thought about the trust, the pages, the phone calls Elena made in secret. She thought about Maisie alone in the apartment, waiting for someone to come back. The lobby doors opened onto Chicago afternoon light, sharp and cold. Noelle stepped into the street, her phone buzzing with Clara's reply. We are here. She is asking for you. She ran. The apartment stairs were harder than the courthouse stairs, her legs burning by the time she reached the 3rd floor. Mrs. Kowalski's door opened as she passed. Did you hear? Mrs. Kowalski asked. No. The ruling is at 4. Mrs. Kowalski's face softened. She's in there with Clara. The child has been drawing all afternoon. Noelle nodded, her throat tight. She knocked on the door. 3 quick pause. 2 more. The door opened. Maisie stood there, her dark hair tangled, a crayon still in her hand. You came back. Noelle dropped to her knees. I promised. Forever. Maisie's eyes searched hers for something. Then she threw her arms around Noelle's neck, her small body shaking. I told the judge everything, Maisie whispered. About the men with cameras, about Evelyn's mansion, about how you are the one who makes breakfast and stays when I have nightmares. Noelle held her tighter. What did the judge say? She said thank you. Maisie pulled back, her face serious. Then she told the clerk to call Mr. Volkov. I know. Is that good? Noelle looked at the crayon drawings spread across the coffee table. Maisie and her father, Maisie and Noelle, all 3 of them, holding hands under a yellow sun. I do not know yet, Noelle said, but we are going to find out together. The clock in the kitchen read 3:17, 43 minutes until the ruling. 43 minutes until everything changed. Chapter 76. The clock in the kitchen ticked past 3:27. Maisie had gone back to her drawings, crayon scratching against paper, the tip of her tongue caught between her teeth. She did not look up when Noelle's phone buzzed, did not flinch when Noelle checked it. Mrs. Kowalski, door is open if you need it. Noelle typed back, not yet, soon. She settled on the floor beside Maisie, her back against the sofa, exhaustion pulling at her bones. The adrenaline had burned off somewhere between the courthouse steps and the 3rd floor, leaving only the weight of waiting. Maisie pushed a piece of paper toward her without looking up. A new drawing. 3 figures under a yellow sun. Maisie in the middle, holding hands with Noelle on one side and Nathaniel on the other. The apartment building behind them, windows lit like warm squares. When did you draw this? Today, while I was waiting. Maisie paused her crayon. Mrs. Bellamy said that judge would ask about my favorite color and what I ate for breakfast. But she did not. What did she ask? If I felt safe? Noelle's chest tightened. What did you say? I told her yes, but only when you were there. Maisie looked up, her dark eyes steady. "I told her you are the one who makes breakfast and stays during nightmares. And that Daddy does too, but he has the bad dreams now, so you were the one who makes the cocoa." Noelle reached for her hand. "That is true. I told her about the men with cameras, and about Evelyn's mansion, and about how you kissed Daddy in the hallway that one time." Noelle's breath caught. "You told her that?" "I wanted her to know you are staying." Maisie's voice wavered for the first time. "Because if you kiss someone, you are supposed to stay." Noelle pulled her close, felt the small body press against hers. "I am staying. Forever?" "Forever." The words sat between them like a stone dropped into still water. Noelle felt it settle into place, felt the truth of it in her bones. Her phone buzzed again. "Nathaniel, it is time." She read the message twice, her pulse climbing. "We need to go," she said. Maisie pulled back, her face pale. "Is it the ruling?" "Yes." "Can we stay here?" Noelle looked at the drawing. The yellow sun, the warm windows, the three of them holding hands. "No," she said softly. "But we can take it with us." She folded the drawing carefully and tucked it into her pocket. Maisie took her hand, and they walked out together. Mrs. Kowalski was in the hallway, her door cracked open. "We are going," Noelle said. "I know." Mrs. Kowalski stepped out, her face unreadable. "I will keep the light on." Noelle nodded, her throat tight. They walked down the stairs, Maisie's hand small and warm in hers. The building smelled of cooking and old wood, the sounds of a Sunday evening filtering through thin walls. A television, a kettle whistling, a child laughing somewhere below. Outside, the light had shifted to a deeper gold, the shadows lengthening across the street. Marcus was waiting in the sedan, engine running, his face through the windshield unreadable. Noelle opened the back door for Maisie, then slid in beside her. "Courthouse?" "Courthouse." Marcus pulled into traffic without another word. The drive was quiet. Maisie leaned against Noelle's arm, her eyes half closed. The buildings slid past, familiar and strange, the city doing its Sunday evening version of itself. Noelle watched the courthouse grow larger through the windshield, its stone facade catching the last of the light. She thought about the drawing in her pocket, the three of them under a yellow sun. She thought about Stefan's face when he emerged from chambers. She thought about Elena's phone calls, the trust, the pages that were never supposed to be found. The car pulled up to the side entrance. Marcus killed the engine and turned around. "I will wait here." Noelle met his eyes. "You do not have to." "I know." She helped Maisie out of the car, and they walked toward the entrance together, the courthouse doors heavy and dark. The hallway was empty, the lights dimmed for the end of the day. Their footsteps echoed against the marble floor as they made their way to the courtroom. Nathaniel was standing outside the doors, his head bowed. He looked up when he heard them. His eyes found Noelle first, then dropped to Maisie. "You came." "I told her I would." Nathaniel crouched down to Maisie's level, his voice rough. "Whatever happens in there, I need you to know something." Maisie nodded. "You are the best thing I have ever done, every single day." He touched her cheek. "And no matter what the judge says, that does not change." Maisie threw her arms around his neck, her face buried against his shoulder. Noelle watched them, her chest aching. The courtroom doors opened. The clerk stood there, her face neutral. "Judge Chen is ready." Noelle took Maisie's hand. Nathaniel straightened beside her, his shoulder brushing hers. They walked in together. Judge Chen was already seated, her black robe settled, her glasses on. The courtroom was empty except for the court reporter, a bailiff, and a woman Noelle did not recognize sitting in the back row. She had a notebook open on her lap. Press, Noelle realized. The consortium had sent someone. Evelyn's table was occupied by Margaret Okonkwo alone, her face carefully composed. Evelyn herself was not present. Judge Chen waited until they were seated, then looked up. "I have reviewed the testimony in chambers, the submitted affidavits, and the evidence presented by both parties. I have spoken privately with Nathaniel Trasco, and I have weighed the legal arguments with care." Her voice was calm, measured, the voice of someone who had already decided. The petitioner, Evelyn Trasco, has submitted a guardianship addendum executed by Elena Trasco. However, this court has received evidence that the summary copies filed with this court omitted critical language restricting the petitioner's role to backup only. The original trust documents, filed with the estate attorney, confirmed that Evelyn Trasco was named as a contingent guardian, not a primary one, and that her role was conditional on Nathaniel Trasco being unable or unfit to serve. She paused. No evidence has been presented that Nathaniel Trasco is unfit. No evidence has been presented that his home environment is unsafe. The testimony of the child herself, given directly to this court, describes a stable, loving home where her needs are met and her emotional safety is protected. Noelle felt Maisie's grip tighten. Therefore, this court declines to expand Evelyn Trasco's custodial authority. Nathaniel Trasco retains full legal and physical custody of Maisie Trasco. The words landed like a wave, and Noelle felt the relief break over her, warm and crushing. Maisie was already crying, her face pressed into Noelle's arm. However, Judge Chen continued, this court recognizes the importance of maintaining family connections where safe and appropriate. Evelyn Trasco is granted structured, supervised visitation, 1 4-hour session per month, to be reviewed in 6 months. She looked up. The court will also order an independent forensic audit of the trust documents submitted by Margaret Okonkwo's firm. Any finding of deliberate alteration will be referred to the State Bars Association. Margaret's face went pale. Judge Chen set down her glasses. That is all. Court is adjourned. The gavel struck the wood. Noelle pulled Maisie into her arms, feeling the child's body shake, her own tears hot on her cheeks. Nathaniel's hand found hers, his fingers laced through hers, grounding. Okay, she whispered. We are okay. Una appeared at her shoulder, her face tight with a different kind of urgency. One problem. Noelle looked up. The consortium just filed for emergency commercial injunctions against Meridian's new disclosures. They are claiming the record's release violates their privacy and constitutes a targeted attack on their holdings. Una's voice was flat, controlled. They are trying to stop the truth before it can be verified. Noelle looked at Nathaniel, his face hardening. What does that mean? It means the fight is not over, Nathaniel said. It just changed shape. Maisie pulled back, her eyes wet. He is coming with us, though, right? Nathaniel pulled her close, his voice breaking. Yes, I am coming with you. Noelle looked at Una, at the press observer still sitting in the back row, at the courthouse doors that would open onto a world that was still watching. The victory was real, but the war was still being fought. Chapter 77. The producer wanted a stylist. Noelle said no. She sat in the green room with her hands flat on her knees, wearing the same charcoal suit she had worn to court, her hair pinned back, her mother's locket cool against her collarbone. The makeup artist had been allowed exactly 5 minutes for camera glare, nothing more. You sure about this? Deja stood by the door, arms crossed, her phone dark for once. I am sure about the interview, Noelle said. I am not sure about anything else. Deja's face softened. That is the most honest thing you have said all week. The segment producer knocked and opened the door. 2 minutes. We will lead with the pediatric care angle, then move to the personal questions. You can decline anything you want. We have a signal. Noelle stood up. She did not want a signal. The studio lights hit her like heat. The sab was soft blue and cream, designed to look warm and human, a living room pretending to be news. The host, a woman named Corinne with silver hair and thoughtful eyes, had built her reputation on long-form interviews that made powerful people uncomfortable. Noelle sat in the guest chair. The microphone clip was cold through her jacket. Corinne smiled, a real smile, not the broadcast version. Thank you for coming in. I know you turned down everyone else. I am not here for me, Noelle said. I am here for the overnight pediatric unit at Lakeview Children's Hospital. The cameras were rolling. The red light was steady. Corinne leaned forward. Tell me about it. So Noelle did. She talked about Emma, the 4-year-old with pneumonia whose mother worked nights and could only visit between 11 and 2. She talked about the neonatal transport risks, the 30-minute window that could mean life or death for a premature infant, the staffing ratios that were already stretched to breaking before the acquisition. She talked about Rochelle, who had worked the overnight for 19 years, and whose voice never rose above a murmur even when she was furious. She did not mention Nathaniel. She did not mention the consortium. She talked about the work. Corinne listened without interrupting. The studio was quiet except for Noelle's voice and the low hum of the cameras. "Why you?" Corinne asked. "Why is your name in every headline instead of the unit's?" Noelle had prepared for this question. She had practiced it in the mirror, in the shower, in the dark while Maisie slept. Because a powerful man went to extraordinary lengths to hide who he was, and I was the person who loved the version of him he created. That became a story. It should not have. The story should have been about the families who will lose access to specialized pediatric care if that unit closes. But you are the story now. I am the way people are finding out about the unit, Noelle said. I am not the story. The children are. Corinne's eyes narrowed, not with hostility, with interest. You say you loved the version he created. Do you still love the version that exists now? Noelle felt the question land in her chest, heavy and exact. I am still here. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have right now. Corinne nodded slowly. Fair enough. The segment moved forward. Noelle talked about the cost of public smears, about what it meant to be a nurse whose professional reputation was being dissected by people who had never held a dying child's hand. She talked about the suspension, the conduct review, the way a corporate acquisition could erase a decade of work without a single conversation with the people doing that work. She did not play the victim. She did not cry. She kept her voice steady and her hands still. The producer's signal came at the 7-minute mark, 2 minutes left. Corinne shifted in her chair. One more question, and you can decline it. Noelle waited. When this is over, when the custody battle is resolved and the corporate fight settles, do you intend to become part of the Trasco family? The question hung in the air. Noelle could feel the camera on her, the studio lights, the silence that stretched like a held breath. She thought about Maisie's drawing, the three of them holding hands under a yellow sun. She thought about Nathaniel's hands, calloused and scarred, the way they had held her in the hotel room, the way he had looked at her when he said he would stop making her feel provisional. She thought about the word forever and what it cost her to say it. She stopped. The silence stretched. Off camera, in the shadows behind the lighting rig, she saw Nathaniel standing perfectly still, his face unreadable. The producer's hand went up. The segment was ending. Corinne looked at Noelle with something that was not pity. You do not have to answer now. But the silence had already answered for her. Chapter 78. The red light on the camera blinked off. The producer's hand came down. The studio exhaled. Noelle sat motionless in the guest chair, her hands folded in her lap, her pulse loud in her ears. The silence she had left hanging still pressed against the air, heavy and unfinished. Corinne removed her earpiece and leaned forward, voice quiet now, off the record. You did not expect that question. Noelle shook her head. Would you like a moment before you leave? Noelle opened her mouth to say yes, then stopped. She could feel him behind her, still standing in the shadows where the lighting rig cast its long angles. She had not turned around since the segment ended. She was not sure she could. I need to see someone, she said. Corinne nodded and stood, extending a hand. Noelle took it. The host's grip was warm and steady, no performance in it. Whatever you decide, Corinne said. That was the most honest 7 minutes of television I have hosted in 5 years. Noelle thanked her and turned. Nathaniel had not moved. He stood with his arms at his sides, his face still unreadable, but his eyes were not. They were raw in a way she had never seen, stripped of the careful composure he wore like armor. He looked like a man who had just watched someone he loved walk to the edge of a cliff and stop. She crossed the studio floor. The crew was already breaking down cables, coiling them in loops, the clatter of metal cases and voices filling the space where silence had lived. She stopped in front of him. You heard. I heard everything. His voice was low, rough at the edges. She waited for him to ask, for the question she had left unanswered to hang between them again. But he did not ask. I should not have been standing there, he said. I should have told the producer I would wait in the car, but I could not make myself leave. Why not? Because I needed to see you say it. Her chest tightened. I did not say it. You did not have to. You sat in front of a woman who has made powerful people cry on national television, And you told her the story of a 4-year-old with pneumonia and a nurse who has worked 19 years without raising her voice. You did not mention my name once. You did not play the victim. You did not let them turn you into a headline. He took a breath. You made them see the unit. You made them see the children. And when she asked you about forever, you did not lie. You stopped and thought about what it actually means, and you refused to give her a pretty answer you did not believe yet. Noelle felt something crack inside her chest, a seam she had been holding closed for months. I do believe it, she said. I believe Maisie is my family. I believe I am already part of her life, and I am not ashamed of loving her, or you. But love is not a key to a vault. It is accountability. It is showing up every day and proving you will not leave when it gets hard. I cannot say forever like it is a transaction. I have to live it. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. His hands were shaking, the way they had shaken that first night on the kitchen floor when she had found him half awake and ashamed. You just did, he said. You just lived it, on camera, in front of everyone. He stepped forward, close enough that she could smell the starch in his shirt, the faint trace of coffee from the green room. I have spent 6 years hiding from the world because I was afraid of what it would take from me. You just stood in front of it and told the truth without a script. You are braver than I have ever been. Noelle reached up and touched his face, her palm against his jaw, the stubble rough under her fingers. I am still scared. So am I. Then we are even. He laughed, a broken sound, and pressed his forehead to hers. Behind them, a crew member cleared his throat. Miss Halsey, your phone has been buzzing in the green room. The producer asked me to bring it. Noelle pulled back, took the phone. 7 missed calls from Deja. She answered on the 8th ring. Where are you? Deja's voice was sharp, urgent, but underneath it something else. Hope. Still at the studio. What happened? Your clip is everywhere. I mean, everywhere. CNN picked it up 20 minutes ago. The local affiliate ran the full segment unedited. Parents are already calling Hartwell's main line asking what the hell they are doing to the pediatric unit. Noelle leaned against the wall. Her legs felt weak. That is good, right? But that is not why I called. Noelle waited. Hartwell's legal team reached out to the union rep an hour ago. They are offering to reverse your suspension. Full reinstatement, back pay, no external review, no findings on your record. Noelle's hand tightened on the phone. What are the conditions? Deja was quiet for a beat. You sign a confidentiality clause. You agree not to discuss the internal review process, the conduct meeting, or any of Hartwell's internal communications about your case. Ever. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was watching her face, reading the shift in her expression. What do I say? She asked. That is your call. But if you sign it, you cannot talk about what they did to you. Not to the press, not to the board, not to me. The studio lights hummed. The crew moved around them, packing, coiling, shutting down. Noelle thought about Rochelle, who had held her badge, about Emma's mother, who worked nights and could only visit between 11 and 2. About every nurse who had looked at her differently since the suspension memo went out. No, she said. Deja let out a breath. You are sure? I will not sign away my voice to get my job back. If they want to reinstate me, they do it because I was right, not because I agreed to be quiet. A long pause. Then we fight, Deja said. I will call the union rep back and tell her to prepare for a public hearing. Do it. Noelle ended the call and looked at Nathaniel. Hartwell offered to reverse my suspension if I signed a confidentiality clause. He did not ask what she chose. He already knew. What do you need? A ride home, and a plan for what happens when I go public with every conversation I had in that room. Nathaniel held out his hand. Then let us go make a plan. She took it. His fingers closed around hers, warm and steady, and they walked out of the studio together, past the dark cameras and the silent lighting rig, into the Chicago night where the city hummed with the story she had just set loose. Chapter 79. The apartment was dark when they walked through the door, the only light spilling from Maisie's room where Clara had left the lamp on low. Noelle stood in the entryway, her phone still warm in her hand from the call with Deja. Her reflection in the hallway mirror looked like someone she barely recognized. The woman who had walked into that studio 2 hours ago had been braced for damage control. The woman standing here now had refused to sign away her voice. Nathaniel hung his coat on the hook by the door. He did not ask what she was thinking. He just waited. "Hartwell thinks I will trade silence for safety," Noelle said. "They think if they give me back my badge, I will stop being the problem." "Will you?" She turned to face him. "I told Deja no, but I need to think about what I want the conditions to be." Nathaniel's eyebrows lifted. "You are going to negotiate." "I am going to name my terms. They want me to sign a confidentiality clause. Fine. I will sign it if they also agree to protect every staff member who testified in the conduct review from retaliation, and if they commit to an independent oversight committee for the pediatric ward for the next 3 years. Publicly." He was quiet for a long moment. "That is not what they offered. No, it is what I am offering them." He crossed the room and stopped in front of her. His hand came up, not quite touching her face, hovering like he was asking permission. She leaned into his palm. "You are not going to tell me I am being reckless," she said. "I am not going to tell you anything you have not already considered. You know what this costs. You know they will fight back. You know the consortium will use it against me." "I know." "Then I have nothing to add." His thumb traced her cheekbone. "Except that I am proud of you, and that I will stand wherever you tell me to stand." Something in her chest loosened, a knot she had been carrying since the moment she saw her name on that suspension memo. "Even if I lose?" "Especially if you lose. That is when people find out who stays." She closed her eyes and let herself feel the weight of his hand, the warmth of his body inches from hers. She had spent 6 years giving without asking, 6 years being the one who held steady so everyone else could break. She was done breaking alone. "Maisie asleep?" she asked. Clara texted. She went down at 9:30. No nightmares. Noelle pulled back gently and walked down the hall to Maisie's room. The door was cracked open, the lamp casting a soft circle on the ceiling. Maisie was curled on her side, one arm wrapped around the stuffed rabbit Noelle had given her for her 6th birthday, her dark hair spread across the pillow. Noelle stood in the doorway and watched her breathe. This was what she was fighting for. Not a job, not a headline. This small, sleeping body that trusted her to stay. She pulled the door closed and walked back to the living room. Nathaniel had made tea, 2 mugs on the coffee table, steam rising. "I do not know how to do this," she said, sitting down. "Do what?" "Be public. Be a family. Be the woman who says forever on camera and means it." Nathaniel sat across from her, his hands wrapped around his mug. "Neither do I. I have been hiding for so long I forgot what daylight feels like." "Then how do we figure it out?" "Together. One day at a time. Maisie will tell us when we get it wrong." Noelle laughed, a tired, broken sound. "She already does." They sipped their tea in silence. The apartment hummed with the small sounds of night. A refrigerator cycle, the distant wail of a siren, Maisie's breathing through the open door. Nathaniel set his mug down. "I have a question," he said, "and I need you to answer it without thinking about what the cameras will say, or what the consortium will do, or what anyone expects." Noelle looked at him. His face was open, stripped of every defense he had ever built. "Ask me. Will you build this with us? Not the version of us that exists in court filings and press releases, the real version. The one that fights about groceries and forgets school forms and wakes up at 2 in the morning because Maisie had a bad dream. The one that is messy and imperfect and completely visible." He leaned forward. "I am not asking if you will say yes to a proposal. I am asking if you will say yes to a life, our life, every day of it." Noelle's throat closed. The words sat on her tongue, heavy and simple and terrifying. She opened her mouth to answer. Her phone buzzed on the table between them. She looked down. The screen lit up with a number she did not recognize. But the message preview made her blood stop moving. You should have walked away. The stalker. Watching. Still watching. She looked up at Nathaniel, whose eyes were fixed on the phone, his face going pale. "Do not answer it," he said. "I was not going to. Good, but the message had already changed something. The space between them, the question he had just asked, the answer she had been about to give, all of it cracked open by a phone screen and a threat that had not stopped. Nathaniel reached across the table and took her hand. "Forget it," he said. "Forget it exists. Answer my question." Noelle looked at his fingers wrapped around hers, then at Maisie's door, then at the phone still glowing on the table, a reminder that the world outside had not stopped wanting to tear them apart. "I was going to say yes," she said. "Was? I still am." She squeezed his hand. "But I need you to understand something. If I say yes to this life, I am saying yes to fighting for it, every day, with everything I have. And I will not let anyone, not the consortium, not Hartwell, not some faceless texter, take it from me." Nathaniel's breath caught. "Is that a yes?" She looked at him, at the man who had hidden for 6 years and was now asking her to stand in plain sight beside him. "It is a yes, but it is a yes on my terms. We do this in daylight, we do it together, and we never hide again." He pulled her forward, his forehead against hers, his breath warm on her lips. "Then we start tomorrow." "Tonight," she said. "We start tonight." Behind them, Maisie's door creaked open. Noelle turned. Maisie stood in the doorway, rubbing her eyes, her rabbit dangling from one hand. "Did I hear you say yes?" Noelle's heart cracked open. "Yes, baby. I said yes." Maisie crossed the room on bare feet and climbed into Noelle's lap, small and warm and trusting. "Good," she said, her voice already thick with sleep. "Because I already drew the picture of us." Noelle wrapped her arms around her, pressed her lips to Maisie's hair, and felt Nathaniel's hand settle on her shoulder. Tomorrow, the fight would start again. The consortium, the injunctions, the public hearing, the stalker still out there in the dark. But tonight, in this small apartment with a sleeping child in her lap and a man who had finally stopped hiding, Noelle let herself believe that yes was not the end of the story. It was the beginning. Chapter 80. Maisie's body was warm and heavy against Noelle's chest, her breathing already evening out into sleep. Noelle's hand moved in an automatic rhythm across Maisie's back, the same motion she used on the night shift when a child could not settle. Nathaniel watched them from his chair, his face stripped of everything except the bone-deep relief of a man who had been holding his breath for 6 years. "We should put her back to bed," Noelle said, but she did not stop rocking. 5 more minutes. His voice cracked on the last word. She understood. 5 minutes of this. 5 minutes of a sleeping child and a table between them and a phone that still glowed with a stranger's threat. 5 minutes before the world came back. The radiator clicked, the refrigerator hummed. Maisie sighed and burrowed deeper, one small hand curling against Noelle's collarbone. Noelle closed her eyes and let herself feel it, the weight, the trust, the terrifying fragile rightness of being the person a child reached for in the dark. "Tell me about tomorrow," she said. Nathaniel's chair scraped as he leaned forward. "Maisie has school at 8:30. Clara already knows the routine. I need to call Stefan about the injunction hearing, and you need to call Deja about the public hearing prep." "Then what?" "Then we figure out how to be a family in public without letting the cameras eat us alive." She opened her eyes. "That is not a plan. It is a start." He reached across the table, palm up. "Come here." She shifted Maisie to one arm and took his hand. His fingers closed around hers, calloused and warm and slightly trembling. "I do not know how to do this either," he said, "but I know I do not want to do it alone. And I know Maisie needs both of us in the same room, not hiding in separate apartments pretending we are just neighbors." Noelle looked at their hands, then at Maisie's dark lashes against her cheek, then at the phone still dark on the table, the threat still unresolved. "She's going to wake up tomorrow and find us both here, and she's going to expect this every morning." "Then we give her every morning." Noelle let the words settle, the weight of them, the impossibility and the necessity. "Okay," she said. "Okay?" "Okay, we try. But Nathaniel," she squeezed his hand hard, "when you feel yourself starting to hide, you tell me, before you do it. You tell me you are scared and we figure it out together. I cannot do another 6 years of learning the truth from a memo. You will not have to. You made that promise before. I know. His eyes held hers, and I broke it. But I am not the same man who made that promise. That man was drowning. This one is learning how to swim. She wanted to believe him. She was choosing to believe him. That was different, and she needed him to know the difference. I am not saying yes to the fantasy, Nathaniel. I am saying yes to the work. The grocery lists and the school forms and the nightmares at 2 a.m. I am saying yes to fighting with you and forgiving you and asking you to forgive me when I get it wrong. That is all I ever wanted. He stood and circled the table, crouching beside her chair so his face was level with hers. Maisie stirred but did not wake. I love you, he said. Not the version of you that fixed everything. The real you, the one who refused to sign away her voice tonight. The one who makes terrible jokes and stays up all night for children who are not hers and tells me the truth even when it hurts. Noelle's throat closed. I love you too, she said, and I am terrified. Good. So am I. That means we are doing it right. He pressed his lips to her forehead, soft and slow, then stood and lifted Maisie from her arms. The girl murmured something unintelligible and wrapped her arms around his neck, her rabbit swinging from one hand. Come on, he said. I will put her down. You lock the door behind me. Noelle followed him to Maisie's room, watched him lower her onto the mattress, tuck the quilt around her, brush the hair from her face. Maisie rolled onto her side, already gone. Nathaniel stood there a moment, one hand on her back, his shoulders rising and falling with a breath so deep it looked like prayer. Then he turned, crossed to Noelle, and pulled her against him. They stood in the doorway of a sleeping child's room, arms around each other, neither speaking. The only sounds were Maisie's breathing, the radiator's slow hiss, the distant city hum of a world that had not stopped watching. We start tomorrow, Noelle whispered. We started tonight. She felt his heart beating against her ribs, steady, human, real. Lock the door, she said. I will. He kissed her again, quick and hard, then stepped back and walked to the front door. His hand hesitated on the deadbolt. Whatever is waiting out there, he said. We face it together. No more hiding. No more hiding. He turned the lock and was gone. Noelle stood in the dark apartment, listening to his footsteps fade down the hall. Then she walked to Maisie's room, pulled the door until it was open a crack, and sat on the floor, her back against the wall, her hands wrapped around her knees. She pulled out her phone. The stalker's message was still there. You should have walked away. She did not delete it. She needed to remember what she was fighting against. She typed a reply. I am still here, and I am not going anywhere. She sent it before she could stop herself. Then she turned the phone face down, closed her eyes, and let herself breathe. Tomorrow, she would call Deja. Tomorrow, she would push Hartwell to the negotiating table. Tomorrow, she would stand beside Nathaniel in the light and dare anyone to look away. But tonight, she sat guard outside a 7-year-old's bedroom door, a woman who had finally stopped running from what she wanted. Her phone buzzed again. She picked it up, expecting the stalker's reply, but it was Una. The injunction hearing is set for Thursday. Gerard will handle the opening. Also, I found something in the trust audit you need to see. Not about the missing page, about the original witness who signed Elena's addendum. She was a nurse at Lakeview, retired 3 months after Elena died. No forwarding address, no next of kin listed. She never worked again. Noelle read the message twice. A nurse at Lakeview who disappeared after signing Elena's trust addendum, the same hospital where Noelle had worked for 6 years. She looked toward Macy's room, then back at the phone. The fight was not over. It had barely started. And somewhere out there, a retired nurse who had witnessed Elena Trasco's final instructions was still missing. Noelle typed back, "Find her." Then she set the phone down, settled her back against the wall, and watched the crack of light from Macy's door until her eyes grew heavy. Morning would come soon enough, and she would be ready.